Hey, and good morning, everybody. Got your coffee, got your caffeine. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to get going. Got your update here, hot and heavy, right off the wire here from the National Hurricane Center. And if you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing that. It'd be an honor and privilege to be one of your other sources. One thing, I'm going to get this out of the way right now because it bothers me. I could never say this when I was on TV, but you know what? It's my channel. I can say that. I had some gentleman tell me I was hyping stuff out there and that the track had shifted to the right and I was a loser and I didn't know what I was forecasting and all that crap. You know what I say? All I got to say to you, gentlemen, is bite me. Okay? There's nothing I said yesterday that did anything that happened. You know, every storm is unique. Every storm is individual. And you know what? This is still going to be a very significant storm for a lot of areas in Georgia. If you're in Columbus, you may luck out a little bit here because this track shifted a little bit to the right. And that's a good thing because you're on the left side of the storm. You really need to be the core. But anything can happen. We're in the nowcast phase, folks. That means we're going to watch this thing hour by hour as we go up to landfall going into tonight. So let's look at the latest specifics here from the storm. So we're looking at 24.5 north and 85.9 west. We did see a significant drop in pressure from the 5 o'clock advisory to this one, dropped 5 millibars. In the last 3 hours, went down to 960 millibars. So it's starting to show that indications of strengthened winds are now up to Cat 2. We're up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. And it's still expected to make landfall as a major hurricane. Now, with that being said, they're not anticipating it to become a Category 4. They're anticipating 115-mile-per-hour winds at landfall as compared to 130. And that is significant because if it's not as powerful when it comes in and accelerates, it means those hurricane force winds may not be able to go inland as far as originally projected. But again, we're in that nowcast phase and anything can happen. And I'm going to be doing this for a long time today. So I'll be watching everything going on with the potential tornado warnings as we got a couple of them out there right now. And we're going to get into the nuts and bolts on this for today. So if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching over on YouTube, again, welcome to the channels. You got any questions or anything like that as we're going along here? We got plenty of time to talk about it because I do not plan on coming down. Now, the one thing I will probably do from time to time, let me show you this, just so you know what I'm doing so it's not completely out of your thing. When you see me doing this, when I have this up, that means either I'm on a pee break or I'm grabbing a little bite to eat. So this will be up when I am not doing my wall-to-wall, but I'm not taking the feed down. We're going to stay up and running on this all day. All right, let's go back here to the satellite imagery here. What are we seeing? Okay, we still don't have a true eye yet, but it is getting close to getting one. It's not closed off, hasn't hollowed out, but the pressure is falling. And that could indicate here that we're finally starting to get an eye wall to properly form in here. We're getting one showing up in here just a little. It's a little ragged, not closed off. If you guys remember, we were watching Hurricane Francine. Francine had a humongous circulation center, about 60-something miles across. And then the last 2 hours before landfall, it started to constrain. And we saw it bump from 90 miles per hour up to 100 pretty quickly just in the last couple hours. This one's eye right now, according to the last vortex message I saw, was 32 miles. So that's a bit big. If it was down between 20 and 25, then I'd be more concerned about it really becoming a Cat 4 or something quite significant. But right now, that doesn't appear to be the case. But it does appear that we'll be getting stronger throughout the day. It took a little longer to kind of get the core organized in this thing. And it still looks, you know, semi-decent here on the satellite imagery. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like when we get a little more visible light. I do like the visible imagery. You can kind of see certain things a little bit better than you can see on an infrared imagery there. We'll go a little bit closer here. This is the close-up on there. Again, you kind of see that center of circulation, trying to get that true eye to kind of clear out there. And as those thunderstorms kind of wrap around that center of circulation, that should start to clear on out, and we should see some improvements on that here through this morning and into this afternoon. Now, what we have seen so far, hey, thanks, Terry. Like and subscribe. Yes, that is true, Terry. Absolutely. Good morning to you there, Terry. And I'd like to say hello to some other folks here. Hey, our Irish visitors here as well. Hello. And Julie, how are you doing? Try to find your YouTube channel. Please call it out. It's Weather Nerds Unite. Weather Nerds Unite on the YouTube channel. You put that in there, you'll see that logo there with the glasses, and you can go right on there. Weather Nerds Unite in the search pile should come right up there for you. Yeah, definitely a big eye on Helena. Yeah, it's at 32 miles. Again, not as big as Francine. Francine was huge. I mean, just absolutely gigantic. This one's at least, it's big, but we'll see how things close off here as those thunderstorms are closing off around it. That pressure fall from last update to now, 5 millibar in a 3-hour period, that's pretty significant. So we'll see if that trend continues as, we got the Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there pretty much regularly every couple hours now, and they'll be out there up to landfall. So we'll see if that trend continues when we get to the 11 o'clock advisory to see if it continues downward or not. I suspect it probably will. The winds will probably come up a little bit more at that time as well. Got a couple of cameras we'll be keeping a watchful eye on. This one here is in Cedar Key. Starting to see the sun here coming up here. They're going to see significant storm surge in the Cedar Key area as this thing's getting closer to landfall. So this camera, I don't know how long it's going to last, how long it's going to be there, but they're going to be seeing the seas. You can see the surf is coming up. It'll be interesting to see how that surf looks by the time we get into late this afternoon. That's for sure. We'll see how that begins to look. The other thing that's a bit of a concern is again, when we do have the this coming out right now, is the number of tornado warnings. And we got a new tornado warning that just came out. These outer bands are coming in, and we just got this new tornado warning that just came out here. This is radar indicated. Obviously, a lot of these are going to be. So this is for northeastern Hendry and southeast Glades. The storm is moving north at 40 to 45, potential tornado there. So this is not unusual. This is going to be something that I'll be tracking here all afternoon here for today. Does not show up very well here on the storm reflectivity here. I can't really see it very well on that radar. But let me see if I can switch radar. So let's switch over to the West Palm radar, or the Fort Lauderdale maybe. Nope, that's too far. We'll go down to this one then. And I'll try this one. I'm trying different radars to see if I can see the rotation a little bit better. A little bit. Got a little bit of something right in there. So that's the little bit of the rotation. You're going to get these weak spin ups here. They're going to continue here throughout the day with these storms. Definitely not out of the norm to see the outer spiral bands where you're getting that greatest spin on the outer bands of a storm to see those tornado warnings come on up. In fact, let's go ahead and highlight that now since we got our first couple of warnings here popping up. So again, you see that enhanced area there, the yellow, which goes down to where these storms are. So we're talking about Jacksonville, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mount Pleasant. Then we're talking about Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, Cape Coral, Gainesville, all that area there in that severe weather mode here for the potential for tornadoes. And when you look at the chances in this area here, again, you're looking at pretty much the whole state of Florida is pretty much seeing at least a 5% chance. And then you're seeing elevated 10% there across North Florida, Southeast Georgia, and parts of southeastern portions of South Carolina. So that is what we'll be watching closely here for this afternoon. But right now, we're just kind of watching the scan here with the radar coming through there. And you can see these things are moving at a pretty good clip. And thank you for the new subscriber. I do appreciate that. We're hoping to get to 4,500 subscribers today. So if you're new to the channel and you'd like to subscribe, again, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It'd be great to have you on board here. So we're going to be tracking here all day. I'm going to be going a long time. I might take little breaks in between, but I'm not going anywhere. We're going to be doing this wall to wall here for a while. Another thing I do want to point out, I want to go ahead and back up here to the regional radar here. And a couple things I want you to look at right here. So let me go to my interactive mode so I can kind of move this thing around a little bit. Is we've got this tropical system coming from the south. We've got this cold front in the way. Okay, that front is a little bit of a lifting mechanism. Okay, so it's good. What it means, it acts almost like a barrier, and as that moisture runs into it, it's going to add additional lift. And thank you for that new subscriber. I like to thank everybody who subscribes to the channel. So we're going to see the rainfall amounts really increase across this zone here. The flooding part of this is tremendous. And thank you for that another subscriber. Boy, we're on a roll this morning. I like that. That's good. Welcome, guys. Welcome. So the flooding part of this is going to be quite substantial. I'm really concerned about the substantial. And by the way, if you are new and you're subscribed to the channel, please tell me where you're from down in the chat. I can see your chats here on both Facebook and on YouTube. You can go ahead and tell me where you're from. If you got any questions, please don't hesitate to put it down there. One good advantage about being a small channel, I can acknowledge everybody pretty regularly here on the chat and answer your questions one-on-one. Give you that personalized service, like I said, like to say. So again, this is a complex forecast. We're dealing with a frontal system. We're dealing with a tropical system. We're dealing with an upper low. And I mentioned this last night. I mentioned it again. One of my colleagues who worked here in the Atlanta market, who's been forecasting for 40 years, he said he ain't never seen anything like this. I couldn't recall ever seeing anything like this. So a very complex forecast, very complex to get this. So we're going to see how the storm behaves and strengthens here this afternoon. I think at minimum, we're going to have 115 mile per hour and a Cat 3 hurricane at landfall. It could potentially be more, just depends on how that eye organizes for today. That's why we're going to be watching that so closely. We'll be tracking the tornado warnings, but we're also going to keep going back to the satellite imagery. And of course, once we get a little more sunlight out there, we'll see the visible, and we'll see how that eye takes shape, how it takes form. Is it going to be something that's going to clear out? Because I tell you, if I get a concentric, circular, nice eye and it clears out, that will indicate to me rapid intensification is taking place. When we see that happening, then we know we got some rapid intensification taking place at the time. So we're not expecting this thing to be a Category 5 or anything like that. So yeah, Donovan, my nieces, they're way over in Pensacola, but Pensacola's going to be fine. I know they're shutting down Pensacola in the afternoon, I guess for no reason, I'll be honest with you, but that's just my opinion. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys coming on board here, growing our little channel, a little at a time. All righty, kind of checking through some of these questions here. Amanda's asking about Phoenix City. Okay, let me give you the latest. I know we got a lot of folks there watching on the Facebook side for Phoenix City and in the Columbus area. All right, the track is going to be so critical on this. We were mentioning this yesterday, and typically when we talk about systems like these, we say don't pay attention to that center line. We say it all the time. Okay, so let me just illustrate this, and the reason why this is important. This is one of the rare instances where I say, well, this time maybe not so much. You got that cone of uncertainty right in there. Right now, you got it more kind of in between Macon and Columbus. The left side of a hurricane is always the weaker side. Right side, that's where the greatest lift is. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. And the right side is always the stronger side. So when we're talking about a landfalling hurricane that's accelerating, moving inland, the core wind, the strongest winds are right around that eye wall or right around the center of that circulation. So the further east this track is, the less of an impact it's going to have on Columbus. So right now, based off that track, I would say maybe 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts in Columbus, maybe some sporadic power outages, but it shouldn't be that bad. However, if that track is a little bit further to the left, say it's on the far left side of that wall, maybe it wobbles back to the left a little bit more, then you're closer to those core winds, because you see the hurricane force winds are still well into Georgia as of 1 o'clock in the morning. Then you're looking at more hurricane gusts. That's why I said right now we're in a nowcast type mode, because variables that sometimes the models just don't catch when we're this close to landfall. We saw this with Francine when we had that burst of strengthening right before landfall. We saw that. The models didn't pick that up very well. So, you know, the models were all going Cat 4 yesterday, all of them. All the big major hurricane models were going up to Cat 4. The storm did not, or it took a while for the core to kind of see it get organized. And we just now, when I went to bed yesterday, 8 o'clock, it was at 973 in millibars. We're down to 960. The other thing that's been a little slow with this system is the fact that we've had the winds been a little slow coming up with the pressure falls. Those have been a little disconnected. And that's typical, but this one seems to be a little bit slower, in my opinion, at least compared to other storms in the past, for the winds to catch up with the pressure falls. So that's been a little bit there as well. So as we continue to watch that, I love those emojis. Hey, you're very welcome, Amanda. Thank you very much. You're very, very welcome. Yeah, so right now the jog is definitely a trend. Hey, good morning, Michael. Good to see you. Definitely the trend has been a trend back toward the east, and which has been very aggravating as a forecaster. If you've been paying attention the last couple of days, the track has gone, it would be east, then it wobbles west, then it's back east, then it's back west. It's like, you get a little bit crazy trying to track this thing. But I'm definitely going to be keeping a watchful eye on the camera there in Cedar Key, man. I'll tell you, that's going to be one of the places to watch. The other place to watch here for this morning is going to be obviously down toward the Tampa area. Tampa is going to be some of the outer bands. They could see some hurricane gusts with some of those bands. as the center gets parallel to the coast there. Again, this is a very big wind field. The tropical storm force winds go out some 345 miles from the center. The hurricane force winds extend about 60 miles from the center right now. And then the other place, I'll be watching the camera here. You can see the rough surf here at St. George Island. I don't know how bad the eye may go to the right of this location, so the storm surge may not be as bad. Hopefully, we can hold this camera here for a while for today, as we watch the storm come on in. Again, the main threat here into Miami is going to be, again, we got another tornado warning. So let's go back over here to Radar Omega. And again, if you have not subscribed yet to the channel, please go ahead, hit that subscribe button. Helps the YouTube algorithm out. We're a small channel, so we need a little help. So that requires people to subscribe, to chat, and to give those thumbs up. The thumbs up are a big thing. I got to remind myself to do that, because if I don't, the channel shuts me down. YouTube sucks. I really hate their algorithm sometimes. But anyway, we got a new tornado warning. Let's get in here and look at this. So this tornado warning right now is for north central Glades County in southern Florida. It goes till 8:45. The tornado producing storm cable producing tornado was west of Brighton Seminole Reservation, or about 9 miles northwest of Lakeport, moving north at 45. And these things are going to be moving pretty good here. So again, these bands, as they kind of work their way up into the Tampa area, that's going to be an area of concern, watching that up in there in St. Petersburg. And these storms are heading northward. So Lake Placid, and eventually getting up into the southern suburbs of Orlando, later Kissimmee, Orlando, all these areas up here, Lakeland, all these zones are going to have to be watched here for potential more tornadoes kind of riding up into this zone a little bit later this morning as we progress and watch our storm continuing to move to the north. If you're just waking up and you're just joining us, I'll go back here and just kind of show the latest coordinates again on this, as we did see a significant drop in pressure from the 5 o'clock advisory. Went from 965 down to 960 millibars. To give you an idea, when I talk about the pressure difference, when Francine made landfall, its pressure dropped down, I think it was like 970, and the winds came up to 100 miles per hour. So we're 10 millibars below that. So it tells me the wind speeds that are at 100 are definitely going to come up some more. So I suspect as we get to the 11 o'clock advisory, it's very possible we could see winds getting up to Cat 3 status, up to 115. It'll be between 110 and 115, I think, by the time we get to the 11 o'clock advisory. So very much on there. So anyway, what you got there, Chad? I see you posted something there on Facebook you're sharing with folks. What's the deal with that? What you got there? I'll have to go over the other side and open up. I want to look at that, but I'll take a look at that in a second. Yeah, Robert, Columbus is in a little bit better position, but it's not. I'm not giving you permission to say, okay, not a big deal, you can give up on this. I wouldn't go that far. I definitely wouldn't go that far. Again, any kind of wobble, we're talking tens of miles here, folks. And we're dealing with something a little bit of an unknown, dealing with that upper level feature, which has been a real pain to kind of watch. I need to go ahead and get my national water vapor map back up going again. The system went down yesterday. It really aggravated me, so I took my national map down and I didn't put it back. And I'll need to work on that. I guess let me go back to studio mode here and kind of kick out of this. And what I'll do is I'll put you back. I'm gonna put you on this map here, just for a split second. Let me see if I get my national one back up here, real quick. Says I do want to show the national look, but I need to put it back in here. So bear with me here for just 1 second. That's tropical tidbit here. Let's take this one here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this so I can show the national. What I want to show the national for, and there's a reason for, I want to show the water vapor imagery. I want to show that upper level low, because that's really the big driving train on this thing, as far as the input there. And oh, why did it do that? Oh, no. I did undo that there. Sorry about that. I didn't realize those two were linked. Oh well. I'll get back to that later. I'll do that later. I'll do it during a break. we got a long day to watch this. Let me go back to my regional here. Or turn that back off, and there you go. We'll go back to the big picture. Here we go. So the upper level energy is going to be the big thing on this. And I want to show. Actually, we can do it this way. Let's do this. Let's go over to the model data here. I'm going to get that up real quick. Look at the latest NAM here, and you'll see what I'm talking about this eastward drift here on the latest model data here on that. So let's get to this, and let's go back to studio mode here, and here we go. Let's talk about this a little bit. So this is the 12Z, the 6Z. This is the latest run here. So we're waiting for this. It's much further to the east, much further. If this holds out true, man, Columbus, you may not get maybe 30, 40 mile per hour winds if this thing holds out true that far to the east. Look at the interaction with the frontal system. So you got your frontal system kind of running through here. Here's our upper level low right there. Of course, this is our hurricane here. Again, that's a trifecta. I've never seen that kind of setup like this, but what's going to happen as we go, and the reason why when you look at the precipitation getting pulled back to the left or going back to the west, that low gets pulled right into it. See how it just gets sucked right into it, just goes into one storm and clears on out. So for those who didn't hear, the Braves game obviously got rained out yesterday. They're rained out today, and they're going to play a doubleheader on Monday. You talk about a cursed baseball team. That's the Braves, man. Not only do you not get to go ahead and fight to try to get into the playoffs, now you got to play a doubleheader at home, and you don't even get to set your pitching up for the playoff games that you would have to play, because you got to win those 2 games against the Mets, assuming you win this weekend. Of course, if you get eliminated, you're eliminated. Thank you for that new subscriber again. Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, let's look at the rainfall totals on here real quick. Let's talk about this. Again, this is the European model here. The reason why you're seeing that big turn with all that heavy rain going back to the west, that's the influence of obviously that upper level low pulling that moisture back that way. Still looking at some very heavy rainfall amounts here across North Georgia, the mountains. And the reason why the mountains are a concern in my area and everything else up here, I'm in Northeast Georgia, by the way, is you get what's called orographic lift. So the moisture gets flown this way. You have the mountains that come down right in here, right? So the mountains come up there, and the tropical moisture, it's lower to the ground. It hits that mountain, and it gets forced upward. As it gets forced upward, it acts like a sponge and squeezes additional moisture out. So that additional orographic lift is a factor. That cold front that's in the vicinity, that's also a factor of that. So again, we got a couple of different mechanisms that are coming through. And thanks for that new subscriber. Boy, you guys are doing me great this morning. We only got to get 22 more to get to 4,500. That's awesome. But you can see the lift there kind of continuing with that system coming on through. So I'll be looking at the 12Z here to kind of see if that changes much here as we go through time. The one thing I will switch you over to this here is the track. These are the hurricane tracks here. One thing that did catch my eye here that's a little bit different here. This is the 6Z here, is that it comes inland, looks like it's going to the east, and then once it gets up to like near Americus, it starts making its turn earlier. That is a little concerning for Columbus. That's why I'm not ready to raise the red flag and say, hey, Columbus, it's going to stay off to your east, and it's not a big deal. Because I see these models here that want to bring that turn in a little bit sooner and would drag the core of the hurricane back your direction a little early. So again, we're talking about tens of miles. We're talking micro casting here. We're taking, global, and we're going down to the macro to the micro level. It's a significant difference. Now, I will say this, as far as the strength forecast, I'll just get this out of the way. They all basically say Cat 2 to Cat 3. I think Cat 3, the fact we're at 100 miles per hour winds now and the pressure's down to 960, I think we're probably going to get to Cat 3. I think 115 is very reasonable. I think we're going to see that. But the potential is still there based off what the storm does throughout the day today, as we watch closely to see if the center of the storm clears out. You see the eye there trying to get formed. Boy, again, keep going back. We're going to be watching this very closely here all morning, folks. Going to be watching this all morning, watching to see if this thing clears on out. You see the eye there trying to get formed in there. If those core thunderstorms get wrapped around, because right now what you're seeing is it's where the heaviest thunderstorms are. They're right through here, right? So kind of wrapping around like this. It's not all the way around the center of circulation. It's not all the way around. So if that gets around the circle and we get that eye dead center there, then that rapid intensification can take place. Every indication now looking on this, the fact that I'm starting to see it clear out there, a little bit of eye trying to form in there, tells me the pressure is probably starting to continue that fall. And we'll see when the next Hurricane Hunter aircraft gets out there. Oh, did I leave my phone away from here? Ooh, I got to get my phone. Ooh, I don't have my other phone with me. Ooh, I got to get that. I'll take a break in a minute and get that in a second. I check the Vortex messages, and I'd rather do it on my phone than going over to my other sites. So that's my thing there. So, hey, if you're just now joining us, we got a lot of people here on the channel right now. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Greg. Welcome to the Weather Nerds channel. I am a former broadcast meteorologist, TV meteorologist, and I used to work in the Columbus market. I used to work in Atlanta and a few other places. I've also retired military, retired about a year ago from the military, set up this channel back on October 1st, and finally got the product to where I kind of like it. I kind of like the look here and the feel here and everything. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please consider it, not only for this live broadcast, but for future. I do daily forecasts every day. I try to give you personalized service since we're a small channel. And, I also don't play the hype game on every, I tell you, there's some YouTubers out there, I watch their stuff and I just want to go, ugh. Actually, I stopped watching their stuff because it drives me crazy. But not every storm is the be all. And I understand the game of the YouTube. You got to get a good thumbnail and you got to get people to want to come watch you and everything like that. But I'm not willing to forfeit my credibility just to hype a damn storm. I'm not going to do that. That's just my personal taste. We got another warning that came out. Is it that same one there? Let's see here. That's the only tornado warning I see. Let's go back over to this. Let me go back to Radar Omega here real quick. I think that's the same one that was there. Yeah, that was the same one. I heard the alarm go off there. Yeah, that's the same one. They may have just did an update on this one. Yeah, that's what they did. So this is still radar indicated tornado here. This is near the Glades area. A lot of mobile homes in this area too, because even though these tornadoes are going to be weak for the most part, the thing that you got to watch out for is these things can cause significant damage to mobile homes. So hopefully folks are heeding this. Oh, here's the other warning over here. There it is. I was like, where is it? It was just a little bit delayed here. This one is for southeastern St. Lucie and north central Martin County. This goes until 8:45. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tradition or near Port St. Lucie, moving north at 35. So again, this is where you look for those tornadoes. They're on those outer bands. And thank you for that new subscriber. I appreciate you coming on board here as we're getting closer and closer to 4,500 today. So you're going to see these all the way up the coast. Everywhere, as that thing continues to move to the north, anywhere up and down this coast right through here, you're going to see those tornado warnings continue to fire up here. We're not quite in radar range here to see the center of circulation yet. It's still off to the screen down here. It's right now the 8 o'clock advisory had it right about there. So it looks like we're probably sitting maybe right in here, right there. So as this thing gets closer to the coastline, we'll have a better idea of what its radar signature looks like. So right now, the Hurricane Center has this storm by the 2 o'clock advisory to be at 115 mile per hour winds in a Cat 3 hurricane. I think potentially based off the pressure drops that we're seeing, that might happen by the 11. So we'll see what happens with that. But again, look at the forward speed. This is the 2 o'clock position here, 2 p.m. All right, and then you look at the 2 a.m. position. It's going to be way up into Georgia. So that just again, this thing is going to really. I mean, that is a significant line there going through there in over a 12-hour period. It is hauling butt. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. All right, moving in a good direction, guys. I appreciate y'all's support. So, again, the fact that we got all this rain in here already, and we've had significant rains. I want to show this around Metro Atlanta. At least we got a little bit of a break here. I want to show these rainfall totals here. We've already had a lot of rain in this area already, and you can see that right now. Hold on one second. I got to take this call. Stand by for a second. Stand by one second. I got to answer this call real quick. Stand by. I run a dental temp agency, by the way. That's what I do out of my house. And one of my temps was a little late because of the rain here in Metro Atlanta. So anyway, let's get back to what I was saying. My apologies on that. Hopefully the rest of the morning is quiet. But look at all the rainfall that we've already had around, especially north of the Columbus area. You've had quite a bit. We'll highlight some of these just to kind of give you an idea here. Up to 4 inches of rain in a lot of places here toward Harris County, Meriwether County, Troup County. You're seeing 4 inches. You get over toward Lee County here in Auburn. You've had over 4 inches of rain there. And then a lot around Metro Atlanta. It looks like you see those yellows and stuff. You're looking at 2 to 3 inches of rain. Here's a 4 inches up here in Lee County. So we've already had a lot of heavy rain. So the ground is saturated. And this reason why that's important, or why I'm bringing that up, is you got a lot of pine trees around here. We've already had the heavy rain already. We've got tropical rain that's going to throw on top of that, and that's going to make these trees very susceptible to get blown over. That's my main concern here, and that's why I think we're going to have some serious power issues to be a bit of a problem. So I made this graphic yesterday. I want to go ahead and illustrate this here for everybody here to kind of break this down of what I'm expecting. So the flooding, I'm continuing that on a high level. The wind, I brought that down just a little bit, only because the fact they took it from a Cat 4 to a Cat 3, I brought that down slightly. Tornado risk, I keep that in the moderate zone for right now, but basically from Florida, southeast Georgia, and into South Carolina, that's our concern there. Storm surge, regardless of whether this was a 3 or 4, was going to be very, very high just because of the nature of the coast, okay? 15 to 20-foot storm surge, not out of the question. That's through the roof. And the power outages, again, not quite as high as what I had yesterday, only because they backed the winds off a little bit. But the power outages will be significant because of the fact that we got some very wet ground already for a lot of these trees. We're going to bring some more wet weather, and the fact that this thing's going to be hauling northward very fast. The forward speed on this is critical. I've been calling this Opal 2. If y'all remember Hurricane Opal back in 1995, that's what I kind of see this one as. Hey, first, before anybody goes away, help me out here. I know folks are kind of coming and going, kind of getting their updates here on the system. If you could do me a favor before you leave, please give me a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, please do that. Helps with the YouTube algorithm as we try to keep this wheel going. It's something YouTube requires me to have to do to maintain my audience, unfortunately, because I don't have a big audience. Just one of those things. So let me go back here to the satellite imagery here as we continue to watch this storm. I'm going a little close again here. Go to the spinner here. Keep wanting to watch this eye. Whoops. Are they changing it? Yep, they're changing the position. All right, so I'll have to recenter that up here in a little bit. What happens is that they put an invest area on a hurricane, and as it starts to move out of where the camera's framed, they'll reframe it. So I'll have to reframe that once enough images get caught up. So I'll have to come out. We'll have to stay on the Gulf of Mexico shot here. The difference between the two shots is the amount of speed that goes through. I can do this, though. Let me go over to Radar Omega here. I'm going to pull up the satellite imagery over here. And let me pull up, and we're just now getting the visible. We're not quite there yet, so let me pull it up over here. We'll do Radar Omega instead. Yeah, we can do this. Looks out pretty good. Yeah, we can see it pretty nice in here. All right, let me get this over here and show this a little bit better here. Let's go over to this radar here. So again, we're kind of watching that center of circulation to see. Again, you're looking to get something that is going to be dead center of that bright blue, okay? That's what we're waiting to see. If we get that thing, if we get that eye to get circular, get tight. Imagine a skater. You know, you can see a skater and they bring their hands in and it gets faster. She gets faster and faster, faster, faster. That's what you're having with a hurricane, okay? The centrifugal force and the spinning, it gets faster and faster and it collapses in on itself and it's over those warm waters right there. So as long as we're not looking at anything to inhibit the system, and as I look at this thing, it looks fairly healthy, okay? It looks fairly symmetrical, which means it's kind of proportional on all sides. It's showing good outflow, which means the air is coming in the middle and evacuating out the top fairly decently. So it's looking at like a healthy hurricane. It's looking like a healthy hurricane. Again, a little bit above average as far as the size of the hurricane. Definitely seeing that. And I'm sorry, my feeder's not keeping up. I'm sorry, I want to keep up with y'all. Oh, okay. Sorry there, Chad. There you go. I'm sorry. My feeder here, I didn't pull it down. I noticed it got away from me here for a second. Some Michael Frey's asking about Dallas, Georgia. You're going to be on the left side there, Michael, of that track. So, but you're probably going to see some gusty winds and some heavy rains, okay? Where I'm at on northeast side of Metro Atlanta, that's going to be a bit of a problem for me. That's for sure. I like the way you do these reports. I know extra BS, just support. I try to stay, Dave, I try to get right to the point as best I can. I know we've got wall-to-wall coverage, and I'm going to be repeating myself a lot today. Obviously, when you're trying to do 12 hours of coverage, which is something I'm trying to do today, absolutely will on that. So, I'm kind of looking at y'all's stuff here. Yeah, Perry. Perry, Georgia, definitely bad part of the cell there. Perry, probably looking at some power outages in the Perry area. Oh, Perry, Florida. My bad. I thought you were talking about Perry. Perry, Georgia, for sure is looking bad. Perry's just south of Macon, by the way. Hi, Boy 813. Great to see you there. Welcome on board. Good to see you. Kind of going through these chats here. Trippy back from Pensacola. Good to see you there, Trippy. Oh, yeah, you know, I'll be covering the blizzards, too. We'll be doing that as well. We'll be looking at when we get into the winter season. But we got to get through the hurricane season first. So I'm sorry, I got my scroll all the way down now, so now I can keep up with it. My apologies on that. I do like doing the interactive stuff. That's the fun part of doing this, is to be able to answer y'all's questions, say good morning to you, bring up your questions. I really love this. It's called Chat Ninja. It's something I added here to my OBS software that allows me to kind of do that interaction. I can pull up my Facebook and my YouTube chats, which is very nice. Yeah, and what's going to happen here, John, is what they will do is they're going to highlight what the model trends are showing. I'm waiting for the 12Z to come in here. And again, it all depends on the interaction with the upper level low. That's the big thing. Look at the track here, and I do have the track here on here, as it continues in northeasterly direction. Then once it gets across southwest Georgia, probably near the Albany area, it starts to make a right turn. All right, where does it make the right turn? Or does it come in over here? And does it do this number? So that's the big question. And thank you for the new subscriber there. I appreciate you adding on there. But I mean, you're looking at Cat 1 hurricane conditions getting into, that's pretty, the core going right over Albany. So Albany, Tifton, you're looking at probably hurricane force winds getting there. How far north does this get and how strong does it get? That's the big question here. The stronger the storm, the higher likelihood is the hurricane winds getting further in to the state of Georgia. I think Georgia's going to see some massive power outages here, covering a pretty big area there. Hey, Janelle's back in here. Hey, Janelle, good to see you. Good morning. Laura on Facebook's asking, could the track shift again? Potentially. I mean, again, we've been seeing it going back left and right. And, oh, 2 more subscribers. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming on board here. Again, left and right, you're going to get these little wobbles in the track. So, right now, you're seeing a clear wobble. Like, here's a good example of that wobble we're talking about here. You see where the track is. You see it where it wobbled here to the right of the track. So you got it kind of wobbling right there, and it'll do that. It's going to do this wobble back and forth. Again, a hurricane is nothing more than one big spinning top. All right, so you're going to get that. I would favor more of an easterly direction. Again, the more east it is, if you're in Facebook and you're over in the east central Alabama, west central Georgia, the less impact it's going to have on you. Now for this is like this thing takes the track right over Metro Atlanta. I mean, which is kind of good, but what that does mean is the area, everybody here on the right here, up in this zone through here is going to get the worst of the weather, which includes my area, unfortunately. If this track gets back over to the left here at all, if it makes that turn earlier, then of course it brings those higher winds and higher rains over to the left. It's a weird situation, but where we tell you, oh, don't worry about the center track because it's a big storm. It's so many miles across and everything else. But because of the fact that we got some cities that are on the left side of the storm, where the weaker side of the storm is, that exact track does play a little bit of a factor there, especially with what you're going to see. If this thing goes further to the east Columbus, you'll see maybe 30-mile-per-hour winds. You'll be fine. But if it goes the other way, you might get some hurricane force gusts. So that's why we're, like I said, when I started this broadcast, I said we're now into nowcast mode. Nowcast means we're watching the changes and evolution of the storm hour by hour, bit by bit. And what I'm seeing right here on the satellite imagery is a little concerning. I'm seeing a storm, looking at the infrared, it's getting better organized. I see an eye that's clearly trying to form here. And if that eye gets symmetrical with the core of the hurricane, we call that the central dense overcast of the storm, we could see significant strengthening there. So right now, I'd say for Columbus right now, I think 40 to 50 mile per hour winds right now. That's what I'm thinking. We just got the alert tone there. Let's take a look at what's going on here. I'm going to switch this back over to radar mode here, and let's take a look and see what's going on with a couple of warnings. Looks like we got a new warning here. Oh, there, what a shock. They're just down the beach here, down here from St. Pierce and Bercy. So let's look at this here. It's radar indicated, and a lot of these are going to be radar indicated. This is for northwestern St. Lucie County and east central Florida. This is obviously a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located near St. Lucie, west of near White City, moving north at 30. So these outer bands, you're going to get these weak spin-ups that are going to continue to move on up. And these are getting into some pretty populated areas there. So hopefully folks are heeding the warnings and things like that. Again, typically when you get tornadoes with these systems, they are weak at that. Let me do my status check. I haven't done this yet. So right now we're averaging a viewership of about 5 minutes, and that's typical here on YouTube. We've got 36 likes so far. So if you're part of the 60 that are out there right now, you can help me out. It helps the YouTube algorithm. Before you leave, if you consider subscribing to the channel like some of the folks did, every time my subscribers go up, my viewership goes up. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. But it also helps when you leave the likes too. So likes, comments, and subscribes, that's what helps us to maintain our audience while we're doing live coverage. If I was like the Ryan Halls of the world and had 2 million followers, I would never have to worry about that. But when you're a small channel like me, you got to do that, unfortunately. Something I learned back in April when I almost hung it up. I came that close. I got so aggravated doing live coverage because I couldn't get anybody. Then I kind of figured, it out. Oh, you got to do that. Okay, got it. I just got to learn the rules sometimes. So anyway, if you're joining us right here, and I see we got a nice little spike here, so it's probably good for me to go on back here to the main update here that was as of the 8 o'clock hour. So this is the latest here. The pressure is down to 960 millibars. That's dropped 5 millibars from the 5 o'clock advisory or the 4 a.m. advisory Central Daylight Time. And top winds are at 100 miles per hour. So they finally come up. It's taken a little while for this thing to get organized. And thank you for the new subscriber there, by the way. And I anticipate by the 11 o'clock advisory, based off the satellite imagery that I'm seeing and the pressure falls, I suspect we're going to get very close to Category 3 by 11 o'clock. I think we might get up to 115 miles per hour. If that was to occur, then maybe the Weather Service might up its possibility. Thank you for that, subscriber. Might up the landfall projection as far as strength. Right now they're saying 115. We'll see what happens. Again, like I said, we're in nowcast mode. The hurricane force winds right now extend about 60 miles from the center. The tropical storm force winds about 345 miles from the center. That's why you see the entire state of Florida under a tropical storm warning going even to the other coast. That's because the wind field is so big there. Savannah Alexander, thank you for joining the channel. I have a service that I use, and sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. So when it does acknowledge a person, I like to say, hey, thank you for subscribing to the channel there. So again, and there goes another one. We're going to get to 4,500 today, and that's awesome to see our growth on our channel. And by the way, just to let y'all know, I've been promoting this for a while, but once we get to 5,000 subscribers, I'm going to be giving away 8 Weather NOAA weather radios. So now that you've subscribed, whoever that is who just came on board, you're automatically enrolled. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give my subscriber list to my daughters, and they're going to pick 8 random people, and we're going to give away 8 NOAA weather radios, the official ones, to kind of give away. It's just my way to kind of promote and get the channel moving in the right direction. So, and I had a few donations earlier. I want to say thank you for that. All donations go back to the channel. I spent a lot of money of my own to pay for the subscriptions and the Adobe's and all that stuff to pay for it. So just know that if you do donate, it goes right back to the channel. And the channel's for you guys. This is to support you guys and to help you out. Hey, Tommy, thank you there. I appreciate your support there, brother. Hands down. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Somebody was asking the question here, where will it be by 11 o'clock? It'll be just a little bit short of that. And boy, we got that meter going. Boy, you guys are awesome today. This is awesome. It's great to see this going on. That's the reason why I wanted to start a little early. I wanted to get going on my broadcast before the big boys got going, because they're going to suck all the oxygen out of the room, and YouTube will show me absolutely no love whatsoever. Just one of those things. I don't, Trippy, it would be nice to get to 5,000, but I am realistic. I don't see us kind of getting that today. But I'll be happy to go over 4,500, and we're going to do that today. So that's very nice. Very nice indeed. And if you guys got any questions for your areas, I'm kind of looking here. Do you believe the path could shift east due to the front positioning? That's possible. That may be a little bit, but also a hurricane may push the front back a little bit. We could show that again. Let's show you the position on the radar here. You see where the front is kind of stalled, and that's over. And that is Woodard 1986. Say thank you for joining the channel there, Woodard. Great to have you on board. And that front could back up a little bit. The stationary front can meander just a little bit, but I do favor a little more easterly solution. But as the storm intensifies and getting stronger, if it gets stronger than advertised, then there's might be a tendency to bring it back to the left a little more. So that's why I said we're in nowcast mode. We got to watch the development of the system as we're going on by. And we're already over 400 views here for this morning. I want to thank everybody for the channel. We're already up to about 49 likes. Yeah, that helps too. So all you guys that are just coming on board here to check the coverage here on our hurricane, I do appreciate it. Just before you leave, just give me a like there. And welcome there, Slideshow Jojo. Slideshow Jojo, welcome on board there, Slideshow. Good to see you. Welcome on board. Love to see you guys coming on board here. It's awesome. All right, let's continue down here. Somebody says they don't think the Facebook feed is working. I think I've been seeing questions there. I think it is working. Let me double check here. I will double check it. It should be. Yeah, it's streaming. It is definitely streaming. And I got comments on there. So yeah, it's working. Maybe you need to reset your feed there on Facebook. If you want to go over to the YouTube channel, just put Weather Nerds Unite in the search bar. You'll see the little emblem there with the glasses. Click on there and you can follow us from there. The Ori Show. Hey, Ori Show, good to see you there. Welcome on board. Thank you for joining the Weather Nerds channel. And let me put this back in studio mode. I need to see if they've shifted this radar here on this tight one here yet. And looks like they finally did. All right, just want to make sure. It looks like they were recentering it. It's got a little blip out here. So let's go to the close-up shot. There's a little blip in this, but you kind of get the gist there. It had a little error there. But you can see that center of circulation. Boy, I'm going to watch that eye form to see how it looks. Right now it looks ragged. It's kind of elongated. It's not circular in nature. And once the sun comes up, I really like looking over the visible imagery. I don't have it yet. In about 2 more hours, another hour and a half, I should have some good visible imagery that I'll be looking at. In fact, let me go look over at Radar Omega. I'll switch back over here to the satellite just to kind of see what the visible looks like. Yeah, it's still a little too dark. I can kind of show you this a little bit. Let me show you the Radar Omega here. And as you can see, it's a little bit dark. Sun angle not quite high enough, but you can clearly see we're trying to get some sort of eye to kind of clear out in here. And oh, hey, Megan Otto, thank you for your donation there. Thank you very much. Megan Otto just donated $1.99 on the super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, I don't keep any of the money. I got to pay for this stuff. My wife gives me hell about it already. But it's like, you know what? I work from home. I take care of my Vietnam era father, and this is my passion. If I had to go get a job, I'd be working at a TV station doing this. And one of the advantages about not having to do that is the fact that I can do it the way I want to do it, and I don't have some news director or some consultant telling me how I want to do my weather. I get to choose to do my weather. The other thing that's happened a lot over the years is the fact that technology has gotten available where everything that I would need in a TV station, I could do here. They can dress it up, make it look a little fancier with some of their graphics, but in general, the same information's there, and I can do a lot of the same things that I did when I worked in a TV station. So it's good to see there. Let me go. And who we got here? We got Lolly Poppy. Hey, from Georgia. Good to see you there. Welcome on board. And we're getting ready to head over 4,500. I got Amanda Panda. Amanda, good to see you there on the Facebook side. Danny Ferrone, my old high school buddy. Good to see you. Good morning to you, Danny. Trying to keep up here. Smash that like button. Yeah, that's right there. And Jemima, thank you very much. Absolutely. Just kind of keeping up here with the chats here. Donovan says 6 more. Actually, Donovan, we're down to 3 more. We're now on to 4,497. We're almost to 4,500. All the big channels don't bother to come on for several more hours, and there are so many people in the chats they can't ask questions. Yeah, that's the big advantage. I do like having the smaller channel so I can keep up and try to ask folks, I can answer folks' questions. This storm looks great. Slideshow Jojo, who just subscribed to the channel. Yeah, Southeast Florida is definitely in the crosshairs. That's for sure. Let's go back here to the radar mega here. Let's go back here to the radar sites, as we have had some tornado warnings and things over here. Obviously, you've seen that outer band. They're kind of coming through Florida right now. But that's raising to the north. But as the center gets further north, your tornado risk goes by. So if where you are in the latitude, as that center goes further north, your risk for tornado starts going down. So just continue to watch that. Yes, hey, Megan, thank you for that donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. So you're 45 more minutes north of Miami. Yeah, you're getting some rain in that area, but I think you're going to see things improve there for you. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. Do I need stickers too? Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I need to look into that. Lollipoppy. Good morning to you there, Lollipoppy. And there's Janelle. How you doing? That's one of our regulars here on the channel. So good to see a good active chat going this morning. Yeah, those active chats, the subscribers, it's so weird how the damn YouTube algorithm works. When you get more people subscribing to the channel and you got the chat going crazy and the likes are going up, the number of concurrent viewers starts stacking up, going up, going up. If that goes down, the concurrent viewers starts dropping, because you have no turnover on YouTube. If you're like me, when I'm on YouTube, I'm sitting there, I'm sitting there, I'm watching for a little while, then I go on to something else, and then I come back to it. It's just the nature of the beast. That's why I have to watch. Like right now, our average viewership here is running at about 440. That's it. 4 minutes, 4 hours and 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So we get a lot of turnover. So as you guys come in and come out, that's why I say do the likes. We're up to 65 likes now. That's great. So keep those likes coming. Keep those subscribers coming before you leave. And just know that I'm going to be here all day. I'm not going anywhere. So, and there we go. We just hit the 4,500. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. Hey, big applause. We just hit a milestone. We'll take that. We've got 500 more to go to get to 5,000. Again, I don't realistically see us doing that here for today. Stand by. I'm going to get this phone call real quick. This is on the business phone. Got another hygienist running a little late. Stand by for a second. Hold on. All right, she made it safely. Yay! Just gonna let them know she's okay. Stand by.
This is Wendy.
Hey, Wendy, she's getting ready to turn in right now. She was having trouble finding it. Okay, all right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, there, back to reality. And boy, look at those subscribers keep going, man. Ching. That's awesome. All right, let's get back to our hurricane coverage here. We got a lot of folks here popping in, so let's go ahead and talk about the latest and greatest. I see the number going up. We got to keep going back to the latest on this. If you're just joining us now, again, thank you for joining us here on the Weather Nerds channel. I'm your host, Greg Majeski. I like to refer to myself as your personal weatherman. We're the little channel that could. We're not up there with the big boys. And, I kind of like being kind of small so I can give you guys some personalized service and stuff. So right now we're watching a storm that's kind of going through a transition, finally showing some strength. It's taken a little while to organize, but the pressure has dropped about 5 millibars since the 5 o'clock update. I do suspect the winds are going to go up to maybe 110 to maybe 115 by the 11 o'clock advisory as that pressure continues to fall. and we're going to see how close we are to getting a major hurricane, which is going to Category 3. We're into what I call nowcast mode, and right now the trend has been shifting it back further to the east again. For those on Facebook watching it for the Columbus market, that's good news for you. The further east it is, you're on the left side of the storm anyway, so you don't have to worry about tornadoes. You're still going to have some heavy rains, but the wind gust threats from the core of the hurricane will not be as pronounced for you because the core is further away if it goes further east. So right now, I still think 40 to maybe occasional gusts up to 50 miles per hour, but if it continues to go further east, maybe you don't get the winds that bad, and power outages won't be a big bad for you. Most of the state of Georgia, that's a different story, especially for like Albany, Valdosta, Tifton, Macon, Augusta, east side of metro Atlanta, Athens, that whole area in there. Heavy rains, heavy flooding, power outages are going to be quite extreme on there. So that's going to be a problem here. Got some people here I want to make sure we go here. Bowie there, northwest of Key West, reporting 18-foot waves. Yeah, that would not surprise me in the least. In fact, we can kind of look at some of these live cams here. The one I'm going to be watching closely is going to be this one here. Let this go ahead and get started again. This is Cedar Key. You see the waves they're coming on up here. That storm surge is going to take this camera out wherever it's at, no doubt. Cedar Key is where all that water is going to funnel in there big time. So I don't know how long we're going to have that camera, but we're going to continue to look there through the day. The other camera I'm going to keep on watchful on. Look how rough these seas are. This is at St. George's Island. Definitely a bad surf day to say the least right in there. And you can see some of the heavy rains there on the beach already. That's impacting the area. Obviously, we got a cold front in the area. You got some of that tropical moisture coming in from the south. So somebody's asked, can we see the radar Omega buoy? Yeah, we can look at that. We can definitely do that. But let me pull that up real quick. Some of these buoys are kind of tough to see. Half of them don't work. That's part of the problem here. But yeah, we can do that. Stand by there, Paige. Yeah, and I'm going to be using the cameras from the Storm Chasers there, Paige. I do know about that as well. Let's go back over here to Radar Omega. We'll check out. I do have the buoys on. But you see, a lot of these are red. So let's go over here to Key West. We're talking about the Key West buoy. 14-foot wave heights there. Water temperature 86 degrees. Think I'm bath water. Seas here. Not showing the seas there. That's 84-degree water temperature. But this one's showing 14-foot seas on that camera. Let's go up to this one. Hey, who we got there? Oh, didn't see that one. I'm sorry. We got this one is showing winds to 51 miles per hour here. Air temperature 86. Water temperature 86. That's bath water again. So we got some partial data there. These are all out, unfortunately. Got one here off the coast of, that is 826. Waves aren't high, bad up here near Tampa, only showing about 7-8 foot seas there. So the one I'm going to really watch is this one when this thing gets close to landfall is in this buoy here. This one is showing 33 mile per hour winds and air temperature 78 degrees. So the center of the storm may go right near that buoy, and I'll have to watch that closely. And if you can't see it, let me highlight that for you. It's kind of hard to see, but that's the buoy right there, and we can watch that again. So again, hey, thank you for everybody checking out the channel here for this morning, getting the early start here on our hurricane. And I do appreciate you guys checking in. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to kind of help you out here. And help you out there. Hey, Ralph, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you there as we're finally got over 4,500 and we're heading toward 5,000. We're going to try to get 5,000 subscribers here soon. Don't know if we'll do it for this broadcast, but we'll make a run for it. We'll give it a try. All I ask for you to do is you guys are coming in and coming out. I will be broadcasting all day today. You can kind of come back and check. Is please leave a like on there if you help me out there. And if you have subscribed like a lot of people have, it helps the algorithm. It brings our viewership up every time, the more interaction that we get from the YouTube algorithm. So we still only got one tornado warning still out here, and we're going to continue to watch these this morning. This one's probably getting close to expire. I got 11 more minutes on this one. This is for central North St. Lucie County. It's moving north at 35. All right, so that one, again, you're going to keep getting these weak spin ups, and they're going to continue. And thank you for that new subscriber there. All right, so so we're going to continue to watch the radars here. Also watching the radars here toward the north. Again, look at all that moisture running into that cold front there. The chill there is going to be extremely high. Now I'm waiting for the new stuff to come there. It's going to be extremely high. Now I'm waiting for the new stuff to come, the new model data here to come out here shortly to be able to see what's going on with that. So let's go look at the model data here real quick. I want to show you the, this is the latest here. I'm going to go, let's move this to the 60, is that 0Z? 60 just coming in. All right, good. This is the 6P European. So let's look at Georgia here. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to this. This is kind of ground zero for the heavy rains getting started. So let me show you this real fast here. Let's go over to here. Here we go. All right, so watch the rainfall. Again, we're getting rain before the system even gets there. So as it makes landfall and comes on in, as we take this through to fruition, you're looking at these rainfall amounts, and you're looking at 4 or 5, and these areas up here in North Georgia, up here, it's peaking out here about 10. That purple there across where basically Tennessee, Georgia, and South Carolina all meet, showing like upwards of 12 inches of rain in that location. And also, when it comes to tropical rains, the models tend to underestimate that a little bit. I usually like to add about 20% to it. So if you're getting 5 inches of rain, you're probably looking closer to 6 or 7. So just you're going to get a little bit more there. And so the flooding is going to be the big part of this. The other part of this to continue to watch again is the forward speed of the system, and it's going to be really critical to see there. And oh, thank you for the donation there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it there, Amanda. Oh, she's a Brick Tamlin level. Yeah, come on board there. Thank you. And the flooding is going to be high like we saw. What we're going to be watching here with the strength today as we're watching the storm develop is how strong and how full that the pressure is going to fall, how high the winds go. The higher the winds, the better likelihood of those hurricane force winds going inland. We got an alert here coming out. Let's go back over to Radar Omega here. As we've got a new warning that's just come out. And where are we at here? Heard the alert tone. I see the old one. Sometimes it lags a little bit. I see 2 warnings. Where's the other? There it is. It just took a minute. It's just piggybacking off the other one. This is going through a populated area here. This is along the outer beach, east coast of Florida here. So we're looking at north central St. Lucie County and eastern Indian River County. It goes till 9:30. Storm producing a tornado was located near Vero Beach Highland or near Vero Beach South, moving north at 35. Let's switch the radars here. Let's move to this one. And let me see if I can see this a little better. Let's go to the velocity mode. Yeah, got something in there. Yeah, that's our spin. Right through there. Got some pretty good winds with that, I guarantee. Let's see what the winds are doing in here as well. Let me clear this out. And let's see what some of these winds in here is. Yeah, 65, 68, 70 mile per hour winds. So 70 mile per hour winds. And we can't see gate to, well, look at it, it's gone already. For one scan, it's already shifted up here. So 60 mile per hour winds. So some pretty gusty winds with these storms. And you'll get these weak little spin-ups potentially in there. Not seeing the true red on green, which is not unusual to see with a tropical system, but the little trigger mechanisms in the radar systems in the weather service, they trigger them, so they will definitely put out the alerts if they think there's something there. Let's switch back over to the, let's switch back over to the other radar here. Turn that off. Seeing the new scan there coming in. I want to keep with the Tampa radar because it's the one that can keep the look on the center as it's working its way up. So again, Florida going all the way north. Again, you got the landfalling hurricane, which gives you the storm surge. There's going to be severe flooding. Remember, more people die from floods every year than anything else. I will say this much. If you're in a flood-prone area and all this rain's coming your way, just make sure you watch this area for sure. More people die from flooding. It only takes about a foot of moving water to move a car, okay? Zach Main. Hey, Zach, where you at? The water levels make me nervous. The storm itself, I could handle. Yeah, that's for sure. Storm surge is something you don't want to mess with. Absolutely, yeah, we're definitely seeing that on the visible imagery here, and it should get better here as we go through. As the sun gets a little higher and higher, and you can clearly see the explosion. We're trying to get an eye in there to form. Look at the spin. And we're starting to see a pretty good core. That's called the central dense overcast. You can clearly see the eye starting to form in here now. And if it starts to clear on out, the pressure will drop like a rock, okay? If you start seeing the clouds start to fill on out, and you start seeing it fill on, it'll deepen and strengthen very, very rapidly at that point. Hold on one second, guys. I need to do one thing. If you guys will bear with me here for 1 second. I'm going to go and put this on real quick. Stand by here for a second. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Stood in front of my wall there for a second. Turn that off for a second. Okay. But that's my weather wall here. I'm gonna go over here. Might as well go over here for a second. So again, this is our eye right here, getting better organized here. You see the thunderstorms, real big explosion here. And if this thing starts to clear out, I'm gonna switch this over to the visible mode here in just a minute, as soon as we get a little more sunlight. And we'll watch and see this closer, because I can see the eye wall clear out a little bit easier and faster on a visible than I can with the infrared. So we'll switch over to that here in just a little bit. But you definitely see it getting a nice little symmetrical look. Look at the fanning out here. This is called the high pressure loft, which is allowing the air comes in at the surface, goes out to the top like a chimney, and evacuates straight out. So you kind of get that fanning effect all around the outside there on that. So I like my weather wall. I love having my little weather wall so I can do my little explainers when I want to. Go back over here. Here I am. So let me double check. I want to look here. I want to double check here and see how let's see if the new vortex messages come in here yet. Let's see here. What's the last update we had here? So the wall right now is showing at 36 miles, and cheese grits. Oh, I love cheese grits. Hey, welcome on board there, cheese grits. Thank you very much for subscribing. So it shows pressure down to 964. That's 1 millibar lower than the last report. This was at 12:13. So this was Zulu time. So this was about a couple hours ago still. So we'll see where the next Hurricane Hunter aircraft is going to get out here real soon. So let me look at that real quick. I want to look at that. I've got my Recon here. So I'm looking at my Recon here. See what the okay, so the Air Force is heading out there right now. We've got Air Force Mission 16. That's Air Force 308. If you've got that tracking software, they're inbound right now. So we will definitely have new pressure data here coming in once this aircraft gets out there. So the last pressure reading we had was for the 8 o'clock advisory. We'll have another one here for the 11 o'clock advisory. So that is interesting. So again, looking at the different satellite imagery here, oh man, I think we're going to see a significant change here, folks. It was slow to look out last night for sure, but I got a funny feeling that pressure is probably falling a little bit more here. And once that eye gets established here in the next couple of hours, I think we might see a pressure fall going into the 950s at that point. That's just based off my interpretation of the satellite data that I'm seeing right now. So I want to continue to watch this thing very, very closely and see how that will evolve here over the next couple of hours. Hey, if you're new to the channel, let me introduce myself. My name is Greg. I'm your personal weatherman. That's my brand. That's my thing here. We're kind of a small channel here. Not one of the big guys yet. Hope to become a good audience. I'll be happy with a good enough audience to help sustain my payment of my products every month. I'm not looking to get up to the Godfather, who Ryan Hall. I refer to him as the Godfather because he's the Godfather of the YouTube weather. Me, I'm just a weather nut who likes weather, who's been a meteorologist, who's did this for a living for a while, a retired Army veteran, and I do this because it's my passion. It's what I love to do. I love talking to you guys. I love being able to interact with you guys, and ask your questions. Says, oh, it's Dawn. Hey, Dawn, didn't see you there. Dawn Greeny, old classmate of mine. Good to see you there, Dawn. Absolutely, good to see old Dawn. She's there in East Alabama. So, Mary J say prayers that it stays to Cat 2. I think it'll get to Cat 3 though. To be honest with you, Mary, I think, and based off that satellite imagery that we're looking at right there, yeah, smash that like button. Yeah, I do mean that in a loving way because I came across this channel. That's why I always say I wish I had started my channel a couple years earlier, but I didn't start till last October. So he was able to build his viewership immediately. There was a market there because nobody else was doing it. Now everybody and their mother, uncle is doing it. My only problem with what's out there is that some of these guys don't have the credentials, the experience, or background, and they say a lot of crap that I just don't like seeing. That's my only problem with the YouTube universe. So just be careful. Go with who you're comfortable with. Go with who's going to give you the good critical information. It's not going to go over the top and be bad. I'm going to tell you when you need to be safe and stuff. Hey, we got 3B Noel here from Quincy, Florida watching. Good to see you there, 3B Noel. If you just subscribed, thank you for coming on the channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You'd be surprised, Jordan. Actually, 15-mile-per-hour difference does make a difference. It does. The amount of energy that's with a hurricane on the Cat levels, the difference between a Cat 3 and a Cat 4 is actually substantial. That's only a 15-mile-per-hour difference, but it is substantial. Let me show you an example of this. I want to show you this. Okay, just help educate you here a little bit. I'm going to show you this here. This was a great thing I found the other day that I wanted to show here. So let me go to my interactive here. I want to show this to you guys. All right, this is the area of the Florida Big Bend that we're looking for the landfall of this hurricane, okay? This is a Category 1. You see the orange area in there kind of illustrating where the storm surge is, okay? So let me pull this up so I can draw on here a little bit, okay? So you see the orange, that's your storm surge and the curvature of that Florida coast. Again, the water's going to pool and get blown in that way. We'll say the track is here. So everything to the right, that's where all that water is going to get funneled in there. Watch this, okay? This is why the wind speed is so critical here. Watch this. That's a Category 1. Watch that orange change. We're going to take it to a Cat 2. All right, we're going a little bit more. Let's take this to a Cat 3. Oh, look at that. A little bit further in. All right, let's take this up to from a Cat 3. Let's take it to 15 miles per hour higher. Let's go to a Cat 4. See the difference? Yeah, 15 miles per hour difference makes a world of difference for how far the winds go inland, especially since this one's hauling but as fast as it is, and also how quickly the storm surge will go. Let's take it to a Cat 5. Look at that. Cat 5, boy, as low as that part of the Florida coast is, that's getting just south of Tallahassee. That's how far the storm surge would go there along the Florida Gulf Coast. There's Cat 5. Go back to Cat 1. Show the difference. There's Cat 1. So, yeah, the difference in wind speed can make a lot of difference as far as the storm surge. And right now they're taking 15 to 20 feet in that curvature of the coast. It's just the natural curvature of the coast. So it makes all the difference in the world when you're talking about storm surge in that area. Let's go back to our Radar Omega here. Let's see, that's as of 9:10. Waiting for the new image here. In about another hour, we should have a pretty good, should be getting bright enough out there to see the visible satellite imagery a little bit better. So I think we'd better just stay with the infrared right here, right now. Got Star Marie here joining us here in Columbus. Hey, Star, the main track has shifted a little bit further to the east right now. And I'm going to kind of stay with what I originally was forecasting, what I was thinking for Columbus. I think 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. Some heavy power outages should be limited. What was concerning yesterday was that the track was almost right on the Alabama-Georgia line where the core winds were going to be closer to Columbus, where you could potentially get hurricane force winds. I think the likelihood of that has diminished for today for that area. So that's some good news for there. but a big part of Georgia, Florida, and heading up into the mountains is going to be dealing with a lot of insane stuff there. Also, another part of that page is keep in mind we're talking about the size. Hey, Megan, appreciate your donation. Oh, you went to $4.99. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. The size of the storm also needs to consider, and I'm talking about the strength. I'm talking about the sheer size. You're talking about the system, hurricane force wind, or the tropical storm force winds can go 340, 350 miles from the center across the entire system. For comparison, Francine, I think, was like 250. So it was like 100 miles smaller in size. So the bigger the airfield across this thing, the wind field, the more water can get pushed. So we're looking at not only the intensity of the winds, but also the size of the system. And looking at this satellite imagery, I'm seeing a system that is changing rapidly on the satellite signature, going over some very warm water, about 85, 86, 87 degrees. It is definitely feeding off some very warm waters. And you can see that right here, where that's at. It's sitting around 30 degrees Celsius. So that's what, 85, 86 degrees. So it is definitely undergoing some significant strengthening with that very, very warm water. Looks like we got something on radar Omega. Let's go switch on over back over to the radar mode here. We got a new warning that just came out. Let's switch this up. Let's take a look here. Switch back over to this radar. This is the old one. I guess they got a new one coming out. Sometimes there's a little bit delay. Just got to wait for it. And Megan, you don't have to keep donating. Let somebody else do it. I appreciate it. I do appreciate the donations. Absolutely. Everything goes back to the channel. But let me see. I didn't see that warning. Where did it go? Oh, that's wow. Okay, this is well away from the center. Wow, look at this. This is actually up here. We got a tornado warning up in the Carolinas. This is not even associated with the storm, but we got a tornado warning up here. Central Catawba, is it Catawba County, Southern Alexander County, and West Central Ardell County in North Carolina. It goes till 9:45. We got the storm producing a possible tornado is located 5 miles east of Newton or 4 miles southwest of Catawba, moving north at 25. That's not even associated with the system. That's actually with that cold front. Let me look at the velocity on this one. See if I can see that. Now I can't see it very well. It's weak. Not a surprise. No, I can't see it very well. Which means they were seeing it on one of the scans, but that's definitely a weak one. So we got that area there. Near Claremont, Newton. Again, moving to the north. It is moving in a weird direction, almost like a tropical system moving this way. Typically, when you see tornadoes, traditional tornadoes that you will see, they'll be moving like in this general direction, kind of like that. I'm sorry, let me get that out of the way. I'm using the wrong telestrator here. My bad. But typically, they're moving like this and not going that way. So it's a little bit different. Little bit different. All right, let's go on back down here to Florida. Let's keep it on down here. As we're getting closer and closer to be able to see that thing, the eye showing up on the radar. When it gets close to the coast, we'll be able to see it pretty well. Hey, we're knocking on the door to 1,000 viewers, a little better than what we were doing last night. Last night when we were doing our wall-to-wall coverage, we did, I think, like 500 over a 3-hour period. We've been going for about almost an hour and a half, and we got double the viewership out there. Like I said, I got an early start today, which is good. I do want to thank everybody for checking us out. If you haven't done so already, please consider subscribing to the channel. I'd love to be one of your weather sources. I know there's a lot of us out there in the YouTube universe now. There's a bunch of us out there. And I would like to have my expertise and my experience to work for you. And it'd be an honor and pleasure to be one of your sources. I do a daily, by the way. I do a daily forecast for the whole country. So no matter where you're at, you can get an idea of what's going on across the country. I try not to go over the top on everything. I'll get crazy when I really think it's going to be significant. This is a significant event. I did get a little ticked off this morning. Somebody was saying, see it went back to the right. You don't know what you're doing. I can forecast out of a paper bag, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I smiled. I says, boy, I didn't realize I met the world's greatest forecaster. When I worked in TV, we couldn't say anything back, but I could say it on my channel, damn it. You don't like it, go somewhere else. I don't go over the top with a lot of stuff, but I will definitely tell you when it's going to be serious. And this is definitely going to be something to watch. I mean, this is going to be a major hurricane. That's first and foremost a major hurricane. And thank you for that new subscriber. I appreciate you coming on board here. And also keep in mind that the storm, as this organizes, the more it's going to push that water into that storm surge area, as we just illustrated there. It's also forecasted to accelerate its forward speed. That's why the strength part of this is critical. If it got it to Cat 4, like they were saying yesterday, 130-mile-per-hour winds, those hurricane force winds are going to go further inland. They have backed it off to 115. Now the question with the nowcast is, we're going to watch as this thing organizes. Do we get a closed off, honest to God, eye to form on this thing? And does the pressure plummet on it as it's going out there? So right now I'm waiting to see. We should know probably in about another hour, I'm suspecting. Probably within about an hour, we should have some good data coming in from the National Hurricane Center, or from the hurricane hunters that are heading out there right now. Let me go to studio mode here. I want to show you that real quick, but I want to make sure I've got the latest and greatest in there. So stand by for a second. Let me go grab this. This is inbound, and I just got to I have to update this whenever they change flights. I have to update I got to update the graphics. So there we go. Let's go back to studio mode here. So you can get an idea of what the Hurricane Hunter is doing right now as they're coming in. Oops, I got to keep it off refresh. Thank you for that new subscriber there, Mama Orca. Mama Orca, welcome to the channel. So you can kind of see they're just inbound. They just left from the coast. They're heading on out there right now. So once they get across, they'll do crisscross patterns. They'll drop a drop sound down in the middle of the eye and see how that pressure's doing. I think probably about an hour or so we should get that. I actually knew somebody who was a hurricane hunter. Worked in there for years. He's retired military like myself. He worked at the Weather Channel. Ward and Madden, we used to work together years ago, and he used to do the hurricane hunter stuff. That was, and they're based out of Biloxi, by the way, if you didn't know that. So let's go back here to the bigger picture here through the Gulf of Mexico. And thank you for get those subscribers going, man. You guys got it awesome. We've got 481 to 5,000. 481. Can we make a run at 5,000? I don't know. We might be able to make it. It'd be a nice little number to hit. For those who just subscribed, just so you know, I started this as a promo back in May when I made it the goal to try to get to 5,000. I'm going to be giving away 8 NOAA weather radios. And I'll probably do like a live event or something. I'm going to let my daughters go into my list and just, grab 8 people at random. And then I'll probably do a little thing. And basically, it's a little bit of the money that I've made on my YouTube channel that I'm just going to buy the radios, because I'm a big proponent of those weather radios. Wherever you are in the country, obviously the weather apps are great to have, but I like having the radios because, you can plug it in, have it set. It's got a nice alert tone, goes off, wake you up, especially in the middle of the night. And what's going to be really scary about this thing is that landfall's at 7, 8 o'clock, right? And it's going to be spreading inward across Georgia, South Carolina, and it's going to be dark outside. And you're going to have these tornado warnings that come up. And that's why the weather radios or weather app, if you got a good weather app, make sure you got that on your phone if you're in the path of the storm. Let me go through my discussion bar. It's kind of snug up on me here a little bit. So I am checking some of these folks here. It hits Panama City. It should be bad. Is that true? No, it is not hitting Panama City. Panama City is on the left side of the storm. Panama City will not have storm surge. They will not have tornadoes. They'll have some gusty winds. It is not going to Panama City. It's going to be to the right of Apalachicola, the way it's going, right in the middle of that curvature bay there. We're looking at somewhere sitting right about in here, say right about there, roughly. Panama City's over here. So, yeah, Panama City, you're going to be okay. You don't have to worry about that. I hate when I see rumors out on social media. Grand Island, Florida, spelled wrong earlier. Texas here. Oh, okay, sorry. Curve hit east of, yeah. I know the folks in Tallahassee are nervous about this. They're going to take probably a direct hit with those winds coming up there pretty close to Tallahassee, and they're going to have a lot of power outages for sure. Hey Rita, it's, oh God bless, I forget. It's down there on the YouTube. It's their donation. It's down below. I forget. I have to go look at it. But if somebody can help her out in the chat, I'd appreciate it. If she wants to make a donation there, I do appreciate the donations. Yeah, Megan's awesome. Yeah, my contention is that I think it'll slide to the east, but again, like we're in nowcast mode. Again, like I said about that wobbling top, we got to watch that closely. Okay. Somebody saying Twitter is saying it's flooding already. In fact, well, let's go look at the Twitter feed there, Paige. Let's do that. I do have a Twitter feed. And Bonnie Smith, hey, welcome to the channel. Glad to have you on board. Let's go look at, I do have a Twitter feed here. Let me get that. And Bobby Woomer, thank you. Let me get my Twitter, make sure I've got it up because I didn't have it up earlier. Let's make sure I got the latest on this. And, sorry, here a second. Let me get myself situated here. I got so many slides. There we go. We'll go to Twitter here. So I'm looking at the Twitter feed here. All right, let me go make sure I got the latest on here. Make sure it's updated. And we'll see if we see any kind of video. Of course, you're going to get every TV station, their mother's uncle here is going to be doing their stuff here. Let me take this thing all the way to the top. So I got the latest here. So let's scroll through here. See if we see anything from the... Oh, there's a fish. Well, someone's got to eat dinner, right? All right, let's check that out. Just kind of seeing if it... Oh, yeah. Their bread shelves all gone, water all gone. Even in Metro Atlanta, they're having that problem. They're doing that as well. Seeing if I can see that, though, what you're talking about, the flooding there in Sarasota or not. I'm just kind of scanning through here real quick. Of course, school's out. Hell, most of Atlanta schools are out for a couple days. When was that posted? A minute ago. Now look at some of these wind gusts here. 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts in Atlanta, 80 to 90 in Asheville because they're elevated, obviously, 70, 80 in Columbia. Again, that's projection if it goes on that easterly track or not. But this is going to knock out power for a lot of people. They're sandbagging it. So I'm going to keep coming back to the Twitter feed. I'd like to stay on top of that. And that's why I added it to here so I can go ahead and take a look and see if they've got anything new coming in from those areas. So anyhow, let's see here what we're doing here with the counter. Again, I'm still looking at a storm that's getting better and better organized all the time. And watching that eye, I'm just watching it. Right now it looks a little elongated, a little ragged. Be interesting to see when the hurricane hunters get in the middle of the storm. The last update was 32 miles. That's kind of large. What I'm going to be looking for is that eye wall contracting. Is the size getting smaller? If it's getting smaller, that's indication of the pressure falling as well as the wind speeds coming up. So I'll be watching the eye size here, and I'm going to be watching to see any potential wobbles in its path. Because right now it looks like it's pretty much on the line using the radar as an observation here. Let me go back over to the visible radar, visible here. I'll switch over here in just 1 second. Stand by. All right. So here's the visible. We're getting a little bit better lighting now. Starting to come up here. And it's just to the right of that line. You're going to get these wobbles. They're going to keep doing that. You'll just kind of wobble, 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 wobble back and forth like a spinning top. And what I'll be looking for is we got this kind of ragged looking eye in here is to see if it's gonna get concentric or not. Let's check out some of these buoys out here. 18-foot seas there. Some of this data is just partial. 60 mile per hour winds there on that one. 86-degree water temperature of bath water. 60 mile per hour winds there. Look how far from the center. These are good distance from the center here. I mean, these are picking up 60 mile per hour winds just well away from the center. So these areas here near Tampa are going to get grazed by the core of this hurricane. Thus, the hurricane warnings that start from Tampa and go northward. I mean, you're talking about, how many miles is that? Oops, sorry. Grabbed the wrong one. Get out of there. That one. This one. Sorry. I hit the wrong button. So the center here going out to that buoy is about 120 miles away. So And this one is 120, and this one is 160. So just kind of doing the distance there from those buoys. Let's see what these buoys up here are showing here. Out the shore, 38-mile-per-hour winds, getting close to tropical storm force strength there. And that one doesn't report. So I'll be watching those buoys closely as it's getting up closer to the coastline. Obviously got all this rain coming up. That stationary boundary right there is moved a little bit, but sitting right there, right along the border. And it's because of that stationary front has moved a little bit further east. That's why I think this thing will jog a little bit further to the east. But at the same time, if the storm gets overly strong, it's still possible. I've seen it happen before in past storms, that if the strength goes so stronger than anticipated, it could push that boundary back. And then we got that upper level low. That's the other little fly in the ointment with this thing as well. All right, let me scroll down here on my page here. I'm getting a lot of stuff here on the scroll down here. Wondering if it's going to be bad in Panama City like the last storm in 95. I do not believe so. Not in Panama City. And Columbus is looking better, especially if it stays on that easterly track. I'm going through my scroll here for a second. Yeah, that Big Bend area of Florida, man, 28-foot surges I just showed you there, very much in play because of the curvature of that coast. It's a natural funnel to bring all that in there. All right. And hey, Rita, Amanda here's got to how to go in there and do the if you want to do a donation, you can pick the level and do the subscribe right there. She's got the just look through the scroll there. She'll help you out there. So I'm trying to play catch up here on the donations. Hey, Rita. Oh, thank you, Rita. I didn't see your donation. I totally missed that. Rita, there you go. Cha-ching. Thank you for the donation. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Star. I apologize. My scroll got away from me when I was looking at the other stuff. I'm going through my scroll now. I know what you mean, Terry. Absolutely. Well, glad I could help you out there, Star. Like I said, I apologize. My scroll got a little away from me here. I'm just kind of scrolling, getting caught up on some of these questions. Don't be scared, Rebecca. You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Hang in there. So, where is Sobronton, Georgia? Let me take a look. I'm not familiar with that town. Let me look. So I got my phone here. Let me look at that real quick, and then we'll get on this next thing here. S-O-P-R-T, Superton, Georgia. Where are you at? You're 140 miles from me. And, yep, you're definitely in a hot zone. Absolutely. Just be prepared there, Rebecca. You're going to see some pretty gusty winds up your way. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate you coming on board here. Just be prepared, and you're going to be okay, all right? Debbie said Debbie had nothing in Tallahassee. I don't know about that. Tallahassee, I think, is going to get nailed on this one. I don't see how they get around this one. Not unless it does something really crazy. Cotton, Alabama. You're over there. I know where Cotton is. Again, I think some tropical storm force winds, I think, for your area, but I think it'll be okay there over there. You're on the left side of that storm. Left side's always the weakest. Remember that, guys. You tagged me in the post for Twitter. I'll see if I can pull that up a little bit later. All right. Hannah Bell Spraggins. This is who I trust to. Well, thank you for the endorsement. Thank you. I do appreciate that. James. Hey, welcome on board, James. My father-in-law's name was James. He passed away back. I used to take care of him. He used to live here. He passed away back in January. But he was 90 years old, and he was a good guy. Now I'm taking care of my dad. I moved him up here, taking care of my dad now. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate your support. Absolutely. Thank you. I think I'm all caught up on my chat here. No. Somebody was asking there about a hard right to Florida. No, I don't see that happening. Mama Orca, no, I do not see that coming, making a hard right and going to Central Florida. There's no model showing that. I don't see that at all. Let's go back over here to Radar Omega here. I heard we had alert tone over here, so let me switch back over to radar mode here. I think it's down here in South Florida. If I see, I don't remember seeing this warning here. Whoops. So let me switch radars here for a second, and we'll go over here to the radar. And take that back down. Oops, sorry about that. So, well, that's a weak one. Radar indicated here. This is Southern Broward County. Goes till 10 a.m. Tornado warning. It looks like it was located 10 miles southwest of the intersection of Alligator Alley. I've been down Alligator Alley. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but that's nothing to be too concerned about. That's kind of no man's land out there if you're familiar with that part of Florida. So again, I want to welcome everybody to the channel here as we're coming up on 9:40. 9:40 be helpful if I put my glasses on a little bit. I'm so weird. I'm actually just a touch nearsighted. I don't need these for glasses for like reading. You know, I'm 54 years old, just turned 54. I had my birthday just the other day. And but I do need them when stuff's kind of far away. So I put them on like when I go to the wall over here a little bit. And it helps me with my monitor that I have over there on the side. So, but there we see the new scan. I do like the scan feature. I'm a little bit of a techno geek. I don't mind paying a few extra dollars for my the scan. Let me know when they're doing their update here. And Janice Driggers, welcome on board there, Janice. Thank you for joining the channel. Again, every time you guys subscribe to the channel, all the new subscribers, you're automatically enrolled for a free NOAA weather radio. And Megan just made a donation there. You're always helping to make a donation, put in the tip jar, that kind of thing. All money I do not keep. It goes to the channel. In fact, I haven't even officially cashed out any money yet. It's just kind of sitting on YouTube right now. I was kind of going to wait till I got to 5,000 subscribers so I can buy the radios that I'm going to be giving away. 8 of those that I'm going to be giving away. And then in the future, as we kind of grow the channel and we get a little bigger, what I like to do is upgrade some of my stuff to a little more professional level stuff, because a lot of this is, I don't get the cheapest stuff, but I don't get the more professional stuff either. It's kind of the middle of the road type stuff with my lights and things like that. So eventually I like to try to improve that, but it's all going to be based off how much I can get off the ads and stuff like that. Like we made like $6 the day before for some of our live coverage, and it all helps. Every little dollar helps. But I spend a lot of money on my own right now, and that's okay because I love doing this stuff. I really do. Let's go back here to the. Let me get this back up again. Stand by. I don't think I got it close. Let's go to. I scrolled up too far. Stand by for a second. Here we go. Let's go back to here. I keep going back to the high res. This one updates very quickly. Yeah, it's definitely starting to. You see it kind of constrict a little bit. Boy, I'm going to be wanting to see if that thing closes off or not. That's going to be very interesting to see if that thing closes off and we get an actual pretty good eye in here. We don't have one just yet, but it's getting close. You see it kind of start to close off a little bit right through there. That eye starting to take shape. Still a little ragged, not really cleared out just yet. But it is starting to show that indication. Like I said, I'm waiting for the hurricane hunters to get in position. I suspect that next pressure reading is going to be a drop. I really do. Let's see here. Still the old one. So still waiting on the new one. All right, Donovan. I'll see you a little bit later. He's my niece's husband. He works out of Pensacola. I live in a town called Braselton. I'm in northeast Atlanta. I came here years ago to work for the Weather Channel, worked in radio there for a while, and then moved to Panama City and did weather down there for a while. Then came back to Atlanta, worked at the CBS affiliate here in Atlanta. Then I got mobilized, had to go overseas to go to Iraq in 2008, which pretty much screwed my weather career at that point because I came back and everything was out the window. They redid my job. Went back in the Army for a few years, came back to try to do TV in Columbus, Georgia, where I used to work, and then got caught in a budget shuffle with the new news director. And I said, you know what? I'm done playing the TV game. I'm too old for this. I had kids getting ready to go to college and stuff, so I went back on active duty. And now I do this. I'm retired from the military, so I enjoy doing this. All right, let's see here. Megan, you're donating me to death there with the $2 donations. I appreciate that, but you can let somebody else could donate. You don't have to keep doing that. I do appreciate it, Megan. Believe me, I do. Someone's here asking about Panama City again. Panama City, I know you're concerned because you remember Michael, all right? Different beast than Michael, and we got a glitch in that radar. Let's go back to this one. You're on the left side of the storm, so you got offshore wind. You don't have to worry about storm surge. You don't have to worry about tornadoes. You're going to have some heavy rains. You're going to have some gusty winds, but I'm not expecting anything near what they had in Michael, like at Tyndall Air Force Base or anything like that. This is going to hit on the right side of Apalachicola. All the water's going to go that way. You're going to be okay there. You may see some tropical storm force winds. That's between basically 40 and 74 miles per hour, but that's going to be it. Billy and Lori Weaver. Hey, Billy and Lori, welcome on board. Thank you for subscribing. Automatically enrolled to win a free NOAA Weather Radio, which we'll do when we get to 5,000. I don't know if we're going to do that today or not, but we're rolling in the right direction, that's for sure. I do appreciate you guys supporting the channel here today. But Panama City, you're looking okay. We can stand up here on the chats here. Yeah, Cove. We're the little channel that could. That's our little. Cove came up with that, and it's kind of become our unofficial motto here on the Weather Nerds channel. We're the little channel that could. So we just do a little at a time. Well, thank you. Columbus. I grew up at Fort Benning. That town. It'll always be Fort Benning to me. I grew up there as a kid. It was a pleasure and honor to work there for all those years that I got the chance to work there. But it's good that I keep updating my daily forecast for you guys on the Facebook side. So it's good to be able to do that. Billy and Laura, we are in Perry, Florida. You guys watch out for those outer bands, man, because Florida, is in that severe weather zone. All right. So you kind of see that right through there. Let me take that down. As you're looking at that risk for tornadoes. So you're looking at 5% risk for tornadoes in that area. So be careful there. There's Tampa, by the way. I was just kind of checking to see since I was down this way to see what Tampa looks like. And you want to see some rough beach? Check this out. That is St. George Island. Looking at some very rough surge. It's coming down pretty good. That's not really directly related to our hurricane just yet. This is just some stuff that's out ahead of this stuff. But the sea looks very, very angry there at St. George. Hopefully we can hold on that camera for a while. The other camera that I'll be keeping a watchful eye on here for today is at Cedar Key. Now this one, wow, look, actually getting some sunshine broke out there. But the surf's starting to come up there as well. That's definitely come up a little bit from what I looked at earlier. But hopefully we'll be able to keep this camera for a while and see how that one looks as the storm gets closer and closer to landfall. Ricky Taylor in the house. Hey, welcome on board there, Ricky. Thank you for joining the Weather Nerds channel. Hey, and also for you guys who are new and you're just kind of coming across me as one of the many YouTubers out there doing weather now, just to let you know, I do a daily weather product, so you guys can kind of get your daily weather on there. You can skate through it and stuff. I try not to go over the top for my thumbnails and stuff. Obviously, I try to keep it balanced as best I can. I do want to attract new subscribers, but at the same time, I'm not going to call every storm the storm of the century and doom and gloom. It's just not my thing, okay? I see that on a lot of the YouTubers out there, like, this must be watch this is bad, this is good, this is off. I mean, over the top stuff, man. I just can't do it. I got to try to find a balance. I really do. And Dutch Khan in the house. Welcome to the channel there, Dutch. Good to see you there. And I thank you. I appreciate it. I did 30 years in the Army, and I'm retired now, and I got to play that game no more. No more deployments for me, and no more Middle East. I'm so tired of that place I could spit. Okay. Kind of keep it up on my chat here, guys. I want to keep up with this. All right. Terry Brinson. Pushing. Yeah, I understand that. I didn't go. I went to basic at Fort Knox. That's where I went to basic up there. And then I wasn't in armor or anything. I was in. I did the ROTC stuff, and then went active. I was a reserve active duty hybrid because I got 10 years on active duty to go along with my 30 years of overall service. So, and I did 6 tours overseas, 6 deployments is what I did. My last one for about 18 months. And I was involved in every major thing. I was there during OIF 1 in 2003 during the invasion of Iraq. I was there during the surge in 07, 08. I was in Afghanistan during the surge in 11 and 12. I was there in 16, 17 when we were doing the fight against ISIS. And I was over there again in 21, 22 when we were doing the withdrawal out of Afghanistan. I hit every single major deployment milestone. It seemed like every time something was going on, I was over there. But I'm not doing that no more. I'm done with that. My wife is so glad I'm home now. She doesn't mind me doing this weather stuff and working from home because that means I'm here and not somewhere else, not overseas. That's for darn sure. But I'm starting to get a little excited, you guys. You guys are pushing my subscriber numbers up. Who knows? We might get to 5,000 today. I don't know. Maybe I'm down. Maybe I'm underestimating myself. I don't know. Maybe we can. I don't. We're going to be on for a while. And welcome to Southern Charms. Hey, Southern Charms, welcome on board. Glad to have you. Yeah, Janelle, and we got Rasheen from Ireland in the house. Oh, Sandra here. She mentioned she lived at Fort Knox, now retired, living near Fort Benning, Fort Moore. And I'm glad to catch you done this morning. Hey, no problem there. Glad to see you there watching us here on Facebook. Thank you. Yes, I got to return home in one piece. That's very, I did, I wasn't a combat guy. I was a signal officer. I helped put the stuff in, but, I sometimes, we got 2 more subscribers on there. Hello. One thing I will wish, again, Streamlabs is the function that I use. It doesn't alert me on every new subscriber, unfortunately. I've never figured out why, but it does. But everyone that it does, I will acknowledge. But I do say thank you to everybody that comes on board. I've never figured out why Streamlabs doesn't do it for everybody, but it's one of those things, I guess. But I'm very glad to be home. Glad that I've been in harm. I do have some memory issues when I think back to certain times that I was in harm's way and could have been messed up. Messes with my head sometimes, but as long as I do this and don't think about that crap, I'm okay. You're why are you cyber? I wouldn't call that cyber talking. You got family. Family's family, man. I got Bill Coffin following me on X. Thank you. Got folks watching me over there. All right, let's go back over to satellite imagery here. Let's take a look. I want to go back over. I'm going to switch to, got the alert tone going off. Let's go take a look at that. Let's see where that's going on. Again, we get a little bit of a delay. Let me switch over to Radar Omega here. And this is the software I use for the radar is called Radar Omega. You can download that at the App Store. It is a paid service, but it is a very good app. I'm highly recommend it. Hopefully I can get a sponsorship and a partnership with those guys, but the only way I can do that is I got to get big enough. They're not going to touch me with, I think if I get over 10,000, they might consider me, but right now I'm too small. Tammy Log from Smith Station, welcome on board. Go watching on Facebook. Oh, Tampa's not getting hit hard right now. They're just going to get a glancing blow on this. Now, Tampa's just going to deal with the outer bands there. I heard another warning. Where was it? Oh, that's up here north again. Wow. Oh, this is near the Charlotte area. Hello, look at this. Wow, that's amazing. We're getting some tornado warnings already this far away. It doesn't look that bad, though. Yeah, radar indicated. This is for west central Mecklenburg and eastern Gaston County. That's in the metropolitan Charlotte area. And it's a cable producer, and these are just weak spin-ups. I'm a little concerned that we're seeing that already. We're not talking about a storm that's made. This is not directly associated with the storm. I might need to consider the tornado threat a little bit here, because you got to take into account that front as a potential zone. It's not unusual to get spin ups along warm front stationary boundaries, but we got that southern flow interaction here. And the fact that we're getting these warnings this early, this far away from, it's not directly associated with the hurricane, is a little concerning to me. I'll definitely keep a watchful eye on that. I got some of those chasers out here. Let's see if somebody's out here broadcasting yet. I see one out here. Let's see if he's not broadcasting yet. But there are about 4 or 5 chasers that are going to be in this area here. Let me switch over to the Tallahassee radar here. That are going to be out here. They're going to be hanging out mostly around Carabel and up in this zone. Now, the problem that these guys know, and they know this very well. Here's another chaser. He's over here. Let's see if he's broadcasting. Let's see. Nope, he's not broadcasting. That's Corey. So I'll be watching these guys. Again, you're looking at the coastline here. This is very, very concerning. All this water is going to get funneled in here. And anywhere in here, that's where they're talking about the 20-foot storm surge. The curvature of the coast acts as a bit of a funnel. So it's going to curve and throw that water all up in there. So these storm chasers got to be careful. As I showed you earlier with the storm surge thing, this thing's going to go in inlet. So they got to make sure they have a quick evac plan or a road to be able to get out of area. And there's just not a lot of areas in here road-wise to get out of these zones. So they got to be careful. These guys are professionals. I've been watching these handful of guys, especially on Radar Omega, for months. So they know what they're doing. They've been doing it for a while, and they know what they're doing. So we're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour. We're almost at 10 o'clock. So we're only an hour from the next update. I keep going back here. Let me double check here. I want to look here at the Hurricane Hunter stuff. So stand by here for a minute. Let me check the Recon. And I keep checking to see if they've dropped anything yet. And they're getting close. Looks like they're getting ready to go over the center right now. Nothing there just yet. So we should be getting something here within the hour on the pressure. We got Air Force 308s out there in the center of circulation right now. They're in the storm. It's mission number 16, so we should know something here pretty soon. All right, let me keep up with my chats here. Yeah, I understand that, but depending on where they are, you know, that area there down near Perry doesn't have that many roads. It's like one major road to get out away from the coast. So swamp here on the east side, amen. I've been down that way. I'm familiar with that part of Florida. Absolutely. So still waiting on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft to give me a drop sound. I'm just kind of, nope, not there yet. I think we're probably another 30 or 40 minutes away. Seeing the new sweep there, down there. We got one warning down here in south. Well, that one went away. So that went away. Where's the other 2 warnings at? Are they both up here north? I see the one. Probably hasn't updated on my counter yet. That's weird to see one near Charlotte. So again, I want to thank everybody to the channel. If you're new coming through, I got to check my stats. This is something I got to remember to tell myself here on a regular basis. Just for those who don't know, when you're a baby YouTuber and you're a small audience like moi has, where I don't have like tens or hundreds of thousands or millions of subscribers, you got to play the YouTube algorithm game. That's what I like to refer to it as. And that means you got to stay up on the likes. Like right now, we got 122 likes. That's very good. So we're averaging about 5.5 minutes per viewer. So people come in, people come out. So if you could do me a favor, if you could please consider subscribing to the channel. The subscriber base allows my viewer base to stay up. So if you consider subscribing, that would be a pleasure to have you on board. At minimum, please leave a thumbs up. Again, that helps with the algorithm. And let me know where you're from. Go ahead and put it down in the chat there. I can chat there on Facebook and on YouTube. Facebook, you know what you got to do over there. You just got to like the page. But on the YouTube page, you can watch. You got to hit that subscribe button over there. And thank you for that new subscriber there. We're going to try to make a run at 5,000 today. We'll see where we're at by the time we get to late in the day. But I know it's going to be a little more competitive because as I'm doing my broadcast early, the other guys will start doing their broadcasts and my viewership will start to drop because they've got the bigger audiences. Therefore, advertisers will go that way. So got to pick my growth and pick my spots to do this. We've had over 1,500 views this morning. That is awesome. Very nice to see. Amber in Columbus. Good morning, Amber. Watching out there on Facebook. We got Sherry in Valdosta. Good morning to you as well. We got Gwen in Thomaston, Georgia watching. Good morning, Gwen. Upstate, Dark Phoenix Angel from the upstate in South Carolina. You guys watch it there in the upstate, man. I'm telling you, some very gusty winds up your way. Of course, we got 3B Noel. Yeah. Gee, you think you're a Seminole? I think so. You're right there. Dark Phoenix Angel just subscribed. Thank you for coming on board. We got Stacy from Philadelphia. And we got Malibu Sky just joined. Thank you. We got Bartow, Polk County. Ooh, this thing's going fast, guys. I'm trying to stay up with this. I am. I promise you I am. There's Bartow and Polk County. Welcome there, Mama Orca. Good to see you back. Jeremy, south of Atlanta. Good to see you there, Jeremy. Welcome on board. Thank you for checking us out. Feel like I'm doing the Mouseketeer roll call. Antoinette Henry in Columbus. Good to see you. Good morning to you. Tanya in Clayton, Alabama. Welcome. We got Clacy Dexter, Aaron Smith Station. Welcome on board as well. Looking from Facebook there. Opelika in the house. Getting some good representation, guys. Palmetto, Georgia. Bill Kaufman here watching on YouTube. Bill, welcome on board. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. And of course, we got our Irish Queen. Oh, I better not say that. My wife was going to kill me last time I called you that. I'm her only queen. Terry says he's been watching us. It's around 1,200 subscribers. Good to see you, Terry. Yeah, what was interesting is that when the algorithm changed, a lot of the stuff that we had, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way, back in early January, things changed drastically. I mean, it became a real hard fight to try to get new subscribers. And once we figured out this live bit, it's really helped us kind of grow the channel a little bit. So you definitely learn to appreciate it a little more, that's for sure. Wanda, watching from Valley, Alabama. Hello, Wanda. Good morning to you. Christina. Sarasota is going to be looking here in the next few hours. Those bands here are going to be brushed up against the coast there. So you're going to be seeing the worst of that here. Let me pull up Sarasota here. All right, so there's Sarasota. You're kind of getting the outer bands right now on this stuff that's been coming through. Let me switch to my radars here. That's the Tampa. You got a bit of a gap right now, but you've still got a few more hours. You're kind of watching for this stuff here that's still well up to sea to kind of move in here from the south and east. So you got a little while here yet. Again, you're getting a glancing blow in Sarasota. We got Salem. I got Lisa in Salem, Alabama. Good morning, Salem. Beauregard, Vanessa Tate. Good morning to you there. Well, I'm going to tell you something about the news stations here. They got smart, okay? I'm sure a lot of you guys know Ryan Hall. He's the YouTube, I call him the Godfather, and I do that lovingly. Don't know me in derogatory ways. He's a fellow weather colleague. He worked in TV business. So he got to the point, I applaud him because he got tired of saying, you know what? I'm tired of news directors and consultants telling me what I can and cannot say. I'm going to build my own weather channel. And he did it before anybody else did. What's happened now, though, because he's got so many subscribers, the individual TV markets have taken notice, so they're all doing their own thing now on the YouTube platform because he was stealing viewers from them. So, and I don't know if they're ever going to get him back. So people like his stuff. And he's got a support staff. He's become a business. This is what I'm doing is not a business. This is just a weather geek, weather nerd who loves weather, doing a little bit of, hoping to make just enough money to help pay for his monthly subscriptions to provide you guys some critical weather information. He's got a family to provide for. I'm retired. I don't have to do all that stuff. So I applaud his success. But at the same time, you know, I do like to have an audience. I mean, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm doing this for. It's it's a passion. It's something I love. It's something I've done since I was I was 27 years old when I first started doing this. When I worked at the Weather Channel doing radio back in 1997. That's when I got my first weather job. And I just like doing this. It's fun for me, and it's good to do it. It's glad to not have someone looking over your shoulder and say, "Hey, you can't say that," or "Hey, you're too loud," or "Hey, you're goofing off too much." The hell with them. I want to do my own thing. I mean, I got to admit, I started out of the bed a little bit bad this morning because somebody was bad mouthing me on the feed earlier. I was like, you know what? Screw you. Go somewhere else, man. You don't like it? Fine. Sarasota's seeing a little flooding. Yeah, there's going to be some surge along the coast there. In fact, Paige, you're bringing up a good point here. I do want to show that map real quick. Let's show that map here. I do have a. Oh, hold on one second. Where's that map? Where's my map? Oh, did they change it? Damn, I got to go get it. I have to go get it again. I hate when they did that. Well, I'm on the wrong page. My bad. Let me move down. I'm on the wrong thing. Stand by. It's this one. Here we go. All right, so you're still looking at there down towards Sarasota, a 4 to 7 foot storm surge. So you're going to get some flooding there along the coastal areas as well as some of the rain. So all that water is pushing in that direction. So yeah, you're going to get some of that regardless of whether you're not taking a direct hit from that storm or not. Hey, no problem, Dark Phoenix. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me go back on the page. Some of these I forgot to put my stuff on, so I apologize on that. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. So, Paige, I do appreciate it. Thank you, our Dark Phoenix. Thank you. Thank you, Monique. I appreciate it. Second day of coverage. Today's our long day, though. I'll take a break sometime. I'm not sure when, but I'm not taking the feed down. Feed's staying up all day, folks. I'm not taking it down. I don't know how long YouTube will go before it tells me I got to reset, but I think 12 hours, I'm not sure. Yeah, and that's why I started earlier. I started earlier today because I figured the other guys would be starting later, and I wanted to get an earlier jump. And it's helped us. We've grown the channel nicely. We got 448 more subscribers, so if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, come on board. Let's go ahead and drive that number up. Like Oak and Agave just subscribed. I like that. That's a good. That's another thing I like about YouTube. Some of the names are just really, really good. We got Oak and Gabe there from Phoenix City. Yes, glad you came on board there on the YouTube channel. Good to see you there in Phoenix City. Y'all look for some gusty winds, but right now I think the trend is a little eastward for Phoenix City and Columbus. I think it's looking a little bit better there. As Mama Orca says, she likes me. Well, thank you, Mama Orca. I appreciate it. I think it's more than 8 hours because I've left it going longer than that. We'll see. Jay in Columbus and Phoenix City. Good to see you there, Jay. So we're doing some good stuff. So anyway, let me go back here to I want to switch over to the visible satellite imagery. We're starting to get a little enough sunlight now to be able to see this well. A little bit of shadowing. And I can see the blow up. Oh, look at that, nice big blow up. Look at that. Let me stop that real quick. Seeing a nice big blow up with thunderstorms. These are some very explosive thunderstorms here in the north end. So we got kind of looks like an oblong looking eye. It's kind of stretched out. So boy, it'd be nice if some of these buoys were working out here. And thank you to Darren. Darren, is that Tacombe? I hope I said that right. Darren, welcome on board. Good to have you. Let's see, this buoy out here is picking up 21-foot wave heights, but it does not show the actual wind speeds. This one's showing 60-mile-per-hour winds there. This one's showing 55-mile-per-hour winds there. So these other ones, they were lighting green earlier. Now they've gone yellow. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So let's see this one up near the coast here. 38-mile-per-hour winds there. It was at its 835. That's a little old. So we'll see by the update here. So by the time we get to 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's when they're anticipating this thing to be 115 miles per hour. That might happen a little bit sooner. We'll see how this works out. if that eye can get really organized there. Still kind of not there yet. It's trying, but not there. Believe me, I'd rather it stay ragged. I don't want this thing to get too strong. I darn sure don't want to see Hurricane Michael. And Michael was one I was back when Hurricane Michael was going on. I was just doing live broadcasts on Facebook only, and I was doing that for the Columbus market. And I was right all on Michael from the get-go, and I wish I was wrong. Let's see here. I'm going back here to my feed. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Yeah, Kim, right now I'm thinking 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe 50 gusts for your area. Some heavy rains, no tornadoes. Don't worry about that area. Maybe some sporadic power outages, but I don't think Columbus is going to be that bad. I think it's going to stay far enough east of you. Yesterday, it looked like looks like the core was going to be much closer. It's shifted a little bit further to the east now. We're talking tens of miles, and that's all it takes because you're on the left side of the storm. Now, if you were on the right side of the storm, I don't think it would have mattered. It would have been a lot more concern. But you're on the left side. Left side's always the weakest, guys. Albany, from Albany. Hey, Albany, welcome to the house. I used to work at Albany. I worked at WALB. I worked with Gilpatrick back in the day. It was my first TV job. I was a news producer back then. Know the chief meteorologist Yolanda down there very well. Known her for a long time. So welcome on board there. Albany, you batten down the hatches there. I think y'all are going to get some pretty bad winds and good rain there. The path, and I can show you this real quick, takes it almost right on top of y'all. Let me show you this real quick. Go back to Radar Mega here, Albany. And, I mean, there's the cat one. There's Albany, Georgia. And look where the projected path is here. 85-mile-per-hour winds, and that's very close. Even though you're on the left side of the storm, you're close enough. Let's hope that this track shifts this way, but then again, it puts Sylvester or Ashburn in the crosshairs if it shifts to the right. But Albany right now, just be prepared. Make sure you got your non-perishable stuff. Make sure that you've got your batteries and stuff. You may not have power for a little while. My main concern with the power threat, boy, that's a good-looking storm. From the visible, it's a very symmetric looking storm. If that eye ever clears out, boy, that game's on. That's what I'm really concerned about, is to see that eye actually clear on out and we get some rapid intensification. I want to keep going back here to my thing here. I keep checking the vortex message. Nope, still the old one. Still waiting on a new one. The aircraft's heading out there right now. Last update they also had the eye was open on the southwest quadrant. It wasn't closed off. So we're waiting to see what the hurricane hunters have to say on the next update there. Let's go take a look back at the cameras here on the beach. Oh, look, I can't believe some sunshine's broken out there with some of those clouds. But the surf's really come up a lot. Wow. We just checked that just a few minutes ago. And that surf is really starting to come up. You see some people down there at the beach. This is the Cedar Key area. And while I'm showing that, I'll show you where the Cedar Key is. The Cedar Key buoy is reporting 30-mile-per-hour winds. Water temperature 84 degrees, very warm. But I'll show you where Cedar Key is here. Let me switch back over to Radar Omega. So this is Cedar Key. Right there, and they're projected, and this is also the zone where they're projected to get potential 15 to 20 foot surf going into that area, a surge, I should say. So because of that camera that we got right there currently, boy, there's some really big waves starting to break out there now. That's really starting to come up. Yeah, that surf's going to come up. We'll see how long we get to keep that camera. We'll see, but we'll keep coming back to it. Let me go back to Radar Omega. We got a new alert tone that just came out, so let's go check that out. Let's go check this out. And we got a new tornado warning here. Yep, up along the beach here. Let's check this one out. This is on the east coast of Florida. Radar indicated this is for northwestern Brevard County, goes until 10:45. Thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Titusville, moving north at 30. Now, the big thing here for those in Florida is that if you're in a dang mobile home, that's the worst place to be. Tornadoes with tropical systems typically tend to be weak. I will tell you this much. I was working in Hurricane Ivan back in 2004. I was in Panama City, and our TV station, Channel 7, got sideswiped by a tornado. And it sounded like a freight train. And our wind vane on the roof hit 90-something miles per hour. It tore the roofs off some houses and stuff. So even though they're weaker tornadoes, they can still do some damage. In fact, one person died from that. It was actually the first death there from Hurricane Ivan was from that tornado. There was a water spout, came on shore, sideswiped the TV station, and we were in the studio, and we were going to dive under the desks if it came by. But so just be careful if you're anywhere that's in this tornado zone area. I will probably take a break, but I'm not going to take my feed down. I might take a break at some point, but I'll keep my feed up. Maybe get a bite to eat, kind of chill out a little bit. It's tough keeping that energy up level for that long. That's for sure. Yeah, it's stressful. It definitely adds to it. But I did it for 11 hours straight for Hurricane Ivan. That was no fun. I'm going to get me another drink here in a second. All right. Okay, going through the scroll here. Johnny was saying she went through Michael and Albany and praying for this one is calmer. I hope so. Absolutely. Got another alert here. Where's this one at? Up the beach. Got a new warning. Again, not really one of these. I'm a little concerned we're seeing this far away from the center, and these aren't even directly related to the storm. I'm definitely concerned about that. Northeastern Camden County, western Glenn County, and southeastern Wayne County. Tornado warnings in effect until 10:45. Storm was producing a possible tornado with 7 miles west of Brunswick, moving north at 40. Only bad thing about these things is that the signature, well, that one shows up. I can see that one. There it is. That one I see right there. Guess you're going to cross Interstate 95. The one bad thing about some of these storms is that they can get a little hard to see sometimes. So just the big thing with these things, if you know what to do when you're in a tornado, the big thing if you're in these zones, there's going to be tornadoes, and this is where we're looking for today. That zone right there. If you're in those locations, just make sure, like obviously basement, if you got one. Most of the places in Florida and Georgia don't, but if you do, go to one. It's the interior hallway, closet, bathroom, and you want to put as many walls between you and the outside. You darn sure don't want to be in a mobile home, that's for sure, and because they can damage it a lot more. They can flip it over, things like that. You don't want to be in a car. If you're in a car, ditch, lay down in a ditch somewhere. But the tornado risk here, I'm a little concerned that I'm seeing the number of warnings this early. So I'm a little early there. Monique, Hinesville, Georgia. Yeah, well, you were just kind of mentioning Hinesville. That's not too far from where these tornadoes are. You're in an enhanced area for tornadoes today in Hinesville. There's Hinesville right up there. So there's Hinesville near Fort Stewart. And that is a high risk area for tornadoes. So please be unaware there for Hinesville. Yep, Ike was a bad one. Tornadoes went all the way into Ohio on that one, Janelle. Yep, sure did. No problem, Jeremy. Glad to start the early coverage for today. Took the opportunity. We're coming up on 2,000 views so far today, so we had some very good audience today. Good interaction. We've been on for a little over 2 hours now, so we've had some good interaction. We've grown the channel by over 100 new subscribers today. We started out, well, not quite. We're almost to 100. We started out at, I think it was 4567, so we only got to get 9 more. We've got 100 new subscribers to the channel today, and that's definitely a plus. Lance, good to see you there from Southeast Louisiana. You're lucky it's not coming your way on this one, but just remember there, Lance, we're not done with hurricane season yet. Mark Warren, hey, welcome to the channel, Mark. She just subscribed there, newest subscriber. Crawford, Alabama. Matthew, 30. You're looking about maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some higher gusts, but tropical storm force gusts, I'd say. And don't have to worry about tornadoes on your side. You're on the wrong side of the storm. And watch out for some rain, obviously. Winder in the house. That's right down the road from me. How you doing, Winder? I'm concerned. I'm worried about our area for some very strong gusty winds in the Winder area, as well as for our area. I'm concerned about that. Heavy rains. Obviously, we've had a lot of rain already. My backyard's already flooding. But expect potential power outages, especially in Winder. Winder, Athens, the whole northeast corridor, I think, needs to be careful on that. Good to see Columbus and Harris County in the house. I'm just kind of keep up with my scroll here, guys. That's the best part of doing this. I love interacting and talking to you guys. I really do. Welcome there, Justin from Harris County. Watch on Facebook. Columbus, Georgia in the house over on Facebook. And that's where a lot of my subscribers, Facebook has a lot of followers from the Columbus area because that's where I started that page from. Miss Christie. How you doing, Miss Christie? Sue G just subscribed. Hey, Sue G, welcome on board. We're almost coming up on 100 new subscribers on the channel today. Thank you, guys. We got Kenneth Baldwin in Columbus, Georgia, watching, and we got Sue G, who just subscribed. The alert just went off about a minute later, but welcome, Sue. Good to see you from Illinois. Yeah, absolutely, Lance. Just stay worried. I mean, stay prepared. It was this season's been so unusual. God bless. We went through a whole period where it wasn't doing anything. We're not going to get the numbers that were forecasted. I still think we get to maybe the O storm. We already got Isaac. Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca. Welcome on board, Rebecca. Nice to see you. Ocala. Again, watch out for the tornado risk for Ocala, okay? You're going to get some squalls. You're going to get some tropical storm force winds for sure in Ocala. Watch out for the tornadoes in that potential area, okay? Hey, thanks there, Theodore. Thank you for watching. And we're almost up to 100 new subscribers today. That's awesome. I tell you, I really love I really love these days when I get to add to my audience. And it's not an ego thing. Again, I'll say it again. It's not so much an ego thing. It's just that to play the game that YouTube has set the rule. I didn't set the rules. The YouTube did. And the only way to have an effective channel is you've got to have good engagement with your audience, which is the thing I love to do. I love doing this. So you guys subscribing and that right there, Justin, Brian just subscribed to the channel. Justin, hey, welcome on board. It's a great thing to do. And to be able to do these great broadcasts where we're just now going over 2,000 views requires interaction and build of a good, solid audience. And to get there, we got to get over 10,000. Once we get over 10,000 threshold, I think we'll get a little more love. But we're still the little channel that could. We're still at 5,000. And even when I do get bigger, I still want to try to engage as much as I possible. That's for sure. I'm never going to give that up. Do you think front coming in northwest will help weaken the storm? No, Johnny, I don't think it will. That frontal system is going to stop. I remember an old weather professor of mine 10 years ago. You got a cold, you got a front, you got a hurricane. Always put your money on the hurricane. That front's going to stall, which it already has. One thing that the front's going to do, it's going to enhance the rainfall because it's an additional lifting mechanism with all that tropical moisture kind of zooming out ahead of it. So I do not think it's going to weaken. It'll weaken once it makes landfall, for sure, obviously, once it gets away from its source. Brenda Pearson just subscribed on the YouTube page from Facebook. Well, thank you there, Brenda. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mikey. I try not to get too technical. Sometimes I do, and if I ever do, just slap me. You guys to say, hey, what did you mean? I didn't understand that. Phoenix City. Right next to Columbus. Anthony, can you believe it? Yesterday they were warning us about Cat 4. Now they're saying it's just a Cat 2. Well, okay, Anthony, here's a couple things. All right. When they said Cat 4 yesterday, it kind of surprised me initially. I saw the ones, Life After Back Surgery. See, I love those names. I love them. Hey, life after back surgery. I've got bad bulging discs. I've never had the body armor did some great stuff to my lower back, but I haven't had back surgery yet. But let me go back to the thing here, Anthony. I still think we're going to look at a category 3. All right. It did surprise me when they took it to 130. I thought maybe 120-ish at the top end. But the models were going that way. And then overnight, the storm didn't organize as quickly as they thought it was going to do. And it's still trying to organize now. So, but it's still a major hurricane. So I don't want to downplay that too much. Douglasville, G.R. Carter Designs, LLC. Welcome into the house there, Douglasville. You're on the west side of town. You're going to also be on the left side of the storm. So these tornadoes are not a problem for you. Heavy rains, yes. Gusty winds, obviously. But I think the heavier rain, the winds are going to be on the east side of town, not on your side. All right? I'm ready to lose power. I've got batteries. I've got my lights. I'm ready to go. Santa Rosa Beach. Well, the surf's going to be rough. Just be careful, man. If you're going to the beach is, Gulf Mexico is going to be angry for a few days. So if you're going to the beach this weekend after this thing's going on by, just be careful out there. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm planning on keeping the stream up all day today. We just officially went over 2,000 views for today, and we've done that in about 2.5 hours. We're doing pretty good. Very good. And we officially just added 101 new subscribers. So again, give you guys a hand. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody who's gone on, all the donations that have come in today, all the new subscribers. This is a monetized channel. Not to make a lot of money. I'm not in it for the money. I just hope to maybe get to a point where I've got a good subscriber base to pay for, like Radar Omega is a service I pay for. My model data is a service I pay for, and I got a couple of those. Adobe that I use for some of my effects and stuff that I do, I pay for that. So I just hope to get to enough subscribers to be able to, pay for that stuff so I'm not paying out of my pocket. TDS is consistent. Well, I try. Let's see. Hi, Labs. JC Bond in the house from Panama City. No, this is not Michael. I'll tell you right now, this is not Michael, JC Bond. I know Michael was a little bit closer to you, and that was a little bit bigger storm as well. And it's not dealing with the frontal system and some other entities with this. This is definitely not Michael, nor am I expecting it to become Michael. Michael was a Cat 5. We're not going to get there. That's my goal. I try to keep it simple. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kate, I think the worst of the weather is going to be tonight there for Phoenix City and Columbus will be for the overnight hours. Landfall's around 7, 8 o'clock. So during the evening, early morning hours, that will be when the worst is, and then it'll go to the north and you'll be done with it. Let's show the track on this, folks. Let me go back over here. Again, you got that line there in effect. This is the position right there at 2 o'clock in the morning, just near the Albany area. So that's only about, 70 miles south of Columbus. And then it's going to pass right between Columbus and Macon based off the last National Hurricane Center track. We'll see if the 11 o'clock track takes it further to the east. I think that's possible. May get closer to Macon. But it may also curve a little bit further inland too. So the turn may be a little bit different. We'll watch and see how that works. No problem. Yeah, I got it. I got my name there on the Twitter. I had it before on my old one, but I might do that. I appreciate your feedback. Absolutely. I do appreciate everybody's feedback. I used to put music in during my model talks, and somebody said they thought it was distracting, so I took it down. I do listen to you guys. I do. Sorry there, Paige. Where are you seeing the TDS at? I mean, I see the one over there near Brunswick. Sorry there, brother. See the other one here near Titusville? I get distracted. I'm looking at two things at once. Oop, got another alert here. Rome, Georgia in the house. Watch on Facebook. Rome, you're on the left side. Just some tropical storm force gusts, I think, at this point. I don't think you get the hurricane on the northeast side of Georgia. That's when you're going to see the worst stuff. And you were very right about that angle of attack there. I'm getting fussed at by Paige. She's saying, can you try to cover the tornadoes? I will try. I apologize, Paige. Got a TBS here. I don't have my other program up. I'll fire that one up here in a minute and take a look. So this one is for Brevard. That goes for another. This one's got another. Oh, there it is. 10:45. I'm sorry. I was like, where the hell did the expire time on? I got 20 minutes on that. Let's look at the velocity on this one. A little bit. Boy, it's almost running like parallel to the. It's like right in here, maybe. The issue with these tornadoes with the signatures is you don't really get that red and the green. The way in toward the radar signatures don't show up very well, because they're weaker. There we go to storm relative velocity. Stay a little bit there when I go to that, but that's weak. That is very weak. See the red and green? That's away and toward the radar, but that is very weak signature. I hate tracking tornadoes from tropical systems because they're a pain in the butt. They're moving in an opposite direction than you typically are used to calling them, number one. And number two, they're hard to see. They're hard to detect. So we got 3 warnings out there. That's that one. And we still got the one up near Brunswick here. I'm going to go blow my nose in a second. Hold on. This is still radar indicated. This is northwestern Glenn and southeastern Wayne counties. That goes also until 10:45. So both of them go until 10:45. I think we probably got the one still up here at north. Yep, here's the other one. I'm really concerned, boy. That's really. Oh, okay, why is this surprising to me? All right, let me loop this. That moisture surging northward is not the hurricane. That's just moisture surging out of the Gulf, out ahead of the storm, out ahead of that front. And we're already getting tornado signatures that are firing up ahead of this. So I'm a little concerned that we're seeing more tornadoes not directly associated with the landfalling hurricane this early. It's a little concerning to see that. Let's go ahead and look at the specifics on this one. This is central Bramberg County in southwestern Orangeburg. Goes until 11 o'clock. This one's moving north at 20. And it was near Bamberg. Let me go look at the velocity on this one. Yeah, boy, it's weak, but right there. Not very pronounced. See it? Yep, there it is. Very weak, red on green, right through there. And let's what we do on this, if you wanted to know. So you're looking at the winds. This is 33 miles away from the radar. This one's showing, God bless, 14 away. You take the two, you add them together, you got a 50, 60 mile per hour tornado, basically. So a very weak one. That's like an EF0. So that's par for the course. It's unusual to see that far away from the center of circulation. So, hey, we're coming up on, we just passed 10:30, 10:33. It'd be nice if I just leave my glasses on, but I'm getting a little bit of a headache. If you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, please consider it. Be honor and pleasure to be one of your future needs here. We've had Justin, Brian, and Rebecca who've subscribed to the channel. Sue G's come on board here. Life After Back Surgery is also come on board here. So it's good to welcome you here to the channel. If you could do me a favor, we are averaging right now, see our average view time is about 6 minutes. So as folks leave and come in, if you can help get a like there, I'd appreciate that. We're up to 153 likes on the broadcast for today, so that's very nice. And $35 have been donated to the channel as well. So again, I want to thank everybody who's donated to the channel for today. I appreciate that. And believe me, it all goes back to the channel. And again, thank you for all the new subscribers. We've added 104 of you here so far here today. And we're making a run at 5,000. So let me go back here to Radar Omega here as we kind of keep a watchful eye on these different tornado signatures here. That's another thing that's a problem with this. When you look at that rain there and you see where that box is, very much rain wrapped. You're not going to see that very well. So this is the prime zone. Again, I want to highlight this once again. See that where that warning is, that's pretty close to where the high tornado threat is for today. That's running about 10% in that area across the South Carolina and the Georgia coastline. Got a new warning that's just come out here. Let's go on down the coast. New one down here on the coast of Florida. So let me switch back over to Radar Omega here. Let's go back over here. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I saw the new one just pop in there. This is another radar indicated. Northwestern Brevard and southeastern Fallujah County that goes until 11 o'clock. The storm-producing tornado was located near Scottsmore, moving north at 35. Let's see what that signature looks like. Well, another weak one, but it's there. Red on green, right? See that right there? It's almost right on I-95. I'm sure the drivers aren't liking that too much. So it looks like 25 miles per hour away. And 15 tornadoes. That's weak, folks. That's a very weak signature. That's 40, 50 mile per hour winds. Not very strong. You know, I'm not trying to laugh out tornadoes. Obviously, you want to be prepared on this stuff. But these are all weak ones. And they're going to continue to be weak. I think we'll get some stronger ones when we get closer to landfall. John Big Dog Tiffany. John Big Dog Tiffany, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Welcome on board. Let me go through my chat. My chat's kind of got away from me here a little bit. Fort Myers. You're okay, Fort Myers. Just watch out for that tornado threat there. I love your picture, by the way. Fort Mitchell. Tropical storm force winds. You're looking at about 40 mile per hour winds, maybe a little higher and some gusts, but I think you're going to be okay at Fort Mitchell. Man, you know how many parking garages I've seen be used by storm chasers? Quite a few over the years. Roswell. Oh, hey, that's a good point there, Roswell. I did this myself just now. If you're anywhere in the land of the land, going to see the gusty winds, secure your trash cans, bring them inside. Fall decorations, which I took all mine down. I took them down this morning. Take those down. And anything that can be debris. Lawn furniture, bring them inside. Anything that, if you're in Georgia, Florida, going up to the Carolinas, anywhere where these gusty winds are going to be around, just make sure you secure that property. Good tip there, Jimmy. Thank you for bringing that up. I miss Florida. Yeah, me too. I hate injuries and destruction. Well, I love weather, but I don't like it at the expense of families and people. Because that's what weather's all about for me. It's about people. Not familiar with where that's at there, Athena the Great, the Powerful. I love your name. The trailer is old. I've been here since 1984. Where exactly is 34420? I'm not exactly sure where that's at. Are you in the direct path of the storm? If you're in a mobile home, if you're in the path of this thing, I wouldn't recommend staying there. But if you're over in the Florida Panhandle, just watch out for the tornadoes and just be careful of that. You paid that was right over your parents' house? Oh, damn, that's terrible. Marietta, Florida. You're going to get some gusty winds, but you're on the left side of the storm. But Marietta, you're going to be okay. Might see some tropical storm force gusts, but that's about it. All right, so let's look at the tornadoes. We got 4 out there, 2 that are overlapping.
Really, it's 3 because these two are kind of overlapping. Got one here, and one up here to the north. And it's funny is that the really spiral band stuff's out here. Interesting. Hey, we're knocking on the door to 4,600. Can you believe that? I cannot believe we're knocking on the door to 4,600. That's awesome. Let's go back to satellite imagery. I haven't looked at that in a hot minute. I want to look at the eye. And I'll keep going back to the tornadoes too, so don't worry. We're going to keep going back to those as well. Boy, look at that explosion of thunderstorms. Wow. Ooh, that has really come up in the last hour or so. Look at that. Wow. Look at that explosion. These thunderstorms right through here. That is some good stuff. Are we going to get this eye wall to clear on out? Is that going to get in there or not? We're at 1040. We're getting awfully close. Let's see here. Still waiting on a new update. I'm hoping we get a new update here before we see one. But boy, that is really something. Look at the explosion of those thunderstorms. That is intensification there, folks. Look at the. It's very symmetric. When I say symmetric, I mean it's symmetrical. You got good symmetry on this whole storm. Now it's a question of, do we get the eye wall to form, and do we clear it out? Because if that happens, rapid intensification will take place. I still think with that explosion of thunderstorms, we're probably going to see a pressure fall. Bellevue, Florida. I got you there, Athena. Let me take a look here. I want to make sure I know. I think I know where Bellevue's at. I want to double check. I know where it's at. Oh, you're in Escambia County. That's right. Bellevue. You're fine. Bellevue, you're fine. I knew I heard Bellevue. No, you're fine. You'll be okay. Valdosta. They need to be prepared. Hopefully they've taken care of their furniture and all that stuff. And thank you for that new subscriber. 25 more to go, and we're almost to 4,600. Valdosta needs to be prepared. That's the right side of the storm, and they're potentially going to see some hurricane force winds there. Not a bad idea. Drain the pool. Harris County in the house. Harris County, Georgia in the house. Harris County, tropical storm force winds. That means between 40 and, say, 70 mile per hour winds potentially there. But I think on the low end. Welcome, Geneva, Georgia in the house. Good to see you there on Facebook. Volusia County, if I remember where Volusia is. It's been a while since I wish I knew all my geography as well. I wish there was a guy at the Weather Channel. That guy was Mr. Geography, man. He knew every doggone place on the map. He was an Encyclopedia Britannica when it came to that stuff. Volusia County, make sure. Oh, you're kind of feeling it now, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so you're on the East Coast. Yeah, Volusia, you're going to be getting the periphery of these outer bands. You're already kind of seeing that now. Let me go back over to radar here. I mean, you got some of the stuff coming up the beach there now. Go back to Tampa radar. So just know that over the next few hours, you got these thunderstorms coming into Volusia. So watch out for that. And tornado risks are going to be there. Inverness, Florida. We got Inverness. Rocky Dennis. Hey, Rocky. Just looking. I'm looking. Yeah, you're north of Tampa, Inverness. Look late this afternoon and going into the evening hours. That's when things will really get going downhill for your area. Fort Stewart, Dennis. Yeah, y'all be ready for those tornadoes, man, going in tonight. Very watch out for that. Watch out there, Denny. Ain't that the truth? Sounds like a howling wind. You hear those gusts coming off from the distance, and they just come howling in. This comes in real quick. Okay, bear with me for a second, guys, for a split second. I'm going to go over to this real quick. Stand by for a minute. I am going to go get me a new drink. Got to keep the whistle wet. So stand by. I'm going to mute my mic. Stand by. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Whenever I go up, I always make sure the bladder is empty too at the same time. John Big Dog. Welcome to the channel, John Big Dog. Tell you the one I'm really most concerned about. Let me take this off here real quick. Sorry about that. It is, I hope Tyndall doesn't get, Tyndall Air Force Base got destroyed by Hurricane Michael. And I hope it really wobbles far enough east to not be an issue there. Let's see if these guys are broadcasting yet. Oh, still not yet. These storm chasers aren't going to come on until later. They know they got a long night ahead of them. And we're getting awfully close. We're coming up on the 11 o'clock advisory. That should be coming out here very shortly. But boy, that explosion of the thunderstorms there on the front, trying to get an eye there to form. Hasn't cleared out here yet, but it's getting close. May see a new eye here form very soon. It's very impressive. Here's the big rain shield. Boy, it's still raining outside my place here. Look at that rain shield, goes all the way up. Let me go to my interactive mode here, just so I can move a little bit. This is this service called WeatherTap that I use. I've been using them for years. But again, you see that frontal system there. The boundary that's in here, again, that acts as additional lift. All right, so all that tropical moisture is kind of running into that boundary. So it's going this way and lifting up. So you got all this moisture serving in here. Now this frontal system, it wouldn't shock me to see it start backing up a little bit. But you got all this rain all this moisture out ahead of the hurricane itself. It's not really a hurricane direct rains just yet. It's just the moisture surging out ahead of that in response to the upper low, which is hanging back here. So let me pull back out here in the big picture here. Well, I gotta close some of these. It's loading up. Stand by for a second while it loads. There it goes. So you got this upper low that's diving down in here. So here's our upper low. Here's our boundary, right? Here's our hurricane center down here as it's coming this way. I really hate the OBS. The OBS is Telestrator. It's terrible. Not one of my favorite things. But because this moisture is running into the front, it's augmenting, enhancing the rain. That's why the flood threat is so high across Georgia, because of that additional front and the fact we're getting all this rain to fall before the hurricane even moves in there. So quite a bit there. So we're going to be getting our new update here from the Hurricane Center. Let's go back over here to the satellite imagery here. And we're still tracking. How many? We got one. Still got a couple of tornado warnings of watching as well. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I want to first introduce myself as we're at 10:50 here. And I want to say thank you for watching and watching our coverage. We're almost up to 2,500 watchers today. If you haven't subscribed just yet, please consider it to help us out. Keeps our numbers up. If my numbers start dropping, that means the interactions start to drop. So please just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. The last like total I had, let me see, what are we up to? We were up to 163 likes. I think the all-time like we had on a broadcast was 250. So we can make a run at 250. That'd be a nice thing there. So please, we're averaging about 6 minutes per viewer. So we get natural turnover. So if you consider doing that, subscribe. And by the way, when you do subscribe, you'll be automatically enrolled to win a free NOAA weather radio, which I'll give away once we get to 5,000 subscribers. Don't know if we'll do it this time around. We're going to make a little run at it. But again, I do appreciate everybody supporting the channel right now. All right, let's go take a look. We're 10 minutes per hour. I'm going to go over to this now. And I'm going to hit my refresh buttons and see if these things have updated just yet. We're kind of looking. Nope, still not there. I'm just kind of looking to see if we've got the... Sometimes they'll post this a little early, so sometimes we'll go ahead and check. Nope, still showing 8 o'clock. And the fact that the hurricane hunters got there a little bit late, they can get a little bit late before they do their update. Let me go back and check my vortex message here. All right, I got the new vortex message. Here it is. So they've got the pressure down to 962 millibars. So it was 965 on the last one. Got it down to 962. They're showing a closed off eye now. That's the first time I've seen that. So we got a closed off eye. The eye is 30 miles in diameter. Flight level winds are at 101 miles per hour. 101 knots, I should say. So let me check a couple things here real quick. So with that being said, kind of thinking, I think they're going to bring the winds up to about 110. So actually the pressure was 960. So I think the winds are going to come up here. The flight level winds are at 101. That's about 115 miles per hour. I think they bring up the winds to 105, 110 on the next advisory. I don't know if they'll go 115, but it's going to be pretty close. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. 21 more to go, and we're at the thing. So I'm waiting to see here. I think they're going to bring the winds up. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's just a question of how much. Still waiting on this. Oh, we got an alert here. Let's go take a look at our alert. Got a new TBS somewhere. Oh, there it is. Wow, look at it, way up here. Let me move us back over to Radar Omega here. We'll come back and check on that advisory. Switching over here to the Tallahassee radar. This is interacting with that front. Rain-filled, oh, you're not going to be able to see that. Central Liberty County in the Big Bend area of Florida. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 18 miles west of Stone Mill Creek, or 18 miles southwest of Bluntstown. I'm very familiar with that area. Moving northwest at 25. So that's kind of maybe indirect, some of the moisture just flowing out ahead of that hurricane. Let's look at the velocity mode, see if we can see that at all. Oh, yeah. Actually, I can see that one nice there. Right there. That shows up very nicely. Very nicely. Got a nice little bullseye right there. Rain wrapped for sure. No, I don't see any real. This is out in no man's land. There's really not a lot around this area. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. But yeah, we definitely got a signature right there. Let me loop this again. Oh yeah. Yep. Not a very strong one, but it's there. You clearly see it. Right there. So they'll be weak-lived. EF0, EF1. Most tornadoes, when it comes to the systems like these, are going to be fairly weak. We're not talking big ones. There are some rare exceptions. I will say that during Hurricane Ivan, for example, was producing some EF3s, which is unusual. Very unusual to see that. And 2 more subscribers. You guys are awesome. Rock the bell, man. Ring the bell. Good to see that. My talks here getting away from me a little bit. See you back a little bit, Johnny. Check back in. Columbus, Suwannee County, Florida in the house. Good to see you there, Susan. Welcome on board. Glad to see you. Just kind of see everybody talking through here. Thank you, Janelle. We know you're one of our founding members. I like to refer to Janelle as one of our first guys who's in here on every broadcast, as well as our lucky lady from Ireland, Machine there. Free B says tornadoes right over me. That's where you live there? Is that where you're at? You're kidding, right? I mean, it's not too far from Tallahassee. I thought you were over in Tallahassee, man. Thought you were over there real quick. That's a weak signature. That's quickly falling apart too. So continue to watch that. All right, we got to go back over to the National Hurricane Center. I'm looking. This has got to be updated by now. And thank you, Rebecca. All right, I keep updating these. Well, they're really being late on these. All right, there it is. Just got it. Boom. Excuse me while I fix this real quick. It should adjust a little bit. They did bring the winds up, but just slightly. So 2 o'clock advisory. Winds now up to 105 miles per hour. They got the pressure still holding at 960. It has accelerated now. Here's what we were waiting on, the acceleration. It was moving at 12, now moving north-northeast at 14. So the forward speed has increased on the storm. All right. We got another warning here that's coming out. Where is that one at? I see the 3. Oh, another one down here on the coast. Down where the storm chasers are at. Wow. Is he broadcasting at all? No, he's not. Probably a water spout just came on shore. Yep, there it is, right on the shore. Yep, right there. That's a water spout. He's right dead center of it. Boy, I wonder if he starts broadcasting. Hold on, let me get this over here. I'm sorry. Get over here. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. And got a water spout. Looks like we're coming on shore here. This is a warning here for. Thank you for your gift there, Rebecca. Appreciate it. North Central Franklin County. This goes over Carabel. It's a water spout coming on shore, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. So I'm not sure where I gotta move that my chat emoji and stuff down. Bonnie Sanders has just subscribed. Thank you, Bonnie. I'm surprised he's not broadcasting. He's not broadcasting. He's got a water spout coming at him. All righty. Let's go back over here to reflectivity mode. Look at all the love. Y'all show me a lot of love. Thank you very much. No bottled water in Publix alert. Well, there's a shock. Bonnie Saunders in the house. Thank you for subscribing. Let's go back over here to our radar here. Let me go back. Actually, I'm going to go back over to the satellite. I'm a little ADD, so pardon me. Coming up on 4,600 here, getting very close. Thank you for all the new subscribers. You're all automatically enrolled for a free NOAA weather radio. Yeah, well, we got a nice explosion over the central portion of this hurricane. Shows up very, very nicely. Let me go to the infrared. I bet you can really see it roll there. Oh, yeah. But the thing is, the eye, or where the eye's trying to form, is not center of that explosion. Until that happens, it's not going to see a big change in strength. So I guess that 2 o'clock advisory going to 115 probably looks very realistic here. But yeah, you got a nice big explosion. This is your core. This is your hurricane core, right around through there. Okay, let me stop this loop real quick. Stop that. So again, this is where the eye was trying to form. It's not dead center of this. This is where the eye would need to be. All right, it needs to be right in there, in the center of that thunderstorm cluster, to see any kind of rapid intensification. Until that happens, we're not going to see that. It's just kind of holding its own. But I still think the trend is for this thing to get a little stronger. think 115, 120 at landfall still looks pretty reasonable to me. By 1:30 here, they are taking it back up to 120. All right, so this was just a new update here, which is what I was saying just a little while ago. I was just mentioning that. I thought it would get a little bit, they'd taken it back down to 115. Now they're taking it back up to 120, probably based off the satellite observations and everything we're seeing there. There's a degree of possibility we get some sort of burst of intensification before landfall. And is this? Oh, that's the hull, folks. Boy, that's on the waterfront. Wouldn't want to be there. I'm surprised they're broadcasting. That crew doesn't usually broadcast because they're usually obligated to one channel, and you know who that is. 488, 4588. Thank you for the new subscribers there, dog. What are you doing? Let me introduce my dog. This is my dog. This here is Oliver. You can call him Weather Dog. He's an old dog. He is a Jack Russell. He is 13 years old. And he knows usually about this time we're riding in the car to go get the mail and to get his cheese. And we're not going today. So he's coming over here to beg me. It is not a Cat 3 now. Still a Cat 2. It's still a Cat 2. 105 mile per hour winds. We got to get to 115 to get to Cat 3. So we're still a strong Cat 2, not a Cat 3 yet. So let's check out some of these buoys out here. Let's check. I haven't looked at these in a while. 21-foot waves there. That's not giving me any data. 55 mile per hour winds there. That was at 9:35. That's a little old. 55 mile per hour was in 9:35. This data there is just lagging a little bit. But you got a nice healthy system, nice burst of thunderstorms near that center of circulation. For sure. So I'm going to continue to watch this go as we're now officially cracking 2,500 views. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. Very much so. Very good day here today for the Weather Nerds channel. We're a small channel. Before you guys leave, anybody coming through, if you haven't subscribed, at least give me the thumbs up like on there. It helps the algorithm. It has, as you guys leave, allow somebody else to kind of come on in. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. We're averaging about 6.5 minutes per viewer on this broadcast, on the 2,500 who've watched. We got 174 likes. That's good. Our record, I believe, was 250, I believe, was our record broadcast during the Duratio event back in Houston, back in, was that May? So we're going to be knocking on the doors of some new records. So that's true. The Cat, nobody saw that coming. I don't anticipate this making Cat 5. And the reason, there's two reasons for this. The forward speed that it's moving and it's accelerating, it's going to run out of real estate. And the fact that it's still trying to organize its core. It's going to run out of real estate before it ever gets potentially getting close to getting to a Category 5 hurricane. I do not see that happening, Brian. Wiki Wachichi freshwater spring water is free. Public service announcement. Oh, there you go. Not familiar with that service, but okay. Yeah, this was not going to become a Cat 5. I do need to do one thing. Let's do this real quick while I got that on the map. I want to see if I've got some of the new model data coming in. It should be coming in now. So let's look at the NAM here. Yep, 12Z's just coming in. Let's go take a look at the NAM. So let's take a look at the model data. This is the new model data coming in. And it takes it down to 956. I think that's reasonable. And it is, again, that easterly progression. I think it's because the reason why this is further to the east, and if this holds true, Columbus, you guys are watching, y'all going to be fine. You really are. East Central Alabama, West Central Georgia, you're going to see some gusty winds, not going to hold out, but the power outage is not going to be a big deal there. I think part of it is because the upper level low is a little bit further to the east. This is a little bit further east than what it was. So you got these two systems again, the Fujiwara effect with these two lows that are going to be running into each other. So you got these two here coming on through. This is the 12Z, and it kind of rotates around and then it absorbs right in. All right, let's look at the rainfall totals on this. Let's look at the precipitation totals, see if they've changed much here. And we've already got the rain falling in advance of this stuff. Before even the main rain gets up there, you already got 4 inches of rain there across northeast Georgia. And I'm not sure what that tone effect was for. 50 cents on the Facebook side. Okay, that's what that was. All right. A little donation on Facebook. All right. And still showing about big bullseye, 7-8 inches there across northeast Georgia. It has backed off a little bit up in the mountains. That's good to see that a little bit, but still upwards of near a foot of rain. I wouldn't rule that out for sure. But look how the rain gets pulled back by that upper low, coming across Tennessee, Kentucky, and back into Missouri. Some heavy rains. That's again the upper low pulling that tropical moisture back to the west as that upper low absorbs it. But this has been pretty routine. What's interesting again is you see these higher rainfall amounts in here. That's the interaction of that frontal boundary. Very interesting to see that. Let's look at the winds. Let's go ahead and look at the wind profile on this now. Let's look at the winds. Winds gusts, miles per hour. Let's take a look at this. Back this up here. Yeah, so winds into Columbus, 45 mile per hour wind gusts there into Columbus for tomorrow morning. Up my way, I'm looking at 57 to near 60 miles per hour. Looks like the center goes right over my friggin' house. Go over Gwinnett. But look at the Carolinas, though. This goes through southeast Georgia, over Augusta, Georgia, getting 84 mile per hour winds, according to the NAM, if it goes this far east. And then goes into the Carolinas. Look at that, 70 mile per hour winds getting up into Charlotte and getting up into Asheville area and then raising up to the north. So, again, if this eastern solution holds, Metro Atlanta may dodge a bullet here. Maybe not get as bad. Maybe the eastern suburbs get it bad, but this holds off to the east. So we'll see how this works out. Ooh, I don't want to lose power, I'll be honest with you. I'd rather not. Eufaula, you're fine there, Eufaula. You're far enough away. You might get some gusty winds, a little rain, but that's about it. You're okay there in Eufaula. Yeah, that's a lot better than where the center yesterday was riding like right here. And now it's riding over here. So again, that's probably what, 60-mile difference. And that 60 miles can make all the difference in the world as far as the impact from the storm. Let's go back over to the satellite imagery. Take a look at this. I want to stay on top of this as best I can. So let me go back to the close-in one here. Yeah, still waiting to see. I think we might be seeing a new eye try to form. Just kind of observing. There may be a new eye that's going to try to form in the middle of that thing. We'll see if it closes it off. That's the big thing. If it closes off, we'll see about that. What about South Carolina? They're going to get hammered there. You just saw that on the model there, Janelle. Tornado threat will be high. Very strong gusty winds on the tornado. Texas is looking good. Stay away. Yeah, Texas is okay. You're all right. But we're not done with the hurricane season yet there, Texas. You never know. Ooh-wee. Let's go back over here, Radar Omega. I want to double check and stay on the radar here as well. Got to continue to watch these potential tornadoes. Let's see here. I think we only got 2 left now. Yeah, it's showing 3, but I'm not sure what the third one's at. I got just expired, so we'll check on that. Let's check on this one down here. Has he got his camera up? Nope, he still don't have his camera up. Let's see, this is probably easily moved on shore by now. I don't see anything. It's gone now. Yep, that's gone. And that's very typical. You get water spouts that'll come on shore. They'll dissipate. They'll fall apart. Not seeing that one's only got about 22 more minutes, but I don't see anything there. Seeing something on my other phone here. Double check here. Oh, please. Advertisement. Who here is ready for the political season to be over? I am. I am definitely ready for the political season. I'm tired of all the ads, tired of all the spam mail and everything else that goes with it. All righty here. Just kind of checking up on my feeds here a little bit. Lance, what do you say? Your headphones can pick up an ant fart? Really? That's a good one. I got to remember that one. That is a good one. Oh, I forgot to take that out. My bad. There we go. Let's go into this one here a little bit. Almost getting close to where it's getting very close to seeing the eye. Starting to see that a little bit on this regional radar. Yeah, I'm starting to see it close off. Now we're going to have the eye to really watch. That's good to see. I think I go here. Nope, the wrong one. Ooh, hold on one second. So here's our center circulation. This thing is 30 miles across. You stupid. I hate the OBS telestrator. But that's the center. That's the eye there. So now we're getting close enough here on this regional radar here to be able to track this thing. So we're going to track this thing very closely as this continues to move up here toward the north. Hey, if you're new here to the channel, again, I want to welcome everybody. It's now 11:08 here Eastern Daylight Time. If you have not subscribed yet to the channel, please consider it. It'd be an honor and pleasure to be one of your weather sources here. And if you got a comment, if you can tell me where you're from, go ahead and post a comment down below. I'd like to introduce and say hello to you. If you got a question for any specific location, please don't hesitate to drop the line there as well. So this service is for you. We've had a pretty good broadcast day. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. Started a little early. I wanted to get on before a lot of the big boys got out there, and we've added almost a little 100 and something new subscribers to the channel, and that's always good to see. Like to see our growth. We're trying to get to 5,000, so if you can help us out, go and hit that subscribe button, and you'll automatically enroll for a free NOAA Weather Radio. By the way, we're going to be doing a drawing on that when we get to 5,000. So, is my okay? There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and switch microphones real quick. So stand by. I want to get this back on the charger just to keep it fresh. Stand by. I got two microphones. Got to charge them up every now and then. And thank you for that new subscriber. We only got 11 more to go to 4,600. Outstanding. Way to go, guys. Yeah, the whole thing, the way the YouTube algorithm works, the subscribes, the chats, the likes, which, what was our last like count? I didn't look at that lately. We're up to 182. And welcome to Wendy Thomas. Wendy Thomas in the house. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate you joining the channel and being part of the Weather Nerds family. And we've got 10 more to go. 10 more to go to get to 4,600. So if you haven't subscribed yet, and I'm going to be, by the way, I'm not, I might take a break, but I'm not shutting the feed down. I'm going to keep it up all the way up to landfall. So I'm going to keep it here. And yeah, boy, I think we might get an eye to close off here. Look at that. It's still not centered of that thunderstorm, but boy, it looks like it's trying. It is really trying, folks. That is getting a little interesting to watch. And why is that important? Because if the low goes off there, that is KDRCS. KDRCS, welcome on board. Good to see you. Is if that eye gets embedded in the middle of that thunderstorm, if it gets embedded in there, we could see rapid intensification of some form. Again, I think it's going to run out of real estate before it gets a chance to really take off there, but give it a little time, it'll happen. Who unsubscribed? Who did that? Oh, that's not nice. It happens. That's okay. I'm not jiving. But if it does get in the center of that thunderstorm cluster, we could see a burst of intensification. Again, the official landfall is for it to get to about 120 miles per hour. We're currently at 105. So I think that's probably looking at a pretty good bet. That's when that's going to happen. So we'll see how that tracks here as we continue to watch. Again, we're watching these live views here. Here's a live view here from Cedar Key. Winds are coming up. The storm surge at this location is going to be pretty intense. All those waves and those action that's going up there that's on the way up, that is going to take that camera probably out. It won't be there. So we'll see how long it goes on that. Let me scroll down here. My scroll's gotten away from me a little bit. Tracy Washington. That's right. You tell that unsubscriber that I'm going to subscribe in your place. Thank you, Tracy. Welcome on board. Jeremy Bo. Yeah, political crap. Sorry. I hate political crap. Brian Tucker. I don't trust weathermen. I trust groundhogs and the Farmer's Almanac. And thank you to those 2 new subscribers. 8 more to go, and we're at 4,600. We'll get to within 400. Okay, so here's one of the cameras. 7 more to go. Way to go, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going. It does help the count. I'm telling you, it does. All those new subscribers, all y'all doing y'all's thing, it helps. It helps the audience, okay? Especially since we're getting after 11 o'clock, and I know some other YouTube channels are starting to come on board. So the audience fight's going to be there. Let's look. I got to go over to Radar Omega now. We just got a new alert here. So let's go take a look, see what's going on here. We got a new tornado warning here. We got to stay on top of these tornado warnings. Let's go to the Jacksonville radar here. Here along the Brunswick area. We begin these a little bit early. So this is for southeastern Glenn County, goes until 11:45. This is located near St. Simon Island Village, which I've been to. If you've been to St. Simon's Island, beautiful island, probably a water spout that just came in, moving north at 25. Let's take a look at the velocity mode. That's what kind of look at the motion of the winds in an area. Yeah, we got a little red on green going there. Let's see what the winds are doing in this area. 18, it's weak. So probably a water spout coming on shore. So here's our water spout. It's probably already come on shore, but there it is right there, coming into St. Simons. So some little gusty winds, probably not going to do much of any damage. EF0, but it's a water spout coming on shore there at St. Simons. Now we got this other warning here. This one to the north. This signature looks a little bit better. Let's see what this one looks like here. This one's showing 42 miles away and 26. So that's a little stronger. That might get it to close to an EF1 maybe. But most likely rain wrapped, I'm guessing. No, that one actually, you might be able to see that one. You might be able to see that one. So we got 2 little tornado warnings there in southeast Georgia, which, by the way, is the ground zero for that. I'm going to show this again. Those warnings we currently got, that's a 10% chance of seeing tornadoes, and we're already seeing it there. And again, these are way out on the periphery of this hurricane. They really come up when you get the outer bands to really drop off there. So we're going to see quite significant threat there. Terry Benson sliding to the west. Like I said, I don't know about that, Terry. I really don't. Let me get you off to the other. Yeah, we're going to see. They just updated the map there a little bit. That's why it moved a little bit. But I keep going back to this map because I want to see if we get a honest to God true donut OI on this thing. That's what I'm waiting to see. So again, thank you for all the new subscribers to the channel. If again, you're automatically registered for a free No Weather Radio that we're going to give away. We're going to give away 8 of them when I get to 5,000 subscribers. So we got 406 more to go. Don't know if we'll get there today, but we're definitely taking a big, nice chunk out of it for today as we continue to grow the channel. Also, now that you're new to the channel, by the way, I do weather dailies, kind of an overview, usually about 20 minutes, and you can fast forward through it and kind of watch the different weather updates. I do those dailies, and you can have those in your weather tube feed. And I also do shorts, which are like tropical shorts, like 1-minute tidbits that you can do as well. So just a couple things you'll have for your feed as being a member of the Weather Nerds family, just to make sure you got that out there. All right, looking down here, no tornadoes. That's the only thing we got. Got the 2 up here, up into North Dakota, the 1 down, and we got the 1 down here, which is, this one's clearly moved inland. I can't even see it anymore. Let me double check the Tallahassee radar. This one looked decent earlier, but well, I see something spinning over here, kind of outside of the warning area. A little red and green there. Very broad. Yeah, this needs to be watched. It's kind of outside of that box, but that needs to be watched. Might get another warning. See, I only got one broadcaster out there broadcasting, and He's out of the water. Boy, that's the storm surge in there is going to be tremendous. I mean, all this water that's coming through here. Now, here's the thing, where these guys are at, if this thing makes landfall over here, the winds are offshore. So they won't get much over there. If they're down here in the Cedar Key area, which is where that camera was, the Cedar Key area, regardless of where this thing goes in, here's Cedar Key right here, the water is going to channel that way, all right? And the curvature of the coast helps funnel that water in there. So these guys, these chasers that are currently over here, if they think the eye is going to change, they're probably going to relocate to south of Perry, right up in here. And that's probably where they're going to move. Over here, they got easier escape routes, but the surge might empty out the bay there as the center gets closer to landfall. Looking down here, my chat here with Church Militant. Hey, thank you, Church Militant. Thank you, and appreciate you joining the channel. Appreciate you coming on board here. Let me go back here to the regional satellite here. All right. Blackshear, Georgia near Waycross. Watch out there. That area is going to get hit with some pretty good winds. And the tornado threat will be there as well. Columbus is okay. Columbus will be better. Maybe some gusty winds, some rain. I'm not worried about Columbus as much right now. Not unless something happens to that track to bring it back to the left. I don't see that right now. Yeah, sorry there. I'm trying to keep up on the warnings too. A lot of water spouts. The Georgia Islands will need to be watched as we continue. But again, they're in that hot zone for the starting. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. Only 5 more to go, and we get another milestone. We do our milestones by the hundreds on this channel, not the thousands. We're too low. We're too small for that. So the hundreds are milestones for us. So 5 more to go. 5 more to go. Someone's asking about the 11 o'clock update. I'll go ahead and give that to you again right now. We got people coming in and coming out. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. And what? Oh, I didn't reset that. Actually, it's good I came back to this. I'm on the wrong channel. Stand by for a second. Let me get on the right one. There we go. All right, so we're looking at 4 more to go. 4 more to go. All right, so this is the last coordinates at 11 o'clock there, Rosanna. It is at 25.5 north and 85.5 west. What's changed from the earlier advisory, it's 2 miles per hour faster, so it was moving at 12. Now it's up to 14, moving north-northeast at 14. Pressure's holding the same, and the winds have moved up to 105 miles per hour. So right now, the forecast track is for it to still kind of go between Columbus and Macon. They've not changed that track there. In fact, actually, let me actually update that track. I didn't update that. Thank you for reminding me to do that, because I did not update this, because we got sidetracked there. That hasn't changed. It's holding the same. And you kind of see, again, that track's taking it right between Columbus and Macon, basically. Kind of right in between there. Taking the winds to 120 miles per hour at landfall. Now, let me read some of the specifics on this, because we were doing other things. So let me go ahead and talk a little bit about that stuff right now. So I'm going to go through the discussion here a little bit. And we'll go back to the discussion and read this a little bit. Let's kind of glance through this together, shall we? All right, 960 millibars. They've increased the winds to 90 knots. We saw that. It says the HWRF and HM models show significant strength into Category 4 status. All right, this is what I was talking about here. Let me go back to this hurricane. I want to talk about this. Let's talk about this, guys. All right. I was a little concerned about that eye getting in the center of that center of circulation. It's still trying to form. If it gets that eye in there, we could see a burst of rapid intensification. The water temperatures are plenty warm. So it's showing 2 of the computer models here, the HWRF and the HMON model, showing a status to channel 4. The other models are a little lower. The main message is Helene will likely make landfall as a large major hurricane in the Florida Bay area this evening. Okay. Storm surge, we already know will be significant, and the flooding potential inland is going to be significant. So because those two other models were taking it to Category 4 status again, even though they backed off the earlier one, the oscillation with the storm has been a little bit aggravating, I'll be honest with you. A little more so than what I've seen with other storms. I think part of that is the complexity of the storm. We're dealing with so many factors: frontal system, upper low, hurricane. It's a dynamic that we as weather forecasters, again, I talked to Glenn Burns. He's the chief meteorologist at WSB for 40 years, and he said he had never seen anything like this. And I have never seen anything like this. So because of that, we're dealing with a little bit of unknowns here, just a little bit, on how this whole thing interacts. All right, let's go back over here toward Franklin County here. I see. Let's see. We got 3 warnings up here. Nothing up to Florida. No, let's go down there. So we got a couple of water spouts that were coming in. This was that earlier one. That's 20 minutes on that one. And we got, this one was observed. This one. Tornado warning. This is up into central Calhoun County. Confirmed tornado was located 7 miles northwest of Edison Gardens. So we got confirmed tornado. Let me see if I can see the signature on this one. I'm going to switch to the Columbia radar. Let's see what this one looks like. Not really showing up very well. I see a boundary there. Let me loop this thing through. Okay, it looks like maybe something that was on the upper end. You can't see it very well, but it looks like maybe something up there as it comes on through here. Let me switch over to the Radar Omega here. My bad. So there's something on the radar. This is up in South Carolina, by the way. Going to continue to get these spin ups, folks, and that's going to happen all the way up through landfall. We're going to continue to see this. Let's not talk about weather modification stuff. I'm not that conspiracy guy on that. Well, Kula Springs shout out. Are those umbrellas and hats effective? I don't know. Columbus, Georgia. Rosa, I know you're coming in for Columbus, Georgia. Again, if the track stays off toward the east as we're expecting, I think some tropical storm force gusts, maybe 40 to 50 range, but I think you're going to be okay there in Columbus. Hurricane hunters are showing the pressure holding its own right now, Robin, and they did increase the winds to 105 miles per hour. Not a problem. You're very welcome. Very welcome. So again, thank you everybody for checking on the channel here today. I appreciate it. We're coming up on 11:30 right now as we're entering our 3.5 hour of coverage here on a very, very long day. Again, the viewership's doing very well. We're actually approaching 7 minutes per viewer. That's pretty good. And we're up to 186 likes. Our record's 250, I believe that's what we had before. So if you haven't given us a thumbs up, go ahead and hit that thumbs up there. It helps the algorithm. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. I'm noticing our trend's coming down a little bit, so I need a little help from you guys to help keep our audience. To keep our audience, it requires a little bit of help from you. We're a small station. We're a small platform because we don't have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. We got to work to keep our audience. So to do that, it requires y'all's assistance. If you could please subscribe to the channel. If you already subscribed, great. But if you haven't given it a thumbs up, do that as well. Those things help. And if you can share, you can do that too. Nothing wrong with sharing. You can share that with your folks as well. Hey, Brian Greto Spring Wilston. Good to see you there, brother. Fayetteville, Georgia. You're looking at probably going to see some pretty gusty winds in Fayetteville. You're south of Metro Atlanta. But I think the worst of the winds are going to be off to the east. So just plan on tropical storm force gusts anywhere between 40 and 70, I'd say. 70 on the top end for sure, but probably more lines between 40 and 60, I think, for Fayetteville. Sharon Crosswell's asking about Valdosta. Not looking good for Valdosta. Probably going to see some hurricane force winds in Valdosta. Probably going to have a number of power outages in that area as well as the storm. You're on the right side of the storm. Right side of the storm is always the worst. Okay, so be careful on that. Only got to get four more. Can this move more west? I would say probably not. It's possible, but I think that frontal boundary that's in there is playing a little bit of a factor on this. Look at this here as I go ahead and show you this. You got that boundary there that's pushed a little bit further east than I think that's having an impact on exactly where this thing's going to go. So excuse us, that's starting to load up there a little bit. There's also a little bit of an old trough in here kind of showing up here. They've got analyzed there as well. So what typically happens to tropical systems, they're looking for that path of least resistance. And this one's definitely funneling out ahead of that upper low that's kind of pulling it northward along with that old frontal boundary in there as well. So we got enhanced rains all through Georgia, and we're not even talking about the real heavy rains from the hurricane just yet. You know, so we're getting this in here, and you can kind of see that eye starting to show up here on the bottom of your screen. Let me show this up just a little bit. We're starting to see that eye show up, showing up on the radar. So now it's getting into radar ranges. It's going to allow me to do two different things that I'm going to be watching for, okay? I can go back and forth and look at the radar signature, and I can look at the satellite signature. So what I'm going to be looking at on the radar signature is how does this thing close off? Does it start tightening up? What we saw with Francine on using the radar is we saw something that looked like a logged Easter egg. It start to shrink up and become symmetrical before landfall. And when it did, we saw a burst of strength when it took it up to a Cat 2, went from 90 to 100 miles per hour winds before landfall. I think we could see the similar situation here with Helene as well, as we could see a burst of rapid intensification for this storm as it moves closer to landfall. Again, landfall sometime early this evening, around 7 o'clock or so. We got a few more hours to watch this, that's for sure. Next update will be coming in at 2 o'clock. Let me see when the Hurricane Hunter aircraft's going to be out there next. Let me go back to the satellite imagery here. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Let's do this. Let's go back to, I want to go to Radar Mega here real quick. And I'm going to switch this back over to the satellite here. I like using their visible. It's the easiest one to get to. Ooh, bad boy. There's the bad boy. Bad girl. Actually, I shouldn't do that. If anybody remembers back in the day, the hurricane expert at the Weather Channel, his name was John Hope. Great guy. You got a chance to work with him for several years. And one of the things that was his pet peeves, there were two things he would say. Don't ever refer to it as a he or a she. Didn't like that. And he also said, don't ever, if it's way out in the Atlantic, don't call it a fish storm. Those were his two pet peeves when it came to the tropics. Don't call it a fish storm, and don't call it that. So, but you got a good looking storm here. Very symmetrical looking. Let's look at some of these buoys here. Just got 25-foot waves there. 60 mile per hour winds there at 10:35. 62 mile per hour winds there. Let's check out some of these buoys. 53 here. Look, we're well away from the center of circulation. We're getting some tropical storm force winds well away from the center. Now, what's going to be interesting is if this thing follows this path is when it gets to this buoy here, which will be interesting to see if that thing stays up. It's showing 31 mile per hour winds there with the pressure falling. So we got a little ways to watch that. But look at that visible. We're starting to get an eye to start to form here. Yeah, gender neutral. That's right. That's right. It's the new age. I forgot. Let's not call it he, she, they, them. It is nothing. Yes, Fort Mitchell, same as Columbus. You're looking at, again, maybe some tropical storm force winds, and that's about it. Not expecting hurricane force winds if this track stays to the east. Now, one thing, looking at this new update, I just noticed that. I was just noticing a path correction here. I still think y'all stay with tropical storm force winds. I'm just noticing it's still a path between Columbus and Macon, but this track, when I was showing this earlier, this track was sitting over here as making its bend that way. Now it's on the other side of Albany. So Albany, unfortunately, that means the core of this hurricane may be looking over your area, and that will bring significant problems there. Pensacola, not worried about Pensacola. You're on the wrong side of the storm there. Gretchen, you got to worry about Pensacola. Maybe a little windy, I don't even know if you get much rain that way. You're a little bit too far away from the storm. But yeah, they're going with the path. These guys are sitting where the path is. But what's interesting is that the model trends have been over here. So let me see something here. Now, you didn't miss anything. The storm's at 105 there, Trippy. And still looking at a landfall there along the Florida Big Bend. I want to look at something here. I want to look at I'm going to take you back over to the, let me go to number 2 here. Let's see if, there's the 12Z. Yeah, they did straighten out, didn't they? Like I said, it's right between, very close to Columbus. I can't take Columbus completely off the hook, though. Not with that update. The trend was to the right. The NAM's still going to the right. So as I was saying when I started my broadcast, this was a nowcast type event. All right, nowcast means we're going to have to watch this hour by hour as we get closer to landfall. You see it kind of get sucked into that, into the upper low over here across Tennessee. If this trends closer to Columbus or in this area, that means where I'm at up here in Northeast Georgia becomes a real big problem. The NAM's not showing that. That's what's interesting. The North American model, I'm going to go back to this NAM model again, clearly has it well off to the right. Look where it puts the center. That is well away from the official track. The official track has it somewhere like right about there. So again, that tens of miles makes a big difference on the track on this. Let's look at a couple. I want to switch over. I want to look at the latest hurricane model stuff here. Let's look at that's the 6Z. That's the last run that came from there. And that's a little bit further to the east there. And yeah, we'll see there. I want to take a look at a couple of things. Let's go over to the HAVS A storm. Let's go to wind gusts here. And that's still the 6Z. So I'm still waiting for the 12Z. That's what I'm waiting on, this 12Z data to come in. 105 mile per hour winds into Valdosta, wind gusts. I know we had somebody on Valdosta walking. That's what this hurricane model, and it's showing all the hurricane force winds well here off to the east. Here, these are hurricane force winds, gusts here. Columbus, you're looking at 40 mile per hour winds. Not that big a deal according to this model. And this is at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then this comes up along the Carolina, up along the coast. The center looks like it goes, whatever's left of the center, going right over my dang-gum house. But it looks like everything's up into the Carolinas. So this track is, again, that's why it's a nowcast type thing. That's why I keep referring it to as that. This is the 6Z. So I'm still waiting for the 12Z, which has got new data from the drop sounds and stuff that comes into it to watch this. Let's look over it. Let's go check the other one out. I'm going to check out the B model. It looks like it's generally in the same place. Yeah, and off to the east. So let's wait and see what the 12Z model data does a little bit later when that comes in. And we'll be able to watch that right now. So the 12Z NAM, which is the earliest one that finishes up first, it has definitely got a little bit of an eastern component to this, to the east. Again, it's a little bit further to the right than what the official track is. Nowcast, baby. We call it nowcast. Yeah, and the curvature earlier, I think, is the influence of the upper low. Again, I think the Hurricane Center is seeing something that I'm not seeing yet with some of these models. Again, they get it a little bit sooner than I do. We'll see how that works out there, but that's what's happening with that right there. Again, we got some pretty warm temperatures for this stuff to feed off of. And the northern Gulf actually had cooled off some, but it's recovered some here in the last few days. I just noticed my thing's out. Oh, I see what happened. I must have pulled it out by mistake. One of my signs is out. There we go. So we'll see about that. I'm gonna go back to the satellite imagery here. Hey, if you guys are new, checking out the channel, I appreciate it. We're knocking on the door of 3,000 viewers for today's coverage. We started at about 8 o'clock this morning, as we've been watching the storm, showing indications of getting organized for a potential rapid intensification before landfall. I plan on continuing my coverage here all afternoon and up to landfall here of the system. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider it. It helps with the YouTube algorithm for us to maintain our audience levels. If you subscribe, leave something in the chat if you can. And if you have, give a like, give a thumbs up on the like. The last like count we had was up to 189 now. So we're only about 60 away from our all-time high on likes on a broadcast, which was 250. So leave a like on there. And thanks again. We've got $35 that some people have donated to support the channel, and I want to say thank you to you folks as well. So I really do appreciate that. Yeah, well, you know, David, someone stole my viewers. It does go down a little bit because other YouTubers are coming on and they've got much bigger audiences than I got. So what's gonna happen as we get toward landfall, I'm gonna have what I've got. It's not gonna be as many as I had when I started, because I started earlier, which was good because we were able to grow the channel by 100 or so plus new subscribers. So it's part of the game being here on YouTube. Hey, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. I do miss working in Columbus. I enjoyed freelancing there, but I understand why WRBL had to do what they had to do. That their morning person didn't want to do mornings, and she lives there and she can freelance at a moment's notice. So I had no problem stepping down. Well, actually, they just let me go, but it's okay. I don't take it personal. 24-foot wave heights reported off 100 camp of Cape Coral. Yeah, that didn't surprise me at all. We got a new alert. Let's go check this out, guys. Let's switch this back over to, oh, that's that one I was looking at earlier. Right in the same area. I was looking there just a little while ago. Let's switch over to the Tallahassee radar, and let me switch back over to Radar Omega here. Now we've had several warnings in this area already today. This is for East Central Gulf County, Southwestern Liberty County, and North Central Franklin County. Goes till 12:15. I'm sure my good buddy Chris Smith is busy at Channel 7 in Panama City, staying on top of that one. Again, probably rain wrapped. You're not going to see it very well. Oh, yeah, there it is. Hello. There she blows. Right there. Showing up very nicely. Not much in that area. If you've been in that part of Gulf County, there's not much there. A lot of trees. Let's see what the winds are doing here. So we got winds 31 miles toward the radar, and looks like 17 away. So about 50 mile per hour winds. So EF0 probably. Weak tornado. Probably rain wrap too. You're not going to see that very well, unfortunately. That's our warning there, and that's our one active tornado warning right now, right there. So we only got to get 4 more subscribers to get to that magical 4,600. So hopefully we get a few more folks, and I'll be able to acknowledge like Wendy Thomas, who subscribed 30 minutes ago, and Tracy Washington just came on board. Wouldn't recommend it. Would not recommend it. You're driving from West Point down to Phoenix City. I just wouldn't recommend it. I'm always on the verge of caution. Would not be on the road tonight at all. Would not recommend it. Columbus right now, I still think 50 mile per hour winds on the top end. That's what I'm thinking right now. But the track did shift a little bit back to the left. It starts to make the turn a little bit sooner. I think it's in reaction to that upper level low. It may pull it back a little bit to the left. Again, this is a nowcast event. And when I say nowcast, is that the forecast is changing hourly at this point. So I'm not willing to raise the red flag and say, Columbus, you're out of the woods on getting any kind of hurricane force winds. And thank you for that new subscriber. 3 more to go. Got a new tornado warning. I see a second one just popped up. And where's the second one? Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Where'd that other one just time out? I don't see one. Don't see it. I want to see that one. Let's go back here to the Tampa radar here. Ooh, starting to see that eye a little bit. Starting to see it. Getting close. Just kind of getting in the edge of radar range. Here's our center of circulation. And as it continues to move in a northeasterly direction, David, feel ya. I feel you, David. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. And thank you, Brooke, for the donation there on Facebook. Thank you. Jennifer Nellis just came on board over on the Facebook side and on YouTube side. Thank you. 2 more to go. Appreciate it, guys. Keep it going. Oh, I know I'm going to lose my voice. I know I'm going to lose a little bit, but that's okay. I'll probably take a break about 12:30 for about a half hour, and then I'll come back up. But I had to start this early to be able to function and to get the viewership and stuff on the channel, because if I started later in the afternoon with the Godfather and all the other folks out there, I would never get an audience. So I started early today, and that's okay. All right, Lance, Janelle, y'all behave out there. It's looking. Let's go back over to the radar, over to the satellite here. I'm going to get this thing. I'm going to switch this thing over to the, I'm going to go switch this over to the visible now. We're up big enough. Stand by for a second. Let me get this set up. And go to visible. And I want to get this up to, oops, oh, come on. This thing went down for the NOAA yesterday. It was freaking a lot of people out. That's a healthy looking hurricane. Yeah, it's a large one. Not overly large, but it's a large storm. Come on. Thank you. Keep it on auto refresh. Thank you. So there's our storm. Starting to get a little bit of that eye starting to take place. And if that eye clears out, all bets are off at that point. Yeah, the season officially ends in November 30th. So, but we still got another whole month of October to go through. But you got some very good symmetry here. Okay, so couple things I do want to point out here with this system. All right, so whoops, sorry about that. I gotta take some of these down here. Oh, it's okay. You got good symmetry. When I say symmetry, it means you got pretty good. It's a good circular looking system. You got the eye there starting to form in the middle. You got good outflow on all 4 quadrants. We don't have any dry air intrusion looking in there. So this is a healthy looking hurricane. The only thing that's lacking, it's got good explosive development of thunderstorms. You see the blow up there of the tops there in the middle of the storm. And we're starting to get that eye to start to form in the middle of that. And what the eye means is that you got the air sinking very rapidly in the middle of that thing, allowing the heat to escape. You think of a hurricane as one big chimney. It's bringing all the heat energy down at the surface. It's going through the top of the middle of the storm. That's called the eye, and it goes out through the top. So as it clears out, it's much more efficient in how it's regulating. Think of it, the hurricane as one big giant heat engine. All right, so that's what this thing is doing, is it's feeding off those very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, which is running 85, 86 degrees. So that's a healthy looking storm there on that visible satellite imagery. And I keep going back to the infrared here as well. Let me double check which is making it, the infrared's kind of tough here. I know, dog, you want to go on a car ride, but you're not going today. You're not going, puppy. And he's just sitting over here. This is what I got to deal with. He's going to sit over here, and he's going to sit over here, and he's going to beg. Like he says, hey, we're supposed to go on a car ride today. And I'm sorry, we're not going on a car ride today, puppy. Yeah, I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry, old man. Here, come on up here. Thank you. All right, hey, we only got one more to go, and we got the 4,600, another milestone there. All righty. So we're going to wait and see how that eye forms here as we look at the visible and we continue to look at the satellite imagery. So from here on out, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be looking at the visible satellite imagery. I'm going to be continue to look back here at the radar signature, and we're going to go and we're going to watch both of these, and we're going to see if that eye clears out and if we get a good symmetrical circle. That's what happened with Francine right before landfall. If that happens here, we'll see that as well. Let me take a look. I'm going to see if we've got any kind of update here on the any vortex message new coming in. I always check that regularly. See if there's anything updated here. No, still same one from the last one. Still holding at 960. Well, it's 962 on this one, but a closed eye, 30 miles across. Flight level winds 101. So this was a little over an hour or so ago. So I keep checking on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Let me see here on, let me check the Recon flights. I always go out here and check that as well. All right. Still got Air Force 308s out there right now. So they're still out there doing some drop sounds. They haven't put one down in a while. Been a hot minute. But you can see the cross section here. Let me see if that's actually updated. I can show you that. And let me update that real quick so you can see that. So you can see how it's done there. Oh, that is there. Okay, just got to hit the refresh button. My bad. There it goes. So there you can see where it did the cross pattern as it flew over there. It looks like the drop sound was actually away from where the center is. I can see why they kept it at 960 because that wasn't exactly where the center was as it went through there. So at least according to that drop point right there. So we'll see what happens with the aircraft still out there. I don't see any new reports, but right now the last update I've got officially from the web page that I'm looking at says they're still in the recon mode, low-level reconnaissance right now. Hey, come on. One of you guys has not subscribed to the channel. We only need one more to get to 4,600. So somebody go out there, if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. You got your phone, hit that thing. Do that thing. Get us to 4,600 so we can get that milestone out of the way and I got to worry about it for a little while. We do our milestones by the hundreds on this channel. So anyway, I want to go back to this graphic here. This is about what I expect for the storm. I made this yesterday. I kind of like it. It came out pretty good. Although I think I'm going to revise the tornado threat up a little higher just with the fact that we had a number of tornadoes a little more away from the actual center of the storm than what we've seen so far. But the flooding risk is still running quite high. We're getting good rains out ahead of this thing before the storm even arrives. Wind threat, if we get some rapid intensification here to take place, that wind threat, I also may need to revise it upward as well. If it makes landfall at the difference between 115 and 130, 15 miles per hour is a big deal, especially for a storm that's racing inward. There you go. We got 3 new subscribers and we just went over 4,600. Good. So now milestone out of the way. We'll worry about the next one. 4,603. There you go. I'm telling you, folks, I'm not kidding when I tell you that when y'all do the subscribe stuff, it helps the channel. My numbers start to drop off. If I don't get the subscribers, I don't get the comments, I don't get the likes. If I don't get those things, it drops off like a rock. It drives me crazy because I hate having to beg. And I'm not begging on purpose. It's just the way YouTube says if you want to be a broadcaster in this field, if you want to maintain an audience, because the average turnaround here, and on my last update was, let's see here, last update was averaging 7 minutes. I get turnover every 7 minutes. And if I don't replace the audience that comes out, YouTube ain't gonna help me. So with y'all subscribing, it helps. And then I get a spike and my numbers start coming back and up again. And it's kind of interesting because if you're familiar with YouTube, it'll show you it's got a little graph. It kind of shows things going up and going down, and you got to watch that. It took me about a month of doing live broadcasts to figure out, oh, that's what I got to do. But I figured it out. So thank you guys. I do appreciate this. We only got to get 394. For all you folks who just subscribed, and there was like, what, 7 of y'all that just did, we are going to do a free NOAA Weather Radio giveaway. We're going to do when we get to 5,000. My daughters are going to pick the subscribers at random, and we'll do a free NOAA Weather Radio. Those are the official Midland radios, by the way. And I got 8 of them I'm going to give away. So anyway, thank you for supporting the channel. And we got 200 likes too, by the way. That's awesome. We only got 50 more likes and we're on our new high. Our all-time viewership high was 3,500 and we're at 2,700 right now. So 2,800, actually just got to 2,800. So, so we're looking to set some new personal records for the channel for today with our coverage. All right, let's go back here, getting out that high horse. All right, it's one of the things I got to do, which is kind of aggravating. Let's go take a look at these live cameras. We haven't looked at this in a hot minute. Tampa's not looking too bad there, and thank you for that new subscriber that just came on board. Thank you very much. Hello, Christine. Good to see you there. Let's look over here. Wow, look at St. George Island. Woo, look at those waves. Surf's up, dude. And thank you for that another subscriber. You guys keep it going. Keep it going. Papa 2 Kiddos. That's my dad's handle's Papa Terry. But Papa 2 Kiddos, thank you for subscribing. And we're up to 4,609. We're going to head to that next milestone, 4,700. But I won't worry about it until we get closer. But that's some very rough surf conditions there. The other camera that we're watching here is this one here. This is Cedar Key. This camera will be gone when we get closer to landfall. Look at that surf. It's really come up a lot from when I first started looking this morning. When we first started broadcasting 8 o'clock, it didn't look that bad earlier, but we're starting to see the winds. Notice the sky is getting a little bit dark there, but that surf is going to continue to come up. And as we get closer and closer to landfall, all that surge is going to come inland. I haven't checked the high and low tide for that area. It's something I'll need to watch. But that camera is going to be taken out. No doubt about that whatsoever. And so those are the cameras that we're going to continue to watch. And then we're also going to watch here the chasers. They're not, I don't think they're out there broadcasting yet. Let's double check here. I don't believe they're broadcasting. I don't think I saw one. There's several of them that are out there, but they're not broadcasting yet. Let's see if, oh, Brad's now driving. There we go. We got one of the chasers out here. And the other one, I can't believe he's got it open because normally they don't do that. But he's showing his stuff in that zone on the road. And then, oh no, he's not broadcasting now. Yeah, they were accidentally broadcasting earlier. That is that's the Godfather's channel, and he doesn't normally leave his open for the public. That's usually just for people on his subscriber base, which I don't blame him if you've got some people doing that. Black Shear, George, Black Shear. Isn't that down near Valdosta? I'm trying to remember where Black Shear is out. City of Black Shear. I'm trying to remember where Black Shear was. Ooh, that's not a good place. You're on the right side there. It's really going to depend on that waffle there if you're in the Black Shear area. Again, we get to signal the reflectivity. We get to a nice radar here that's decent here. But yeah, they need to prepare for possibility of isolated tornadoes in the Black Shear area. Winds perhaps gusting close to hurricane force in Black Shear as well, Lisa. All right. Ooh. I love when you guys get excited with me when we get the new subscribers, especially those who've been with me since the early days. It's hard to believe that my 1-year anniversary of this channel is actually October 1st. And when I first started, I said, you know what? I'd love to get to 5,000 subscribers in my first year. And out the gate, I got like 3,100 by January 6th. I was like, oh, I'm going to blow right past that. Let's go do 10,000. And then reality hit. YouTube changed the algorithm, had to do some stuff there. So, but that's just kind of the realities of the stuff. And probably our viewership from here on out is going to be kind of smaller from here on out because so many people are broadcasting now. Our numbers are dropping off, and I don't blame you guys. It's just part of the game, part of the YouTube game, unfortunately. But I'm still going to stay broadcasting. I'm not going anywhere. This is going to be an all-day event. And we're going to stay on here. I'm going to continue to watch this. Let's go back over here to the visible satellite imagery, and we're going to check the latest here as we continue to watch to see if this eye is going to get organized in the middle of our next update's here about 2 hours away. So we still don't have a true eye showing up here on the infrared. You see what looks like could have been the eye trying to form, but it's sitting to the right of the center there. So when you see that, I mean, it was trying to form one over here, but where it needs to form it up for the sinking air needs to be right over here. So it's not center of that cluster of storms. To see that storm become now the possibility for a rapid intensification. So, but you can see it very nice there on the regional radar. Look at all that rain that's really extended out ahead of this thing. Not directly associated with the hurricane. It's just throwing a lot of moisture out ahead of it, and it's running into that frontal boundary and is really acting as a bit of a sponge for the helping to squeeze out that rain. Real significant. That's really going to be a problem, especially with the flooding potential. It's going to be running very high. Thank God this thing's going to be moving. I'm very grateful that this thing's going to be moving because you got a lot of moisture here across Georgia that's coming through. You got a lot of flash flood warnings here across the Florida Panhandle already, and here across Georgia some flood warnings. All these rivers and banks are going to be streaming out of their banks as this is moving in. And that boundary, which looks to me may be shifted back to the left a little bit, may get pushed back into Alabama. We'll see how the next update goes on here, but we're getting a lot of heavy rains out ahead of that storm. And we go back over to Radar Omega here. Let me switch back to the Tampa radar. And once it gets a little bit closer, you get these bright banding here. This is where you're kind of looking to see the formation of an eye wall. And the eye wall is where the most intense winds are going to be in that area. So once it gets a little bit closer, I would say by the time we get that signature, say, up in here, we'll be able to see it very well here through later this afternoon. So for those who just joined us, if you didn't see the last update, let me give you the last update on this. This is the 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time advisory. Top winds at 105 miles per hour. And you see by the time we get to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's up in North Georgia as a tropical storm. So this thing is going to be hauling butt very rapidly. It's moving north-northeast at 14. Looking at the satellite imagery and looking at the what I'm seeing on the radar, it looks like that speed is holding constant. It's consistent with that as it continues to move up here toward the north-northeast. So it's a consistent speed. And again, the storm surge of 15 to 20 feet is not out of the question here. If you haven't seen the storm surge map here, again, that purple area, especially inland area, we're looking at 15 to 20 feet. And that's up where the storm chasers are. And thank you for the new subscriber. I do appreciate that. 4610, I do appreciate that. Every new subscriber helps the channel every bit. And I do appreciate the donations on both Facebook and on the YouTube channel. I do appreciate that. And we're knocking on the door. We're getting really close to 3,000 viewers. We're about 2,850 right about now. So we got about another 150 more views to get there. So if you can help subscribe to the channel, that's great. Share is great. And Navia Reed, hey, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining us. And let me go back here to, that was the latest update. Make sure that was the latest and greatest. I showed this earlier. I want to talk about that storm surge again. I want to show this again. If you saw this, bear with me. But if you have not seen this, I want to show the differences here in the storm surge. Okay, so what you're looking at right there is the curvature of the coast there of Florida. This is with a category 1 hurricane showing at least a 9-foot storm surge going into that area. Watch what happens when I bring it up in different categories. Look how much further in this gets the worst storm surge anywhere in the country. All right, and there's a reason for that, for the curvature of the coast and how the water just funnels in here. This is a Cat 2. This is a Cat 3. This is a Cat 4. Look how far inland that storm surge goes along that coastal area. So 15 to 20 feet, if it gets to near close to a Cat 4, we'll take it in that 5. Go to a Cat 5, boy, we're talking about almost the southern suburbs of Tallahassee. That is amazing to me to see that. But there's Cat 5 and there's Cat 1. So you can see the big difference there of the differences of the storm surge as that moves inland. So when you see a forecast calling for 15 to 20 foot storm surge, that's almost getting between Cat 3 and Cat 4. And thank you there. Is that Azimuth man? Esmith Bam, hey, welcome on board there. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate it. And we're, like I said, I don't think we'll get 5,000 today, but we're gonna definitely get a nice little chunk of it today. That's for sure. All right, let's go back over here to the back into the satellite imagery here, and I'm gonna switch this. I'm gonna go over to Radar Omega's satellite imagery. Stand by for 1 second. Let's switch this over. Boy, it's trying. It's doing its darndest. It's doing its darndest to try to get there. Let's look over this version here. Look at the blow up. We're still, one thing that's good about the visible imagery is that you can kind of see the shadows casting off from the different thunderstorms, the higher cloud tops there. And so we're not at the point yet to where we've got something cleared out. You kind of got a log looking eye here, but it's trying to get into the center. You see the cluster of what we call the CDO in here, and it's trying to work itself into the center of that circulation. If it does so, the pressure is going to drop rapidly, and we're going to see some sort of rapid intensification here. Right now, sitting at 105, but forecast to make it to 120 before landfall. And boy, the satellite imagery suggests it's trying to do that. We got a new tornado warning. It looks like they came out. So let's go check a look at that. Let's see. Look, where is that? Is that same location? It couldn't be. Oh, there it is. Yep, new one. Florida Panhandle. Bluntstown. Radar indicated. This is for northeastern Calhoun County and northwestern Liberty County. Goes till 12:30. Storm was capable of producing a tornado. Was located over Bluntstown, moving north at 25. I'm very familiar with the Bluntstown area. Been there a few times. Did some weather talks there back in the day. Let's look at the high-res velocity mode in here. Gee, that's a weird boundary. Okay, I saw something there briefly coming from the south, and it kind of went away. I see what they did. Yeah, it's weakened as it got close to there. You see that? Kind of went in there, kind of went down. So that continues there. That goes for, again, another 24 minutes. That goes until 11:30 Central Time. It's right on the border. Eastern Central Time race right there. This one's still showing a little bit of rotation here, although it's weak. Showing this one up and here. I'm going a little bit closer for you. So you can kind of see a little bit of weak over near Sumatra, a little weak spin up there. And this is going to be common, folks. We're going to be dealing with this for a while, for several hours on this, because we've got this whole area there. Again, what's interesting is we're getting more tornadoes in an area that's only showing a 2% chance. And it's pushing a little bit further to the west. And this may be looking for an update. In fact, let me just see if they have not updated this yet, just to take a look here. No, they have not updated. So I just wanted to double check here just to see if they've updated this at all. But yeah, it's very, very close. And notice the marginal risk is also, I think it's because the track is shifted. They're nervous about that track making its turn a little bit sooner. They're bringing that marginal risk of, or that low risk chance of tornadoes there back to the east as well. So let me go back. I want to go to the tornado. I want to leave that on tornadoes. So stand by 1 second. Oh, that's day 2. Sorry. Day 1. Here we go. So it's kind of right there on the cusp. Smiley faces. Let's go back here and, hey, thank you for subscribing there. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Welcome on board there. Is that Della Rosa? Thank you. Well, thank you. I would appreciate you watching me. Again, I don't knock the Godfather. I know he's broadcasting. That's why my viewers have dropped off there. But that's okay. You know, it's all fair in love and war. And he's got 2 million plus subscribers, and I've got 4,600. So it's a little bit smaller footprint there. No updates on Columbus right now. Again, just maintain and watch this as we go. And thank you for that new subscriber again. Man, I tell you, the more subscribers I get, the better it is for the channel, the health of the channel especially. Johnny, yeah, you're talking about being in Albany. Yeah, batten down the hatches, guys. I think Albany's going to see some hurricane force winds there tonight. Fort Stewart, Hinesville, Chelsea. Again, watch out for the tornadoes in your area and some very gusty winds as well. Could get some hurricane gusts potentially. Not worried about Birmingham. Not worried about them. They're okay. Not worried about Birmingham, Alabama. Kind of going through my scroll here, folks. Just trying to stay up with everybody. You're the typo queen, Janelle. I'm the typo queen. Yeah, loyalty counts. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate having loyalty. And we got our regular viewers on this channel, and I do appreciate that. We have the mantra of saying, Kova called us the little channel that could, and it's kind of become our unofficial motto of the channel. We're the little channel that could. And, you know, I got the early start today, and as a result of the early start, it paid dividends as we've added almost 150 new subscribers here to the channel for today, and that's a welcome. It's good to have that future audience for us, and we're getting close to 2,900 here on here as well. So thank you there, Rebecca. Appreciate you gifted there. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All the donations do go back to the channel. I did not spend anything for myself. I promise you. Everything will be for the channel. Appreciate it there, Robbie. Thank you. Everything helps, that's for sure. All right, let's go back here to the... Oh, Amanda, thank you too. Everybody kind of getting in on the action here. All right, let's go back here to the... I want to go back to the... I know we got a couple of tornado warnings. They're up in the Florida Panhandle right now. Deborah coming on board. Everybody becoming a fancy member. Which I need to work on those, by the way. That's on my to-do list. Rhonda. Everybody going in. Let's go back here to the Florida Panhandle. I want to see how the... yeah, we're getting a little bit of break in the action across the Florida Peninsula here. Looking at the radar here across Florida. Let me go back here to Radar Omega here. So we're getting a little bit of a break there across Florida, but we're going to watch for these outer bands start to scraping the coast here. So Tampa down to Cape Coral will need to be watched. Again, here's our circulation center down here. Kind of lining up pretty good with where the actual track is right now. So we're going to see if that thing starts to tighten up a little bit. Amen, Rebecca. help support the little guys. But just remember, those big channels, they were little guys once too. They all started somewhere. And the only one who didn't have to really work at it, to be honest with you, is Ryan Hall. That's why I call him the Godfather. There was no audience out there, and he got it. Boom. I look back to his early stuff, and I'm telling you, it was like going back and looking at my early stuff, which was just terrible. And he was able to get so many subscribers out the boot because nobody was doing it. So he didn't have to do what I'm having to do to fight for every subscriber to get on the channel. He didn't have to do that. It came pretty quick and easy for him. But God bless him. He found the market, he identified it, and he went out and he got it. So congratulations to all the success he deserves, every little bit he has. And I also love what he does with his nonprofit too. He does a lot of stuff to help victims of disasters and stuff. I got my eye out. All right, let's go back here to the, I want to change this over to the satellite again. And you might be asking, well, what is it? Why do I keep going back to the visible? Well, first of all, I like the visible satellite because it really does give me a good idea of what the center circulation is doing, what the eye is doing. And I think we're really close to seeing a pretty good eye here forming here soon. The only thing that's going to inhibit this thing is this forward speed and making landfall. That's the only inhibitor here. So let me go back here. I'm going to double check my vortex message here. Ooh, let's see here. Okay, that is new. It's calling that's too big. 55 miles per hour on the 55 miles across on the eye. That's a ragged. It's ragged on the southwest, and I can verify that on the infrared there. Pressure still holding the same, so no falls in pressure, and that's good. So the pressure, unless the pressure starts falling, the wind field will not follow. The pressure is low enough where the wind should still come up. The winds take a while. As the pressure falls, it takes a while for those flight level winds to work down to the surface. So I do anticipate by the 2 o'clock advisory, winds will come up to probably at least 110, I think, as the flight level winds are 101. So that's 115 miles per hour. So we're not showing the pressures falling just yet. But again, we're watching the visible imagery there. If that eye wall was to clear out, if we were getting a concentric eye wall, remember during Francine, it was in a long, kind of like this, and then it got symmetrical, and it started clearing, and we had a burst of strength right before landfall. That's what I'm watching with this one, to see if it'll do a similar type thing, as we'll get a burst of strength before landfall of the system, before it makes landfall. Again, we're at 12:15 here, Eastern Daylight Time. I'm your host, Greg Majeski, here on the Weather Nerds channel. Thank you for watching. Again, I appreciate everybody's support here on the channel. We're averaging 7.5. Woo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take that down. We're averaging 7.5 minutes here on the channel so far. We're up to 208 likes. We only need 42 more likes to get us to over 250, which would be a new record for us. We're knocking on the door, getting close to 3,000 views here for today. Again, other YouTubers are up right now, so it's definitely a lot more competitive out there. So if you could do me the favor and help me out right now and hit that like button. If you've already subscribed, thank you. We welcome you to being here on board. Go ahead, if you can, share this out with other people so folks can come on board here and watch our hurricane coverage here on Hurricane Helene, which is going to be an historic storm, I think. Obviously, with the storm surge, is going to be tremendous there along the coast. We've been watching these live cameras here all morning. This is the Cedar Key area where I think they're going to have some of the worst storm surge here. The wave action has been steadily increasing here as we're seeing the waves getting closer and closer to that camera. I don't anticipate that camera staying on up until landfall, that's for sure. I think it's going to be taken out. We've got numerous advisories obviously in here. As we take a look at this, we got tropical storm warnings up for almost the entire state of Florida, all of Georgia. That dark red area there, it says hurricane warnings going up into central Georgia, and tropical storm warnings going up into South Carolina, North Carolina. That's because this thing's going to be hauling ass, folks, really moving in. I called this Opal 2. Notice also they've added some additional flood watches across Tennessee. Again, as that moisture gets pulled back into the upper low, we'll see some flooding rains across northern Alabama, portions of Tennessee as well. So we're going to see that come on in there. Yeah, you can only like once. If you've already liked, you're done. Don't worry about it there, Joni. If you've already liked it, you've done your job, okay? Remember, I have a pretty steady turnover. I get turnover here every 6-7 minutes or so. So there's always new people coming in. So I gotta re-say that, every 10-15 minutes. I gotta say that to kind of keep the channel up. That's a good question on the power outage thing. It's going to be interesting to see what traditionally happens here is you do get the ability of all these the power crews pre-stage themselves. So they're all on the outside waiting to come in. As soon as this thing goes by, the crews are going to rush on in. The problem is for the state of Georgia, it's looking like power outages are going to be for the entire state, all the way up to Metro Atlanta, all the way down south. So we're talking about millions potentially being without power. Now, the one good thing about Radar Omega is that I'll be able to look at the power outages as we go in through tonight. Boy, that eye's trying to get in. It's trying so hard to get embedded into the middle of that thing. I'm telling you, if it does, all bets are off, man. Either can or have to go into YouTube settings and turn on something to show you're open and accepting gifted sponsorship. Okay, Rebecca, I'll look into that. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But I do pray you can do the donations if you don't do it through the monthly donations. That's fine. I'll have to go into Streamlabs and work on that later. That's okay. Trying to be illogical. That's the old mantra there. That's for sure. We got 388 more subscribers. Man, that's pretty good. Only 388 more subscribers to go, and we get to the magical 5,000. Which will mean I get to give away some free stuff, free weather radios. Yeah, I'm not looking at Cat 5. I am not looking at Cat 5. It's going to run out of real estate. It's moving too fast. It's going to run out of real estate. But it could make a run at Cat 4. It could make a run at Cat 4. I'm not signing that one off. Let's go back to the regional radar here. On my interactive mode here. And you kind of see this again. Watching the center of circulation as we're starting to get into radar mode here to see how, let me stay out, that's actually too tight. Let me back off here a little bit. To see how this eye behaves and to see how it's going to continue to evolve. Does it start to close off? Does it start to get us something that starts to get smaller? This is kind of big. I hate OBS Telestrator. See, I have no idea why it does that. Not a clue. Let's go faster. There you go. All right. So that's kind of wide. Again, the last vortex message was saying 55 miles. That's too big. So it needs to close off. It needs to shrink that thing below 30 miles for it to have any kind of chance of any intensification. I don't want it to. I'd rather just hold its own as a Cat 2 because we don't need this thing to be any stronger because yours truly house can be impacted tonight if that comes up this way. So, hey, if you're coming on through here and are seeing our viewer count starting to come up, welcome to the Weather Nerds channel. My name is Greg Majeski, former broadcast meteorologist, Army officer, retired Army guy, and we're doing our coverage. We started here at 8 o'clock this morning. We're knocking on the door of 3,000 viewers. If you haven't given me a like on the channel yet, please consider doing so. Helps with the YouTube algorithm as we continue to try to maintain our audience for our severe weather coverage here. And we're up to 214 likes. So 250 is our record. So we're trying to get to 250. That'll be a nice new thing here to go. What we're waiting on here, folks, is we got our next update here in probably about an hour and a half. All right. So we're waiting to see what happens with this. Let me close this down. I'll go back to Radar Omega here. As we're looking at the visible satellite imagery here, and we're starting to see some indications here of maybe we're starting to get an eye. I'm going to back this up to a few more frames. Let's go back to 21 frames here. Let's let that load up a little quick. And you can clearly see that we got an eye trying to take shape here in the middle of the storm. We're starting to get that eye to start to take place here. If it does get in the middle, embedded into the center of that storm, okay, which it looks like it's trying to do. Look at the thunderstorm closest. This is the central dense overcast. It's a little ragged, but if it gets embedded here in the middle and starts to clear out in the center of that, that's going to allow the pressure to drop like a rock, and we'll see a burst of strength. It's got plenty of fuel. There's nothing I can see from looking at this hurricane. This looks like a textbook hurricane to me. When I say textbook, what I say is I see good outflow on all four quads. Okay, you got good outflow. The air is coming into the circulation, it's sending out. I don't see any dry air intrusions into the core. Yesterday there was some dry air I saw getting sucked in there. I don't see that now. And I'm seeing the creation of what we call the central dense overcast here in the middle of the storm. So we're starting to see things come together as we're expecting this thing to strengthen. The Weather Service here is expecting it by 8 o'clock tonight before landfall. That's got it up here just offshore by 8 o'clock of it being at 120 mile per hour winds. Right now it's sitting at 105. It's possible it could be stronger than that. In the discussion that I read earlier, it mentioned that like 2 or 3 of the hurricane models were strengthening this thing up to Category 4. I think that's possible if the eye forms. If we get a good concentric eye, you can get a burst and a rapid decrease in pressure because the air is sinking and allow it to go up. Thank you to that new subscriber there on the channel. Thank you very much. And we will see if we get that to happen. All right. And so that's why I keep going back to this visible satellite imagery. I'm looking at the visible satellite imagery and I'm also looking at the radar. So I'm looking at both to kind of watch and see how that eye behaves and see if it closes off, to see what kind of formation of an eye wall gets in there. As it gets closer and closer to the radar, the signature will get better, improved as it gets closer to the coast. So we still got a few more hours till landfall. That's for sure. We got a long time to go on this. So we got good 8-9 hours of it still over water, and opportunity to strengthen is definitely there with the very warm waters. And we just passed 2,900 views for today. And again, thank you to that last new subscriber that came on board here. Yeah, I don't want a Cat 4 either. Why is this a big deal? Why is the wind field such a big deal? The reason why that's a big deal is that the stronger the winds are at landfall, okay? The stronger the winds at landfall, the more, the further inland those hurricane force winds can go. It's already accelerating. It's moving at 14. By the time we get close to landfall, it may be moving even faster than that. What's going to happen for a lot of you folks, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. What's going to happen for the folks there across Florida and Georgia, this is going to be a hit and run, folks. It's going to hit. It's going to hit hard. You're going to hear the winds, a lot of rain. You're going to hear the gusty winds. It's going to come in sound like a freight train, and it's going to move through. So the hours tonight, I wouldn't recommend any kind of travel, especially between 8 o'clock and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I'm just giving a big window here. Most of Georgia tomorrow is shut down. Atlanta, shut down. No one's doing anything tomorrow. Look, by 7 o'clock in the morning, the center is pretty close there to Atlanta at that time. I will have to go in there. Let me look at that, Rebecca. I'm not exactly sure. Is that in YouTube to do the setting? I think that's in Streamlabs. You keep asking. I'll have to go in here and look. Let me look here. I got to log in here and look. Actually, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on 1 second. I got to go over to my other one. Stand by real quick. Well, I got one of these folks asking me to do something here. Let's go over here. Back to dashboard. Let's go to... I'm looking at my dashboard. I'm not seeing anything that says... Yeah, I just don't know where to go with that, Dom. I wish I did. Unfortunately, I got everything going through OBS Labs, and I just don't have time to fool around to get the membership stuff done right. I'll have to look at that again after the fact. Otherwise, I would go in there and make the adjustment. Just not familiar with. I see the alert box. I see the tests. I don't see anything here as far as the subscriptions, the gift subs. But I don't see the stuff on there. Wish I did. I'm sorry about that. All right, let's go back here to the stuff. I was trying to do something, but I just don't know where to go. I'm learning, Rebecca. Just hanging with me. I'll get that stuff going eventually. Let's go back here to the live looks here. Tampa's not looking bad. They're getting actually a little bit of a break right now. They still got the outer bands to come through here. Let's go back here to the radar while I got that over here. I'm going to switch over here and go back to the Tampa radar. I'm getting a little bit of a break right now, but I don't know how long it's going to last. Look here at the radar. You can see these outer bands getting very close to Tampa, just off toward the south there. Yeah, so we're starting to see that. All right, Rebecca, I'll look at YouTube. Give me a second on that. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will go into... I'll go to my thing real quick and see if I can do that. I will do that. Let me go to my channel. Manage your videos here. Dashboard. And go my earnings. Let's see, memberships. Activate members. I see active members. I see Rebecca. I see the membership. I see the members are here. I see you're there. I see Deborah. I see Damon. I see everybody who's joined here today. Quite a few of y'all. Yeah, I see $4.19. It looks like it's on. It looks active to me right there. So anyway, all right, let's get back to the channel here. All right, let's go back here to look at the beaches here again. Let's switch over here. Woo, boy, that surf. Every time I go back and look at that surf, it's just getting a little worse. That's St. George's Island. And that is up here. I'll give you an idea where St. George is at. Let me switch over to the right radar here. So this here, I'll go back over here, transition, is St. George's Island right out here. So that area is, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And that is where that surf camera that you're looking at is coming from, right there. But woo, wow. They're really coming out of that breaking wall now. That surf looking really angry. Let's look at the other camera here. Cedar Key, that's also starting to come up. See the wind's really starting to increase there. What's interesting when I'm looking here on the radar is the tropical moisture to me, I think is starting to impact that boundary a little bit, that frontal boundary that's in there, and I think it's starting to push it back a little bit. Yes, Northeast Georgia, Athens, yes, I do see the surrounding, my area, I'm in Brazelton, I'm anticipating power outages in my area. I think we're going to be in the right front quadrant. I think where the interaction is between the boundary, the front, and that upper low, I think the winds are going to increase, especially across Northeast Georgia. At least that's my look right now. Yeah, I don't I see y'all asking about that. I'm sitting there looking at it. I don't see it. I just really don't. I'm sitting here. The earnings, memberships. Let's see. Levels, offers. Yeah, I have to go back into these settings and look. Cancel. That's okay. Intro offer video. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I need to go in here and look at this stuff more often. I see supers. I see Megan stuff. I see auto stuff. Yeah, I see everybody's stuff. I don't look like I have to do anything to it, though. But look at all these warnings here, guys. I mean, when was the last time that you can call? I've never seen this. I have never seen anything to show me where the entire state of Georgia was under a tropical storm warning or hurricane warning of some kind. Never seen it. Never. South Carolina, whole state, almost the whole state of Florida, You got wind advisories on the other side, but the whole state of Florida under some moment. I've never seen this. This is a first. So when we look at this entity of this storm coming in, and boy, I think that eye's going to clear out. Man, I just got a bad feeling about this. I really do. I think that eye is going to clear out here very shortly. Let me refresh this, make sure this thing's refreshing. Yeah, I think we're really close to seeing this thing clear out. I really do. That's going to be really bad because that pressure is going to drop like a rock once it does. And we'll keep watching this satellite imagery too. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. I want to switch over to the satellite here. Let's switch back over here. Satellite. Getting close, man. When I can start seeing black, when I start seeing ocean, what's got to happen now, once that eye starts to take shape and we're getting there, it's a long. Let me get on back on me. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one there. Oops. When I see that, it's a long shaped and it's a little ragged. But if it starts becoming symmetrical, we start getting that donut hole, the form there. That's going to be significant. We're at 12:34, by the way. If you're new to the channel, I want to welcome you here to our live coverage here of the Hurricane Helene. We are getting indications from satellite imagery that the storm is going through a burst of intensification. Once that eye gets organized, if it's got time to do it, we're going to see a rapid drop in the pressure, and the winds could come up. Currently a Cat 2 at 105. Anticipated to make landfall as a Cat 3 with 120 mile per hour winds. If you're kind of passing through right now, before you do, please give me a thumbs up on there. It helps the YouTube algorithm kind of maintain our audience a little bit. I could definitely use the help there. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so on that. That does help as well. We're currently up to 220 likes. We're only 30 away from our high of 250, which is nice. And again, if you consider subscribing, it'd be great to have you here for future updates, lives, as well as dailies and shorts and things I do here for the channel. All righty. All right, I'm going to have to go to the restroom here real quick, guys. So bear with me here for a second. I'm going to go back to this image. And I will be right back. So stand by. And I didn't pull a Frank Drummond and leave my microphone on. Y'all saw Naked Gun. And thank you for the 2 new subscribers. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys coming on board here as we continue to grow the channel. Went and grabbed me a couple of cookies. Got to be prepared when you're ready to do wall-to-wall coverage. You got to have your snacks. You got to have your drinks. I'm not going to do anything gross and keep a pee bottle near my desk, though. I'm not doing that. Not going to do that. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. All of you guys. Appreciate y'all supporting the channel. We're getting ready to knock on the door of 3,000 views here for today. And thanks for those new subscribers. By the way, those who just subscribed to the channel, you're automatically enrolled to win a free NOAA Weather Radio, which we're going to do. And we got Joni Jacobs, who just became a Brick Tamlin level guy. Help support the channel. Appreciate that. And again, all the money that's raised here on the channel goes back to the channel. I guess I'm at the point now where I need to go ahead and cash out. I have not done that with YouTube yet. So I can buy my weather radios. I'm buying 8 of them. And then the rest of any money else that comes in is going back to the channel. I would like to improve I like to get a teleprompter for my wall, which is something that I haven't used. I probably need to use this to show you all a little bit. So I need to use this a little more. I mean, I've got it. I need to use it. So I do have my own weather wall, which is something I really like to do. It makes me feel like I did when I worked in my TV days. And so I can explain the satellite picture and look at this pretty well. Let's talk about this a little bit right now. So when I use the word symmetrical, it looks like it's very organized. You know, it's a very nice round circular. You see the lower winds going in, see the feet are coming in, and you see the clouds going out. So what we're starting to get formed in here is a nice center of circulation. This is our eye starting to form here. It's still a little ragged, hasn't swirled in on itself, but it is in the center of the bright white clouds around the center of this thing. We still got a little ways to go here, folks. I mean, that's still a pretty nice distance. So in the next few hours, what I'll be watching for is for this thing to clear on out and to become circular. If we get a circular motion in here, then this thing's going to continue to track up in this direction. And again, the water temperatures are in here sitting about 85 or so degrees. And the waters up here have actually warmed a little bit as we got a little bit of a heat wave here before. They cooled down a little bit, then they warmed back up a little bit because it got hot again. The waters are still pretty decent warm up here. So again, Michael hit right here. Hurricane Michael hit right about there, right near about Tyndall Air Force Base. All right. This thing's forecast to go in somewhere right about here, at least according to the last track on that. So we're going to watch this very closely, and then it's going to make a curve back to the left because of the upper low feature back that way. All that water is going to get funneled in here. That's why the storm surge is going to be very high in that area. Is all that water, it's going to throw all that water right in here. That Cedar Key camera we're looking at is right there. So the water is going to go this way. Cedar Key's right there. We were showing that beach cam earlier. When that eye wall gets right about up there, all that water is going to rush right on in. So by the time that eye wall gets to right about there, before it makes landfall, all that water is going to come surging into that Cedar Key camera and probably going to be inundated. But this is a very healthy looking storm, folks. Very healthy looking here. We've got a new image that's just kind of updated into this thing. Again, I think we're probably within an hour to see something totally clear out here. We're getting very, very close. Every image that comes in here tells me we're getting a little more careful to getting something here good. One of the things I'm definitely going to do if I get to the channel big enough to subscribe, I want to get a monitor, a teleprompter monitor, so I can look at myself when I look forward. It's kind of a thing. I'm kind of faking it because I'm just looking at the camera, but I would like to be able to see myself to interact. I do have a side monitor to allow me to do stuff here, but I don't have a teleprompter. There's one from Elgato that they make that I want to get eventually, but it's like $250, but I'll get that later. But eventually I'm going to get that. So, and then another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this on the road. Next year, I'm going to go to the National Weather Association 50th anniversary convention in Huntsville, and I'm going to broadcast live from there. I'm going to do my whole setup, and I'm going to do my whole Weather Nerds thing up there with a bunch of other weather geeks. So anyway, that's my weather wall. Let's get back over here. Wanted to show that off here just a little bit. Let's go back here to the channel here. Let's go back to Radar Omega. Well, back over here. Again, thank you, everybody. And thank you for the donation, Johnny Jacobs there. Appreciate your donation. Thank you. I appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you very much. Everybody wants to call me Gary. That's Greg. And thank you for that last new subscriber. We only got to get another. Our next milestone is 4,700. We do our milestones by the hundreds here on this channel. We only got to get 13 more views, and we're at 3,000. Our all-time high was 3,500. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but we'll try. We've been broadcasting since 8 o'clock this morning, so we've been going for about 4 hours and 43 minutes. And you guys are doing great. We're up to 221 on the likes, which is good. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going here. Let me see what the vortex, see if I got a new vortex or not. My wife is asking me, oh, okay. And my wife is texting me asking about any updates here. I'll look into that. Anyway, all right, let's go here. Let's look at those cameras again. I'm going to keep going to those cameras because I like to see what the conditions are doing out there. This is St. George Island. Showed that a little while ago. Definitely not a good beach day, folks. I saw some boats out there earlier, but definitely very, very rough seas, and they continue to deteriorate there. The one area where the storm surge is going to be bad, what I just showed when I was at the weather wall, is this one here. This one's going to get swamped. The storm surge in this area is going to be on par of about 15 feet or so. So thank you there, James Thomas. Appreciate you there becoming a member there. Thank you very much. And this is where this is going to be. That camera is going to be gone by the time we get to tonight. Ava Light has come on board. Thank you, Ava. And so I'm really interested by the time we get to, say, 6 o'clock or so, what this camera looks like. Minnesota Storm Chaser. Oh, yeah. That's one of my originals. How you doing there, Minnesota Storm Chaser? Good to see you back in the house. Good to see you guys. And y'all, boy, a lot of folks coming on board here today. I appreciate you guys donating and supporting the channel. Got some gifts too. I don't usually ask for that stuff, but it's when they start doing it, it's awesome. Karen McKellen, thank you very much. Everybody getting in on the act here. Help supporting the channel. And we just officially hit 3,000 viewers today. All right, thank you guys. Again, we're the little channel that could. We're trying to build a good product here for everybody here on the universe. I will tell you this much. I do want to say this. And again, I don't want to pick on anybody, and I'm not going to say anybody specifically. All right, because I don't want to do that. But I do want to say is, folks, when you go out there in the YouTube universe, when it comes to weather stuff, all right? And again, you guys keep rolling on. I thank every one of y'all from the deepest parts of my heart. Be careful where you guys get some of y'all's stuff from. There are some YouTubers out there, and I'm not going to name anybody because, again, I just don't think it's a very professional thing to do. But they don't know what they're talking about, or they don't have the education, or they've got maybe they're weather passionate, but they don't have the education, and they say some things that are just a little bit. I'm like, hold on, guy, that's not exactly right. And that's part of the thing that bothers me. I know in the professional weather circles, and you guys just keep going, man. It's awesome. Oh, I'm about ready to cry. I'm seeing all these people joining the channel with monthly donations. It's freaking awesome. But it has become a little bit of a talking point among professional meteorologists, those of us who have been credentialed, like my AMS SEAL, and those who work in TV and internet. We're a little worried about some of the information that's being thrown around in social media circles. It does have us a little concerned. We talk about the crosstalks on here, and we're worried about wrong information being put out. Or the big thing that we're really concerned is everybody saying storm of the century, it's storm of the, and you numb people with the rhetoric to the point to where people just turn it off or they ignore it completely. So just be careful about where you get your weather stuff out there. Nothing wrong with Ryan. He's okay. He's a little over the top on certain things, but it's his business, and he's got a business and he's got a family to support. So I can let it go to a certain degree. But there's some other folks out there, man. No, just stay clear, and you can pick up on it. You're pretty smart. You guys will figure it out. All right, let's go over to Radar Mega. We got a new alert that just came out. So we're going to switch tools here. Let's go back over to the radar here. I'll get up, me getting off my soapbox there for a second. And let's see, we just had a new warning. Is it this one that just came out? It has to be this one because there's only one. Yep. It's up near Blackshear. We got new warning. Radar indicated here. This is for northwestern Pierce County, central Bacon County, and central Appling County. This goes until 1:15. Storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bristol, about 10 miles north of Blackshear, moving northwest at 35. Let's see how that looks on... it's between the radars, which makes it kind of difficult, but let's see if we can see it. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you can kind of make that out pretty well on that. I got the newer radar. There it is right there, moving in this direction. Near Alma, that's probably the only town out there. I've been to this part of Georgia, actually. Alma's a nice little town, but fairly weak water spout there. Not water spout, tornado there. Not a very strong signature. Let's see what the winds are doing down in here. Oh, well, that's actually pretty good. 75-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that'll do some pretty good stuff for you. Seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds there. I think I'm going to make an adjustment. I haven't done this yet because I haven't stopped to do it. So I'm going to do this real quick now that I'm thinking about it. I've got this new graphic. I showed this earlier about what to expect here, and I'm going to make a change here. And I'm making this change because the number of tornadoes that I've been seeing here is up a little more than what I would expect, especially away from the center of circulation. We're not even near the outer bands or anything, or we've been getting this kind of activity already. So I'm going to up my tornado risk threat a little bit here across area. It is in an enhanced area. You can see that that's in that 10% risk, and they have expanded that a little bit further up, even into North Carolina. So I'm going to up my tornado risk there just a little bit because of what I'm currently been seeing. We're seeing tornadoes that are happening away from the outer bands themselves. It's kind of the stuff that's up before the hurricane. Go back over here. Let me go back through my chat here a little bit. I haven't looked at this in a little bit, and I want to stay on top of this. Thank you for y'all's gifts. All of y'all's gifts are freaking awesome. Love listening to y'all's chats and stuff, man. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Yep, just making sure I didn't miss anything. I'll make sure I stay on top of everybody's questions. All right, let's go back here to reflectivity here. I see the chasers are starting to move. I see some guys are coming down here. Got a few of them here. Kind of not broadcasting yet. Aaron Jack's not going yet. You got 4 of them here. Let me go back over here to Radar Omega here. And you got, here's one up here. Here's one up here. Here's another one down here in the water. There's the Godfather's camera, which you can't look at. But that white line right there, that's the track. That's the forecast track. So they're going to where the National Weather Service track is. We got somebody over here on the coast. That's Vince's camera. He's thinking storm surge and probably more what the models are showing there with that right wobble there. But everybody else is kind of going where the Weather Service's track is. Now, they got Highway 98, and you can move pretty fast between there and Perry. So we'll see what that looks like when we get closer to landfall. Again, down here is the 8 o'clock position. So this is a little slower than what we were seeing yesterday, because yesterday it looked like landfall is going to be around 7 or 8. This looks like it's going to be maybe closer to about 9 or 10 based off the speed there, which is going to be bad for these guys along the coast because you can't see anything when it gets to be nighttime. So I doubt they're going to stay down there that long. We switch back over here to the Tampa radar here. Again, we're kind of watching this eye very religiously. That is my goal here for the rest of the afternoon, is to watch the evolution of this eye, to see how the eye wall forms, see if it gets to not be so ragged looking, because this looks ragged looking. It's not circular. You can kind of, let me switch over to yellow so you can see this. I'm sorry. You kind of see this a little bit ragged in here. Let me switch that out. Sorry about that. There we go. And get that going. So you see that it's a little ragged. Not that donut hole. You got to get that donut hole in there first. And but these bands, some of these are going to be raking the areas here near Tampa. So some of these outer bands might become tornadic as we get up here towards Tampa here for this afternoon as this continues to go straight. Looks like it's following the track pretty well. And the other thing I'm not seeing is any significant wobbles there either. Let's go back 30 frames and speed this up a little bit. So, you know, going right down center line, not looking too bad so far. We're going to see how that eye wall develops here on the radar as well as on the satellite imagery. Let's go switch out the satellite here over here since we're over here. Might as well. Doosh. Ooh, I think it's only a matter of time. It's getting there. And what's interesting is, boy, I'm seeing, when I see colors starting to flare up, it means it's going off the top of the, I'm seeing a little bit of green in there on the white radar. That means it's going off the scale, the white scale of how powerful those storms are. I see a little color thrown in there on the white. It means it's maxing out the color spectrum that's used for the visible satellite imagery when I see a little color flapping in there. So that's a very intense hurricane coming up. I want to see here. I'm going to go back to my velocity mode here. I mean, go back here to my. Nope, still. I want to see what the Hurricane Hunter, see if the next aircraft is out there, if they got a new one inbound. So let me take a look here. Bear with me here for a second. I've enjoyed this, folks. It's been a great coverage today. Good conversation, good questions from a lot of folks. And aircraft Recon, let me see here. 962, and that was down southwest of the, I wonder why they're way down there. They're still in the storm. So it's still showing that same general pressure, not showing the drop off yet. Stand by for a second as I get this updated for you. I was right. I wasn't sure if I had updated that already. I did. So you see them doing the crisscross, and they're inbound to the eye right now. So you see the plane there. It's inbound to the eye. So we should see a new drop sound. There's the plane right there. There's the eye. Clear out that. So it looks like they're getting ready to cross the eye right there. So we should have a vortex message, new one coming in here very shortly. This one was updated. No, that's a while ago. That's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doing the Zulu in my math. Now that's old. I'm surprised they didn't do an upgraded image on that. I'll come back to that a little bit later. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate you checking out the channel here. And if you're passing through, by the way, again, give me the likes, do the subscribe thing. We got to maintain our audience, and to maintain our audience, I need y'all's help. Real simple to do. Do the subscribe, watch the channel, man. We've added, coming up, not too far from 200 subscribers for the day. Quite a bit. And I do appreciate it. Oop, not that one. So, boy, that eye is starting to, if it clears on out, give me that donut hole, man. Give me that donut hole. Well, that's weird. Somebody subscribes and unsubscribes. That's really weird. All right, we got another alert on Radar Omega. Let's go back to that. Excuse me, I'll get over to radar mode here. Let's switch on over. Where's our warning? We got a warning here. We got two. Oh, this is over in South Carolina. So we got this one over here. Let's switch gears. It's a small one. Wow, okay, so this is radar indicated. This is for Colton County in southeastern South Carolina. Goes to 115. Storm cable producing a tornado was located over Lodge, moving north at 30. Let's take a look at the velocity on this one, see if it looks worth a flip. Yeah, nice little signature. Getting pretty close to Lodge. So there's our circulation right there. A little town of Lodge right there. So we got a little something in there. Let's take a look at the winds. 55 away. Looks like 15 highest toward. So what you do on a tornado signature, you take away a toward, you add them together. That's 55 and 15. That's about 70 mile per hour wind shear there. So you got a potential tornado. Probably, it looks kind of broad to me. So that's probably a rotating wall cloud. Oh, they just issued another one out ahead of this. Yeah, that was kind of small. I was wondering about that. That seemed awfully tiny. But you see it getting ready to go through the town of Lodge right there. So hopefully the folks there are seeking shelter. Remember, when you're in a tornado, folks, you want to try to put in many walls between you and the outside. Basement's the preferred place. Interior hallway, closet, bathroom. That's the safest place to be in a tornado. So this is for southeastern Bamberg County. This storm was near over Lodge, and it was moving north at 25. So you got that going on there. Oh, that's okay. One of my buddies said, I'd like to subscribe. Hey, Dave, if you're watching on there, you don't have to be a membership to pay money. You can just subscribe to the channel. Subscribe doesn't cost you anything. There are some folks that are members that do monthly sponsorship for the channel, but you don't have to do that. David Hager, he's one, somebody I used to know back in the day in the Army. So yeah, just go ahead and just hit that subscribe button, brother. That's all you got to do. And if you've already done that, you're already on board. So again, this is again, that's why I just upped the tornado threat risk on my assessment slide there, because we're seeing these tornadoes that are spinning up, not directly associated with a hurricane yet. It really is not. These are kind of the outer effects. I mean, the main bands and stuff are down here. We haven't even gotten into that yet. I think that's just some of the moisture that's streaming up and it's interacting with that boundary and other stuff that's going on. Got another flashing warning here. Another warning. This one's in Georgia. Again, in that enhanced zone. Radar indicated. This is for southeastern Lawrence County, east central Dodge County, northwestern Wheeler County. Goes until 1:30. Storm capable of producing tornadoes located over Cedar Grove or near Alamo, moving north at 35. Actually been through Alamo. And thank you for that new subscriber. And if that was you, Dave, I appreciate it. Thanks very much. Let's go and take a look at the velocity on this one. Yeah, it doesn't show up very well on that. Let's look at the spectrum here. In between radar loops. Now, it doesn't show up very well, but there's something showing up in there just a little bit. Very weak. Not very strong. But if you're up in the town of Baxley, little town there in South Georgia, I've actually been through there before. Going down 341, needs to watch out for that one. So we got 3 active warnings right now. One in South Carolina, 2 in Georgia, and 1 in South Carolina. As we continue to watch our broadcast, and we're getting ready to cross 3,100 subscribers for the day. That's awesome. Our record for the channel is 3,500, so we got another 400 potentially. It's going to be hard because we got a lot of people broadcasting now. If you are passing through, please hit that subscribe button if you would like to join the channel. Also, you can also help me out with the algorithm if you give the like button. We're up to 225 likes, so we're only got to get 25 more likes to get to 250, which is also a high. So it's like 250 likes and 3,500 views is our record for this channel. So we're getting pretty close to hitting that right now. So good stuff there. Looking back here through your chats here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody's questions. If you guys got any questions, again, don't hesitate to put it down below. We're averaging almost 8 minutes of viewer time, so it means I know I got a lot of you guys that are on here. It's just trying to catch the people passing through. That's the big ticket. And thank you for that new subscriber. We got another one. Yay! Woo-woo! And hey, we just also officially hit that 3,100. We just hit it. At the same time that hit. That's awesome. All right, let me go back to the satellite here. Oops, sorry. Boy, that's looking pretty good. I want to go to the wall again. So I'll put my eyeballs back on. Oop, not those. Those are these ones. Here we go. All right. Thank you for having a new subscriber. All right. So what we got going on here? Obviously, we got that eye starting to really take shape now. Still looks like a little bit of a, kind of like a crescent moon a little bit. But we're starting to see, I'm really looking close, and I'm really starting to see that air starting to sink in the middle of that. It's a fairly large eye. It would go a lot faster. The tighter the eye, the quicker it can expand. Look at the thunderstorm outflows here. And again, some very, very heavy thunderstorms here on the east side of the storm. This side of the storm, right side, this is the strongest part of the hurricane, okay? We still got a little ways to go before we get up toward landfall here. I think there's a good chance we're going to clear this thing out, and we're going to see a pressure drop, probably drop down. Right now, the last official was 960 with the lowest. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing get down in about 955 range here pretty soon as this eye starts to clear on out. Because you're getting some nice blow up of thunderstorms around that center here, here, here. I've seen the thunderstorms really flare up across there. Good outflow here. Again, this storm surge up here is going to be tremendous, but that is looking like a very healthy looking hurricane as we're getting closer and closer to landfall here. And probably about 9 o'clock or so tonight. Go back over to me. Let's go back to the regional radar here. I'm going to pull that out. I want to look at this a little bit better. I'm kind of doing both things. I'm kind of looking at I'm looking at the radar and pulling this out a little bit so I can see a little bit better here. And but you can see that very nice in there. I'm trying, let me see the center. This is about showing about 180 miles from the coastline. It's roughly about 180 miles. But we got to get that thing down a little bit, that's for sure. As you can see, that eye is still a little ragged in there on both the radar and on the satellite imagery. So they're kind of lining up pretty good there. And thank you for that new subscriber. I think I missed one. We're up to 623. Outstanding. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Turn more east. Or does it keep going straight up closer to Port St. Joe? No, I am not anticipating this thing near Port St. Joe. I am not anticipating that. I think it stays over to the east of Apalachicola. I do not see it coming back that way. Nathan, don't worry about that. Now, you're going to have some gusty winds there, but you're not going to have the storm surge problems there. Hi, Greg. I saw on the radar that there are 2 storms off the coast of Mexico side by side. It looks like, oh, yeah, there's John off the coast there. And thank you for the 2 subscribers. Yeah, there's another one. I think it was John right there off the Mexican coast. I'm not really paying attention to the Pacific side, but there is a storm over there, yes. And right now, I don't see anything heading toward Texas. You're okay. But there is one over there on the Mexican side. It's going to move inland over there. And thank you for the 2 new subscribers. It's just great to see that number go up. It makes it feel good that the work you're putting in is paying off when you get people wanting to subscribe to your channel. And it's a also humbling thing. You feel a little humble about it too. Let's switch back over to Radar and Mega here. I want to go back and look at some of the again, we got a couple of these tornado warnings back in here. Let's go back into this storm here. We got 4 warnings there. We got 2 there. Where are the other? We got 1 over. Okay, these 2 are actually together. So it's actually 3 different ones. 1 in South Carolina, 2 over here. Let's go up to the South Carolina one first. Actually, it looks like that's got a tail on it. Doesn't look overly strong, but it looks like it stood right between Lodge and Earnhardt. There's our signature right through there. Not overly strong. Again, these will not be strong. These will all be fairly weak tornadoes. Most of them EF0 to EF1, low on the scale. But if one of these hits your house, you're not going to like it. Won't destroy it, but it will mess it up a little bit. So that's one signature there. Let's check out these other two. Oh, we got a new scan coming in. Let's wait and see the scan come through first. See if this changes. And it's definitely, yeah, that looks like that's weakened a bit from the previous scan. I love the new scan feature on the Radar Mega. That's a really nice thing to have. Let's switch cameras. Let's go over here to the Air Force. Oh, that's a nice signature. That's a nice one. Here's another one. Near the Cedar Grove area, got another tornado warning there. Red on green away and toward the radar. Let's see what that one looks like here as far as winds are concerned. 27 away, 37 away, 27 towards. So it's about 70 miles per hour. So you got one pretty good looking cell there. Let's loop this one. Right, coming in from the south. Yeah, that's a nice one. Went over Mount Helene and moving almost parallel to 316, 319. Heading up toward Dublin. That's actually south of Macon. I got to watch that one. That one might sneak in East Dublin. They're going to probably issue another warning on that. Typically these tornadoes, when they do spin up, they tend to be fairly weak. But East Dublin might be looking at something right there. Got to watch that closely here. Let's check on this other signature. I'll have to switch radars. This one's kind of in between. And that one's not too bad. There's the other one. So you can see all of these are kind of lining up. There's the other one. This is kind of north of Coffee and Lambright. So legitimate tornado signatures, all of these. All pretty weak, not strong, but they're there. Let's check out some of these storm chaser cameras down here on the coastline. I see we got a couple of them here. I got 3 of them. Boy, they're all broken up. So let's check and see. Look at all these cameras and see if anything's. There's Corey. He's not on the coast yet. We got 3 of them. These guys are Brandon. He's one of the guys I normally watch a lot. And there's Brandon. I'm sorry. And this should be Vince, I think. Yep, there's Vince's camera. Not popping up. Thank you for that new subscriber there. So we got 3 here down there, the Keaton Beach area. That's going to be a high storm surge area there, folks. We're talking 15 feet. Hopefully they got a good evacuation plan to get to higher ground if they have to. So we got 2 trains of thought here. All right. So you got. That's amazing how these storm chasers is broken into 2 groups. So you got one group here going with the eastern solution that are over here. This is with the higher storm surge. And you got the guys here trying to catch the eye. These guys are trying to get into the eye wall. So they're over here on where the projected path of the storm is. So they're a little bit apart here. It'll be interesting to see which one will go through here. Yeah, Garrett, what we're looking at as far as that path, what it didn't so much shift the path as it started turning it a little bit sooner. Notice out here, I want to show you this here, Garrett. You can see this. It's down here. It's continuing in a north-northeasterly direction. Then it's just all of a sudden they start turning it northward. Almost due northward in toward Tallahassee, where the eye looks like it's going to go over the center of Tallahassee. Goes northward, goes over Dawson, passes to the east of Americus there, and kind of slides almost directly between Macon and Columbus. So, again, everything on the right side of this over toward Perry, Byron, Macon, that whole area up in here, this is going to be where the worst of the winds are going to be. But if this thing starts bending a little bit further back toward Columbus, that's why I can't raise the all clear for Columbus yet as far as potential getting some hurricane guidance. I still think 50-mile-per-hour winds is probably most likely for that area. But again, this is a nowcast type event. That's what I said when I started broadcasting this morning. Nowcast means we got to watch this thing hour by hour as we go through now late into the afternoon hours. We're about 45 minutes from our next update at 2 o'clock, so we're going to be looking at that next update here shortly. And as this thing gets closer to the coast, obviously the storm chasers will be able to keep us an eye on what's going on there. What you'll see closer to I-185, again, gusty winds. You're staying on the left side. So just tropical storm force winds, Christina. Let's go back here to the visible satellite imagery. I keep coming back to that. I think I've explained why, but I like going back to it. Oh boy, every time I see the update, man, we're getting close, man. We're getting really close. Look at that. Look at that. Just the explosiveness of these thunderstorms out here. Look how high these storms are. It's casting a shadow over here. Look at this big bright breakup of thunderstorms here as well. Just very strong. And see a little bit of this. See this green in here? When you see that, that means that the color spectrum's going off the chart. It's so high for the visible color spectrum that it just raids out. So that tells you something right there. All the air is sinking in the middle of that. I mean, it's just sucking. The air is just sinking along the corridors of the formation of that eye wall, and all the air coming in the center goes through that like a big chimney, and out it goes. Thank you for that new subscriber again. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. As I think we're very close, and I keep looking for the Hurricane Hunter aircraft to give me an update here. And let's take a look at that real quick. Keep updating to see if I've got updated. Nope, not there. Keep looking. I keep checking. All right, we got a new warning that just came out, so we got to switch back over to radar mode. Let's take a look. And it looks like there it is across Georgia. So in between the two radars again. I guess this is the closest one. Okay, over near Bexley here. So we got radar indicated here. And thank you for Christina. Just subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Appreciate you coming on board. Streamlabs will let me know about some of you, but not for all of you, unfortunately. Wish it did. This is for Central Appling County. Goes until 1:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Serenity, moving north at 25. So we got that one there. Let's go to velocity mode. Check out, see if we can see that one worth a flip. Like I said, this one's going to be between radars, so not easy to see. I can see a little bit in there, but not very well defined. Obviously, if the town of Bexley, hopefully they're taking shelter, although it's not overly strong tornado signature. Again, you get one to hit your house, blow out glass, hurt you. You don't want that to happen. So we've got the 2 tornado warnings out there right now. And I got my counter out there that really helps. I really want to help thank my buddy Steve, who helped evolve the coding to allow me to do a tornado warning count as well as a severe thunderstorm warning count. I do have a crawl, but I'm not using that severe weather crawl right now because I'm crawling my information below for the tropical system, obviously. Normally, during severe weather mode, if it's just severe weather, I have the crawl for the counties and stuff down below, but I'm not doing that for today. Because I think 2 crawls look kind of redundant. That's just my thing. But that's a pretty decent. I just updated. Wow, that's not a bad looking signature. Let's look at the winds in here. Let's see here. 63 mile per hour winds. Again, can't see the red and green, unfortunately, with this. But Pac-Man. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back here to reflectivity. Get out of here. Staying up on my scroll here, Garrett, how close or what, you have an idea, Nadia? Irma and Michael. Well, it's definitely not Irma strength, Michael strength. No, not there. Again, winds are officially 105, I think 120. So kind of the middle of the pack of the strong hurricanes there. But I think it's going to run out of real estate. It's just moving too quickly. It's starting to accelerate. I'll go back to the Tampa radar here so I can look at this eye wall. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Getting closer and closer. Still don't see anything closed off. I still want to see something that doesn't look like a dang gum bean, because that's what that looks like, a bean. It's not perfectly circular. When you get a circular one, that's when the opportunity for rapid intensification will open up. They're still out there. But no new drop sounds. I keep looking back at the Air Force Recon just to see if they have a new drop sound. Excuse me. Now, what a drop sound is, if you haven't heard that term before. The hurricane hunters, they have this drop called a drop sound. They drop this down into the center of the eye of the hurricane. It does pressure and humidity and all that stuff all the way down to the levels and get an idea of what's going on in the center portion of that storm. So they send back what's called a vortex message back to the National Hurricane Center. And it's got a bunch of data, lets you know the size of the eye, the pressure, the flight level winds, and things like that. The last update we had, as far as a vortex message, was at 1536. So that was a while ago. And it was showing 962 millibars, so they left it at 960. It showed a ragged southwest wall and an eye about 55 miles. And that's not the way it is now. So I'm waiting for the new one to come in so I can get an idea. The eye wall to me looks like it's definitely shrunk down a little bit. Let's take a look at that. I can do that. Let me freeze this real quick since we're close enough. So let me get my little measuring thing here. Again, it's such a weird looking shape. So if I was doing across the wall, that's 36 miles across, 37 miles across there. If I go this way, it is 39 miles across. So not symmetrical and not closed off, but not 55. It's definitely gotten a little bit tighter in there compared to what the Hurricane Hunter was reporting on their vortex message earlier. Oops, sorry, let me turn that back off. Hard to see some of these buoys out here, so they're hard to see, and they're off a little delayed. This is 58 mile per hour winds there. 58 mile per hour winds there. Let's go up here off Tampa. That one doesn't work. Here's this one. 55 miles per hour winds. Those are just offshore. Yeah, just up. That's come up. Water temperature 86 degrees. Bath water. Bath water. Oh, that's a good question there, Garrett. There's a couple of reasons for that. He's asking about why does where the Georgia coastline is and the Carolina coast, where the curvature is there. A couple of reasons. It really depends on where the placement of the semi-permanent high pressure node, as the Bermuda High, is located. Because traditionally, when they start making that turn, they go around the periphery of that thing. And it just happens to line up where the coast is. So the high has to be strong to the north to drive it in a westerly direction to get it over there. You've had Hugo go through there. Georgia coast especially has been very hard. In fact, I can't remember the last, I think it's been over 100 years since Georgia coast has taken a direct hit from a major hurricane. It's just the natural curvature of the coast and where the Bermuda High sets up, and depending on where the natural curve is with troughs coming off the eastern seaboard, it's very difficult to get those in that area. That's a good question there, Garrett. I know a Garrett Yee. If that's my old boss messing with me. Garrett Yee was a retired 2-star Army general. I served together in Afghanistan back in the day. In the woods, you were asking what's the significance of that? What were you asking about? Were you asking about the eye itself, about the size of the eye? If you're asking about what's the significance of the eye, the size of the eye is critical, because if it's too big, it takes a while for the energy to kind of come in. Imagine a skater. You remember, you see a skater and their arms are out and they're spinning, and then they bring their arms in and they go faster and faster and faster. Again, the tighter that is, the faster the winds can speed along. So me watching the eye and seeing if it actually starts to shrink down lets me know that the storm is intensifying or if it's organizing. So we got a pretty good eye band or eye wall that's setting up in there. Again, I keep going back to the satellite imagery on here. Let me get this thing going here again. Oh boy, I really think, yeah, it's really starting to look better. Every time I look at the satellite imagery, it's looking better and better on the picture. I mean, it's embedded itself in the core of the central dense overcast. You see the big blow up with thunderstorms here. See the other one here. But it is embedded itself now almost dead center of the CDO. That's the central dense overcast. That is going to allow the pressure on the storm to drop significantly before landfall if it's able to concentrate, shrink the eye wall some, and allows the pressure to drop rapidly. Again, officially, the Hurricane Center, which has got it now at 105 mile per hour winds, will take it set up to 120. Based off the imagery that I'm seeing here on the satellite imagery, I do anticipate on the next update, winds will probably be increased to 110, maybe 115. We'll see how that works out here, and we'll see how that goes on here. One more question from Garrett here. How wind shear affects is its biggest enemy? Okay, that's a good question here on wind shear. All right, right now there's no wind shear. All right, again, the whole purpose of a hurricane is to transport heat buildup in the tropics and takes it poleward. When you've got wind shear, if I had wind shear over the top of this thing, these thunderstorms would be blown off the center of circulation at the lower levels. Okay, so if there was strong wind shear, there would be no eye forming. It would be obscured. The thunderstorms would blow over the top. So wind shear is a weakening factor. There is no wind shear that I see. What I see on this storm, as you look at this right there, you have good symmetry. It is perfectly proportional. It's a fairly large hurricane, not extraordinarily large, but a little bigger than average, I would say. And it's got a very good outflow. So the wind is coming up and coming through the center and flowing out. So you're seeing this circular cirrus clouds going in a clockwise direction while everything is flowing in a counterclockwise direction at the surface. So wind shear would be an enemy of a hurricane because it doesn't allow it to evacuate the heat that's coming through the center of the storm, nor the eye to form. And right now there's no wind shear, nothing to inhibit this thing right now where it's currently at. There's a possibility as it gets up toward the northern Gulf Coast, as it gets close to Apalachicola, some wind shear possibly could impact the storm. We'll have to watch that closely. But for right now, there's no wind shear that's impacting the system. Thank you for that question. So, but yeah, got a new warning coming out. Let's go switch gears. Just when I think I want to check for some messages. Probably back over Georgia if I had a bet. Nope, over to South Carolina. Let's go to Columbia. All right, got a new warning. This one has been watching this one for a while. Radar indicated. This is for central Bamberg County and southwestern Orangeburg County. Goes till 2 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm producing a tornado is located near Bamberg, moving north at 25. Let's look at the velocity on this one as well. Velocity is a good thing. Yeah, it's there. Not overly strong, but it's there. Red and green. It's away and toward the radar there. So it's probably a fairly weak one. So obviously the town of Bamberg here and up near Cope needs to watch this cell. Again, not overly strong. These will not be strong. Most of these are going to be EF0 to EF1 tornadoes, not very strong. Maybe up to 70, 80 mile per hour winds, but they may not destroy your house, but they can damage your roof and damage some stuff and things like that and cause some issues. Definitely could possibly overturn a mobile home for sure. You don't want to be in those. Absolutely don't want to be there. But there's that signature right there. Shows up pretty nicely. I'm going a little closer again. Just to the right of Clear Pond. And thank you for that new subscriber. Again, I appreciate that. Hey, if you're new to the channel, I've forgotten to do this. It's almost 1:30 now, so it's time for me to say this. My name is Greg, by the way. I'm your personal weatherman. Welcome to the Weather Nerds channel here as we continue to give you wall-to-wall coverage here on Hurricane Helene. If you're passing through, please do me the favor, if you could, before you leave, please give me a thumbs up. We're currently up to 229 likes. We only got to get 21 more to get up to 250, which is our all-time high. We're currently up to 3,200 views right now, so we're only 300 away from our all-time high on views at 3,500. So I think we're going to set new records today for the channel. And thanks also, I didn't know somebody had given some more money into the chat. We're up to 40 bucks here on the chat donation. So thank you again on that as well. All right, housekeeping done. Let's get back to doing some more weather. And for those of you new who don't know about this, the reason why I have to do that is because I'm a small channel. And if I don't do that, the YouTube algorithm kicks me out and says, bye, have a nice day. So you got to do that, and you got to invite people to do their thing. So look at that. Oh boy, that is getting so close to, I think we're going to clear that out on that very close. Wow, I'm looking at infrared there. They're getting ready to shift that. I'm pretty sure they're going to shift that here very shortly. And look at that eye really starting to clear on out in there. Yeah, I'm really waiting for that next vortex message. I keep going back and I keep looking for it. Okay, here we go. New one just came in. No major changes here. Still holding at 960 millibars. It is closed. The eye, which was showing at 55 miles, is now down to 40. So it's a little bit smaller. Flight level winds at 102. So that's about 118 miles per hour. So based off this data that I'm seeing, I think on the next update here in about 30 minutes, they'll probably bring the winds up to about 110. I don't know if they'll go 115, but I think they'll bring, based off the fact that I'm seeing the eye clearing out, we're seeing the eye there now, I suspect they're going to bring this thing up to 110 miles per hour or 115. So we'll be getting, once we get to 115, that's a category 3. So we're real close to a category 3 hurricane. And then the question is, does it make a run at Cat 4? Some of the earlier models today were showing a run to Cat 4. And depending on where we are in the eye cycle, typically when you get an eye to form, it's got 24 hours before it goes to what they call an eye cycle replacement, 24 to 36 hours. Obviously, this storm is going to make landfall well before then. So it's got the possibility that this thing may get to its maximum strength possible as it's making landfall. I'm not expecting a Michael. I want to make very clear. I know we got some folks in Florida watching again, and this is going to be hitting to the right of Apalachicola. But again, you're going to see winds here flirting with 120 to 125 miles per hour by landfall. All right, so again, if you just joined us, the new Hurricane Hunter aircraft still holding the pressure at 960 millibars. But again, now that we got that eye now coming into fruition here, and I'm going to go back here to Radar Omega here, and we're seeing the, I'll go back to the other radar here. Stand by real quick. And we're starting to see that eye on the radar. If that thing closes off, we shall see. Very, 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 very big to see right there. So if it starts to close off and shrink over time, which I suspect that's exactly what it's going to do, we'll see some the pressure start to drop through the 950s here as we head toward the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Now that is a healthy looking storm, getting better organized all the time. Well, let me get this from my father. Yes, Pop, I am on live. What you got?
Hey, what do you got? What's going to happen here?
Well, we're okay here this afternoon, but tonight here in Northeast Georgia, you're going to see some probably some pretty gusty winds and some heavy rain blowing through overnight. Should be done by morning. So by 7, 8 o'clock, we should be done. But overnight, it's going to be a little bit rough, a little bit windy outside. Hopefully, folks will bring those rocking chairs inside.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
We'll do that.
Yep.
Make sure
Yeah. Tell the folks there to bring the wheelchairs in. I'll bring those rocking chairs in, Dan. All right. I'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
That's my dad. My dad's a Vietnam veteran. He lives down the street from me, about 3 miles. I moved him up here a little while ago. He's in assisted living down here. He's an amputee. He's had a lot of medical issues over the years, but I try to take care of him as best I can. So anyway, again, we're coming up on now 1:30, so we're about 30 more minutes here from the new update from the Hurricane Center. I do suspect they'll bring the winds to 110. I think that'll happen on the next update. So looking at some out ahead of this, we're already get gusts to 40 miles per hour. Oh, the camera's rocking in the waves. Yeah, rocking in the waves. This was 1 o'clock, so this was 30 minutes ago. You see the rough surf. I can't make that bigger, but you can kind of see the winds. The camera is going below the waves and coming back up. Doesn't show me the wave heights, but the winds here are already blowing to 40 miles per hour. So let's check some of these outer cameras here, other ones here. Winds here 62 miles per hour. It was at 1235. 62. Going on the periphery of this, 53. Got tropical storm force winds just offshore from Tampa right now. Speaking of cameras, we haven't looked in a little while, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of these live cameras here. This is the camera here. This is in the Cedar. Woo! Look at that wave. Look at the surf blowing up. Look at the foam. I haven't looked at this in a little while. This is really starting to increase the wave intensity there in Cedar Key. This is ground zero, folks, for some of the heavier wind shear that they're going to get here. I mean, wind shear. The storm surge are going to get here. So, wow, some serious surf blowing there on Cedar Key. And that camera, I promise you, will be gone at some point. We'll see how long we get to hold on to that camera. This Tampa right now doesn't look bad, as we saw on the radar, but looking over toward St. George Island, which has been completely evacuated, by the way. I did verify that a little while ago. And you see the surf and the conditions, the white caps really starting to break there as the tropical storm force winds are starting to push to the north now. Let me go back to the hurricane discussion here. I'll go back here, double checking here. So let me go back to the So the hurricane force winds right now extend, I was just verifying this, 60 miles from the center, and that hasn't changed. And the tropical storm force winds are 345 miles from the center, so that has not changed. I was just updating that. We got an alert there, so let's go to Radar Omega. We got to go over there and check out a new warning, probably another tornado warning we got to watch. It's been very busy with the tornadoes. Got a couple of them just came out. All right, we got several here. We got South Carolina. We'll go to the one we just saw. We'll switch over to this one. So radar indicated here. Again, this is for southeastern Lee County, northeastern Clarendon County, and east central Sumter County. This goes until 2 o'clock. The storm was located about 7 miles southwest of Woods Bay State Park, 14 miles east of South Sumter, moving north at 25. Let's look at the velocity on this one. I'm sure this probably looks similar to all the other signatures we've seen. It looks almost dead center. Can't really see that very well. No, cannot see that very well. Looks like it's right there in the intersection of 95 and 378, but can't see that very well. Now, you're looking for the green and the red away from that one. This one I can see pretty decently. You can see the red and the green here near the Brandberg area. You see that one. That one I see okay. This is the other one we got. We got those two, and I think this was the new one down here. And this one's between radars, so it makes it a little difficult to see. Yeah, you can still see that one. Yep, right there. Hopefully it misses the town of Bassville. Looks like it's just on the east side of town. Not overly strong. 34 miles away. Like 20, maybe 50, 60 miles. That's not too bad. Could definitely cause some problems for you, that's for sure. And what are we up to? What's our like count up to here lately? We are up to 232. All right. Only need 18 more likes to get to 250. All right. Keep it going, guys. Give me the likes. Keep those likes going. And we're up to 4628. Our next milestone is 4,700. We do our milestones on this channel in the hundreds when it comes to our subscribers, which is good. We're coming up, we've officially gone over 150 new subscribers today, 151, which is nice for our little channel. And it's good to see growth. So you guys are doing great things watching our channel today. And we're kind of holding our own. We're kind of steady and stable right now. So again, for those who haven't seen this, this is a map I don't think I've ever seen in the history. This is your watches and warnings out. You got the entire state of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina under tropical storm warnings and or hurricane warnings. Obviously that brighter red there across Florida and South Georgia. You can see that for sure. And then we got flood watches up across Alabama, Georgia, Florida Panhandle, going over into Tennessee because that moisture is going to be strung back and come back to the west there, thanks to that upper level low feature. Let's go over to the models. I haven't looked at that in a hot minute. I want to see if we've got the latest and greatest here to look at. That has not changed. Oh, one thing I'm not looking forward to with all this wind that's going to come up in North Georgia, it's going to blow that ragweed all over the place. I'm having some serious ragweed problems. Here is the last 12Z model run again, kind of showing this staying between Columbus and Macon. That has not changed. And the straight forecast, this one, let's see if we've got the 12Z. There's the 12Z. Yeah, there's the 12Z that was doing that reverse, taking a burst of strength here, flirting with a Cat 4. So we'll see about that. Let me switch over to the other model here. Should be seeing the. Let's look at the. All right, this is 12Z. This is one of the hurricane ones I was waiting on earlier, and see where this thing's going. This thing's going almost dead center. Looks like. Yep, almost dead center of the coast. And boy, look. Let me put this in miles per hour, not knots. I'm sorry. That really freaked me out. But still, wow, look at this. 100 mile per hour winds. Check this out. 100, 105, 88. Columbus, you're looking at 35 right there. Savannah near 75 mile per hour winds there. Again, that is at 2 o'clock in the morning. So as this thing moves up into my neck of the woods, if it starts to go to the east, and this doesn't show it being pulled by the trough, but hurricane force winds into Augusta and up into Greenville and then into the Carolina Mountains. That's just really, these are hurricane gusts. It's still across my area, still looking at 60, 75 mile per hour winds. So I'm also worried about there. So this is this model here. And don't worry, we're going to go over and look at the tornadoes here in just 1 second. Hold on. Let's go to B. Looking at the other model here. Looking at the winds again. It looks like they're both in fairly good agreement. 106 mile per hour winds there at landfall. See a nice little cluster, 100 plus mile per hour winds. This is going to knock out a lot of power, folks. Quite a bit. But notice there, if you're over there in Georgia, these have been favoring a little bit to the right, but the Weather Service is still saying that whatever the Hurricane Center is seeing, they're saying more to the left. I'm not exactly sure. That's why we're calling this a nowcast, right, type event. We're going to see how this kind of continues here. No spam, no spam. Go to my voicemail. But this would favor more of East Georgia and Augusta and South Carolina getting hammered there pretty good. All right. So let's go back here to Radar Omega there. We got a couple of alert tones that came out, so stand by for that. And where was our new warning? We got a new warning here. It came out. Oh, down here during the Florida Panhandle. We've had several down this way. Radar indicated here. This is for southeastern Calhoun County and southwestern Liberty County. Goes till 2 o'clock. Once again, near the Bluntstown area. That's been there multiple times. I think that's not the one that came out. Where's the other one? We got 1, 2. Was it this one? No, not that one. It must be this one. No, that's 18 too. There it is. Had to look around and find the right one. Near Dublin. Yeah, this was the one I was tracking earlier. I was really worried about this one going through Dublin. This was looking pretty. This is for central Lawrence County. Goes located near Dublin, moving north at 25. Let's look at the velocity mode on this one. I was looking at this one earlier. It was a little bit of a concern. Not that strong. Just like it's crossing the interstate right there. Not seeing the red on greens a little bit, so again makes it a little bit difficult to track. Let me loop this through. Yeah, something's spinning there. You see it just kind of rotating on through, so it's coming up this way. Probably a little burst, maybe a little whirlwind there. Weak tornado, not very strong. But a lot of these are going to be that. And thank you for the new subscriber. I appreciate you, Garrett, joining the channel. Welcome on board. Okay, trying to keep up on the chats here. You guys have been busy on the chats today. Very, very busy. We're coming up on 3,300 views as well, so we're getting ready. Only a couple hundred away from our all-time high, 3,500. was our all-time high on the view count. So we're doing pretty good here today, guys. Thank you very much for watching. If you got any questions, if you're new to the channel, if you got any questions for your area, I can help answer that. Please just post it down in the chat. If you're on Facebook, I can do the same thing. I'm simulcasting on Facebook and on the YouTube channel here. I've been going since 8 o'clock this morning. We got an early start, which has been very, very good for the channel. We've gained a lot of new subscribers. And Deb Adcuff, thank you there, Deb. Appreciate you coming on board here and joining the channel. Atlanta is, I'm really worried about Atlanta. I am worried about that. Calhoun County for sure needs to be careful. I'm telling you, man. These tornadoes are increasing through this area and stuff, so we got to watch that. I've not been paying attention to the actual tornado watches I know are out there. I'm just going to stay on top of the warnings in the end of the county. Just too much stuff to go on and be bouncing around too much. Yeah. So looking up toward the city of Atlanta up here right now, we've had some pretty good, again, they're showing tropical storm force at 65 here going right near Truist Park Baseball Stadium. And that's where the plot is at 8 o'clock in the morning. So most of Metro Atlanta is closed down for tomorrow, by the way. Nobody's going to be working. So it'll be interesting to see some of these cameras that they got around. There's the rain there in Rockdale County. I'll be watching these cameras as the storm goes northward. There's plenty of cameras in and around here. To give you an idea, this right here, this is the home of Radar Omega. They're the ones that make the software program that we're using to do the tracking and stuff. So hopefully when I get to 10,000 subscribers, I think I got to get to 10,000, they may consider me for a sponsorship. So, and if you get a sponsor with them, I put their little logo on here, and hopefully they'll let me beta test their software. That's what I'm hoping to do. That's one of my two go things. But there's plenty of cameras here in North Georgia for me to look at as we get to it tomorrow morning. And hopefully I get to keep my power. That's the big thing. Let's go by on here to the south. Again, we're kind of watching these warnings. We got multiple ones out here. I'm going to keep going back to these, and I'm going to keep searching around and just kind of looking at the signatures. That doesn't look bad. All right. If I see a signature that stands out, I'm going to stop. So I'm call this tornado surfing right now. Yeah, a little bit. That doesn't look too bad either. When you got so many to watch, you gotta maybe able to scan around a little bit. Oh, there's that new one. Near Blakely again. This one just came out. This one was looking decent earlier. Still does. Wow, it's got a nice little, looks like it's just pulled off to the north. We got a little, they're just running parallel to Highway 1, so it's moving up this way. Notice all the roads and stuff in here. Again, I hope folks that are in mobile homes are just batting down. These things will be fairly weak, but if they get the wind underneath those mobile homes, they can flip them. They got to be careful. This is a rural and poor part of Georgia, so I'm really concerned about those folks out there. One more to go. That one don't look too bad. And this one right here. All right, we're getting really close. I love y'all. I love y'all's alerts. Love my little emoji effect. I do like that. What's interesting, on the satellite when I switched over, you can see the bright white in that thunderstorm associated with that tornado warning there. Interesting. Yep, new warning. Damn, these things are coming out hot and heavy. Another one. They're extending the warning here for the other one. So they're extending this warning. Boy, that's got to be the smallest warning I think I've ever seen. This is for southeastern Toombs County until 2:15. Storm producing a tornado possible was near Baxley moving north at 25. So it's down here in the south. They just added it to the northern part of that. Why did they just do that? That's kind of weird. Y'all are being a little weird. Yeah, there it is. Weak one. Looks like it's just past there. Let's continue to move to the north here, just great across the county line there. But again, a weak signature, not very strong. Winds in here, 55, 56, 55. And I'm not seeing the gate-to-gate thing. So that's what I'm looking for. Let's go back this out a little bit. Oops, oh, didn't mean to screenshot, sorry. Turn that off. Let's go back here to the Tampa radar here. I haven't looked at the signature from our hurricane here a little bit. All right, what am I seeing here? All right, a couple things I want to note. The eye is large for right now. Let me freeze this. Okay, a couple things I'm noticing. Eye is fairly large, but it is definitely getting much more symmetrical, which means it's more circular. All right. Now the size of this eye is about 35 miles across. Let me do that again this way. About 43. So it's not totally symmetrical, but roughly 40 miles across. That's what the hurricane hunters were showing there a little while ago. So what we're going to be looking for as this thing continues to loop and go northward, now that it looks like we're getting a symmetrical looking eye, does it start to shrink? As it should, as it's wrapping that energy into it, as the winds are spinning around the center of circulation, it's going to get faster and faster. As it does so, the eye will start to tighten up. Okay? And as that tightens up, that's when the pressure will start to fall and the winds will start. Now, this storm has had a history so far of the wind speeds kind of lagging behind the pressure falls a little bit, a little more than what, say, Francine. Francine, they're pretty decent. This one has been a little lagging a little bit. It's kind of funny how each storm is got their own little idiosyncrasies. They're a little different from each other. So this storm is showing every indication that the 2 o'clock advisory, which should be out here any second, should show us some changes here. So there's the 1 o'clock advisory. Yeah, it just updated. Just got it. I just caught this right when they updated here. So here's your 1 o'clock advisory. All right, pressure 959 millibars. They dropped it slightly. It is accelerated again. It was moving at 14 on the last advisory. Now north-northeast at 16. Winds are 110. So that did move it up to 5 miles per hour as I anticipated there as we were going through there. So let's see, has this got the new data yet? No, still waiting on the 11. So hasn't updated yet in Radar Omega. So we're looking at that landfall still happening. Sometimes we head into the early evening hours here, and still it looks like no major changes to the path. That's pretty much exactly the same as the previous one. So I don't anticipate that changing that much. Got a new warning here. Yep, we got to go back to Radar Omega here. Let's go back to Radar Omega. We got a new warning. We've been staying hot and heavy on these warnings, man. Whoops, turn this stupid thing off. Go away. All right, new tornado warning. This is for coming out of the Tallahassee Weather Service office here. This is for southwestern Calhoun County in the Panhandle. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing. A thunderstorm was located 11 miles southwest of Bluntstown, moving northwest at 20. It's interesting we're getting more tornado activity in an area that really was not showing a whole lot of expectation there. Let me look at the velocity on this and take a look at that. Oh yeah, that's actually a decent signature. There it is right there. It's in no man's land. There's nothing out here. I mean, there's literally nothing. I know exactly where that's at. I've been to that part of Florida. So that is, you got something spinning there. Again, it'll be weak. It won't last very long. And you got something you watch back with this other tornado warning back in here as well. So you got one spin up there, got one spin up there. So town of Fountain going down 231, which I'm very familiar with coming down out of Dothan. And of course, you got Panama City back this way. It's interesting we're getting that kind of activity that close to Panama City, that far to the west. Again, I think it's interacting with that frontal boundary that's to the north. if you look at the regional radar here, I would suspect, let me look at this. I've not looked at this in a while. Let me back this up. And oops, sorry about that. Turn that off. Yeah, it's definitely interacting. I'm surprised I got that back looking as a cold front again, but it's definitely pushing into that cold front, that some of that moisture in there, and I think that's enhancing the spin. Again, the outer bands are really not part of that. That's just, again, in tropical moisture feeding out of the Gulf, out ahead of that hurricane being pushed forward and bumping into that front. So we're seeing a little more activity further west than what I would expect. We're getting it over there in southeast Georgia. That's where we thought we were going to get it. Again, here's the watch. This is the tornado watch zone. But I mean, we got tornado warnings now just on the cusp of going out of that marginal or that 2% risk going out of there now. That's really interesting. So I mean, you're talking right about in there. We're getting warnings right in here. Pushing out of that area. We're getting them in here. We knew where this was going to be busy. We've been getting that pretty much all day since early this morning or late this morning. But that's interesting. They may need to advise changing that box up here soon. Let me see. I don't think they've changed it. I'm just updating it. No, they've not. Just checking. Leave that there. Leave it on the tornadoes. So, hey, we're coming up on the 2 o'clock hour. Again, welcome to the Weather Nerds channel. I do appreciate you guys checking out our wall-to-wall coverage here on our hurricane, which is getting closer and closer to landfall as we go into the early hours. If you're new to the channel and you haven't yet subscribed, please consider it to be an honor and a pleasure to have you on here on board. Hit that subscribe button. I do a weather daily that you guys can have and shorts and stuff outside of this live coverage you can have in your YouTube feed. Help us out with the algorithm as well too, because obviously we're a small channel, so we need all the help we can get. So leave a comment. Tell me where you're from. You got any questions, please post it down below on Facebook and on YouTube, as we're kind of simulcasting on both. Also help us with the likes. We're currently up to 235 likes, only got 15 more, and we're actually up to 250. 250 was our all-time high for likes for our live broadcast, and we're only about 150 views short of actually getting to the 3,500 mark. So please help us out, and thank you for the 2 new subscribers that came on there. I do appreciate y'all's help here on the channel. It does help, that's for sure. Disney World is now closed. Well, yeah, I could suspect they would be. Some of these outer bands, especially with the potential tornado warnings that are going to be moving across the central portions of Florida. Yeah, you knew the parks were not going to be open, that's for sure. You think the winds will feel like Matthew? Are you talking about Michael or Matthew? I'm trying to remember which storm Matthew was. I know it's not going to be anything like Michael for sure. Let's go back to Weather Omega. We got a new warning that just came out here. Boy, this is that same cell. Let's go over to Weather Omega here. Let's go check this one out. We got that same cell that's been tracking through East Dublin. And hopefully they got no damage in here. But a weak tornado spin up right through here. Let's go ahead and read the specifics on that. And this is radar indicated. This is for East Central Wilkinson County, North Central Lawrence, and Northwestern Johnson. Goes till 2:30. And is located over East Dublin, which we already saw, or Dublin moving north at 25. So you clearly see that. This is a weak signature, not very big, nor is it looking very tight. But enough for the Weather Service to warrant a potential, whoops, turn that off, dummy. Sorry, I didn't mean to have that on there. I'm checking out the winds in here. Oh, they're just not very strong, not very big. So maybe 40, 50 mile per hour, a little weak EF0 tornado going through there. There's a new update. It's moved a little bit to the north. So that one's a weak signature. Not worried about that one. Let's look at this other one down here. That one's got a decent signature on that one. See, but also, again, very broad, not very big. And these are all pretty weak. So we're talking about EF0 level stuff. Be a little headache. I do have a tornado report from earlier here. I saw here, we got one here. Emergency manager relayed report of power lines down at Bells Highway and Highway Cotton Road. possible tornado. So that's the first update there I've seen on that right now so far. Oop, let me take down that Dodge there. Sorry about that. We getting high winds in Trenton. So Timothy Bender is reporting some high winds in his area there in Trenton, Florida. Well, batten down the hatches there, Timothy. Yeah, high surf. You want to see high surf, Brian? Yeah, we can look at some high surf. We can definitely look at that. We've been looking at the live cameras here all day for sure. This is the one near where I think the Cedar Key area. Boy, you want to talk about high surf? It's been pounding there. This is where the storm surge is going to be the highest in this area. But boy, these breakers are getting really big. I can't really tell how big, but they got a lot of white caps on that. And then the other camera out here toward not Tampa, but over here at St. George Island, that's also showing some pretty good breakers out there. Bad surf day. Very bad surf day. All right, let's go back to Radar Omega here. Got a new scan going around here. Let's check out these. Oh, we got a new scan. I'm also just double check these. And getting a new scan here. Still holding its own. A little bit there. Looks like it's just into the north of East Dublin right now. Hopefully no damage. We don't want to hear anybody getting hurt. Got this other one down here. This one's, you see a lot of roads in here, and this is probably a lot of trailers, unfortunately, in this part of Georgia. So hopefully there's no problems with these folks down here. Again, this is radar indicated stuff here. Another 15 minutes on that warning. And then we got the other one down here toward Panama City. That one don't look that bad at all. That one's lifted out. Don't see that. Don't see anything there. Oop, we got our new update. Good, they got that in there. Yep. Looking better every time I see it. Every time I look at the satellite imagery. Definitely seeing a lot better. 110 miles per hour, moving north-northeast, pressure 959 millibars. Let's look at this latest track now that I'm over here. So we're, by the time we get to 8 o'clock, we're taking the winds to 120 miles per hour, so they have not changed that. Wind gust to 150. There is a slight bend back to the left a little bit. Here's where the hurricane chasers are. You can see, I think this is Connor here.
Maybe not quite. Funnels right up. Yeah, just funnels in there. It's literally just
the microphone here. They're kind of still in motion there. But we'll watch these hurricane chasers as they get a little chaser. Brad's moved inland. He's up toward Tallahassee right now. Look at where the path goes. It goes right through here. The eye goes right over Tallahassee. And if that comes in from there from the coast with 120 mile per hour winds, there's going to be widespread power outages across Tallahassee. That's for sure. Then the track goes northward. This is shifted back to the left again. Albany will be in the right side of this. So again, as we're tracking this in, Albany, Sylvester, Ashburn, Tifton, you're on the right side of that hurricane. That's going to be some very strong winds for you through there. And then it's still passing almost directly between Columbus and Macon. Almost halfway between. That has not changed. And thank you for that new subscriber there. Thank you very much. Hey, we only got 58 more to go to 4,700, man. We're knocking on that door. All right. And then we go up, and then it goes to the western portion of Atlanta. I mean, this is getting pretty close to Truist Park. By the time we get to 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 65 mile per hour winds coming into metro Atlanta. And anybody on the right side of that storm, Snellville, Lawrenceville, Beaufort, if you want to know where I live, I'll go ahead and highlight this for you. I live right here. That is my location right there. And thank you, Lisa Fountain. Lisa, thank you for joining the channel. Appreciate you coming on board. Yes, when I say a storm looks better, yes, I'm saying it looks worse. When I see a storm that looks that symmetrical, and when I see a storm that's got good outflow there, let me back up this again. And when you see that kind of signature there, my friend, Captain Skywalker, that is a healthy hurricane that is got very good symmetry and everything else with it. So let me go go back over here. Excuse me while I go over to the weather wall real quick. We'll talk about this a little bit. Talked about this earlier. So again, we got the eye is almost dead center of the thunderstorms. You got pretty good symmetry here. You got outflow in all 4 quadrants. There's no dry air intrusion that I see going in here. Good outflow aloft to see everything kind of feeding into the middle of this thing. And the eye is starting to clear out a little bit. All right, so this is clearing on out. What's interesting is this path is going to take it very close to this buoy. And I'll tell you, it's later on tonight, that's going to be interesting to see as we get toward like 6, 7 o'clock tonight, what that buoy is going to show as far as its data. But as this thing constrains, if the eye clears out and circles out, the pressure is going to fall like a rock. Because once the eye begins to shrink, the pressure is going to fall and the storm winds are going to come up significantly. Right now they're at 110. They're forecast to go to 120 by up to here. It's possible, excuse me, it's possible it could go a little higher than that. I don't think it'll go too much higher than that. Again, the problem with this storm is not its symmetry or intensity. It's going to run out of real estate. It's only got so much ocean to pull over here. But I think getting up toward Cat 3 for sure. It may flirt with Cat 4, but it's going to be an hour-by-hour thing. We got to watch closely. Watch it very closely there. I love my weather wall. That's just one of those things. When you've been a TV meteorologist for a lot of years, you know you miss certain things. I love having my wall. Let's go back to the regional radar here again, as I'm going to pull back here a little bit. So stand by here. And I probably need to activate something on here, which I haven't done yet. So let me go to my interactive mode here on this radar. I'm going to go ahead and add local storm reports. I want those to come on so I keep a watchful eye on this and see where we got the reports that are coming in. So like for this one, showing winds, storm chaser observed a water spout near Carabella. We saw that earlier, so yeah. But that is yeah, we're going to watch this eye. Watch that eye, man. I'm telling you, that eye starts to shrink and gets smaller. That means it's getting stronger. Now, conditions there in Tampa are going to start going downhill here pretty soon. Some of these core winds are getting awfully close to the coast. Sarasota's at 87, 86 degrees up in Tampa, so it's pretty warm up there this afternoon. It's kind of interesting that some of these bands across central portions of Florida are that quiet. I'm a little surprised. Everything seems to be up toward Georgia and the Carolinas. Look at all this moisture up here. And that's because of the front, not even directly associated with the system. Again, I was mentioning before how unique this situation setup is, because we're dealing with 3 different entities here. And because of the fact that we're dealing with the fact you've got a low pressure here. They got this upper level low that's diving south. You got a stream of moisture coming out ahead of this frontal boundary here. And then you got our low pressure down here dealing with which is basically our hurricane. Never seen this setup ever in all my years of doing this. I've never seen this kind of setup here. So it does making forecasting this thing a little tricky, because you're seeing things you've just never seen before and how they interact with each other. And the amount of sheer rain that this thing is falling well ahead of the storm is just, it really amazes me. And it's going to cause, when this thing does make a landfall, it's going to cause the flooding to be a major problem. I'll keep going back to the infrared here. Ooh, starting to close that thing off, man. I think it's going to hollow out. I got to see if they're going to update that to a new position. Let's switch over here. I'm going to go back to Radar Omega here again. Let's go over here. And hey, before anybody leaves, if you could do me a favor, please hit that like button if you can before you drop out of here. It does help the algorithm out. We're up to 237 on the likes. Please do that as you guys vacate. It allows new people to kind of come on in. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, please help us out there as well. Again, this is the subscribes, the likes, and the chats that help us keep this channel, our audience turnover going properly. We're coming up on 3,400 now. Views for the day. We're only about 100 away from our all-time high, so we're going to get there. I think we're definitely going to do that. during this broadcast. Let me go back over toward Radar Omega here. I want to take a look. I want to switch this over to the infrared band. Yeah, we're trying to get that eye to clear out. Boy, it's getting awfully close. You can see where that center is. Lines up very nicely. So if we get in a situation where we see this blue, nice big circle around here, you see a little rough edges in here, not really quite filled in here. But once it does, and it starts to, we see that air sinking in the middle of that thing, the pressure is going to drop like a rock. So let's see here. Just checking to see when our next Air Force Recon is going to be out there. Let me check on that. I'm doing the cross. In Helene, showing 960. Second drop sound. What is that showing here? Fly level winds to 115. Wow. Yeah, I think on the next advisory they're going to go 115, at least based off what I'm seeing with that. Looking at their crisscross pattern, it's amazing how when you see how these guys do this. Let me show you this. That's an older image. Let me get you a new one. So see how they do the crisscross patterns there? This is C-130 aircraft as they're going around, and they're doing those different drop points in there. That's how they get the organization and symmetry of the Hurricane. These Hurricane aircraft have been doing it for decades now, and they fly out there. They stay out there for hours. I've seen a few TV crews. I've never done one. I almost did, but I get airsick pretty easily. I was like, man, I'll be throwing up like crazy in those things. But it's amazing that they go out there and they're able to get this critical data for us. So if you're just now joining us here, again, I just want to go ahead and pull this out here again just to show you the 1 o'clock advisory. The winds haven't increased to 110, so we're about 4 miles away from a Cat 3. 115 will take us to a Cat 3. I do expect us to go to 115 by the 5 o'clock advisory based off radar observation as well as off the satellite observation, and obviously what the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are showing out there. Already got flight level winds at 115 now, and it works its way down to the surface. So I do expect we're going to get that. Oh, I joke. I do like to joke a little bit. But let me pull this back out here. So you kind of see this thing going inland here a little bit. And let me, I usually don't do this. I like to show that track a little bit just for the fact that for those on the left side of the hurricane, like over toward Columbus, any deviation in there, if it stays further east, you're going to have less impact. But if it goes over, the core winds are still the core winds, even though the strongest winds will always be on the right side. If it's close enough, you might see some hurricane gusts sneak into like the eastern suburbs of Columbus. You got to be careful with that. So Columbus, again, this is a nowcast type forecast situation. As it looks like this thing, which is in a north-northeast, should be turning almost due north here over the next couple hours. And that's for my folks on the Facebook side. We got a lot of folks on Facebook watching there in the Columbus market. Let me go back to Radar Omega here. And we go back over to the visible satellite here. A very healthy looking storm. We're very fortunate. Sometimes with these storms, they will have small circulation centers to begin with. I'll give an example of one of these that comes to mind. Hurricane Andrew in 1992. It had a very small circulation from the get-go. And because of that, it was able to spin up to a Cat 5 very rapidly because, again, the tighter the circulation at the center, the faster those winds can speed up. So the fact that this one has got, what last update was 40 miles across, of an eye wall, that's a little big. So if it was down, say, to 20 miles, boy, then I'd really be concerned, because that means that thing could really strengthen up pretty rapidly. So what I'm looking for here, when I go back over here to the radar, and we're going to watch the radar here, because that's a really good indicator here. Wow, that's a pretty good eye wall there. This is what you call the eye wall. See this intense orange that's in here? This is the eye wall starting to form very nicely here, showing up on the radar. So we're getting a good eye wall here. Let's look at the measurement on this across this way. Again, 40 miles. That's a little big, all right? This way, about 33, 34. So it's not symmetrical yet, but the trend, at least looking at this, let's back this up a little bit. Oops, sorry. Let's back this thing up to 30 frames. Let's back it up a little bit. And let's spin up a little bit. So you can clearly see, going back here the last hour or so, things have definitely are looking a little more symmetrical, to say, with this thing. And there's a kind of a 3D look of these outer bands. You see these high cloud tops here. Let's do a volumetric scan on this. I think I'm close enough to look at this. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we can see. Oh yeah, that's very nice. So this is a 3D representation here of the storm. So I can zoom in here, and you can go in and look at the eye. You see where the higher cloud tops are right in here. See the higher cloud tops? See the spikes on the outside? And you see the center of the storm right there. You can see it very nicely going into this thing. So very, very nice. So a little bit of a gap there on the outside I just noticed there. Kind of looking, I'm just kind of doing a 3D look here. As you can see some of these look at these higher clouds. These are higher cloud tops around the eye wall. So this is where your most intense winds are going to be located, right here on this 3D look representation here. So you see that very well in there, and you can go right into the eye there. As I kind of zoom up, whoa! I can flip this thing up. But yeah, that's a cool feature. I do like this for the Radar Omega. It's good to be able to go in there. And as this thing gets closer to the coast, I'll be able to continue to do those little 3D scans and look into there. Very interesting. And then we got the new update here. Let me get this back down to 14. I don't want to go too far. So looks like some of these outer bands may be coming in pretty close there. Attention, please share. Anybody with pets, please keep them inside. And say, that's a good point there, Kimberly. Very good. I haven't mentioned this in a while, so I'm going to mention it again. If you're in the path of the storm, Florida Panhandle, Georgia especially, anywhere going up in the Carolina, anywhere they're expecting excessive winds, there's several things you got to do. Lawn furniture, bring it in. Trash cans, bring them in. Fall decorations, which I took mine down today, bring them in. Get them out of the way. You just don't want to damage your house, your neighbor's house, your car. Bring that stuff in. Take care of it. Secure it. So you don't. And for God's sake, bring the pets inside as well. Don't leave them outside in this. Absolutely. My pets are indoor pets. They got little doggy doors, so they come in and out. All right, guys, y'all behave here a little bit. Yes, we know the seriousness of the storm. Y'all can have a little fun here. I'm okay with that. But let's be respectful, everybody. We all know the seriousness of the storm. I know I do. If I joke a little bit, it's definitely not at the expense of everything. It's just that you got to keep yourself in the right frame of mind. And mine is about information, certain degree of entertainment, because people are watching this. So never take anything personal, that's for sure. So anyway, yeah, Tampa's got to watch this here real closely. Some of these bands are getting awfully close. Look at that camera there downtown again. Yeah, starting to notice some winds coming up just a little bit with the trees. And look at the cloud cover there in Tampa. This is the downtown area there. So the clouds are moving pretty good. We'll see how close some of the core of these winds get close to the Tampa area. You see the most intense lines are sitting out in here. Probably going to see 50, 60 mile per hour winds in this easily. But yeah, that's a pretty good healthy signature now. We got a pretty good look on that. I'll double check my watches and warnings here real quick while I'm thinking about it. I haven't refreshed this in a little while. And give me a second. And go to national. There we go. Just making update. Boy, they put a lot of, they got the tornado watches up, which we already know we got in place. Flash flood watches. We got only one tornado warning right now. That's in Georgia. Look at all the high wind stuff. They put high wind warnings all up through Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, all the way up in the mountains. That's going to be, like I said, the power outages. They're going to extend from Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia. That whole area, man, the power outages are going to be quite significant. I do have that as a high thing. That's what I got there set as what to expect. Obviously, the flooding is going to be a major concern. So, again, power outages are going to be significant. Surge is going to be very high along the Florida Gulf Coast. And the wind damage going in, especially if it gets to Cat 3 or Cat 4. If it gets up to Cat 4, it's really going to drive the hurricane force winds well into Georgia and potentially getting up to Atlanta, a.k.a. like Hurricane Opal back in 1995. Just checking back with the hurricane hunters here real quick. They're zigzagging back around again. No new drop sound yet. Probably won't get one. Typically, what the hurricane hunters do is that when a new report comes out, and they come out at 5 o'clock, they will drop a pressure reading usually within about 30 minutes of the new report, so that the Hurricane Center gets the most up-to-date pressure reading before they release their update. Now, what's going to happen once we get closer to landfall, and since we got good radar signature there, I'm not sure when they'll start. Probably will start about 5. We'll start getting hourly updates. They'll be using the radar as the coordinates place. What's interesting right now, Francine, when we were tracking it was actually displaced a little bit from the exact track of the line that kept showing up. It kept wobbling off and up. This one's not doing this one. This one's almost looking like a B straight line. It's not wobbling on either side that I can see. And it's right down the middle. Really, really interesting to see that so far. I mean, you see the line cutting through there. That's the hurricane track. And you can see how far this was the 2 o'clock advisory when it was at 110 mile per hour winds. So this was as of about 30 minutes ago. How much it's already moved in a very short amount of time. It was dead center here. It was in the center, and now we're up to here. So it's moving at a pretty good clip. The forward motion has increased by about 16 miles, by 2 more miles per hour. It's moving at about 16. So moving at a pretty healthy clip there. And, we're hitting a milestone. All right. There it is. Woo! Thank you, everybody. We just hit 3,500 views on the channel. That is a new watch viewer record for us. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. How are we doing on the likes? Let's see. How are we doing on the likes? We're at 238. Only got 12 more to go on the likes, and we got a new high there. All right. We got alert tone. We got to go back up Radar Omega. Probably got a new tornado warning. Where are you, tornado warning? Up, South Georgia. What a shock. Out there in no man's land. Radar indicated this is for north central Coffee County and southwestern Jeff Davis County. Goes until 3 o'clock. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Broxton, moving north at 25. Well, there's Broxton. Going a little bit closer. And let's take velocity mode and take a look and see what we got. I can't see it very well. Let's go to storm relative. Yeah, a little bit better. There you go. Looks like it's kind of dealt down here, but it's probably just catching up. Broad circulation and looks pretty not strong on the wind field. 35, 40, 8, 10 miles away. Maybe 50, 60 mile per hour rotation in there. Pretty broad. Not concerned about it. But coming right in through there. It should stay just to the east of Broxton, looks like. It's part of my sinuses a little bit. I am fighting a ragweed terrible. Our ragweed outside in our area, part northeast Georgia, is through the friggin' roof. They're all over the place, driving my sinuses crazy. So there we got these two warnings. This one goes in, for Coffee and Bacon County. This is west of Alma. I didn't see that one very well. No, I don't see that one at all. I can see this one. There's this one, but I don't see the other one. Got a new warning coming out. Let's take a look. What we got? What we got? Oh, that's the same. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Thank you for that new subscriber. Okay, folks. I mean, I know, again, not a joking matter, but you want to see the world's tiniest tornado warning? Well, here you go. Right there. Okay, I think I know why they're doing this, but this is for Telfair County in central Georgia. Goes till 3 o'clock. But let me take a guess. Is this the other? Is this the? Yeah, that's why. Okay, all right. Now I will pick on the Weather Service. Here's the booth, guys. These counties. This county is Peachtree City. This county down here is Jacksonville. So they're overlapping. So as a result of that, Peachtree City took over this one and issued the world's tiniest tornado warning for this part of the county. So, okay. So that's what was going on there. But yeah, we got a little rotation here just to the east of Broxton. Looks like we got winds. That looks like about 60 miles per hour. Yeah, 67, 65, 67 mile per hour winds in there. So some pretty good winds. Another tornado warning. Hey, what a shock. Let's go over here. Now that one I don't see very well at all. Let's switch radars. That's the Valdosta one. Let's try the Macon one. I can't see that one very well. Storm relative velocity. Broad, very broad. God, I hate these. I really hate these. I can see the other one pretty well. This one I could see. There's the red and green. There's that one. This one fairly weak in there. This one I see broad, but nothing closed off. I know why they're doing these, because they're weak spin-ups and you're just trying to stay on top of anyone that could potentially drop a potential tornado. I got that. But these are a little bit aggravating. Here's the new sweep coming around. Or that may have been the end of the sweep. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I don't see that one very well at all. But this, I'll go and read the data. Haven't done that. Northwestern Irwin, northeastern Turner, and Ben Hill County goes until 3 o'clock. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles northwest of Mystic or 9 miles west of Fitzgerald, moving north at 40. So we got these 3 warnings in here. Again, not really directly related to our hurricane, really. I mean, they're moving northward with that stuff, but the bands from the hurricane are still haven't worked their way up that way yet. Now this is some bands. This is clearly some bands here down the south, but that it really is not one. I wouldn't count that as one. Let's go see what the storm chases are. I got a couple guys down here in the water. Let's take a look at Connor's view here. Oh, there we go. Take a look at some of the water here. That's one place he will not be when this storm's making landfall. But that's the beach wall down there. I've been down there before. Surf there doesn't look that bad. I've seen worse for sure. But they do have that barrier island nearby. But he's out there near sand and beaches right there. And I know I can't see his anymore. Well, no, that's Caleb. He's moving. That's one place I darn want to be. Live Oak Island. All these areas in here are going to, this whole area is going to get inundated. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate that. Got another alert here. Let's take a look. What do we got? Oh, shock. Another tornado warning in the same area with that same cluster of storms. What a shock. I just saw that. This is East Central Irwin and Ben Hill County. Goes till 3 o'clock. Storm producing possible tornado was near Fitzgerald, moving north at 45. So let's go ahead and take a look. Let's stop this. Can't see it very well. This is all, I'm looking at the high resident stuff. Nope. I see that one. I see one a little bit there. I don't see this one. I have no idea what they're looking at either one of those. So these are all weak spin ups. Whoops. Makes it a bit of a challenge. None of those I think are going to be of any kind of strength. EF zeros for sure on all of those, which is the low end scale, you know, down to like 50 miles per hour or so. I did hear once that one time you could say like 77 times or your account is suspended for 90 days, but I'm not positive, but that's, I don't know about that. I know what I have to do as a YouTuber to try to be successful in this, and part of me is because of my turnover on the channel is to get folks to do certain things as they're coming in and out. Adding new subscribers to the channel obviously does help, and the chats you guys are doing helps, and obviously the likes do help. Like right now our like count is only 10 away from 250, 240 right now. So 10 more likes gets us to 250. All the likes, the subscribes, the chats, it keeps the algorithm engaged, and we're able to maintain our audience. And we peaked this morning when the other people weren't going, but we've been holding our own here very good over the last 2 hours. So I'm very pleased with that, and that's good. That's all I ask for, is to maintain my audience. And you guys are making it happen, and I do appreciate and love you guys' support. All right, let's go back to the Tampa radar again. I want to keep going back to this eye as I watch this center of circulation here. And what I'm seeing, I need to go to the wall, I think. Hold on. Let me go to the wall. Stand by for a second. Put my glasses on so I can see a little bit. All right, so here's our eye wall. This right here, where you see this red on, this is where the most intense part of the storm is. This is where your 105, and thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. This is where the most intense winds are, right in here. This is your obviously your eye. It's getting a little more symmetrical looking, a little more circular. What I'm starting to see a little bit indications are, looking at this, I'm eyeballing it obviously, is it appears to be constricting a little bit. And that again is another indication of strengthening. We saw this with Francine when it had a very oblong looking shape. This one now is becoming more circular, and as time goes by and these winds whip around, this is going to tighten up. This eye wall is going to shrink a little bit. If it drops down to say 25 to 30 miles across, then you're going to see a significant increase in the winds here as this continues to go. Again, we've got bath water out here, 85, 86 degrees, very warm waters for this thing to feed off of. So this thing is going to continue to, but it's looking very healthy on the radar signature here as this thing's starting to show indications of it beginning to constrict just a little bit, just starting to eyeball that and starting to see that little bit of change take place in the radar symmetry of the storm. Let's go take a look at these live looks here. I haven't looked at those in a hot minute. So again, this is the Cedar Key camera. I'll wait for it to buffer here for a second. I'm sure a lot of folks are checking these cameras out. I'm surprised some of these have not gone out. Every time I look at this camera, since this morning, the wave heights have gotten bigger. You're seeing some of the wind now blowing some of that foam off the top of the waves, and it's getting closer and closer to that camera. Hopefully we're able to hold on that camera for a little while, but it's definitely going downhill there. The two most active cameras have been there and the St. George camera. That's been really, really bad there. Now, hopefully, I think St. George's camera should be okay unless it loses power. The center of landfall should be to the right of St. George's Island, so I don't think the storm surge should be as bad there as the wind should be blowing offshore. I'm not exactly sure where that camera's located on St. George Island, but it should. But boy, it looks like a squall's getting ready to come on in. Look at some heavy rains just offshore there. Did you say a new update just came out for cat going to 120? That would not shock me because I was just looking. Yeah, I just saw that. It just updated. Yep. It just updated. We just took it to 120. Pressure 959. Yeah, thank you there. Again, I was just eyeballing it from the radar. And let me go back over here again. Let me switch over to that. Stand by. So breaking news here on the update. We were watching this closely. I was saying it looked like it was doing it to me. And now we can confirm. So we have a Cat 3 hurricane, 120 mile per hour winds. We still got a few more hours till we get landfall here. We still got some pretty good water to move over. And it's at 120 now. I think we're going to be flirting with Cat 4, which means we get to 130, which was the original view yesterday. I think what happened overnight, they thought the storm was going to get a little organized a little bit better during the night than it did. It kind of took it a little while. And where this is in the ice cycle replacement cycle, I suspect what we're going to see is we're going to see this thing continue to intensify. Why is this important? If we get to Cat 4, I think the likelihood is we get hurricane force winds into metro Atlanta, a very big population center. Why is that a big deal? Again, power outages for a big metro area like that is going to make it a lot. Can't drive a Prius in your... I'm sorry, you guys are cracking me up a little bit on the chat. But we're at 120 mile per hour winds. I think 130 is not out of the realm of possibility, maybe going to 135. The only thing that's going to prevent this thing going any higher is, in fact, again, time. It just does not have a lot of time. It's 2 o'clock. We're probably about 7-8 hours from landfall, roughly. So, but where it is in the life cycle of this current eye that's forming is we're going to see these things really begin to increase in intensity. Let me go back to that 3D mode again on the scan. And really looking very, very healthy on this signature here. So I'm kind of doing a little loop around here, and let me zoom in a little closer. And I mean, wow, that is really, really something. I'm trying to get, hold on a second, when I try back out a little bit. There we go. Look at that. That is a very, very healthy looking eye right there. Very, very nice. Look at the intense thunderstorms. You can see the heights around that center eye. That eye wall there is very, very looking intense. Right through here, very symmetrical looking. Look at the eye there showing up there with the reflectivity. Very nice indeed. That is a healthy, healthy hurricane. And I think that eye wall is going to continue to constrict, and the pressure is going to drop. Right now at 959, by the time the hurricane hunters get out there, I'm going to make this prediction. By the time the hurricane hunters get back out there for the 5 o'clock advisory, I bet the pressure drops another 5 millibars. I'm going to go out there and say that right now. Matthew, you tuning in there from Crawford? No, what we're looking at here as far as its track, it's still looking at the center track tracking between Columbus and Macon. You're on the east side of the storm, but I still think you're going to see winds up to 50 miles per hour in your area there in Crawford. Okay? It's a beautiful looking hurricane, but dangerous. But very dangerous. I do want to tell that hack this morning who was bad-mouthing me this morning because they had briefly downgraded and now it's back up again. Weather guys that don't know what the hell they're talking about. He's playing weatherman to me and he ticked me off. I was not happy about that. Let's look at this new scan here. We got a new scan coming in from the radar. So let's wait for the scan to go through. Oh, here we go. So we'll get a new scan here putting down, and we'll take a look and see what that eyeball is looking like. And just a little bit of a change. Usually what they do with a hurricane, they'll have the radar on kind of a rapid scan, so it'll do updates pretty regularly, pretty fast. So I'll continue to get these new updates that'll come in there and watch that eye. So again, the distance, the length on this eye is still 38 miles by 36. So it's definitely very symmetrical. Lakeland, Florida. Somebody's asking about Lakeland, Florida. Lakeland, you're up here, aren't you? I remember where Lakeland is, the villages. Lakes, I'm thinking Lake City. I totally forgot where Lakeland is. My bad. I was thinking of Lake City for some reason. Okay, you're in between. Okay, yeah, you're down near Disney World. So Lakeland's not looking too bad. There you are. Yeah, you're down here near Orlando. I always forget where Lakeland. I always get Lake City mixed up. Right now, not looking to. What's interesting is I'm really kind of surprised the lack of activity over the Florida Peninsula. I thought I'd see some more outer bands coming through here. So other than maybe some gusty winds, y'all have been getting a bit of a break across Florida so far. Everything's been kind of concentrated around the core of the hurricane here. You're going to get raked here along the coast a little bit, but even Tampa may miss some of this action, because once the center gets north of Tampa here in the next few hours, you may miss a lot of this. But I'm really surprised. You got one little outer band here coming through, but really not a whole lot. Again, this is a unique setup. It may be just because the fact that a lot of this moisture was stolen and taken up here to the north already from the cold front that's moving through here. So a lot of moisture is up toward the north, but Florida's not looking bad at all right now. I mean, it's windy. Got some squalls coming through, but really not looking that bad right now. Hey, we're coming up at 2:40 right now. Again, I want to introduce myself. If you're kind of new coming to the channel, my name's Greg. I'm a former broadcast meteorologist, worked in TV for a lot of years, a retired Army officer here on the Weather Nerds channel. Been doing this for almost a year, started 1 October last year. What's been really been nice today is all the new subscribers we've had join the channel. We're closing in on 5,000, which is something I was trying to do for 1 October. Don't know if we're going to get there, but I do want to thank all the new subscribers today. If you haven't subscribed, again, please consider just hit that subscribe button. It does help the YouTube algorithm. Give us a like, leave a comment down below as we were going on this. Very good. Can you project landfall, category projection for Southwest Georgia? All right. Let's talk about that. But first, we do have to look at the new warning. Same doggone area. We do have a tornado report here that just came out here. Let's read this one. Tornadoes sighted on the ground near Highway 268. No property damage observed. It's kind of no man's land. But we got a new tornado warning here. A bunch of these little spin-ups. East Central Coffee, Western Jeff Davis. Storm capable of producing a tornado was located near West Green, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So, man, talk about a cluster. 1, 2. Look at that. Oh, here's the other one. We can do this one too. East Central Coffee, Davis. This one moving north at 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings all in the same area. And thank you for that new subscriber. I do appreciate you coming on board. Getting close to that 4,700 mark. That's going to be nice if we can get there. I don't know if we'll get there today. Here's a new scan coming in. Let's take a look at that. Another warning just expired, so we're now down to that the 3. Well, technically it's 3. This one's kind of overlapping with the other one. Let's look at the velocity mode on this radar here, see if we can see anything. Not seeing much. It's on the edge of that radar range. And who we got here? Max DeBroid. Thank you, Max. Appreciate you coming on board and joining the Weather Nerds family. Welcome aboard, Max. And let's switch radars. Let's try the Warner Robins radar, see if we can see anything. I can see that one. There's this one here. That one's been observed. That one's weak. That one doesn't look very, very special. That's probably the best looking, promising one right there, dead center. Focusing on that. This one was observed. So the winds in here, 60 mile per hour winds. Again, a lot of these tornadoes are going to be fairly weak. EF0s to EF1s, that's the usual of these. As we get closer to landfall, we may see some more a little bit stronger than that. And thank you for that, another new subscriber. Again, appreciate that. Unfortunately, Streamlabs doesn't alert me on every person that subscribes. I wish it did, but I think it may have to do with like if you're using your device or if you're on a computer. I'm not sure how that works. Anyway, somebody was asking about Southwest Georgia here a little bit. So let's talk about this a little bit. So the timing, boy, I mean, let's do the math on this. Okay, so down here where it's a Cat 3, which I think it'll be a 4, and that's at 8 o'clock, it's just offshore. And then by 8 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be up here in Metro Atlanta. So let's do the math. It's going to be right in between and that 12-hour period. So sometime around 2 in the morning, somewhere near the Albany, Americus area there. Mini Trucks in Maz. Mini Trucks in Maz. Hey, welcome on board there, Mini Trucks in Maz. Mini Trucks in Maz. I love the names, man. I think the names in some of these YouTube channels are awesome. So I would say, as far as Albany is concerned, I think that's where you're at there, Johnny, I'm thinking sometime after midnight, between midnight and 2 o'clock. Again, you're on the right side of the storm. You're on the worst part of this. Americus, Albany, the core of the hurricane is going to be significant through here. Tifton, you're going to see those hurricane gusts if it holds on that trajectory. Some of the models kept bleeding this thing to the east, but I don't know. I think this thing is looking pretty beeline here. Got a new sweep coming through. Let's go ahead and watch this as this updates here. Seeing it laying down a good update there. So all these are kind of moving out of these warnings. We may see some additional warnings coming up here soon. And the only one that really stands out to me is this one right here. That's the only one. All these other ones look very weak spin-ups. So anyway, that's where, let's go back here to the Panama City radar here, Eglin. Yeah, that is really backing up there. Seeing the outer bands here. Let's check on some of the storm chaser guys here. Let's look at their cameras. Come on, Connor. Come on up. Sometimes you got to kick in and kick out. Let's do it again. Nope. Most of these guys have moved back inland. And Corey's moved back inland too. That's interesting. They may be heading to Tallahassee. I see another guy here in Tallahassee too. Yeah, they may be setting up shop in the Tallahassee, waiting for what I think they're thinking. They're thinking the eye of the storm is going to go right over Tallahassee. These guys are going to intercept the eye. It's the safest place to be because you're away from the waters. They know darn well the storm surge down here is going to be tremendous. Very high storm surge all up in here. Could be upwards of 15 to 20 feet. And if this thing gets to Cat 4, which I still think is possible, it's not out of the realm possibility here, not based on what I'm seeing on the radar signature as well as on the satellite imagery. We may see this thing get to a Cat 4. And seeing some lightning now, that's another indication. I just saw a couple flashes in here. When you start seeing a little bit of lightning starting to show up in an eye wall, that can also be a potential sign for rapid intensification. When you start seeing lightning in the eye wall of a storm, that could indicate great pressure falls are starting to happen. Again, I went on a limb. I just said by the 5 o'clock advisory, it would not shock me to see the official pressure drop from 960 down to 955 at least, a 5 millibar drop from the last update, or from 959, I think is what the last one, down to 954 or 953. Would not shock me to see a pressure fall there as that eye wall is going to start to see a little lightning there. If that lightning increases, I'm going to definitely be concerned about that. But so far, so good over the Florida peninsula so far. I mean, you got some outer bands in there. You're seeing some of this through Fort Plate. We had some warnings out here earlier this morning, but it hasn't been too bad over the Florida peninsula. Can't say the same for the Florida Panhandle. That's going to be ground zero. We got a new tornado warning that just came out. I just saw that pop up. This is up near an area that wasn't supposed to get that much today. South Central Jackson County and Northeastern Calhoun County. This goes until 2:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bluntstown, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity on this one as well. I can see a little bit there. It looks like it's just to the west of Bluntstown, right through there. Yeah, I don't want no Cat 4 either. I'm trust me, I don't want it either. It could be. Let's. I'll look at the visible here in just 1 second, there, Captain Star Walker. Give me 1 second. We'll look at that. All right. So again, we're looking at this 2 warnings here, going in. Going to pass south of Mariana here. Yeah, they've had numerous tornado warnings in an area that was not expected to get a whole lot. If y'all saw this earlier, again, the tornado risk, it was there, but pretty low, 2%. And thank you for that new subscriber. I do appreciate you joining the channel. As, oh, by the way, we've officially gone over by 100 views here on the channel for our all-time view record of 3,500. We're up 3,600 here for today. We've been going since about 8 o'clock this morning, so it's taken us about 7 hours. It's about what we did last time. It was 7-hour coverage on that one that day too. And our like record, by the way, we're getting close on that. We're at 245. Only need 5 more, and we're above that. So again, thank you for you guys coming in and watching our coverage here, because without you guys, the algorithm would kick me out. It is how that thing works. All right, let's go back here to the radar here. And if you guys got any questions or anything, wherever you're coming from, again, please post them down below. I'll be able to do that. Sunny disposition. Yeah, Lakeland's not looking bad, Max. Charlotte County, high wind gusts in Charlotte. Are you talking about Charlotte? Is that in Charlotte, North Carolina? What state is that in, Sonny? Let's go back here to satellite. I'm going to have to blow my nose here in a second. Let's see here. Got to look at the natural wobble here. So I'm going to pull out. Definitely accelerating. Last update had it at 16 miles per hour. Oops, let me get this real quick. This is my business phone. Someone was asking for a hygienist on September 30th. I will give them a shot. Just not today. Okay. All right, I'll look at that later. All right. So looking at that, it looks like it's still holding north-northeast on that course. Just looking at the visible satellite imagery, I don't see, it looks like it's been staying right on that line right now. So not making a turn to the north just yet. It does eventually, as the forecast track is bringing it that way. And hey, thank you for that gift there. I appreciate you guys making the donations today. That's been awesome today. We have, what is our number donation today up to? Over $40, and we got a bunch of new folks here on as regular members that are going to help support the channel. I do appreciate that. You guys don't know, I spend a lot of my own money to pay for all the different models and stuff out there, so I do appreciate you guys joining the club here. We're all weather nerds in one way or another, and I do appreciate you guys supporting the channel here. As we're getting closer and closer to 4,700 subscribers, and we only need 4 more likes, and we're actually there on the, and we keep that subscriber going. Yeah, keep hitting that subscribe button, man. I hate having to beg, I do, but for those who haven't heard this for the 1,000th time that are coming through, you got to catch the new YouTubers that are glancing through because they serve 8.5 minutes coverage watching so far. That's pretty good. That's very high. And I know YouTube appreciates the high 8 minutes plus they love because they get better advertising dollars for that. So that stuff helps me out a lot. And when you're a small channel like we are and you're not like the Ryan Halls of the world, you got to fight for every subscriber, every viewer that you can. So I do appreciate you guys tuning in here. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the radar here. I want to go back to Radar Omega here. And thank you all for y'all's memberships. I do appreciate that. Do I think Florida will get by another hurricane? The season's got plenty of season left, my friend. We got to watch this closely. Let me get back on me. Sorry there. And yeah, we still got a lot of season ahead of us, and there's 2 more storms out there to watch. But tonight we're just watching about this. What is Buena Vista, Georgia looking like for tonight? I'm working public safety tonight. Well, you're looking at tonight's going to be kind of a gusty night there in Buena Vista. They're south of Columbus. So just be careful. You're on the left side of the storm. Not expecting any tornadoes, but some gusty winds, 50 miles per hour. plus maybe. We're going to have to watch this closely. It's kind of a nowcast type thing. And Christina, I know you're asking about Columbus again. It depends on how close the core of the system, what's left of it, gets to Columbus. Anybody on the right side of that storm, the winds are going to be very high. On the left side, it's going to be a little more constrained. So again, it's due to split between Columbus and Macon. So any deviation of just a few miles can make a big difference here. So it's going to be a long night. It's been a long day, but I'm doing good so far, surprisingly. Been doing very well. Hey, I got some money on Facebook too. Yay, thank you. Yeah, Facebook, I got a few little money on there as Facebook as well. I actually just got monetized on Facebook not that long ago. I could have done it a long time ago, just didn't do it. All right, let's switch back over to the radar here. Let's switch back over to radar. And I want to single site. And keep an eye on these tornado warnings. We still got 7 out there, although I think a lot of them just expired. I see 2 there, 3 there, kind of scanning. No, just 3 active right now. A lot of these are just dropped off. All right, let's go back to the Tampa radar. Watching our eye. That's our big thing right now. The big thing I love to see is are we going to see more lightning showing up in that eye wall? Let me check some of these buoys out here too. Some of the data in some of these are a little dated. There's 60-mile-per-hour winds there. That was at least over an hour ago there on that one. This one, 58-mile-per-hour winds. So these, I wish these ones out here worked. They're down. They're red. They're not showing any data. They're old from August 27th and July 30th. I hate when those things go down. New tornado warning. Let's go back here. Georgia's been getting all the love here today. Let's look this one. Radar indicated. Central Telfair County goes until 3:45. Storm cable producing a tornado is located over Horse Creek, and it was moving north at 25. Let's take a look at the velocity mode on this one as well. Can't see it very well. Spam, go away. I see a little bit there, right here on the tail end of that one. Let's, yeah, there I can see that one a little bit better on that one. So seeing it right there. So this is going this way. So might see a warning getting into McRae Helena. Got to watch that closely there. We see the wind speeds. Probably looks like about 60 if I'm eyeballing that right. Yeah, 64-mile-per-hour winds. That's been kind of the standard on a lot of these so far. We've had a pretty good standard look here on these tornadoes. They've been EF0 flirting with EF1, the weak tornadoes. There's a new scan coming in. Let's see what this does. Oop, yep, just moved a little bit. You can see it there. You see these little roads and stuff, these counter roads. I get a little nervous, especially this part of, so 65-mile-per-hour winds, dead center of that, 65. That's real center there. I get real nervous because, you know, there's a rural locations, a lot of mobile homes in this area. But this is heading up toward a little town, and you see all the roads in here. So you get a nice little EF0 tornado going through the middle of town like that one. That could cause some headaches, damage some roofs and cars and things like that. No major damage, but still can cause some headaches. Are you barking at me, dog? My dog is moping at me behind me because I didn't take him to the store today. My little Jack Russell, he's used to going to the store, and he's used to going to get his cheese. In fact, I know what he's over here for. Hey, JC Bond here. Please update. Regards Tampa, my son is there and tells me some flooding already, no surge. If they're getting anything, they're getting it from the surge down there toward Tampa. You got the, not seeing a lot of rain there in the Tampa area. But the water is definitely trailing up this way going into the bay. So they may be seeing some of this water should be going into the bay in here and causing some problems with storm surge. Just water being pushed into the bay. That's probably what the flooding they're seeing is because of where that eye is currently located. The circular nature of the water is being channeled into the bay. So it's probably why they're getting some flooding there. I'm going to have to take care of my mutt. I normally feed them by 2 o'clock. He's over here begging already. So do me a favor real quick. Let me go back over to this. And I need to go over and take care of the dog. So stand by here for a second. I'll be right back. I just got to give my doggy some food. He wants to get fed. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to give the doggies a little bit of food. And while I was at it, I went ahead and took a potty break and got me another drink. Got to keep the vocal cords loose. What are you doing, doggy? Are you over here begging? This is the mutt. Let me show you the dog. This is Oliver. He's a little Jack Russell. He's wanting some attention. He's not getting it today. I'm sorry, puppy. I'm so sorry. He's not getting the attention he normally gets. Anyway, let's go back here to the Radar Omega. Again, I appreciate everybody subscribing to the channel. I appreciate all the folks who've joined us here a little bit and getting ready here. Yeah, he's cute. Yeah, he's a cute dog there, Karen. Thank you for watching on Facebook. Let me go back here through my questions here, make sure I didn't miss anything. What the Helene? Yeah, that's for sure. Reading some of y'all's comments. I live in West Columbus, so that's why I'm asking, since I have no idea if I will tell us to stay off the road. Yeah, stay off the roads tonight. I would say, after 6, 7 o'clock tonight, when this thing's making landfall 8, just stay off the roads for the overnight period. There's going to be power outages around. I don't think they'll be that bad in Columbus. I think anywhere east of the track, that's where it's going to be the worst. And yeah, we're man, just seeing this again. Look at here, look at the lightning. Lightning showing up in that eye wall. Starting to see more of it. And the eye wall is constricting. Man, oh man, oh man. I hate seeing that. Go back over here again. So you look at the eye wall. The eye wall starting. It looks like it's showing. To me, it looks like it's starting to shrink, starting to get a little tight. So it's still a little ragged, not symmetrical there, because it's starting to constrain a little bit. See the lightning here showing up here on the one part of the eye wall here. This is where the most intense winds are, folks. On this side, again, we're shooting from the radar over here, so we're shooting back this way, and we're almost perpendicular. When it gets to about right there, we'll be perpendicular to the radar out of Tampa. So, but it is definitely looking like this is starting to show signs of constricting a bit, and obviously seeing that lightning increasing on there. If you start seeing a whole lot of it, and we're starting to see it increasing, that is a clear indication of a hurricane that is starting to strengthen. And I do suspect on the 5 o'clock advisory, winds will be brought up to it. Will be up a little bit more. We're at 120 right now. I think on the 5 o'clock advisory, they're going to bring it up to maybe 125. And I also suspect the pressure's dropped. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much for checking on the channel. So I do suspect we might see the winds go up just a little bit more. I'm thinking 125 potentially on the 5 o'clock advisory. We got 2 more hours before we get there. So if you're new to the channel and you have not yet subscribed, what you waiting for? Come on board. I'd like to invite you to the Weather Nerds family. I appreciate you guys checking out the channel, and appreciate everybody's support on today. It's been very productive. We've added a couple hundred new subscribers to the channel. We've had some nice donations made, which is great. We're getting closer to 5,000 subscribers, which is awesome because that's when I'm going to give away some free stuff. And I got to figure out what I want to do on that day when I get there. When I get to 5,000, I got those picked. I might do like a live broadcast and just do we're weather radio giveaway, names alerted. We'll just do that, and then I'll reach out and try to make sure I can contact everybody, and so I can get their names and addresses so I can mail out the radios. Ugh. Ooh, that tastes good. Now, I want to tell you one thing. Right now, it's Diet Dr. Pepper. When it gets to landfall time, we're switching to beer. Oh, man. I tell you one thing I have not done in a little bit. It's been a while. I do have it. Let me get this ready. I have not done this in a minute. I was doing it earlier today, but I have not done it here today. So let me get this ready first. Let's go take a look at Twitter real quick. And let me get to the latest here. I want to pull this all the way up. Come on. What's the latest? It's pretty quick. All right, so let's go check it over here on the Twitter feed. We're going to check on Twitter real quick. So stand by here. There we go. And we're going to check and see what we can see here with some of the Twitter stuff. I'd like to check to see some of the stuff going on here. Look at the surf there out of Sarasota County here in Siesta Key. Wow. That is some pretty hefty wave action going on there. And the Waffle House boarded up for Hurricane Helene. Everybody boarding up, getting ready for action. Marion, North Carolina, already has seen 8.5 inches of rain so far. Wow. And it's not even directly, it's some of the moisture thrown off from the hurricane, but not the core hurricane stuff itself. Focus on short-term wobbles in its track, false eye locations, or specific computer model simulations. Everyone at the Florida Big Bend coast at risk potentially. Yeah, no shoot. So no duh. Yep, see what I'm talking about? sorry about that. I should have known this was going to go dead soon. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. No sound. Volume, volume. No, that means that battery was going dead. My bad. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Oh, God, I didn't know anybody was going crazy. Sound went off. My bad. Woo, woo, woo. I didn't see the button was flashing at me. Yes, everybody laugh at the weather guy. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I wear the wireless microphone so I can go back and forth to the wall. My apologies. Let me go back to what I was saying. Okay, the last update from the Hurricane Center said that the winds at flight level are 132 miles per hour, 115 knots. All right, so that's at flight level off the surface. So again, those higher winds work their way above the ground, work their way down to the surface. I think with the time that we got left, we're going to see this thing, I think, has the potential to get to 130 miles per hour. All right. I think we got a chance to get to Cat 4, which is what it was forecasted to go to yesterday. Where it is in the eye cycle, the eye is constricting. I clearly see that. You notice that in the motion. It's getting tighter. It is shrinking. And that is really showing, actually, that's really starting to show up very nice there now. Yeah, that is really, really looking nice. Just noticing these last few images. It's a little oblonged in here, but boy, you can really tell it's starting to shrink off here. Look at the lightning here on the north side. It is really starting to shrink off here. This distance here across, I mean, it's a little oblongulated here, but it's only a matter of time. This is starting to constrict. The lightning here on the north, it sometimes happens, especially where you're seeing a burst of intensification. That's why you're seeing the lightning here. It'll kind of move in that general direction a little bit. But you've got an eye wall that is contracting right through here and strengthening. So I'm really going to watch, again, by the 5 o'clock hour, around 4:30, when that next hurricane drop sound should be coming. Again, I usually like to get those in before the advisory, usually right around 4:30. We're going to see that come through. Right now we're at 310, so we got another hour or so to see what this pressure is doing in here. I really suspect it's dropped down to like 953, 954 millibars. I'm saying probably about another 5-6 millibar drop there on that as that's moved on through. It is really starting to look nasty. Let's look at the visible satellite imagery on this as well. Let me get back over to me so you can see me. Hello. I'm gonna miss not having my visible satellite. I love having that. It definitely wobbled straight north. I can definitely see that. And this buoy here is reporting 40 mile per hour winds at 2:30. Look at those seas. Wow. Ooh, that thing's bouncing around really good. See how rough the seas are. I can't make that larger. I wish I could, but that is some serious sea action going on there. And this thing's heading right for it. We may lose this buoy. We may lose it. Notice this buoy, the red one here, that's out. That's out. That's out. This one, I think we may lose it. Let's see what the wave action looks like here off the coast here again. Connor's not broadcasting. I haven't looked at those cameras in a hot minute. Let's take a look at those cameras real quick. Let's start by looking at the first camera we're going to look at. I'm going to show you where these are at. Let's talk about this. So this is the Cedar Key camera. I'm going to show you this one. And this is the other camera over here over at the St. George Island. So these are the two islands we're going to be looking at. So let's look at these two cameras. This one is the Cedar Key camera. So let's take a look at this one. Yeah, whoa, man, major surf, man. Every time I check this out, that surf is a little higher. And see the wind. Look at the winds really picking up. Woo, that's some major surf. Big time. I'm interested to see, as we get closer to landfall, how close that water gets before we lose the electricity on that camera. There's Tampa, St. George Island. That sea's been pretty rough. Fortunately for St. George Island, I think the worst of the surf should stay, the surge should stay away from them because they're on the left side of where the landfall is projected to go. But that's some rough surf there. Look at that eye. Woo! Let's go into that puppy. It's going real tight. New image just came in there. Let's back this up. Like a seven loop here, real quick. Whoop. Look at it, the big cement. Got big thunderstorms here across the center of circulation. Big storms here going off on this side. Sinking air right through the middle of it. You know, can almost see clear in there. There's no wind in the middle of this. There's absolutely nothing. It's a dead calm for a little while. Now, one thing I will say this much: this thing's moving. It can be moving at such a good speed that when this thing goes over land and they get calm, it's only going to last just a few minutes. It won't last very long at all. Let's go back to the radar. Let's do another 3D scan here on this. Let's do another 3D scan. We're going to use the Tampa radar. Oh, look at that lightning. Look at that. Wow, that is bad news, guys. That is bad. Look at that cluster. Look at that cluster of lightning there. That is a big deal. When you see lightning increasing in an eye wall like that, that is a clear indication of intensification. Let me do the measurements on this. Again, across here is down to 27 miles. It's a little oblong. This is 45 miles, so it's a little oblong, but I think we're heading to something that's only going to be about 24, 25 miles across. That is something. Wow. I still get excited. I'm sorry. I'm a big geek at heart when I see this. I really hate seeing this because I know what it means at landfall. I'm going to do another 3D scan on this. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yes, yes. Why am I getting excited? You can look at the cloud tops. Look at it. See this up in here? This is around the eye wall. Look at this. It's spiking. Okay? Thunderstorms are spiking in that eye wall. That's where that lightning is at. Wow. That's really shooting up there. Those are very intense thunderstorms. They're shooting up very high. That's right where this lightning is at, folks. New beam coming up. That cluster of lightning, and this is where that's at. Got the new beam coming in there. Holy moly. See the outer bands with some of these other cloud tops. The clearest, highest storm tops are right there in that eye wall. That's where they're at. Shooting up to about 50, looks like 53,000 feet. That's 53,000 feet right through there on that expand. Ooh-wee. Could it shift west? I don't think so. I think it's going to stay due north. At least it should. Weirder things have happened, but we're going to watch closely, man. That is some very, very dangerous stuff, folks. And again, this is very concerning for me because the fact that if we're going through a rapid intensification, the state of Georgia, which is my home state, Florida, Panhandle, Tallahassee is going to have just about everybody knocked out of power for sure, especially if it goes right over there. The power is going to be tremendous. We got a new warning here. Let's go back over here to Georgia. Let me turn on my sights. I'm sorry about that. We use the Warner Robins one here. New tornado warning issued. Let's get a little bit closer. Read this one. This is for East Central Dodge County, North Central Telfair County, and West Central Wheeler County. Goes till 3:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Warkmore or near McRae, moving north at 25 miles per hour. And let's look at the velocity on this one. Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, I still see that signature. This was getting near McRae. That was what I was concerned about. Looks like it's on the east side of town, though. Yeah. It's definitely right there. The red on green. It's kind of broad. But McRae, Helene, hopefully folks are taking shelter there. These are weak, but man, they can do some damage. You don't watch it. They can blow debris in your car windows. They can take shingles off your roof. It could do some damage. Overturn a trailer if you're in one. So hopefully folks there in McRae, in those counties, again, let me read those counties again. That's East Central Dodge, North Central Telfair, and West Central Wheeler. That goes until 3:45. Voicemail. Again, I want to thank everybody for checking out our broadcast here. We're at 3:18 Eastern Daylight Time. We're probably about maybe 6 or 7 hours maybe from landfall, based off where the projection is on this. Again, I want to kind of go through this. Again, we're dealing with a hurricane now with winds at 120. I suspect that'll be upgraded to at least 125. This will also get upgraded. They didn't update on the intermediate. They will do it on the 5. I promise you that. So at the 8 o'clock, we're looking at it being right here. So let me do the miles on that from miles on shore based off the forward speed, okay? So let me get this set up. We're going to set up here, take it to landfall. That is 85 miles south. So speeds, well, actually, that may go closer to 10, 11 o'clock at night. We'll see. But 10, 11 o'clock at night, and then getting into midnight there into Tallahassee. Another damn gum tornado. Well, all these are all overlapping. Wow. Let's go back to this one again. Yeah, they're seeing something through there. Again, the winds are sitting at 60. Yeah, 65 seems to be the motor on this stuff. So again, this is radar indicated. This is for eastern Telfair County and central Wheeler County. Goes until 3:45. Tornado possible producing thunderstorm was near Spring Hill or 9 miles northwest of Hazelhurst, moving north at 25. So we've got these 2 tornado warnings there. They see them pretty well. Here's one here. Here's the other one here. Radar indicated here. This one's going to get near McRae, Helene. This one's at least north of town. There's nothing much in there but open roads in that area. 4 warnings, but basically two cells. They're kind of overlapping. Everybody's moved up to Tallahassee, man. They're going for safety. You had to go to the repair store, I guess. And where's Brad's at? He's just kind of camped out for now. Not look bad there in Tallahassee now, but I promise you, by the time we get toward midnight tonight, it ain't gonna look like this. It's gonna get bad there in Tallahassee. That forecast track holds. Let's go back here to the velocity mode here. Let's watch this. So we got a little wobble back to the left there just a little bit. Again, don't worry about the wobbles. It's going to wobble up and down up on that line. And we're not too far away from the conditions going downhill pretty rapidly, I think, there along the coast. I want to double check this. Oh, wow. Winds just picked up to 60. That was at 250 about 30 minutes ago. So winds up to 60 miles per hour. Look at that, sir. Look at the wave action out there, man. It is rocking and rolling. Hey, if you're new to the channel and you haven't yet subscribed, please consider it. It'd be an honor and a pleasure to have you on board here. Again, Columbus, it's going to be overnight, folks, after midnight, early morning hours here in Columbus. Somebody's saying he's noticed humidity dropped a little bit in Pensacola. That's possible because you're on the other side of that front. Yeah, it actually got a decent breeze there. In fact, you look at the regional radar here. Yeah, you see the frontal system there has moved, it's stalled. It's kind of backed up. I noticed it since the last update. It has backed up here a little bit. So let me go to my interactive mode here to show you that. So you said you felt the breeze there in Pensacola. Well, the boundary is just to your east. So yeah, Pensacola is seeing a little bit of that. But this boundary here is the stall front has drifted a little bit back to the west here a little bit. Well, look at that circulation in there. Wow, that looks nice. See it looking very nice in here indeed. Now there's our center of circulation. Nice looking hurricane. That eye starting to tighten up. Here's our boundary through here. We've had numerous tornado warnings well away from the outer bands of the actual hurricane itself. But heavy rains, the flooding warnings are all over the place. We got multiple flood warnings here. You see them kind of lining up through here. Flash flood warnings all through south of Macon, up into Atlanta, all through here. Rainfall amounts through the roof. This is going to be some serious flooding. And the thing is, once the storm is done, because of all the pre-rain beforehand and with the storm, we really got to watch the rivers and creeks because they could potentially flood. When I think of flooding a tropical system, I think of Tropical Storm Alberto, 1994, Albany, Georgia. The dang thing moved inland, not like this one, but it stalled over America's, dumped 28 inches of rain in 24 hours. 28 inches of rain in 24 hours, and it flooded out all of southwest Georgia. It was a nightmare. Now, this is moving. We got this moving forward, which is good. But again, the flooding is going to be a nightmare, especially in the mountains, I feel. Go back to radar Omega here. I want to go back and look at the radar from, keep going back to the radar now that we're close enough and I can get a really good scan from the from this radar and still seeing all that lightning. Wow. That is really something. Very concerning. Watching that eye starting to getting a little tighter, watching the lightning increasing as it's rotating around that center of circulation. Woo! Hey, Brian. Yeah, that was considered a 100-year flood. And then it happened again later. I can't remember how many years later it happened again, but it did. Not as bad as the one in 94, but it happened again, I think, late 90s. So I keep going back and checking the vortex messages. So stand by here. I have to get my phone charger. All right. I can't read without these. It's just kind of weird. Yeah, we're not going to get a new one until probably another hour. Ohio River Valley, it'll be flooded by the weekend. Yeah, all that rain's going to go up that way, Terry. It's possible up there in Ohio. It's going to go well inland. In fact, let's look at the model on this. I've not looked at the model data here in a hot minute, so give me 1 second. Let me pull that up. And let me get this to the 12Z. I think 12Z should be in. There's the 12Z. Okay, good. This is the European 12Z. That's the one I kind of prefer. So I'm going to take this all the way out through the weekend. Sunday. Okay. Here all the way through the weekend. So here's the rainfall totals here on the European model run. So here it is. Again, you're looking at these heavy rains getting up to southern Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, a lot of Tennessee, which is under flash flood watches. Obviously, as the moisture is going to get sucked into that upper low and backtrack it in across Arkansas and Tennessee, that's going to make that big surge. So, again, you've already got a lot of rain that's already fallen, and we got more on top of it. I think these rainfall amounts are underdone because we've already seen a lot of rainfall totals around Atlanta that have been significant already and down south. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that. We have not talked about the rain that has fallen so far. So let's go ahead and let's go back over to Radar Omega and talk about the rain totals here. I'm going to go ahead and switch off this. We'll come back to that hurricane here in just a second. Let's look at the storm totals here so far as rain totals using some of these different radars. And wow, just significant. Just look at this. Look at this already today. I mean, 4 or 5 inches plus. And we don't have the hurricane yet. It hasn't gone up here yet. Already 5 inches of rain. 5 inches of rain. A lot of Metro Atlanta has seen 2 or 3 inches of rain already 3 inches, 2 inches, 3 inches. I mean, a lot of rain in a lot of places already. A very saturated ground. And we got another 4 or 5, I think, we're going to throw on top of this with the heavy rains coming up from the storm. The only saving grace is that this thing is moving. Now, what I'm really concerned about is up here. And look at the rainfall that's already been up in this part of the state. 7, 8 inches of rain up in the mountains here. 7, 8. Look at these areas here north of Asheville. 10 inches of rain, 9 inches of rain. We haven't got the hurricane up here yet, folks. All that moisture's got to come up that way. So these are, again, taking into fact the rain that's already fallen, plus what's coming this way, there's going to be some serious mudslides, floods in some of the rivers and inlets coming out of the upstate for North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina. All those tributaries are going to flood, okay? You got a lot of water. It's got to run downhill somewhere. And this is some serious rainfall totals, even down here toward Georgia, around the Augusta area. 5 inches of rain, 6 inches of rain have already fallen here already before the hurricane's ever arrived. And the hurricane's going to dump another 3 to 5 inches real quick on top of that. So some serious flooding, folks. Flooding is going to be the main thing. Power outages, storm surge, we're going to get that. But the flooding, when this thing's said and over, is going to be one for the history books, I think. Noticing it getting a little more breezy there in Tampa. I pulled up the Tampa camera because I wanted to go ahead and get back to the Tampa radar. How close are those bands now? Let's go back to reflectivity mode. Man, they're just offshore. And how many miles is that? Let me go get you back over to the radar here. So there's Tampa. You saw the oops, sorry about that. Let's talk about the distance from the eye wall to where the St. Petersburg is. So the storm is roughly 132 miles away. And they're clearly getting some tropical storm gusts in that area. Excuse me, but so far the bands have been staying just offshore. I think some of the stuff here south is going to work its way in. You see this here working up here from the south. So we're going to get some squalls going into St. Petersburg and Tampa here very shortly. It's been amazing to me the lack of activity on the interior of the storm. We had some earlier today, but not that much here for this afternoon. Been relatively quiet for the most part. Outside of this one band out here, got this one feeder, this one band way out here, away from the center. But look at that lightning starting to. Now that as that wall kind of comes around, the lightning will diminish. That's usually standard. Now we'll watch and see how it constrains here as that eye wall gets tighter. So we got a few more cameras we could check out here. It's been a few minutes since we've seen it. If your name is wrong on my phone, has mine. Oh, sorry about that. I'm just kind of reading y'all's chats. Oh, 97. Yeah, that's when that was. I remember that. It wasn't that long after the other one. Someone's asking to go 3D again. Okay, we can do 3D. That 3D is pretty cool. I do like this. I bought that functionality. It costs a little more, but I really like being able to look at it. So let's do a 3D scan here on the eye. It looks like the lightning is diminishing a little bit as that is wrapping around, which makes sense. Again, thunderstorms are always going to be the strongest on the right front because that's when the lift is the greatest. When it goes on the back side, it's going down. So that's why the right front quadrant of the storm is always the strongest. So let's do the 3D. Oops, not that one. We're doing a speed scan here. Magic scan here. Yeah, boy, that northern part of that storm is very, very high. Still look at 52,000 feet. Very high indeed. And you can kind of look down here a little bit. Let me pull back a little bit. There we go. That's a good place. See the higher cloud tops right through here. See the higher cloud tops. So this is embedded right around the eye wall. That's your higher cloud tops right in here. So what you're looking at here on this other side is this part of the eye wall. All right. So that's where the higher cloud tops are. That's where the most intense winds are, right in here. All right. So that's where we're seeing the 120 mile per hour winds. You go into the middle of that eye and you got nothing. And we got a new scan coming in, so let's see if this updates here. Yeah, still tightening up a little bit. But that's what we got right through there. And then if you go down in the middle of that eye, you got, ooh, there you go. Whoops, I was trying to maneuver here. Looking right down in the middle of that eye right there, you got nothing. It is dead calm in the middle of this. If I'm sitting right here in my little boat, which I would be in a bad place, I'm looking up, might see a little bit of filtered sunshine a little bit, but the winds are probably dead calm in the middle of that storm right there. So that's what's going on. All right, we're sitting at 3:30 right now. If you're new to the channel, I want to welcome you on board here for our extensive live coverage here of Hurricane Helene. As we're getting only hours away from landfall, the storm is strengthening right now. Our next update from the Hurricane Center in about an hour and a half or so, a little less than that. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please consider it to be an honor and a pleasure to have you on as one of our feather weather geeks and nerds here on the channel. If you could please do me a favor, leave a comment down below or give me a thumbs up. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm as we're kind of trying to maintain our audience a little bit. We're right now up to 249 likes. We only need one more like, and we got the 250. That's our previous high. We've already passed by our record high number of viewers. We're coming up on 4,000 views for today since we started our broadcast at 8 o'clock this morning. So, and we've added another almost 200 new subscribers to the channel. So, again, I want to welcome everybody on board and say thank you for supporting our efforts here on the little channel that could. What I'm waiting to see from the hurricane hunters, we got a new scan there going in, and y'all's viewership is great. We're approaching like 9 minutes on the viewership, is to see if we're going to see the big pressure falls that we think we're going to see. Because looking at the satellite imagery here, and we're going to lose our visible here. We only got a few more hours of being able to see that. But you got a nice clear eye wall there, looking a very nice dead center of the central dense overcast. And I probably need to go to the wall for this. Let me do that real quick. Go over here. So here's our eye. We're starting to get it constrained. You notice these bright cloud tops in here. This is what you call the CDO. This is the central dense overcast. We got sinking air in the middle of this thing. This right here is our heart of our hurricane, okay? Feeding off those warm waters. It is definitely staying right on park. It's been staying. I got to give the Hurricane Center, I'll give them kudos when they're wrong. I'll give them hell when they're wrong. But so far, they've been right on cue here with the track of the storm, behaving very well. And I got to give kudos to the fact that this is something we were tracking coming our way really for over a week. I mean, we've had advance notice on this storm for a very long time as we're tracking this thing. So this thing's moving right on par here. And the eye continues to tighten up. We're seeing indications that on the radar and on the satellite imagery. I'm waiting for that pressure fall. So when hurricane aircraft fly through the eye wall here, and they fly right through it, they'll cut right across it, and they'll do a drop sound, and we'll see what the pressure's doing. Last update was 9:59. Looking off this signature and off the radar, and thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I always like to thank everybody when I see the number go up. I think we're going to see the pressure fall a little bit more. And I think the winds come up to 125. That's my prediction on the 5 o'clock. We see the pressure drop by 5 millibars, and we see the pressure, the air winds come up to 125 because the flight level winds are already sitting at 132 miles per hour on the last vortex message that I read. So I think we're going to see that here pretty shortly. But when this thing gets up to here, boy, I don't know how long we're going to have that buoy, but I want to see what that buoy reports as far as winds, because it's going to be very close to that eye wall getting into that thing when it gets up that way. I only got a few more hours. I got to check the distance on that. Let me check that real quick. Let's see how far away that is. Let me freeze this frame. And we're going to go from the middle of the eye. It is 96 miles away. So I'd say probably about 4 hours, roughly. About 4 hours away. Maybe a little over 4 hours. But that is a healthy looking hurricane, my friends. Have they updated this thing yet? Yes, they finally did. There it goes. They recentered it. This is the infrared imagery here, which is made this thing look a little ragged with its eye the whole damn time. Let me see if I've updated it. I'm going to do a refresh on this one. They did recenter it. So, okay. And there's the, oh, why did I got that like that? Let me fix this. I'm sorry. I need to move this up a little more. So I can show the frontal system as well as the eye of that hurricane. So I'll make sure I still have that available for you. If anybody's got anything else, yeah, Francine was a quick one, that's for sure. This one we had a lot of notice on. We knew this was coming. Hey, Melinda, watching from Tallahassee. Hey, Melinda, I hope you are ready for the worst. This thing is tracking your way, and unfortunately, you're probably going to be without power for a few days. They're going to be. Just make sure you batten down the hatches. Stay inside. Wait for this thing to go by. It's going to be a long night. Well, a quick night. Once it starts, it's going to last a few hours, and then it'll be over. But a rough night there in Tallahassee for sure. Yeah. Hey, Cove, I didn't know you were back in there. Didn't see you. Sorry I missed you there earlier. Thank you for coming on back. She gave us the motto, the little channel that could. And we've kind of adopted as our unofficial motto for this channel. All right, Joni checked out for a little while. We'll see her in a little bit. Yeah, you're gonna get some flickers of light. You're gonna get some gusty winds there and the floor and to Tampa, but there a lot of it is not bad. Looking at the radar currently, looking at the rate. I mean, look, the stuff is just offshore. Whoops. Hold on 1 second. Let me get over to Radar Omega here real quick. Stand by. And we'll get this in motion. It's just kind of scraping up and down the coast. Just kind of going right through there. Tampa's not looking bad. What's happening with Tampa right now is the water is being funneled into the bay. So the water's going in here, and it is going in here, and it's causing flooding in the position where the eye is. Now, as the eye gets north of Tampa, that should stop. But for right now, the water is funneling into the bay. I'm familiar with that area. That's down there where MacDill Air Force Base is at. I've been down there. I was back there back in February. So that water is definitely channeling in there. And then as we go further up the coast here, obviously the Cedar Key area, that's going to be where a lot of this surge goes. As this thing moves up, all this water is pouring up this way. So it's going to be piling up there in significant lows. So we're going to have some very serious storm surge to watch, especially there in Cedar Key. As I keep going back to this camera here, let's see how it's buffering here. Hopefully it'll let us back in. There we go. Oh yeah, the wind's really coming up. That water's getting, it's getting awfully close. It's getting closer and closer. That water in that beach was a lot further away when I was looking this morning at 8 o'clock. In fact, this morning it looked relatively calm. It was relatively flat. Didn't look that bad, but that water's been getting closer and closer to the camera. We got a new warning that came out. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. Let's see, we got our new warning here. South of Dothan, we're going to back to the Panhandle again. Let's look over here. We got one here, radar indicated. This is for southwestern Jackson and northwestern Washington County. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles southeast of Chipley. Very familiar with Chipley. Moving north at 15. Let's see how it looks on the resolution model here. Yeah, a little bit. Looks like south of Alfred there. Let's try another radar. I'm shooting from the wrong direction. Let's try Tallahassee. Nope, can't see that. Let's try the Eglin one. That one I can see. There we go. That's better. Sometimes you got to bounce around. Looks like right over Alfred, right up 231. There's a pretty good Dollar General right there. I'm very familiar with that area going southward. So let's loop this again. Yeah, coming up from the south. So this is coming right over 231. Some very gusty winds with that thing moving through there. Let's freeze this right here. Let's check out some of the winds. 38, 35, 40 away, 20 toward, 20. Okay, so again, when it comes to these, when you see away and toward, you take the two, you add them together, it gives you your kind of wind speed for that general tornado. So roughly about 60, 65 miles per hour, which has been the average for a lot of these. So these are like EF0, EF1 tornadoes for the most part. Pretty weak, but again, if it goes over your house and causes damage to your roof, there is a lot of homes in this area. Look at all the crossroads in here. Unfortunately, a lot of trailers probably in this area too. Alfred Steel City. So hopefully folks are taking shelter in this area as this warning's going off. I'm sure my good buddy Chris Smith, who's the chief meteorologist at Channel 7 down in Panama City, is all over this. This is very, to me, watching what's going on in the Panhandle, it reminds me of Hurricane Ivan in the sense that they've had hours of these hurricane warnings that keep going on and off for a while now. And what's interesting is where these are taking place. Again, I think you would not normally see, I want to say this again. You would not normally see warnings to the left of a center of circulation. It's interacting with that frontal system in there that's causing these spin-ups. Has to be, because you don't normally see spin-ups on the left side of a hurricane. That's very unusual. Again, we're still too far away from that radar to pick it. We're starting to see a little bit. But again, your center of circulation is right in here, and we're getting tornadoes on the left side of the storm. That doesn't happen. It's always on the right side, not the left side for spin-ups. And the reason why we're getting it is it's interacting with that cold front. That's why we're getting it. You go back over to here. Let me show you this again. See that boundary? It's not too far from there, but that's why we're getting it. Because of the proximity of the stationary front, we're getting spin-ups in that area because of that boundary being so close by. That's the only explanation I can give. You don't normally see left front outside of an approaching hurricane to see tornadoes. Right side for southeast Georgia, yeah, that's where you would see the curvature, natural curvature to get the spin-ups. But you would not see it on the left side, and that's something we're very unusual seeing right there. Oh, hey, by the way, wow, we're getting ready to pass another milestone, not on our subscribers. We're not quite to 4,700 yet, but we are going to pass 4,000. Getting ready to pass 4,000 views here on the channel. That is a new record for us here for almost 8 hours of coverage for today. Not bad for our numbers. Not bad for us. We're a small channel, so, and we've been able to maintain our viewer base here for today as well. So very thankful, very grateful to you guys. If you are passing through and you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, again, consider it. We have passed 250 likes. We're up to 252. Let's see if we can get to 300 on the likes there. And part of the reason why I have to do this, and I have to do it regularly, is the way the YouTube algorithm works. The YouTube algorithm works based off your interactions with the audience, people subscribing to the channel, likes to the channel, comments down below, all that's taken into account. And since we've been pretty engaged here, our audience has been very steady. Coming in, coming out, been very steady. We were most busy this morning when the other guys were not on, obviously. We were averaging probably twice as many as we have right now. But we've been holding pretty good here for this afternoon, and I'm very pleased to see that. And I want to thank everybody for checking us out here for today. If you haven't heard about the latest on this, and I want to go ahead and bring up the latest on Francine here, let me go ahead and fix this real quick. I got to fix my thing because it did update, so stand by there for a second. It shifts. I'm not sure why it does that, but it does it sometimes. Oops. Oh, hello. I'm using the wrong thing. My bad. So this was the 3 o'clock advisory here. So it has accelerated, and they are doing the hourlies now. I'm still waiting for the next drop sound. So 3 o'clock position was, and they won't update the map until 5, but they are doing hourlies now because they got a radar lock. So we're at 26.9 north and 84.8 west. So I can start doing the hourlies on this now. I didn't pay attention to this earlier. My apologies on that. But They are doing the Eastern Daylight Time, which is where it should, because the landfall is in Eastern time zone. So it should be there. It's one of those things when it's walking the line between Central and Eastern time zone where it's located, it messes with the time there a little bit. So again, 120 mile per hour winds. My prediction on the 5 o'clock advisory, based off what we're seeing with the radar and the satellite indication, flight level winds of 130, I suspect we'll see the pressure fall to maybe 954, 955, and the winds come up to 125. That's what I'm expecting on the next advisory. It'll also be interesting if they do increase the winds at landfall. Like you notice the 7 o'clock location is right over Metro Atlanta. Right now they're capping as tropical storm. I suspect if it's stronger than what's anticipated there at landfall, that will probably still be a hurricane that far north, because it's accelerating. We're at 20 miles per hour. This morning it was moving at about 12, went to 14, 16, 20. So it's starting to accelerate. That's what I said. We're about 4 hours away from that buoy now that we're moving at 20 miles per hour. I was eyeballing that from the radar, by the way. But yeah, looks like that's about right. Let's go back to radar Omega here. Ooh. I'm probably going to have to get me a bite to eat here. My stomach's growling at me. I was snacking on some cookies earlier. All right. Yeah, that's the Tallahassee radar. It's getting close enough to where we can start tracking from Tallahassee, but it doesn't give us the best look. So there's our center of circulation right there. The Tampa radar is still our best one. There you can see the whole eye there very well. But we're not too far away from being able to shift over to the Tallahassee radar here very shortly. And I still am concerned. I still am very concerned at this radar signature. And my concern is, again, the fact that we continue to see what I think is an eye wall that is not only constricting, but it's getting smaller. It's continuing to shrink. It's continuing to get smaller. And right now, the lightning has faded down because the intense storms have moved on the backside again. We're shooting from the radar over here, shooting this way. So it's hard to see the backside of this because it's got to shoot through all this stuff on the right side of the storm. So what's going to be interesting as this gets further north and I'm shooting from the Tallahassee radar, I'll be able to see a lot of the front part of this, but won't see the backside because obviously the radar does a better job of getting that on top. But what I'm noticing clearly with the center of circulation is it's continuing to get tighter and tighter as the winds are swirling, getting into this system. All right, so as that continues to shrink, the pressure will fall. We're sitting at 350 Eastern Daylight. I think it's around 430 is what I was tracking from the hurricane hunters, that we should get a drop sound in there and hopefully get a new pressure reading before the updated full 5 o'clock advisory. We should have a new pressure reading in here. And that's what we'll see. If what we're seeing on the radar and on the satellite verifies what we're seeing, we see the burst of lightning in here. That's usually indication of the strengthening and the pressure falling in the system. Notice how this is starting to make a turn right through here. Yeah, it's definitely starting to tighten up. Definitely starting to tighten up. Absolutely. Let me get through my chat. I see a lot of people chatting through here. I let my chat get away from me here. It's a beast. It's a beast. Absolutely. It's a strong one. No doubt about that. There's all this visible satellite there. Yeah, definitely looking a little bit better. Those in Columbus and Phoenix City, again, I'm still holding with the 50 mile per hour wind gusts in your area. You're on the right side of that storm. But if it changes, I will let you know. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you back in here. Vaccination time. Don't you love that? Can you see the Tampa Bay Pier on camera? I don't think so, unless I go find me another camera. The only look I got right now is, oh, it's getting windy there. That camera's starting to shake. I can look real quick. It wouldn't take me a minute. Let me double check. That was the one I've been using there for a while. Let me see if YouTube's got anything else out there I can look at. Let's look at Tampa, Florida Live Webcam. See if we got anything else out there. I didn't look. That was just the one I grabbed earlier. Oh, there's one showing 4. Yeah, let's tow this one. I got one for you. Stand by, guys. I got a new one for you. Got the new one for you. Stand by for a second. It's coming your way. Yeah, definitely got 4 cameras coming your way. Check this out, guys. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. There you go. Tampa, Florida. Boy, look at the water coming over the roads there. Yeah, see, all that water's getting pushed into the bay. Again, that goes back to exactly what I was saying. Wow, look at that. The water is being shoved back into the bay. That's some of the surge, folks. That's the water going back into the bay. I got to go back to the radar again. Hold on one second so I can show you this. Holy cow. Yeah, that's what's happening. You're getting the water. The water is, because of where the circulation center is, the storm, all this water is being shoved into the bay right there across St. Petersburg and Tampa. So all the tributary, all the little roads and stuff in here are getting flooded out of there quite significantly. Check that out. Go back to that live look again. Oops, this one. Folks, I would not be driving down that call. No way, no how. Look at the heavy rains. Look at that water coming over. And they're not really getting much rain. It's just some very gusty winds, strong winds blowing through there right now. There's Fort Myers in the top left-hand corner. Holy moly. Woo! That's some live action, folks. Yeah, Fort Myers is further down here. They should see things being improved there. You know, Cape Coral, 4 miles. The eye is far enough north there. It should start see things should be improving down here. They also had the water being shoved into their bay as well. But as this goes by and the winds start to turn the other direction, that should be improving. What I'm really looking forward to seeing is what these other 2 cameras do. Well, not that one, the other one here, which I keep coming back to because these waters are going to be coming in real close, hot and heavy. Across Cedar Key. Very heavy action. All right, let me double check here. I'm going to go back to my... Nope, no update. All right, let me go back over here to my website and double check. I'm investigating while I'm talking to you guys, so stand by. All right, 9:59. It looks like that was the last update. That was from 1946. Okay, that was over an hour ago. And that was the last update there. 115 knots, 132 miles. Okay, still waiting on that. I still think they take the winds up another 5 on the next update. That's some mean stuff. Yeah, it looks like Tampa, they're not going to get a tremendous amount of rain. We haven't seen a whole lot in the interior sections of the peninsula for today. A lot of that's been up to the north, but they're getting raked by some of these outer bands that are starting to come in there right now. So that's what we're seeing on the radar. So you're starting to see some of these heavier bands here down towards Sarasota, getting some pretty heavy rains that'll coming up to Bradenton and getting to St. Petersburg and Tampa here pretty soon. Hey, Robin, no changes there in Columbus. We're still holding. I'm still going to hold that 50 mile to 60 on the outside, but I still think tropical storm force winds for Columbus right now. No changes. What that interaction is doing is basically with the rainfall amounts. That's been the big thing there, Captain Skywalker. Looking through y'all's chats here. Stand by. I'm just kind of looking through, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, those people on the roads were nuts. I wouldn't be doing that. Bye-bye car. Oh, here's something new. Here we go again. New band of thunderstorms. New brand of lightning showing up on the radar. Yep. Again, anytime you see clusters of lightning showing up on an eye wall, that is a storm that is intensifying. That's a storm where the pressure is falling. That's a storm. Obviously, I'm seeing that eye wall constrained through there as we're getting a new blow up of thunderstorms showing up here at the offshore there. We're just off right in there, but here's the new cluster of thunderstorms. Nice little bright banding in here, a part of the eye wall. And again, a hurricane is one big giant heat engine. It's constantly thriving on new thunderstorms that develop around the core of the hurricane. So when you see these bright lights go up like this in thunderstorms, they wrap around. We had the other one kind of come around and it's wrapping inland here. But this eye is starting to shrink. It's getting tighter. That's why I'm so interested. I got to wait another half hour. But damn, it's like watching a hot pot boil. What was the old saying? I'm really interested in seeing what the pressure's doing in this thing. The fact this is the second band of thunderstorms I've seen developed. The other one already moved all the way around. Now we're getting another one flaring up with lightning in it. Again, lightning in the eye wall is a storm that is intensifying. And this thing is shrinking. You can see it here on the band. It is getting more concentric all the time. And I think we're going to see something similar to, it won't be as bad as Michael because we're going to run out of real estate, but we're going to see a run at Category 4 hurricane status on this storm, unfortunately. And thank you for the new subscriber there on the channel. Thank you for joining us here today as we're getting closer to landfall. We're only a few more hours away. It's moving at 20 miles per hour. Let's do a draw out on this and just kind of do an estimate here on the landfall. So I'm going to pull back out here for a second. I'm going to go from the outer eye wall itself and look at how many miles. Let me freeze this real quick. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going all the way out to the edge of the coast. So we're 170 miles away. All right, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's do the math on that. We're moving, assuming it doesn't change its speed. We're moving 20 miles an hour. So we're about 8 hours. So you're looking at about 11 o'clock midnight, maybe, somewhere in there, Eastern Daylight Time. That's assuming that we don't get the speed to go any faster. If it picks up speed a little bit, it could close that down a little bit. But right now, it's already moving at 20 miles per hour. Man, oh man, I hate seeing that. I really do. Really concerns me. I'm getting Michael flashbacks. Although I don't see this thing making a run to Cat 5. I really don't. Because the reason why I say that is that Michael, at this point before landfall, or where it was offshore up here, was stronger than this. It was already, I think, sitting in the 130s, 135-ish. Or it was already a good strong Cat 4 when it made a run at Cat 5. And Cat 5 is 156 miles per hour. So I don't see us getting that far up. I do see us making a run at Cat 4, though. That's 130 miles per hour, and I can definitely see us potentially making that. Just crossed 4,000. Hooah! There it goes. I knew we were getting real close. Just crossed 4,000. Let's make a run to 5,000. Let's go to 5,000 views for the day. That's a good, nice round number. And we're only 55 new subscribers from 4,700. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, come on board, folks. I welcome you with open arms. And I do appreciate you guys checking out the coverage as we're getting closer and closer to landfall. Now, I want to remind folks, again, anybody in this area, let's pull up that watch warning map here again. Anywhere across Florida where the landfall is in the Panhandle, if you're anywhere in Georgia, there's several things you must do. You have to secure your property, okay? You don't want to damage your house. You don't want to damage your neighbor's house, okay? So if you're in Albany, Tifton, Valdosta, Macon, Atlanta, Augusta, into the Carolinas, bring in your stuff. That means your lawn furniture. That means your trash cans. That means your fall decorations, which I hated to do. I love the fall season. We got a nice little bunch of decorations outside. I brought them in. They're all laying down flat on my front porch. They're fine. Please take care of your property so you don't damage your property and anybody else's. So please do that. Take care of this. It's going to be a long night, folks. It's going to be a very long night watching this thing as it moves on in. The flooding potential, which we've already illustrated, is going to be quite severe as this moves in. And we're dealing with this once in a lifetime setup with a low pressure system, upper low pressure system, a cold front, and a hurricane all coming together at once, right through the state of Georgia, unfortunately. It's going to be a very long night. I'm ready. I've got my lights. I've got my non-perishables. I've got my cold beer. I'm ready to go. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back over to the radar here. Let's get back to the radar. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose. Damn, I'm gonna hate that. Stand by, guys. I'll be right back in just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. While I was at it, I had to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll get back on here real quick. Oh. Here we are. Welcome back. Grab me a couple cookies too. I've been going for 8 hours. We got a few more to go. Don't know why I didn't grab another one of these, but okay. Anyhow, all right. Let's take a look at these live cameras here. Boy, that's a mess. I see Fort Myers. Where's that other one at? I was looking at that. Boy, that's just amazing. Look at the water going through there. Howard Foreland Bridge. I don't know where that's at. Anybody know where that's at? Howard Foreland Bridge? That's looking really bad. And no way am I standing on that bridge. I'm not doing it, man. Missing anything from you guys? Hey, I'm going to keep talking. I'm okay. I'm actually doing all right. My voice is holding up pretty good. Not doing as bad as I thought I would be doing. Terry, I don't see this making Cat 5. I really don't. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you for joining us. I think Cat 4 for sure. I think Cat 4 is a good distinct poly. I don't see Cat 5. I just don't think it's going to have not enough time, not enough room. All right, go back over here. Go back up. I got the visible satellite for a little bit longer, so let me go get that back up. We're going to lose our light here in a little bit. That's the 4 o'clock update. I got the 4 o'clock position. They're doing these out. Oh, there it goes. Just got the new pressure reading. 951. I said it was going to drop. I saw it. 951 millibars. They still got it at 120. They're going to up that on the 5 o'clock advisory. Guaranteed. 951 millibar. That's an 8 millibar drop. Saw that. I saw that coming. There's the 4 o'clock position. Yeah, like I said, they got the radar, so they're doing these updates here by the update. So 951 millibars, north-northeast 21, so it hasn't really changed speed that much. It's 1 mile per hour faster. Now this map will be updated at 5 o'clock. Okay, so that's still showing the 2 o'clock map position, Eastern Daylight Time. So the new map will come back in about an hour. Here's my prediction on that. I think the landfall will be, I think they're going to bring it, I think they're going to take it to 130. I think they're going to predict the landfall 125 to 130. Right now, their last update, they had it at 120. So I think they take it to 125, maybe 130 at landfall. And if that happens, that position, or wherever it's going to be north of Atlanta, or they're going to see hurricane force winds potentially getting into metro Atlanta here for tonight, unfortunately. All right. This is definitely a nowcast type event. And when I say that, we're going to watch this hour by hour now. I got to be honest, like the track has been right on the money. Boy, has it been right on the money. It's been really, really good. So the pressure has dropped significantly here. We've been waiting on that. Every indication that I was seeing there was showing that, okay, that the pressure was dropping because that eye was getting better and better located there. Robin, the official track is still the same for Columbus, okay? That has not changed. It is basically still tracking right between Perry and Columbus. It's been halfway. It was like that this morning. Okay, so this is the track right here. So again, it's close enough. That's why, but you're on the left side of that storm. The highest winds are going to be over here. As this thing's going by, I really think like Macon, Perry, Eastman, this is where the highest winds are going to be clustered. Now, you're going to get winds over here. Don't get me wrong. You're still going to get that. It's still a question of how much. I couldn't rule out I'm getting a little more nervous that we might see hurricane force winds get into the Columbus area tonight. But this is an hour by hour thing. And so just keep watching me. I'm going to stay on here. I'm not going anywhere. If I'm up 24 hours, I'm up 24 hours. That's just the way it goes. It isn't like I haven't pulled all-nighters in the military, because I have. Let's check this buoy here. Let's see what the latest buoy information. We're getting awfully close to that buoy. 51 mile per hour winds. Boy, it's getting a little dark out there. It's only 4 o'clock, but boy, is it getting dark. Ooh, look at that thing rock around. I don't know if you can see that. I can't blow this image up, unfortunately. Serious white caps. 51 mile per hour winds on that. So we're getting hourly updates now on this system as we get closer to landfall. Let me see. I got to look at my metrics. Haven't looked at it in a little bit. Wow, $45. I missed somebody's donation. Whoever did that, I'm sorry. I missed that earlier. Thank you for the donation there. We're up to 255 likes, and we're coming up on 9 minutes continuous viewing right now. And we've been sustaining and steady. Very good. Thank you very much, guys. Y'all have made this broadcast a very successful day. We were busier earlier because nobody else was on, but we've been holding our own very steadily here for this afternoon. So again, thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the chats. It really does help with the algorithm. And I couldn't do it without you guys. I do appreciate y'all supporting me. Let's double check and make sure I haven't missed anything, guys. Looking through the chats. I want to see what happens with this next update. The 5 o'clock update's probably about another half hour, 30 to 40 minutes away. What the Hurricane Center traditionally likes to do, because a lot of newscasts are on at 5 o'clock, they will try to get that update out at least 10 minutes prior, 5 to 10 minutes prior, so they have the latest, so that when the weather guys go on, they have a 5 o'clock update. So I do suspect we'll get that a little bit early. Obviously, we got the radar indication, and they've clearly got a new vortex. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. Appreciate you doing that. Looks like somebody says I was offline. Am I? No, I'm still streaming. I'm still hot. Somebody was sending me something. Am I offline on Facebook? Facebook may have brought me down. I've not looked at Facebook in a hot minute. And, oh, it timed me out. Yep. I didn't know I hit the window on Facebook. But Facebook must be 8 hours. All right. Stand by Facebook. I'll have to get my Facebook going. I see people are getting all antsy on Facebook. Bear with me here for a second, guys. I timed out on Facebook, so I got to restart this up again. So stand by here for a second. I guess Facebook is 8 hours. At least now I know, because they just shut me down. All right, let's see. Copy the scheme code. I got to stop this. Modify. And B for paste. Hit OK. I got to put my little something in here. Hurricane Helene live coverage. Please join the chat. All right, and I like to do this real quick, so bear with me real quick. I got to get this going. Didn't know Facebook timed out at 8 hours. Did not know that. Now I know. Concerned. Save. All right, start. And we should get the Facebook going here in just a second. Waiting on it, waiting on it. There it goes. Go live. All right, thank you, Dave, for letting me know that my Facebook feed had dropped down at 8 hours. Did not know that. There we go, we're back up. All right, Facebook is back up and going. Now my question is, how long before YouTube takes me out? I think it's 12 hours. I think YouTube takes me down at 12 hours. So at 8 o'clock, I'll probably have to start back up again. We'll see. They may leave me alone. We'll see. Savannah was asking about Columbus. Columbus, again, you're remaining on the left side of the storm, but I am a little concerned about the core of the storm being close enough to where you might see some hurricane gusts in Columbus. I still think 50 to 60 miles per hour is still the right call for that area. But if you go just a little bit further east of Columbus, between Columbus and Macon, different story there. I timed out on Facebook. It only does me to 8 hours and shut me down. I just started back up. So, yeah. Terry, take shelter. Just hunker down for the night. And if I had a beer, I'd have a drink to that. I told that story yesterday. I was at a weather convention, Barron Services down in Florida, or up in Huntsville, and we were tracking, we were learning the system. We were tracking a hurricane that was making a landfall on the east side of Florida. And every time the reporter would say something cliche-ish like hunker down or bunker up or anything like that, we'd have our beer and we'd take a swig. And it became a drinking game to people's misery. I know it's a bad thing to do, but that's what a bunch of weather geeks, meteorologists do when they're trying to educate themselves and learn. So that's a little story I wanted to share. All right, let's go back to the radar here. I want to look and see. I want to do a couple of scans here. I want to look from the Tallahassee radar here. We're starting to get the Tallahassee radar to see the whole eye here. So not quite completely in, but one thing you definitely can see from that is how concentric this eye is. In fact, let me freeze this on the last image here. Let me stop this. So a very symmetrical looking eye on the Tallahassee radar. Okay. Now, let's look at the distance between this thing. And it's still showing about 35 miles roughly. So it hasn't shrunk off that much. Again, we're just kind of eyeballing it. But that's from the Tallahassee radar. Let's switch over to the Tampa radar, which has been our main one that we've been looking at. And again, still see that motion where it's constraining a little bit. It's definitely seeing it tighten up. Remember, keep in mind, a hurricane is almost like a big ballerina skating on skates. And as you pull those arms in, it just gets faster and faster and faster. That's why the pressure dropped 9 millibars. We were seeing it on the satellite. We were seeing it on the radar, and that's why that dropped like that to 951 millibars. So here I'm looking at the vortex message. Still calling it a little ragged on the eye. 35 miles, that's still a little big. So that's what they're seeing there on that. And still showing 132 mile per hour of flight level winds. That's why I think we got a good chance of this thing making it to Cat 4 tonight. I think we got a realistic shot. What I'm waiting on, again, this advisory that's currently out here is from the earlier advisory at 2 o'clock, at the 11 o'clock, and then they kind of modify it for the 2. At 5 o'clock, we'll get a brand new track here. So by the time we get to this position by 8 o'clock, we'll be about 3 hours roughly from landfall at that point. It goes right over Tallahassee. Look at all the storm chasers. You think these guys are convinced they're going to get an eye there? You got 3 chasers sitting right there. They're going to be broadcasting live from Tallahassee. They could take shelter. And there's one guy down here on the coast, but I don't think he's going to stay there. I'm surprised he's broadcasting. That is... that's from the Hall County crew, but everybody else has moved inland. Then sometime overnight, this is going to go past Albany and Americus, still sliding between Columbus and Perry, almost halfway through there. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Panama City, Atlanta Fly Girl in the house. How you doing there? Good to see you back here to the channel here. Welcome back, guys. Do you need to get somewhere safe there with strong winds? It's the best storm. Yeah, it's a beast of a storm. And then this thing gets up to Atlanta, and like I said, this will change because it'll be adjusted 3 hours further inland here. But I really suspect we're going to see hurricane winds getting into metro Atlanta. If you're not familiar with Atlanta, obviously we got a lot of trees in this area. Potential for a lot of power outages are going to be extreme, especially for areas there northeast of Atlanta. I'd say Athens, Gainesville, yours truly location, right in here. It's going to be a long, long night across Georgia. But again, we're going to wait and see what that next advisory says here in about 35, 40 minutes. And we're sitting at we're just past 4,100. We're making a run at 5,000. I think we're going to get there. All Georgia will get is wind and strong rain. Well, I would say flooding rains because we got some floods going on. There's going to be some rivers that are come out of their banks when this thing is said and done. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm sure those guys in Panama City, I know some of those nuts out there that like that high surf. They'll definitely do that. That's for sure. Let's look at St. George Island. That's pretty close to, not too far from Panama City Beach. There's the surf that they're seeing there at St. George's Island. I definitely wouldn't get into that. The rip currents there are just tremendous. No way am I getting into that. Look at it. It's just breaking out big time out there. Yeah, they canceled school in Atlanta today, and I don't know why. There was no reason to do that. But they canceled school in Atlanta today, and the worst of the weather's coming out. Now, tomorrow, yeah, I have no problem with school being out tomorrow. But today, there was no reason to do that. You're at Catula. You're there east of town, right? Yeah, you got to watch that. The further east of town you get, the winds are going to be higher there. You're very welcome there, Penny. Thank you for watching on Facebook. Appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody today. It's been a very good day. Dealing with all the talks we've had all day today. We've had good viewership today. We've gained almost 200 new subscribers to the channel. It's been a very productive afternoon. Had some nice unexpected donations. That was nice. I'm looking forward to using that. Buena Vista, you're south of town there, Dana. Again, no major changes there. Still looking at 50, 60 mile per hour winds in your area. Raining and windy in Columbus. Again, it'll be in the early morning hours when this thing comes on through. It'll be, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for sure. Let me go back to Radar Omega here. I'm sorry. I'm playing around and not doing that. Boy, that eye is just shrinking. Man, I hate seeing that. Ugh, that means that pressure is going to drop some more. Let me look here. I don't think I'll get another update on the vortex message. Let me see when the next flight's going to be out there. 9:51. Oh, we got an alert. Let's take a look. We got a tornado warning here popping. Let's see what we got. What we got. Don't say anything. I heard the alert, but I don't see no blue anywhere. Just kind of looking. Oh, there it is. There it is. I was like, where's the alert? It's an outer band here, up the coast. This is we had some of these earlier. This is for Central Volusia County. It goes until 4:45. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Olstein or near Deltona, moving north at 45. And we've had a couple of these earlier today. We've had a bit of a break here for a little while, but we finally got one here on the East Coast. Let's look at the velocity mode here. That looks like crap. Let's try. All right, there you can see a little bit. There we go. Yep. Right through there, weak, right near Olstein. See the red and the green. That's away and toward the radar. Let's check out some of the winds in here. 26 away, looks like the highest I see there, and 28 toward. Add that together, about par for the course. Been running 50, 60 miles per hour on a lot of these tornado signatures. Very weak, but the nice little spin-ups. Kind of track that here a little bit. So, looks like it'll hit some of the, coming across Interstate 4 here very shortly. And then moving up toward the DeLand area. So we had a bit of a break there in the tornado warnings, but that's the first one we had in a little while. Starting to get some of these heavier bands here now going into St. Petersburg area. Finally getting some of these bands pushing up along shore. There's that heavy rains coming into our Tampa. And let me go back to this again. Looking at the some of the Fort Myers and areas there around Tampa. Boy, that's some rough surf. Still looking awfully rough there. Now, as this thing gets further north, it should allow the waters to start to drain out of Tampa Bay, but it's going to take a while. It's not going to be a big thing to see the drop off there. Absolutely bad on that. The 5 o'clock update, I got to make sure I do an update on the crawl. I haven't done that in a little bit, so I'll update that here in a little bit as well. So we're still looking at a constraining eye, guys. Man. I mean, you can see that with me, right? See that pretty well. Look at the center. Very, very looking, circular here. Very symmetrical looking. And as this thing continues to go to the north, it'll be interesting to see what that eye looks like when it gets up to this position. Is this thing going to continue to constrain a little bit? 951 millibars now. This continues to constrain here. And again, we get into the evening hours. I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if you guys know this, but when we're talking about a tropical system and we get into the nighttime hours, when we lose the daytime heating, that typically tropical systems can better or strengthen better at night than they can during the day. And the reason for that is daytime heating naturally along the periphery, the air is rising. All right. So when we lose the daytime heating, it's easier, it's more efficient for it to bring in the heat coming from the warm Gulf of Mexico waters and bring it in here to the center. So as we go into the evening hours and we lose the sunlight, it becomes a little more efficient to bring in the heat source, to bring in that fuel. And God knows this is like octane fuel out here in the Gulf of Mexico. And we'll see again if the eye continues to show shrinkage here. It's definitely looking very, very healthy here on this radar. Here very shortly, I'll probably switch over to the Tallahassee radar as we watch this come northward. Very high degree of probability the Tallahassee radar is going to get knocked down. Seen it happen before, and it's probably going to happen again when this thing gets up to Tallahassee, because it looks like it's going to go right over them. They're probably going to lose the radar out of Tallahassee for a little while, either with a power outage or hopefully he doesn't get any damage. But this is going to go right over Tallahassee. So going to watch that pretty closely here over the next few hours. Hey, if you're new to the channel and you have not already, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider it. It'd be an honor and a pleasure to be part of the Weather Nerds family. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button. I do daily forecasts, and I do some shorts and stuff outside of the live stuff, so you can have some weather stuff. I know there's a lot of us weather goobers out on the YouTube universe, you know. I'm not the godfather, but we're a small little channel, and every little bit helps us to get to our goal. We're trying to get to 5,000. Not going to make it by October 1st. That's my 1 year anniversary. But we're hoping to get to 5,000 by the end of the year, and I think we're going to get there very slowly. So again, if you're passing through, just hit that subscribe button. If you could, do give me a like. We are setting a new record on our likes here for today. I haven't looked at my last stream update here. We're up to 258 on the likes, so we got a new high there. We got a new high on viewership for today as well. So it's been a very good broadcast day. I would call this very successful. But we're getting closer and closer to that landfall. Only a few more hours away, so we'll have to see what's going on. Bill Kaufman, what you got here, Bill? My family in Tampa just said they shut down the Skyway Bridge and the Howard Franklin. Makes sense. Yeah, if the winds get over certain criteria, they close those bridges down. So based off what we're seeing there in areas there on Tampa, they're going to get some of that. Hey, Perry, Georgia in the house. Chris, welcome on board. You can see there on the Facebook side. Again, Perry, Georgia, y'all are going to get some very heavy winds there. You're on the right side of that storm and the potential for tornadoes. So again, watch out there in Perry, okay? We got Jane from Junction City, Georgia in the house. Welcome on board. Yeah, it's going to hit land hard. It looks like this is going to be a little bit later. And thank you for the 2 new subscribers there. Oh, wow, outstanding. We're all right. We're about 49 away. Now we can start counting down. I usually wait until we get after 50. So now we're in the countdown mode as we kind of head toward 4,700 on the subscriber chat there today. We're not going to get to 5,000, not today. But I think we can make it around 4,700. That'd be nice. That would be a nice little accomplishment here for today. Yay! Everybody get their thumbs up. Absolutely. All right, looking at through your cloud, Andersonville, Georgia. Yeah, again, watch out, Andersonville. I know you're down there. You're in the ground area there. That's going to be bad. Salem, Alabama, you're okay. You're over in the Montgomery. It's over in Montgomery. You're fine. You're okay over there. All right, don't worry about Salem. You're okay. Hello from Seal, Alabama. You're going to get some tropical storm gusts and stuff like that. Will Toombs is asking about Atlanta hit time. It looks like during the morning hours, probably right before rush hour, between 6 and 8. Atlanta's going to be shut down tomorrow. There won't be much of a rush hour tomorrow because schools are closed, businesses are closed, everything's closed here in town for tomorrow. So when we get the 5 o'clock update, we'll get a new update on the track plot, okay? So when the new 5 o'clock update comes up, this track, which is this line right here that we've been kind of utilizing as we're tracking this, will shift up. So I do suspect this position, which will be up further north, will be, you're looking at category 4, I'll get close to category 4 hurricane at landfall. I'm pretty convinced we're going to get that. And then we'll get some, because look at the speed jump. That just amazes to me how fast. This is at 8 o'clock in the morning, and this is at 8 o'clock a.m. and 8 o'clock p.m. So it's going to move from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up near Metro Atlanta in 12 hours. That is hauling. That's going fast. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. 48 more to go. Counting. So we'll be interested to see what the new plots, the data plots are going to show as we go forward on this. Let me look at a couple of things here. I do want to take a look here at a couple of plots. I want to see if these have changed at all. Stand by for a second. Here's the 18Z. This moved over. 18Z shifted this over to the right big time, but I don't see the Weather Service making a change. I really don't. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother to show that. There's only 2 models in there. They stopped illustrating. I was checking to see if they had any updates on the track stuff. They're not doing it anymore, so no need to show it. Well, I will say this much: so far, the track has been behaving pretty well. I mean, you look where that line is. Look where the track is. It's dead center, so it's been behaving very well. Again, seeing some more lightning out here in the eye wall. The eye wall is where the most intense winds are. That's where we're seeing those winds that are going upwards of 120 miles per hour with higher gusts for sure in there. So whenever you see that lightning, again, lightning is an indication of a strengthening storm. I want to take a look here at, all right. So, and again, as we're getting up toward the coast here and we're getting up towards Cedar Key is one of the areas that I'm watching as that water is going to be pulling up that way. One of the things I want to watch here, let me check I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take this down. Ooh. Sorry about that. Oh, you're 10 miles west of Tallahassee? Ooh, not a good place to be. Hey, thank you. Oh, got a Facebook donation. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. You've been asking that all day, man, and I've not changed my stuff there, okay? No tornadoes in Columbus. Don't worry about tornadoes. You're not going to get it there. You're on the left side of the storm. All tornadoes will be on the right side of the storm. I know we've had that there. Oh, another donation. Thank you. But you're just going to be looking at some rain and some heavy winds for tonight. And again, we're looking at after midnight for Columbus, okay? I know we got a lot of folks here watching on the Columbus side. I understand that. It's hard. You got different meteorologists saying different things, and I'm just kind of going off what I'm seeing here. If I was going to track this thing up to right near where Columbus is, let's do a plot on this. We're moving at 20 miles per hour. That's kind of our average right now. Here's our center of circulation, our corner right there. We're going right up here toward the top. We are some 330 miles away from that position, which is where it's going to be at its closest proximity. So we'll just do the math on that real quick. We'll say 320, then divided by 20. That's 16 hours. 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Roughly in there. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you again. Early morning hours. It'll be right after midnight when it gets down there. When it gets down toward Albany, it'll be a little after midnight. Got a new warning here. What do we got going on here? See, we got a new warning. Where is that at? Is it this one over here? Oops, sorry about that. Turn it off. Boy. Ah, well, thank you. It's people making little donations on Facebook. Thank you. Is that the new one? That's the old one. Where's the new one? I heard the alert tone. Oh, there it is. Down here along the coast. Yep, here we go. Radar indicated. Got a tornado warning here for western Charlotte County and southeastern Sarasota County. Goes till 5:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 14 miles southwest of Northport, moving north at 75 miles per hour. Wow. That's a band coming around that thing. Woo, that's hauling it. That is seriously hauling it. I haven't seen one that fast since that Duratio event. Wow. That is something. Looking at the radar, I can't see that very well. Oh, it's in a no man's land. I hate that. That makes it kind of difficult. I can see a little bit of it. Looks like right here, another weak spin up. That's where we're looking. Probably a water spout coming in right there off Rotonda West, just offshore of Cape Hayes. Got a water spout right there. Could have another one up here too, potentially. I see a little maybe up in there, but that looks like right here. Got a water spout coming in. It's already moved on shore. There you go. Just updated. So we got a water spout coming on shore down near Edgewood Beach, coming into the Inglewood area. That's coming into a very populated area. So hopefully folks are taking immediate shelter watching this down. I don't disprove water spouts. I will tell you, I told the story earlier. During Hurricane Ivan, we had a water spout come on shore. It did kill somebody, unfortunately. And when it came on shore, it sideswiped our TV station, and we had 90-mile-per-hour winds. Now, Ivan was a big boy and was a very large hurricane, bigger than this one. And it stirred up a lot of tornadoes. In fact, Ivan, I think, still holds the record for the most tornadoes produced from a landfalling storm. So hopefully these folks down here in the Grove City area are taking shelter from this, what's obviously a water spout that's coming on shore right there. Go back over to reflectivity mode here. Getting some serious squalls here moving into the Tampa area there. St. Petersburg getting Brandon getting hit pretty good right now. Yeah, 5 o'clock I got to update my crawl because I think they've updated that a little bit. But these warnings need to be watched, so we could get some additional warnings potentially sneaking into the Tampa area here over the next hour or so. We got 2 tornado warnings here across Florida. One over there near Daytona Beach on the east side of Florida, and one here on the west coast, one on each coast. Well, let's see how this looks from the Tallahassee radar. Like I said, this thing's going to go right over the Tallahassee radar. Hey, thanks for that new subscriber, Katie Smith. Hey, Katie Smith, thank you for joining the channel. Welcome on board. Glad to have you. Hinesville, Georgia, that is an area that you got to watch out. That's down near Fort Stewart. Watch out for those tornadoes, man, and some gusty winds. Yeah, Cape Sandblast is going to take some damage, I think. Not as bad. I don't think, again, this is far enough over to the east. I think you'll be okay. You know, Port St. Joe, the area toward Mexico Beach over here, you're not going to have to worry about that too much because the winds are offshore. The winds are going to be, when this thing comes on land, the winds are going to be blowing offshore, so no storm surge over here, which is the big thing. And the strongest winds are going to be on this side of the storm over here. So, I think this area over here is going to be just fine over near Panama City and over toward Port St. Joe. I'm very familiar with that area. I worked there for 3 years, so hopefully everything will be looking pretty good. But this is looking at the, starting to get a little better look here from the Tallahassee radar as it's moving up toward, it's still holding right through that line. It'll be interesting to see, does this thing start making that turn to the left that the models have got, or is it going to do, that's going to be the big question. That's what I'm going to be watching. Is this thing going to continue off this way, or is it going to make the turn, start making the turn back to the left? That's the billion-dollar question. We'll be watching closely to see exactly how that storm behaves as it approaches the coastline there. We'll go back over to the Tampa radar site because I'm going to keep an eye on those couple of tornadoes out there too. And we don't have that much time left. Actually, I guess we go look one more time because I know we're getting ready to lose our sunlight here. Starting to a little bit. Starting to see the sun go down, so we're going to lose our visible satellite imagery here. But that's still going right down the line here. Let's check our buoy here. I haven't checked that in a minute. Still 46-mile-per-hour winds there, and that's not too bad. But going right down the line. And we're at 443, so we're getting awfully close. Switch this back over to radar here. Oops, sorry about that. Let's hope we don't get any power outages on the radar out of Tampa. We need that one for sure. Columbus, Georgia, Phoenix City, all again. Tropical storm force winds, no tornadoes. Storm and some gusty winds, maybe some sporadic power outages. I'm not expecting hurricane force winds in that area unless we get some sort of wobble back to the west a little bit. So I'm watching out for you, Columbus. Pine Mountain, same goes for you guys. We're going to go over the track here in a second. We're going to get an updated graphic here from the Hurricane Center here very shortly at 5 o'clock, and we'll retrack that track all the way through. So all you guys watching here, we're waiting on the 5 o'clock advisory, which is going to be out here any second. Okay, so I'm still expecting this general locations. This is my breakdown of the Helene impacts. Flooding, which we've already had in advance of the storm through Georgia, that's going to continue. Wind damage, Georgia and Florida, that's going to be significant, especially with the forward speed and the fact that the storm is intensifying. Tornadoes, we're seeing that. I had to up that a little bit more because we've been getting a lot more tornadoes in advance of the actual storm itself than what we were expecting. The surge is going to be through the roof, 15 to 20 feet, going into that gully where the highest surge in the world can take place, and power outages will be significant because of two things: the strength of the storm and the fact that the storm is moving at a high rate of speed, very similar to Hurricane Opal back in 1995. Okay, so that's what we're seeing there. The latest on this, I'll keep going. There's the 5 o'clock update, and they did update. And there it is. We do have the 5 o'clock update. So here we go, folks. All right, new update. They got it out early. I kind of figured they would. I mentioned this earlier. I said they like to get it out for the TV stations for their 5 o'clock newscast. So the forward speed's increased to 23 miles per hour. It's accelerated. Minimum pressure 951. I still think that pressure is going to come down a little bit more. Max winds are now at 125 miles per hour. Okay? And I just got that in. So I still think this thing will potentially, they don't have an intermediate position because of the speed it's going between the next advisory. Now they have shifted this back to the east. I was wondering if they were going to do this. They kept not doing it, but I think they're going to go with that straight line. Let me go back over here and show you this. Let's go back over here. Got an update. This is a change. And this goes by to what I was saying earlier when we started today. I said this was going to be a nowcast type event. So earlier, they had shifted this thing back over to this part of Albany. That's where it was tracking before. Now they got it over here, and they got making its turn over here. So Columbus, you guys, I'm going to go with what I originally was saying. You might get some gusts up to 50 miles per hour. You guys are fine. But it does take a Cat 2 hurricane, 105 mile per hour winds near Tifton, near Douglasville, Valdosta. This trifecta right here are going to be hit with some serious winds through here. Then it starts to make its turn to the north and east, okay? And it's going to be paralleling 75 and going right smack over downtown Atlanta. That's really bad. And I'm on the right side of this. So those heavy winds are going to follow right behind, and they're going to come right through here, right side of that storm. So the center of circulation looks like it goes right smack through downtown, if that track holds true, if it makes that turn at that point. So they are going to make that straight line. And these folks that are in Tallahassee may have to move down the interstate a little bit. There's not really much out there, maybe near Monticello, maybe. But the track has shifted a little bit to the right on that storm. That's what I was saying when I was drawing it out. Is it going to stay on this way, or is it going to go to the right? So they're keeping it on that trajectory path, not making that turn until it gets further inland. I wouldn't be surprised if it does it a little bit sooner, kind of in between the two. But yeah, these storm chasers over here that are in Tallahassee, I'm sure they're seeing this. They're going, okay, we got to move. They are going to move. We got a new tornado warning that popped up here while I've been running my mouth. So let's go. Ooh, that one's got a signature on it. Wow, look at that. That one. Southeastern Gulf County, northwestern Franklin County. It was located near Carabel, moving northwest at 30. That's got a little bit of a signature on that one. Oh, yeah. There you go. Just to the west of Carabel. We got something right in there. That's actually a pretty decent signature. One of the better ones I've seen today. Let's do a little check on this. I see 64 mile per hour winds away, 8 away, 29 toward, 64, 13. So that's a little bit stronger than what I've seen. About 75, 80 mile per hour winds on that one. That is the stronger of the tornado warnings I've seen so far. There we go. I'm ready for a long night, man. It's going to be a long, long night. Now, what's interesting from this whole area right through here, as that eye tracks right this way, all the water is just going to pile up in there big time. Big time storm surge. And we're talking storms like this. We're talking 15 to 20 feet to the right of that center of circulation. So what's interesting, it's oscillated back and forth. It is oscillated back and forth on where it's going to go. But for the most part, these models all kind of return to that location there. Hey, thank you for the donation there. Thank you. Heard the alert tone go off there. So the center of circulation goes to the right of Tallahassee. Maybe they avert getting the strongest winds. I don't think it'll matter. I think they're going to lose power regardless. Albany, Georgia in the house. Again, you saw what I was just showing you there. It's staying to the right of you, but you're awfully close. Kind of going through the chats here, guys. Thank you there for the 50 cents. 50 cent. Wind and rain after midnight, man. After midnight there, Christina. Hey, American man. Welcome on. Welcome to see you back there. How you good to see you there? Hope you're doing good. Anyway, I see we got a lot of people here new coming in on the channel right now. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please consider it. Kind of helps keep us up, keeps our audience going here pretty good. If you have already subscribed, please give a thumbs up before you kind of leave out of here. We are averaging right now about 9 minutes per viewer. And so as people come in and come out, please give that thumbs up. We're up to 263 likes for the day. We've had $45 of chat revenue that's also been donated. So again, thank you for those folks who donated today, and looking pretty good. Andersonville has shifted a little from Anderson. Not really. You're in the worst area there, Anderson. You're gonna get the worst of it. You see the path there on how close that gets to, Tifton. So yeah, you're not much of a change there for you guys. And thank you for that new subscriber. We're at 4660. Only 40 more to go, and we're at 4,700. Very nice. Again, it's everything on the right side of this. Okay, we're talking Live Oak, Valdosta, Douglas, Waycross, Brunswick, Vidalia, Dublin. Macon, all these on the right side of the track. That's where the worst winds are going to be, folks. You're going to get wind on the other side. And you guys over here, okay? Albany, you're very close to the core. You might get some hurricane force winds there. Same for you there in Americas. Columbus, I think you're far enough away. 50, 60 mile per hour at the top. Same those for you guys there in Eufaula. Maybe some tropical storm gusts there in Enterprise. Bainbridge, same thing. Panama City, you'll see some of the tropical storm gusts as well. So on this side of the line, we're talking about seeing, again, tropical storm force winds will likely. It depends on how close you are to the core. But everybody on the right side, different set of story. That's where the highest winds are going to be, on the right side of the storm. And coming up through Atlanta, and we're up where I live, some 45, 50 miles away. I'm going to get the high winds up my way come tomorrow morning. Same for Kansas, same for Phoenix City. No big change there as well. Same for Columbus. Columbus, Phoenix City, same thing. Yeah, right now, I do not see any indication that this is going to shift west. I always said if it shifted, it was going to be to the right, not to the left. And that's what they did on this latest advisory. They shifted a little bit further to the right. I don't think it'll go any more further to the right than what it is. And the reason why is it's positioned to where the upper low is. It's going to curve back to the left. There's no doubt about that happening. It's just the timing of exactly when that's going to happen. Earlier model was showing it happening a little sooner. That's why it was turning when it was down into Florida. Now they're saying it's a little bit later on the turn, but it's going to make a turn and make a run out here toward Tennessee. Let's switch back over to the radar here. Still watching this one tornado warning here. We got 21 minutes left on that. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Keep it calm. Pretty sure Colin Scroggins just sent the majority of Columbus and Phoenix today your way. I don't doubt that. I've been partnering up with him to help his audience. He asked me to help be kind of like his unofficial weather guy, and I said sure, I had no problem helping him out. So I appreciate that. Let me shut this down here. My bad. That's why I'm getting a lot of questions for that area. All right, kind of looking through the chats here. A lot of chats coming on away. Looks like the eye's going to come very close to, it'll get close to Valdosta. Are we there yet? Janelle, I think you summed this up for everybody. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Yeah. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. All those pennies add up. Yeah, so Columbus, you look again, we're talking about after midnight here. We got a new scan coming in there. Let's watch the scan here and see what it looks like. Thank you for that new subscriber. We're up to 4661. 39 more to go to 4700. And we're actually knocking on the door to 4500 on our views today. So very nice. All right, no major change on that. Get this thing back in loop mode here. Still looks like that eye is constricting to me. It still looks like it's trying to shrink. So 125 mile per hour winds. And what is, I haven't had a chance to read the discussion. So let me pull up the discussion real quick, guys. I really need to do that. So bear with me here for just 1 second. Let me check the... Okay, NOAA 2 missions just heading out there. So we got another Hurricane Hunter aircraft, NOAA 2 planes on its way out there right now. So let me put this in. Thank you for the y'all on Facebook being pretty aggressive with the donations. I keep hearing the alert tones going off. Thank you, Candace. All right, so I want to read I want to look at the discussion here. I haven't had a chance to look at it. So I want to read on this. So stand by real quick. Looking at discussion. All right. Let's see. Aircraft data also indicated the inner core has contracted significantly today. We saw that. While the tropical force winds have expanded. Based on all the data, the initial intensity is set for 110 knots. Latest pressure at 951, which is 125 miles per hour. Tropical force winds are occurring across portions of west central and southwestern Florida. We're seeing that. Conditions deteriorate rapidly. It should be emphasized that Helene is the upper bound of hurricanes in terms of storm size, and impacts are and will occur well away from the center. Large hurricane is now accelerating, which we're seeing at 23 miles per hour. After landfall, a turn to the north over Georgia is expected late tonight and early Friday, followed by a slowdown or complete stall over the Tennessee Valley, which is going to be flooding problems for them as the upper low kind of merges with the system. The hurricane has intensified 30 knots since sunrise, and given the conducive environment conditions in the contracting inner core, it seems likely that Helene will be at a very near Category 4 strength, is what I said earlier today, as it makes landfall on the Florida Big Bend. The fast speed with Helene moves inland will result in a far inland penetration of strong winds over parts of the southeastern United States, including strong gusts over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. So everything that I've come to fear for this hurricane is coming to pass, unfortunately, on this system. So that is what we're seeing. Let me get this radar back down. I was reading that, and I should have had the radar down. My apologies on that. We got a new tornado warning that's up here, and I was worried about this earlier. Let's read this. This is for eastern Manatee County as well as northeastern Sarasota County. This goes for producer of tornado near the McCain River State Park, moving north at 75. That's a definitely core thunderstorm. I'm surprised it's not a larger box, but this is getting very close to going into the Tampa St. Petersburg area there, and hopefully they won't have anything significant blowing through there. Candace was asking about power outages to Columbus. I think there could be some sporadic ones. I just don't think it's going to be widespread. I think you're far enough away from the center that you shouldn't see that unless it does something crazy and starts turning earlier, which is not expected to turn until it's in Georgia. But right now, I say Columbus. I'm going to stay with what I've been saying since this morning. I thought 50-mile-per-hour winds in the 50s, so it sounds like the highest end of that. You may get some sporadic power outages with that, but I don't think it'll be widespread. Not like they're going to see across central portions of the state. Nowhere close to that. Let's watch this other one. This one, that's the other warning. That was the other one I was looking at earlier. So we got 3. So we got 2 overlapping down there, Tampa and the one up there. So we got 2 that we're looking at. Okay, let me look at the satellite. And I'm going to strip there. We're losing our light here real soon. It's starting to get dark. And boy, that eye may go right to that buoy. I hope it does. 46-mile-per-hour winds. That was as of 4 o'clock. That's about an hour ago. I really hope that buoy. I really hope that thing goes over the buoy. That's going to pick up some pretty good winds there. I'm going to switch this over to the long wave. I want to see the. Oh yeah, there you go. This is the infrared imagery on this storm. See, kind of do a little wobble to the right, wobble to the left. It's going to do that. It's going to snake. Very impressive looking storm. Very symmetrical. Very well organized. Go to the wall on this one here. I want to look at that. So going back over here to the wall once again. Let me get my eyeballs back on just a little bit. So again, here's our center of circulation right through there. Still looking a little ragged, a little bit, but it looks like some new thunderstorms flaring up here on the south side of the wall. Again, here's our buoy, and if it continues on that track, and again, it'll wobble a little bit back and forth here as it goes on through up in here. And then all this in here, all that water is going to be pushed right on up along the coastline. And you see how it looks like a funnel in here? It's going to allow the water to kind of concave and gather in this area. That's why they're looking at 15 to 20 foot storm surge right through here. Quite significant. We had a lot of storm surge going to the bay earlier, causing some flooding problems into Sarasota and heading up into Tampa as well. They had both those areas getting flooded. So we're watching this closely. I want to see how these new thunderstorms are starting to flare up here on the south side go. They've been kind of rotating around in here. We've been seeing some lightning with this as well as the storm is constricted here just a little bit. So continue to watch that. Watch out, doggy. Dog getting underneath the feet. Not good. Not good there at all. Let me get back here to my regular radar here. Stand by 1 second. And here I am. All right, let's go back to the radar here. Radar, single vision. All right, move out to the Tampa. It's still interesting to me that we're actually getting tornadoes on that side. So, need to watch that. That's something I'm going to watch closely. Because that's about as far east as I've seen. As far east I've seen this thing with the tornadoes has been right about here. So, right running up and down the Alabama state line, even though you're perhaps on the left side of the track of the storm, this area in here needs to be careful about watching tornadoes as well, because I think it's interacting with the frontal system a little bit. Because we do have that stalled front in there. You see it right there to the north. So that stall boundary, I think, is assisted in some of the tornadoes being a little bit further to the left than what we traditionally would see. Hey, Rebecca Pate asking, do you have to subscribe to chat? No, you can chat on the YouTube side if you want. You're on Facebook, so I can pull you up. I'm just trying to stay up with the chat here as best I can. Yeah, keep telling everybody, Columbus, 50-mile-per-hour winds. That's what I'm expecting for Columbus. I see that somebody pushed how wide across is the eye? You asking about that earlier? I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Let's check on that. Let me switch back over to the radar here. Let's look at that. Let me go back to radar Omega. Okay. Oops, sorry. I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. All right. Angie, stop it. I got the dogs getting underneath their feet because I've not given them attention today. They've just been a little bit Not liking it. They don't know what to make of all the attention today. So let's see here. 32 miles across. 30, yeah, it's like 30 miles. So remember earlier when we were looking at it earlier, it was showing 40 miles across. So that's 30 miles across. Stop it, puppy. Stop looking at me. So it has constrained by about 10 more miles. And that's significant. If it goes down to about 25, I'm really going to be concerned. If it gets down to about 20, 25, then it can really, really sweep it. I think we're going to get a Cat 4 at landfall. You know, we are doing these hourlies now on this. And my dog keeps licking my leg. I'm sorry. So those of you who are just maybe joining us and stuff, again, these are the 5 o'clock coordinates of our Hurricane Helene. At that time, it was 27.9 north, 84.6 west. It has accelerated all day. When I started the broadcast this morning, it was moving at 12. Now it's up to 23 miles per hour. Pressure at 951 millibars. I suspect with the fact that that eye is shrinking once again. Oh, look at this. We just saw this pop back up here again. I want to show this again. Getting a little lightning in here again. And every time I see lightning in an eye wall, that is a strengthening storm. That's just a par for the course. That's usually an indication of pressure falling, intense thunderstorms, and the eye wall shrinking. So we're seeing that. So I do suspect once the NOAA 2 flight gets out there, we're going to see, we're probably going to see that begin to come down here a little bit. I'm just double checking. I don't think we've got a new one yet. It's going to be a little bit before they're out there. That's the old one. So I'm looking forward to seeing the next NOAA research plane and see what the pressure is doing on this. Oops. Turn that off. So the eye wall is, would you stop it? Thank you. You got to understand, I've been doing this for 9 hours, so I'm a little loopy at this point. I'm going to be breaking out the beers here in a little bit. But I was going to do that till we got closer to landfall. I got a couple of beers to have later. It's been a very productive day. I do want to thank everybody for joining us for today. I want to thank all the new subscribers to the channel, all the folks who made donations for today. It's been a very successful broadcast for us, and our little channel has grown, and that's a good thing to see. And I do appreciate you guys' support. Got a new tornado warning. Let's go in here and check this out. Again, this is some of those outer bands scraping up along the coast here again. Radar indicated this is for western Charlotte, southwestern DeSoto, northwestern Lee, southeastern Sarasota. Goes until 5:30. Storm producing a possible tornado was near Pineland, 13 miles west of Cape Coral, moving north at 55. So these are definitely hauling ass, shall we say. Let's take a look at the velocity mode on this. See if we can see it very well. Nope, that looks pretty crappy. So storm relative velocity. I can't see it with the crap there either. I can't see it. Let's try. Got another radar I can try. No, it's too far away. I hate that. It's kind of in between. Can't really see it very well. Let me loop this real quick. Maybe this right here. It's just kind of coming in. We got a little in. Thank you for the new subscriber on that. I do appreciate that. Maybe something there, but it looks like kind of weak. Maybe another water spout coming on shore. So we got another radar. I saw another warning come out. Stand by for a second. Probably up toward the Florida Panhandle if I had to bet. Yep. It's amazing we're getting those on the left side. It's just been amazing to watch. Yep, a little bit. Just starting to edge. Right there. There is nothing out here. I'll tell you that. There is absolutely nothing out here. There's a couple little roads and stuff, but nothing really major. There's not much. Weewahitchka's on the edge of that. I tell you, when I worked in the Panama City market, I had such the hardest time of saying Weewahitchka. I used to have to call it by its nickname, which was Weewa. But Weewahitchka. I can say it now, but back in the day, I had a hard time with it. This is for, again, northeastern Gulf County, southwestern Liberty, and northwestern Franklin. This goes until 5:45. And thank you, Outcast83. Thank you for joining the channel. Welcome on board. This storm was located 13 miles north of East Point, moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. Again, this is another weak signature there. Let's got another beam coming around. Let's see if this updates here, if it changes much. And moved in a little bit. You can see a little bit of that little hole right there. Doesn't pick up the away and toward very well because these are so weak, unfortunately. But you can kind of see this. So Weewichka is kind of in the path on this. And this is about as far east as I expect these spin-ups to go. Physics got to play a part in there somewhere, their dynamics. So we got those 2 warnings there along the Florida Big Bend area, and we got this one along the east coast of Florida we're watching right now. So at least we're getting the hourly updates now. So we'll be able to see the position at the 6 o'clock. Let me look here. I need to go back to the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. I want to see where they're at. They're still they're south of Louisiana. They're still a little bit away, south of Biloxi. They're south of Biloxi. They're inbound. That's no emission number 17. So that's the jet going in, not the C-130. They were in there earlier. I don't know if they'll make another trip. We're running out of hours here soon. Yep, it's south of Biloxi. They're inbound right now. So hopefully they'll be there within the hour. They'll be there within the hour for sure. So, I can do it right here. That flight is right about there. That's where the inbound flight is right now, currently. So they'll be inbound here shortly, and we'll get that. Let's look at some of these cameras. We haven't looked at these in just a hot minute. Ooh-wee! That's some rough stuff out there. Some of these cameras are buffering a little bit. Let's look at, this is St. George's Island. And boy, it's been very angry seas out there all day today. There's been not much of a change there. And this is the camera I've been watching closely, and I'm probably going to lose our light, unfortunately. There's no light out here. Once it gets dark, we're not going to be able to see it because I had it on earlier yesterday. Oh, look at the water. Wow, here it comes. Holy cow, look at that. The water's now getting up to those trees. Man, that is something. Look at that. Wow, that's a big change. You haven't looked at that in a little while. Here comes the water surging in. Look at that. Let's keep it on this shot for a little while. How much water is going to come in on this thing? Holy cow, look at that. Wow. Hey, Shalon Davis, thank you for joining the channel. Thank you very much. Hey, if all you guys on the Facebook side, if you want to go ahead and join the YouTube side, you can do that as well. Just put Weather Nerds Unite in the title and go ahead and you can subscribe on that side as well. I do a lot of my national stuff on the YouTube side. I do the local stuff on the Facebook side. But you're more than happy to subscribe on both channels. Nothing says you can't follow both, right? But yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of that storm surge starting to make its look at the water now, really pushing up into that where that camera position is right now. And we need to get a little liker. Somebody else subscribe because I don't like seeing it 4666. I don't like that number. It's a bad number. There you go. There you go. 4667. Thank you. That's a little bit better. 43 to go to 4,700. That is amazing video to watch. And again, we're showing. Let me show you where that's where that camera's at. And boy, I'm going to keep coming back to that. That surge is really starting to come in here now. This is the Cedar Key area we're talking about right here. All right. The water is, here's the eye down here. The water is really pounding up in here now. The eye's getting close enough to cause problems. Let me stop this real quick. I want to see the distance from the eye wall. Oops, sorry about it. Oops. It's like starting point. Come on. There we go. That is some 112 miles away. So it's about 112 miles away. Thank you there for the subscribers. Boy, a lot of y'all just chimed on in. Thank you. Wow, I had a nice little surge there. Wow, I was like 4 or 5 people just chimed in. I do appreciate you guys checking out the channel. So yeah, all that stuff's moving in there. That's why I had this camera up here for a reason. I was watching this very closely. Go back to this camera again. As I think we're seeing some of the storm surge starting to come in here now. It's buffering. I think a lot of people are getting into this camera. Woo! Thank you, Jessica Barentine. Thank you, Scott Pearson. Thank you. Fiddling around in the kitchen. I love some of these names. They're awesome. Scott Pearson, thank you. Thank you for the subscriber. Again, I would like to acknowledge everybody, but Streamlabs does not acknowledge everybody that subscribes. So, and I'm getting a little ahead of it because it's showing in my event stuff. So it does a lot of them, but sometimes it misses a few. But yeah, we're starting to see that storm surge get in here. I want to keep coming back to this camera to see how much water actually overflows. Boy, that's getting awfully close. It's starting to overflow those barriers that was out there. That water was a good 20 feet beyond there when I was looking this morning. Look at those trees really starting to shake, and the camera starting to shake good there. Man, I don't know how long we're going to have that camera. Wow, that is something to see. I almost don't want to turn off it. Just watching that surge come through there. I was lucky I found this camera. It's not on the YouTube side. I actually found it out on a separate site, but that camera right there, clearly showing the storm surge coming on in here. And the waters just continue to pile up and getting more and closer and closer and closer. It just piles on top of each other. Again, I want to show the storm surge. Where that is located here, look at the storm surge map here. That is showing basically anywhere from 10 to 15 feet or above in that. You see where the Swanee River is right there? That is the location that's pretty close to that area there. Rebecca Pate, welcome on board. Glad to have you. Thank you for subscribing. So that's where that camera is at, right near where the Swanee River is at, pretty close to that region. Let's go back to that camera again here. I'm just afraid to get off the camera because a lot of people will be getting on it, and it has to buffer when I load it up every time. I don't know how long we're going to have the camera there, not just because of the water, but also the power. You don't know if the power is going to go down or not in that area. So, but you're definitely seeing that storm surge. Let me get this, I'll go back to our map here in just 1 second. And thank you for all, by the way, all you folks, Rebecca, fiddling around on the roof, Scott Pearson, Jessica Barentine, all you guys, you're automatically enrolled for a free NOAA weather radio. I've got 8 weather radios that I'm going to give away once we get to 5,000 subscribers. So once we get to 5,000 subscribers, which I don't think we're going to do it today for this broadcast, but before the end of the year, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give my subscriber list to my daughters and say, here, pick 8 people. I'm not even going to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to give it to them. Here, pick 8 people at random, and then we'll go and give it out. So again, thank you for everybody coming on board and growing our channel today. We officially grew it by over 200 plus for today, and that storm surge is looking nasty. Let's go back to Radar Omega again here. Starting to see that moving to the north. Starting to see some of these chasers starting to move a little bit. Yep, I've kind of figured they were going to do that. Here's Brad Arnold. He's moving. The track shifted to the right, so they're moving out of Tallahassee. And they are on the move. And he's been sitting there all day today. He's down at a public shopping center. Not a bad place to be. I know they had a Publix down there on the, is that down there in the Live Oak Island area. That's where he's, boy, that's the one place I wouldn't want to be. But since the track is shifted to the right, what that means is the storm surge is, the wind's going to be blowing this way. So the surge won't be as bad there. So these guys are moving to intercept to where they think the eye is going to go. They want to get in that center of circulation. Although I hate to do that at night. I tell you that. You can't see very much. So let's do a little test on this. Let's freeze this image right here. Let's do a plot. And we're going to check how many miles we are from the coast. We're 157 miles. All right. Break out my handy dandy calculator here. Says I'm too tired to do it in my head. About 7 hours. That'd be about midnight. 11 o'clock, midnight. Looks like landfall roughly around that time. I preferred it when it said it was going to do it 7, 8 o'clock. So it didn't move as fast initially, I think, what it was saying. So that's part of that reasoning. Still seeing that lightning in that eye, I'll tell you that. Oops, sorry, turn that damn thing off. Ugh. That eye still looks like it's shrinking to me. Woof. Let me take a look and see here from the Hurricane Hunters. Let's see what y'all's got. Y'all got a vortex message yet or not? I doubt it. It's still early. But I always check. That's just the way I am. Let me double check this. Oh, same old one. We're probably about another hour away from getting another vortex message. Let me look at the Hurricane Hunter website here again. I keep looking on here. Oh, it's getting awfully close. They're close. But they still got to do what the Hurricane Hunter, they'll do crisscross patterns. They'll drop a drop sound, which will take the barometric pressure and get everything that's going on in there to see what's going on. I'm sorry I've not been doing my chat here for a while. I kind of got away. So let me check and look at some of these here. Again, you guys in, if you're to the left of the center, if you're in LaGrange, Columbus, Seal, all that, you're looking at tropical storm force winds in your areas, okay? Meriwether County, you're going to get closer to that. Just kind of watch out, okay? Looking through here. Dahlonega. Worried about Dahlonega a little bit, I'll be honest with you. That's into that northeast side where the eye is, the higher winds, the higher elevation. You could see some potential hurricane gusts getting up into the Appalachians. That's what was mentioned on the National Hurricane Center site earlier. So, yeah, Dahlonega needs to be careful there. We go to Dahlonega all the time. It's like, what, 30 miles from my house? Go there often. Sorry, going through here. Cedar Key. Yeah, Cedar Key is getting wrapped up here. I'm sorry, I kind of let my chat get away from me a little bit. So I'm scanning, guys. I apologize. Chattahoochee, Florida, supposed to. That's right on the eastern western line. You're probably gonna look at some very gusty winds. Probably hurricane force there at Chattahoochee, I'd say. The Waffle Houses are closed. Donovan, why are they closing the Waffle Houses in Pensacola? Nothing's gonna happen there. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me. That is funny. Geneva and Alabama, you're okay. You're in Geneva, Alabama, you're going to be all right. Just what, you're going to have some gusty winds. You'll be okay there. At least you don't have to worry about tornadoes. Harlan County, Texas. Welcome to Deanna Lee. Good to see you there. Welcome here on the channel, on the Facebook side. Thank you for watching. Appreciate y'all. Just kind of scanning through here a little bit. With the shift, does that mean Columbus is clear? No, Lisa, my old classmate. No, Columbus is not clear. You're still going to see some gusty winds tonight, Lisa. You're not going to, I don't think you're going to get hurricane force winds. I think that'll stay away from you based off the track, but you're probably going to have some gusty winds still getting up in the 50 mile per hour range. Could see some sporadic power outages, but nothing like they're going to see off to the east over toward Macon, toward Tifton and, Americus, Albany, there to the right there. I can go back through this again since we got a lot of people asking. So again, look at the track, everything to the right. Okay, this is your line. This is your forecast track here. All right, it's still showing Category 2 up near the Tifton area. So Albany is close enough. They may get some hurricane gusts in there as well. But again, this is far enough away from Columbus to where I don't think you get the hurricane force. Auburn, Columbus, you're fine. Macon, Warner Robins, different set of aura. Vidalia, Douglas, Tifton, Valdosta, all these areas are going to probably see hurricane force winds coming around here. And as it makes that turn, then we're looking at Dahlonega, Gainesville, Athens, Milledgeville, Augusta, Anderson, all this whole area in here, probably seeing hurricane force winds up here as well as that storm begins to make that little bit of that turn. All right. But that's what we're looking right now. Again, Columbus, you're on the left side, so I'm not worried about tornadoes for your area. I'm not raining, yes. So maybe rains, that'll probably continue here at landfall. But I'm expecting maybe some sporadic outages, but nothing widespread. But on the other side of that line, all bets are off. Warner Robins, Macon, Milledgeville, Dublin, Vidalia, Douglas, Valdosta, Tifton. Expect widespread power outages. I really expect that happening because this area has seen a lot of rain too already. The ground is plenty saturated already. So those pine trees, you get some pretty good high gust winds, they're going to fall over. They're going to knock down some power poles. It's going to be a pain in the neck. But and that'll include into Metro Atlanta. If you're on the west side of town over here, not looking bad, but you're on the east side of town, different story, okay? I can't remember last time I saw a track that took it right through Atlanta. I think Opal got close, but not right through the heart of downtown. But clearly starting to get some of these fringe effects here coming into the North Coast now. Look at all that lightning. Wow. Look at that lightning, man. Lightning is every indication of a storm that's continuing to see the pressure falls and the eye contracting. Whenever I see lightning going up, that is an indicator of a storm that continues to strengthen. That's just years of experience in tracking these things through the years that you're going to have that. We've still got a couple of tornado warnings out there right now. That's got 5 more minutes. That one's got 20 more minutes on those two. Still some pretty good heavy rains here across Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, Bradenton, still getting hit with some pretty good rains in there. Ooh, that's got a nasty signature on that one. Wow, let me stop that right there. Look at that. Got a little bit of a hook on that thing on reflectivity. What does that look like on velocity mode? Let me look at that. Oh yeah, let's go to storm. Yep, right where it said it would be. Had a nice little hook on it. Yep, and they just issued a new warning. Yeah, I caught that one, didn't I? I caught that one. I was like, ooh, I was looking on reflectivity, and I said, ooh, that looks interesting. Caught my eye, and then bingo. There's our new warning just came out. Radar indicated this is for southeastern Manatee, northwestern Charlotte, western DeSoto, eastern Sarasota. That goes until 5:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Port Charlotte, moving north at 60. Well, that's duh. I saw that right there. It still doesn't look all that strong. Let me look at these winds in here. 40. And what's the highest I can find? 13. So again, that's been kind of the average. These have been weak spin up, 60, 65 mile per hour wind. When you take the way and toward, you add them together, that gives you your wind shear marker there on these storms. So, but yeah, I saw that. So I was like, that kind of caught my eye. It looked like a little bit of a hook echo there, which is something you don't see very often in tropical systems. So it just kind of caught my eyeball there for a split second, and there it kind of moved off. So whatever's there tornado-wise is going right there. Probably, wherever that intersection is, near, you think that'd be like named or something, but it's not. Veterans Parkway, Highway 41, and going right through the Port Charlotte area. Pull back out here. Whoa, look at all the lightning. It's increasing. I'm really getting concerned. Now, listen, I said this earlier, and I'm going to go to my wall here. I had mentioned this earlier, and I'm going to say it again because I know we got folks coming in and coming out. Whenever I see light, this is a pretty good, healthy line we're getting in here right now. And seeing the lightning increasing all the way around this thing like it is indications of a storm that is strengthening. It still looks like this wall, we can't see. Sometimes these thunderstorms get so big you can't shoot to the other side. So you might say, oh, we got a gap there. I think that's just because the radar beam can't overshoot these higher thunderstorms here. And that's why we're seeing this on the backside. But you see the lightning increasing going all the way around here. And that's it. Every time I see lightning going up, the pressure's got to be going down. That is hurricane basics 101 on this. Let me do a 3D scan on this. I haven't done a 3D scan in a little while, so let's take a look at this in a 3D perspective here. So let's go 3D on this. So let's go ahead and take a look at the 3D on this one here. So let's see if we get the scan. There we go. Oh yeah, man, we got some pretty good healthy cloud tops in there. Look at it. Look at that. Look at these high outs. How high is that going? 48,000 feet. That's still not as high as earlier. I was seeing 52 earlier. But here's our eye. Let me back off here a little bit. There we go. Oops. I'm still learning how to do this little thing where it looks good. All right, let's stop right there. All right, here we go. All right, so this here is your eye wall. This is where your most intense winds are, right there. We're looking from the radar beam, all right? And clear this out. And I can scan down. See, looking down in there, see, there's your eye going down. If you were down in the middle of this thing, if I was standing right here, I'd be looking up and seeing just cloudy skies and maybe a little bit of cirrus clouds, but the winds would be dead calm in that area right there. So that's what that looks like right through there. But that is a very, very significant looking eye wall, to say the least, right there. Clear that off. Oops, whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to flip it that way. But you can see some of these higher cloud tops on some of the storms on the periphery, on the outside of this. This is the radar beam down here. And these storms down here are the ones that are producing some of your tornadoes, but your eye's back over that way. So that is that. Close that out. But that is a healthy, healthy looking storm. All right, can you go here? Oh, Sarasota. My bad. I thought you meant Pensacola. Yeah, and I agree with that, what Derek's probably saying there, and I concur with that. With that path staying far enough to the east, but again, I still expect 50-mile-per-hour winds, some sporadic power outages, and some rain for the Columbus area tonight. I do concur with that. Auburn, Opelika, you guys are far enough away. Again, maybe some tropical storm gusts if some of the outer bands that are feeding around at landfall work back that way. Again, not expecting that much there. You're all right. Nor am I thinking the flooding risk for the Columbus area as well. So is it not advised to travel from South Carolina to Columbus after midnight? No, absolutely not. Do not travel from South Carolina to Columbus tonight. Suzanne, Tender, please do not. Wait till after tomorrow. Do not do it tonight. And even then, I may just wait because the power crews are going to be busy and doing a lot of stuff to get the power back up. So do not travel tonight. It's not traveling that slow. It's moving at 23 miles per hour, man. It's hauling now. Mitch, you're flying out of Indianapolis on Saturday. Ooh, I don't know. That might cause some problems up that way. It's supposed to kind of bury itself into, I think you'll be okay. I think it'll be far enough south of you, but it's going to be close. So just kind of watch your travel. The problem here, Mitch, is we're going to get a lot of travel cancellations regardless. So it may cascade and impact you. So make sure you check ahead with your carrier, okay? Make sure you check ahead. Cornelia, that needs to be watched, okay? I'm trying to remember where Cornelia was. Cornelia, if I remember correctly, was Southwest Georgia. Where was Cornelia at? I remembered. I'm thinking of Camellia. There's Cuthbert. Where's Cornelia at? There's Cordele. Trying to remember where Cornelia was. Been a hot minute. Scanning for you there, brother. Hold on 1 minute. I'll look. I'm having a brain cramp. Double check that. That's why I got a phone. Cornelia. Oh, that's right. You're up there. You're up. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm thinking South Georgia. My bad. Yeah, Cornelia, you need to watch that, brother. You're up my way. That's right. That's right. You're heading up the other way. Cornelia's up this way. Up this way. Yeah, Cornelia. Yeah, absolutely. Watch that. You're up that way. I was showing some pretty good gusty winds up that way. Could see 70-mile-per-hour gusts up your way. Power outages for sure. Heading toward tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning for Cornelia. I got you. I had a brain fart. I kept thinking South Georgia for some reason. I've been through Cornelia like 1,000 times. You'd think I'd remember that. So let's go back down here to the south here. Oh, nuke scan coming out. Look at all that lightning. God bless, that's terrible. I hate seeing that. Let's look at the live camera. Let's check and see if we got any changes in that storm surge before we lose our light. Let's look at the buffering here. It was not looking bad last time I checked. Oh, it's just getting worse and worse. Definitely getting windier. And that surge keeps coming in. Thank you for that new subscriber. Whoever just came in on the channel, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oof, got a lot of people kind of coming to this side. I guarantee you that's why it's buffering like that. Yeah, a lot of folks are watching that camera. Let's give it a second and see if it clears up. That's because too many people wanted to get to that camera. I found it this morning. I've been using it all day today. Mock, Georgia. I see one from Mock, Georgia. Let's take a look here. Mock. M-A-U-K. Mock, Georgia. That's 118 miles from me. That's close, man. And Mock's in between. I think you're going to be okay. You might see some gusty winds there in Mock, but you're not too far from Butler. And the track is just off towards your east. And thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Notice we got 78 there. Thank you very much. Got a new scan. Look at all that cluster of lightning in there. Wow. Let me go back over to Radar Omega since that's buffering. Look at all that lightning in the eye wall. Quite a few. Even got a few down here on the south side. Quite a bit of lightning. Ugh. All right. Well, we got a few more minutes before the 6 o'clock update comes in. For those who have not been watching, I'll go give you the Francine latest here. This is the 5 o'clock advisory. Top winds at 125 miles per hour. We're bordering on Cat 4. Cat 4 is 130. So I think we got a pretty good chance we're going to see Cat 4. 130 is what was forecasted yesterday. They backed it off to 115 this morning. Now it's back up to 130 again. What that kind of illustrates is when it comes to hurricane strength and stuff, it's all about timing. And there's a certain degree of what I refer to as nowcasting, where you have to see what's going on with the hurricane as a specific moment in time. How is it organizing? When is it getting its eye centered up? When is it going to maximize its strength in its eye formation? Right now, it's in the middle of its eye formation. Typically, it takes about 24 hours, and this didn't start until this morning. So this thing should be maximizing its efficiency as an eye sometime right before landfall. So again, you got those hurricane force winds extending about 60 miles out from the center of circulation in that. That's why the core center there, depending on how close it gets, is going to be a problem. Pressure is definitely bombing. Hot towers nearly all around the clearing eye. Yep, absolutely. Ventilation from through is defluence. You got a little bit of weather knowledge, don't you there, Major Carver? I can always fall. You've got to be an aviation guy, right? Yeah, there's nothing to stop this thing other than land at this point. Absolutely. We got a little bit of sunlight left. Let's use what little left we got left here of the light. But going back to what he was saying, let's go back here to Radar Omega here. As we're kind of losing our sunlight here. But boy, you got some big time thunderstorms blowing up on this thing all the way around here. Wow, that's why we're getting all the lightning in here. I mean, you can clearly see that. I'm looking forward to usually after the storm, somebody will do a lightning in the clouds together, and you'll see it kind of lightning in there together. I'm looking forward to seeing that because those are really, really cool. That center is really trying to clear on out. Hard to see. Look, let's go down the center of this thing. There's our eye, buddy. Right dead center of that storm. Let's check this buoy out here to the north. 53 mile per hour winds. It's getting dark, so you're not going to be able to see much out there right now. I'm really looking to see how high those winds get when that thing gets to landfall. Look at all the lightning in there. Woof! Quite a bit. Quite a bit. See this from the Tallahassee. Let's try the Tallahassee view. Again, seeing the same thing, seeing lightning on that one as well. It's doing a little wobble that I can see with this. Left and right side. It's always so important. I think I probably need to create me a new map for future reference, kind of showing, maybe break down the core of the hurricane into the different quadrants and what you would expect. So I think I'm going to put that on my to-do list to kind of help explain why it's such a big deal between what side of the hurricane you're on. Right side's always the worst. Left side's always the worst. but then you got the core stuff. And this is one of those few times when we usually tell you in the weather, don't pay attention to the exact line of the storm because of deviation. But in this situation, because of the cities that we're talking about, that exact track is critical to the core winds around the core of the hurricane. So it's kind of tight where you're going to get the most intense winds. Even on the left side, you can still get some intense winds, just not as bad as on the right side. So that's why Columbus, that track is so important to you guys. But right now, the track as it stands takes this thing now to the right of Tallahassee. Earlier, it was showing it over Tallahassee. Now it's going to the right. It brings it to the right of, well, to the right of Albany now. Before it was over Albany, but then it makes the turn here and back toward the left and is now closer to Macon than it is to Columbus. Earlier, it was kind of sitting right through here, about halfway in between. Now it's a little bit further this way. So obviously Macon, Perry, all these areas are going to get the core of the hurricane winds. And wherever that core is on either side, roughly about 30 miles either side, we're going to see some core winds. This is far enough away because if I was to do a track on this, if I was going to measure the distance between there and where the center track is, that's some 60 miles away. So you're not going to get the core winds there. When it was sitting there from downtown Columbus and it was sitting about halfway, dude, that was a little nervous. That was more like 30 miles away. So that's why we couldn't totally rule Columbus out for any of those higher winds because it was so close. But I think it shifted far enough away to where I don't think that's going to be a problem. At least for now. At least for now. Let's see what these guys are looking at down here with their cameras before it gets dark. Oh, he's looking at broadcasts. Sorry about that. And there's Hallvarth. He's in motion right now. Still got a bunch of guys hanging out in Tallahassee. I guess they're just going to wait and see what's going to go on here. There's Brandon. We'll see what happens here. The next Recon should be interesting to see if it looks like a Cat 4. I think they're making their way in that. Yes, they are. Major Carver, they are making their way in right now. In fact, my last update, let me check a look at that real quick. I haven't looked in a hot minute. They are inbound to the eye right now as we speak. This is the NOAA 2 mission. This is not the Hurricane Hunters, but the NOAA mission craft. So it's the jet going in there right now. I would say we probably get a pressure reading probably within the hour. All right, just double checking to make sure there's no changes there. They've been putting the 6 o'clock update usually at about 15 minutes prior, so I'll check back on this in about 15 minutes. The map won't change until the 8 o'clock advisory, but you can see clearly we got the tropical storm force winds already on shore across all of Florida. You're seeing that right through there right now. So that'll continue to move up toward the north there. Kind of zoom in a little bit closer so you can kind of see there. We got the tropical storm force winds covering a big part of Florida right now. It's getting closer and closer to landfill. Let's see if that camera will come back for us. It was spinning its wheels earlier. Let's see if we can get this thing to come back up. And we just went over 4,500 views for today. We're getting close to 5,000. If you're new to the channel and you haven't yet subscribed, please consider it. We're only 22 away from 4,700. We do our milestones by the 100 on this channel because we're small. So we only need 22 more subscribers and we'll get to 4,700. Please help us with help the algorithm out. That also means giving a like, a thumbs up, that helps. As we're up to 272 now. We're coming up on 300 likes here for the day. I've had $45 worth of chat revenue. Folks have donated a few dollars here or there, and I appreciate that. And we've been kind of holding our own good here all day today. All right, we heard that alert turn. That means we got to go back to Radar Omega. So we'll come back and check the camera here a little bit later. So let's go back over here. We got a new tornado warning, and it looks like it's on the East Coast. So we got to go to Jacksonville radar here, and 17 minutes, a quick one here. This is for central St. Johns County. Cable storm producer a tornado is located near Federal Point or 7 miles north of Hastings, moving north at 50 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the velocity on this one, see how well this signature looks. Yeah, you can see it. Absolutely. There she blows right there. Going right through there. That's inland a little ways. There's really not much out there. That's good. It's going over Road 207 right now. And Molasses Junction, and then you got a bunch of these little neighborhoods up in this area. So I don't know how many houses and stuff are in there, but hopefully they're taking shelter. This doesn't look to appear to be overly strong. We'll look at the winds in here again. 55, 60 mile per hour winds. Got another warning coming out. Let's take a look at this one. Oops, hold on one second. Down to the south. I've got to switch radars again. Let's go back to the Tampa radar. There's a new one here. Radar indicated these are going short. Northwestern Charlotte, southwestern DeSoto, and southeastern Sarasota. This goes until 6 o'clock. This is for Port Charlotte, moving north at 60 miles per hour. And thank you for that new subscriber on the channel. Thank you very much. Moving north at 60. I sort of see it. Looks like maybe right here, just outside. Oh, thank you for Rebecca Pate becoming a Brick Tamlin level provider. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's my different weatherman I have in the different categories there. Tornado warning for northwestern Charlotte, DeSoto, Sarasota. Again, moving northeast at 60. So it looks like it's just now moving into that area. Let's see the winds through here. Ooh, there's some gusty winds in here. 80 miles per hour. Wow, 80 mile per hour winds on radar. Look at this. 107 mile per hour winds. Wow. That's one of these squalls coming off. 100 mile, 105 mile per hour winds. So some very strong winds coming into Port Charlotte right now. That's the highest winds I've seen coming in along the coastline there. Let's look at some of these winds up here into the, got 70 mile per hour winds here in Charlotte. Tampa, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. 70, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. 80 mile per hour winds. 87. So these are just off the ground. Again, we're looking at the radar beam, but this is pretty close. So we're getting some very strong winds there. Where was that other warning that just came out? I just heard it. Up the coast. Okay, this is up here. And that's a water spout. Yep, clear water spout coming on board right there. Another water spout coming on board. So another water spout, probably another one of those category 1 or EF0 type storms, tornadoes. Get a little windy outside my house. I'm hearing a little bit of wind outside. I need to go to the restroom real quick, guys, and I also need to get me a drink. So let me get a... Let me switch this over to this. Look at all that light. Wow. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Look at that cluster of lighting. Holy cow. We're going to see how this thing updates, man. Let me put this in rotation here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go to the restroom here real quick, so just bear with me for a second. I'm going to put you over here on the wall. And I will be right back. I just got to go take the restroom and get me a drink. Stand by. All right, I'm back. And thank you for that new subscriber. I missed that. I apologize. We'll see, man. We shall see. I think it's time for me to swap out microphones. Let me do that real quick. Got to keep up on this thing. Keep it going. Little brother DJ Legend Southside. Hey, Bobby Timms, good to see you there, brother. Welcome on board. Good to see you there. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all following on Facebook. We just crossed 4,600 views. I think we're going to get close to 5,000 as we're getting closer to landfall here. It's been a very productive day. We've added over 200 new subscribers to our little small channel. It's been fun, but it's also been a little disheartening to see a hurricane that's been going through rapid intensification. And I'm still going to check and see on the vortex messages here. I keep looking. Nope, still have not updated yet. Still waiting for the new one. I keep checking. I think we're close enough now to see the new. Let's see if the 6 o'clock is updated yet. Nope, not yet. They were early last time, but they've not done it yet. Let's go back to the live look. Let's see what the see Cedar Key here, if it loads up. And thank you for that new subscriber. We're knocking on 4,700. Oh, wow, look at that. Woo, that water's getting more and more in there. That storm surge, baby, more and more of it. The waves just keep piling up on each other, piling up on each other. If you can imagine this morning, I wish I could get in a time capsule and show you this. It was a good 20 feet down, but you didn't see the waves crashing that close at all. But clearly getting more in there, and there we go, buffering again. A lot of people are going to that camera because it's just a good camera because you can see the storm surge coming in there very well. We need to go back over Radar Mega though because we got a new tornado warning. I just got alerted here, and it looks like it's this one here to the south. I think it was this one. Seeing a little spin up there. No, that was the old one. That was the one from before. Now we're both 8 minutes here. Those are 2 Luke ones. Is it this one? No, that was the weak one too. Those it must be up here. That one? No, that's 20. We did that one. Huh. I did all these. Huh. Not sure where that other one came from. They may have did an update on one. Sometimes that happens. Ooh-wee. Let me freeze this here again. Wow. 25 miles. I've been watching this thing all afternoon. It's gone from what was 45 to 40, now down to 25 miles across as it continues to contract. Yep, 25 miles. Wow, that is something. That is something. I'm very interested. I'm very much interested in seeing what the vortex, the pressure message is going to say when we get there. There is going to be quite a significant drop off in the pressure. Let's go ahead and let's do another 3D scan on this again. As we're looking at this eye here, let me circulate back around. I'm looking at what I'm looking at. Look how high these cloud tops are. They're topping off at about 49,000 feet. I know that's hard for y'all to see, but some very high cloud tops here on this eye. And I'm trying to get it positioned here just right to kind of zoom in a little bit. So you got the higher, you see these higher cloud tops over here. So these high cloud tops here on this side, this is where some very intense winds are. So this is your eye right in here. And around that periphery and right up in here, that's where the highest winds are right there. So that's what you're seeing with that radar right there. So just amazing, amazing technology to be able to do a 3D scan. And I got a new image coming in here. So see it shifting up to the north, and that eye continues to constrain. and shrink and get tighter. Yeah, like I said, I don't see this making it to Cat 5. I just think it's going to run out of space. A buddy of mine just sent me something I can't share. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, hey, thank you everybody for joining the channel. We're coming up on the 6 o'clock advisory. Let's check and see if we've got an update there for 6 o'clock. Nope, not yet. They've been updating these on the hour, so I've been checking these. And I'm going to double check, make sure I do have it on refresh, so it should update. So I keep going back and forth. Not there yet. All right, we got a new warning. I see this one this time, so let me come back to this one. Let's go back to Radar Omega. We got another warning to look about up here on the east coast of Florida near Jacksonville. So we're talking about radar indicated 20 minutes. Tornado warning for northwestern St. John's in northeast Florida. Storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Picolata, or 11 miles southeast of Glen Grove Springs, moving north at 35. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Got to watch these closely because these storms are moving up to the north to south. So could be getting some warnings here into the Jacksonville area from that cell, especially this one here. Obviously, you're just to the south. So somebody get some warnings there. That is the hot zone, by the way. That is in that yellow zone. That is for the potential for tornadoes is running pretty high, about 10% in that zone. So we go back to the Mega here. Try the other radar here. We're definitely going to be switching more and more over to the Tallahassee radar here as it's getting closer and closer to the north. Definitely going to watch that closely, but it's still closest to the Tampa radar, so I'll keep going back and forth between these two. Amy French. Well, Amy French, welcome on board. Thank you for being a new subscriber here on the channel. Thank you for joining the Weather Nerds family. And we'll see that here pretty closely. But the Tampa radar still has got a pretty good signature, at least on the eastern side of that weather wall there. So what typically happens as the thunderstorms rotate around, it gets on the left side, it'll weaken a bit, and then we'll see a new cluster probably of lightning and thunderstorms again forming down in here. That's been the cycle that's been happening here over and over. And as these thunderstorms circle around, it gets a little tighter, and a little tighter on that eye wall. It's been strengthening. That's why I'm so OCD now, just kind of waiting to see when that next vortex message is going to come on in here. And it hasn't arrived just yet. My sister Palmer just sent me pictures of her yard. It's flooded. Could be some, I'm not sure where that's coming from. It could be some offshore water blowing in out of the bay because the winds out of Panama City are blowing in from the north. You got if you're out here at Panama City, for example, Panama City Beach, these winds are going to be screaming this way. So around that circulation, so that might pull some of the bayou water out of the bay and into into Panama City Beach, especially on the back side of that. Thank you for sharing there, Rita. So let me do a distance check on this. Haven't done this in a hot minute, so let's check the distance from landfall. We are approximately 140 miles now. 140 miles to go. Counting it down. Now it's just a question of how strong is this thing going to get before landfall. I think we're going to have a Cat 4. I really do. I think we're at minimum 130, maybe to 135. I'm going to check I can hear the rain. It's raining like the dickens outside my door. I want to check something real quick. I'm going to check up my neighborhood if you don't mind for a second. Yeah. I'm hearing some heavy rains falling outside, and it's like, see why. I'm right here. I'm getting some pretty heavy rains hitting over my area here in the Atlanta area. I was like, I hear it windy and gusty out there. What's been part of the story about this thing, again, has been the heavy rains. Look at these rain totals. This is not even associated with the hurricane yet, folks. It's just some of the moisture that ran out ahead of it. Some very heavy rains across Georgia already, and we still got the hurricane to deal with. I'm really concerned about the flooding after the fact, especially along any creeks, rivers, and things like that after the storm is gone. Lake Lanier is going to fill back up, that's for sure. Lake Lanier was coming down a little bit, but I don't think it will be after this is done, that's for sure. Boy, that was getting awfully close. 58-mile-per-hour winds. We're getting awfully close to that buoy. And I think a part of the eye wall may get into it. It's going to be close, or part of the eye. 58-mile-per-hour winds. This was as of 5:20, so that's 40 minutes ago. Interesting. I'm going to keep checking that buoy back as that eye wall gets very, very close. So let me go back over here to the wall. So this is the most intense part of the storm, folks. This is it. This is the eye wall. This is what's coming on shore. This very bright banding right in here. You see the lightning that's wrapping it around again. Lightning will go away, and then we'll see another flurry of lightning most likely flare up again as it goes around that center of circulation. The eye wall continues to shrink. It's down to 25 miles. When I checked it back, like I said, 2.5 hours ago, 3 hours ago, it was about 40 miles wide. So it continues to get shrinking and consolidating there. And just like a skater, when you bring the hands in, you spin and you get faster and faster. That's what's happening here. We're getting that thing as the storm is strengthening, going over 84, 85 degree water temperature, very warm out here, and it continues to feed into that ice as it tracks it to the north. Here's that buoy I'm watching right here. It looks like 60-mile-per-hour winds right there right now, but it doesn't have to go too far, maybe another 20 miles or so within the hour. It should be over that buoy. And boy, I'm interested to see when this band gets over that area, what kind of winds that thing detects. I'm sure it's going to be quite a bit, very, very high, to say the least, once that gets up into that area. That's getting very close. Very, very close. Let's go back to that live camera. I want to take a look at that. Keep going back there because I want to see if that how that storm surge is looking there before we lose all the light. If it comes up, we may have lost power. Yeah, we may have lost that camera now. I knew it was only a matter of time. But that's the Cedar Key camera. Looks like we may have lost it. Yeah, I think we lost it. Somebody decided to unsubscribe. I don't understand that. People will subscribe and then they'll unsubscribe. I'm like, whoa. Anyway, let's go check out another camera then. That one looks like that might be down. We only got a few more hours to be able to enjoy these cameras because we're losing, obviously, the sun's going to be setting here very shortly. Very angry seas there. This is St. George Island. Seeing the stuff going on through there right now. And then we're looking at this group of cameras here. Oh boy, the water's going. Why are they even letting people drive on those roads? I don't get that. That is just crazy. Look at the flooding up there to the north. Where is that at? Midnight Pass at Stickney Point. I'm not sure where that is. Look at all the flooding going on there in that top left-hand corner. Wow. Got significant flooding. And just look at the winds just blowing us. I can't believe there's people driving over that bridge with that water blowing like that. I cannot believe that. Unbelievable. Wow, that's amazing. And thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Only got to do 16 more and we're to 4,700. We do our milestones by the 100 on this channel because we're small. So I only got to do 16 more and we get to 4,700 for today. Only 300 for 5,000. By the way, those who just subscribed to the channel, when we get to 5,000, we're going to be doing a weather radio giveaway, the Midland radio weather radios. Get my mouth to work. And we're giving away 8. I got 8 radios that I am going to purchase and give away once we get to 5,000. That's my way to say thank you for supporting the channel. And I'm going to let my daughters do the picking. So we'll see how that works out. They're 23 and 22. They're adults, but they don't mind helping Dad out. Anyway, let's go back to the radar here. That's just amazing video watching some of that. Some of that stuff. But we're getting closer and closer to landfall, that's for sure. And let me do another measurement on this. I think when I measured before, I measured from the Tampa radar. Let's try this one here. This one says 28 miles that way, and this one says 24 miles that way. So 20, so about 25. 25 is your average. So about 25 is your average on that. So we got to eye this down to about 25 miles, which is a far cry from the earlier one that was showing an Iowa 35. That was the last vortex message we had, which was about 4 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock. I thought of a thing I think I'm going to do. Oh, thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you. 15 more to go. The 2 new subscribers that's popped in here. I think what I'm going to do, because I'm looking at Zulu time and model data and stuff like that, I might add another time stamp to my right-hand corner. I'm thinking about that because I hate doing the conversion in my head. I'm getting old. I guess a little senile on that stuff. But I might put the Zulu time on there. Lane Passart. Hey, Lane, thank you for joining the channel. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Shelly Worley, you're asking how to subscribe. You can do it on you go to YouTube. If you got a YouTube and you YouTube a lot, just put Weather Nerds Unite in the search. You'll see the little logo up there, and just hit that subscribe button. Anybody on Facebook, you can come over to YouTube, and you can subscribe there as well. But thank you, Shelly. God, well, you had 10 inches of rain so far in your area? Yeah, that doesn't shock me. At least looking at the rainfall totals I've seen around Georgia, it's been very, very high. It's raining like the dickens outside my house. It's dumping. I know you guys can't hear it, but I can. It's coming down very high. There we go. 2 more on there. 13 more to go. 13 more to go, and we're at 4,700. We're also knocking on the door to 5,000 views today. That is by far. There we go. I got another one. You guys are awesome. Keep it ringing. Keep it going. Keep it going. I got that phone. Go subscribe. I got you. I appreciate that. And again, it's a big deal for when you're a small baby YouTuber and you got a small audience, in order to maintain your audience presence. And we've been holding steady. We had a big spike this morning because we started early and nobody was on. But we've been holding our audience very good today because of new people coming on board here, doing the subscribe, doing the like, leaving the comments and stuff. It helps the algorithm to maintain the channel. So we've been able to maintain our presence all day today. A little shocking to me because YouTube sometimes doesn't show me any kind of love. I really sometimes hate it when I do some bit more in-depth subscribing. Samantha just put the link down below. Thank you, Samantha. Appreciate you putting that in there. But you can go on that channel. If you're on Facebook, you can go in there and you can subscribe on the YouTube channel as well. So anyway, I appreciate it. We're up to 4,690. Yeah, we're going to blow right past 4,700. I'm pretty confident of that. We're not going to get to 5,000 today, but we're going to go past 4,700. And my wife is home after being drenched in the rain. Hold on a second. I'm going to go and mute the microphone for 1 second. Stand by, guys. All right. Hey, thank you guys for watching. My wife, by the way, just came home. My wife, my lovely bride, just said hello, everybody. And she wanted me to say thank you to everybody who's supporting the channel today. So I've been very busy all day today. Yep. Yep. Sorry about that. My bad. I forgot to unmute my mic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. My apologies. I was saying is that the new subscribers tend to come in spurts. So yeah, that comes in pretty quick. Sorry about that. I had muted the microphone when my wife was talking to me. My apologies. Sorry about that. He's back. There you go. It's looking like a Cat 2 when it reaches Columbus. No, Christina, you're too far away. You're on the left side of the storm. I'll say this for the 10,000th time, and I'm going to keep repeating myself till we're all done. I think Columbus area, looking at tropical storm force winds, probably around 50 miles per hour, maybe some sporadic power outages, but I do not think you get the worst of the winds. That's going to be well off toward your east. Now, if you're in Macon, different set of circumstances there. But again, we're going to watch closely and make sure we don't get something weird that's going to happen. There's the latest on the storm. Again, I was mentioning the fact that we had one round of lightning in, and here's another round of lightning coming in again around that center of circulation. You can clearly see how that eye is getting tighter and tighter on that circulation center. And I keep going back to the the hurricane hunters to see when are we going to get a new vortex message. That's the data dump. Let me go back to the Hurricane Center website. I keep checking with the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. It's the NOAA mission. NOAA 2 is out there. They're the ones that were out there. And, oh, come on. You guys have not done an update. Oh, bad game. Oh, great. The website's getting overloaded. I hate that. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Load up. All right, they just did a pass over the center of circulation, but I don't see a drop sound. They just went over the dead center. Was at 22:02. That was 10 minutes ago. So they just dropped. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see the pressure. Here we go. Flight level, main sea level pressure. I think we got a pressure that's down to, I'm eyeballing this. This is breaking news, guys. Looking at the flight level main sea level pressure here, I think we're down to 946 millibars. 946. That'd be a 5 millibar drop from the last one. I've got one, Jules, but I'll take another one. Thank you very much. This one's almost gone.
Okay, I'll take your old one.
Yeah, I just switched over to beer like an hour ago. We're in overdrive right now. Robin, what do you got here? Can somebody explain to me? I see a clock. This is 2:07. I hear him calling out times, and I'm in Georgia, and it's 6:13 here. Oh, if you're not live, you might be looking at a delay there, Robin. If you're looking at a delay, I've been broadcasting for 12 hours. If you're not live, you might be hearing something from the past. Look at your update when you're watching. You're not watching the live times. You're not watching live. You're watching a delay. Facebook, by the way, well, you're on the YouTube channel. So just bring it all the way up. You're not up to the live broadcast. That's what you're seeing. I've had that happen before. I've actually done that before myself. I think the wrong information is coming out in local areas for us. Well, I hope so. I don't want to walk in anybody else's toes. I'm just going on what I observe and what I see. Right now, I'm expecting the pressure vortex message to show a pressure down to 946 millibars. And a eye wall about 25 miles. So I think on the next, I think by the 8 o'clock advisory, we're going to have a Category 4 hurricane, unfortunately. And thank you for that new subscriber there. Everybody that's subscribed to the channel, again, just to remind you, you're registered for a free NOAA weather radio that we're going to give away when we get to 5,000 subscribers. But unfortunately, looking at the latest data here from Air Force, from the NOAA research plane that's out there, the pressure dropped to 946 millibars, and we're going to see the winds. I don't see the wind profile. Wind shear dead, obviously, because it was in the eye. Yep. So I'm just waiting for the official word to come down. I haven't seen what the flight level winds are yet. Hold on 1 second. I double shooted this. Man, they're overloading the Recon page. God, I hate that. I have to keep refreshing it because it keeps going out. Everybody, their mother's uncle's checking the page. Yep, 946. That was it. And thank you to Emma Tendler. Emma Tendler, thank you for being our new subscriber here on the Weather Nerds channel. Thank you very much. We're up to, 946 millibars. That's going to be the next one. So we're going to watch and see what the next update is. Let me look here. I'm sure we got the hourly here updated. There's the 6 o'clock. They have it 9:50 at the 6 o'clock advisory, but I think the 7 o'clock advisory, based off the Recon I just got, shows it down to 946 millibars. So it's dropped another 4 since the last update. Winds at 125. I'm not sure if they'll do it the 7 o'clock advisory. I'm pretty sure they'll do it at the 8. But this will be strengthened to 130 mile per hour winds based off the millibar flight. I'm waiting for the flight level winds to come in. Last flight level winds I saw were at 132 miles per hour. Again, what happens with these winds is that they'll be at flight level and they work their way down. Again, you got one big spiraling top here, and those winds spiral down to the surface. Okay, so that's what we're seeing here. We got an eye wall that's constricting. We got the pressure that is continuing to fall. And now it's just a question of how low is it going to get before it makes landfall. Okay, I don't think we're going to get to Cat 5. I really don't. But a strong Cat 4 in the works. I think we're going to see 130. Now it's a question of, are we going to see 135 or not? And that's important because the stronger it is at landfall, the higher the winds are going to be as it moves inland across Georgia, and the power outage is significantly heading inland. So at least right now, it looks like it's holding its own, holding right down the middle of the line, going through there. We did lose our Cedar Key camera. I'm going to go back and double check that again. We were seeing a pretty good storm surge coming through there from Cedar Key, but it looks like that camera is now officially down. Yep, camera's not available. So we lost the camera. We were watching the storm surge coming in there. It's now gone, so we're not going to be able to see that anymore, unfortunately. So we've been watching these cameras around the Tampa area. Just absolute mayhem, craziness there with some of the cameras there. I can check some of the storm chasers here. I see one of the guys that moved back down here to the water. There's Brad. He's still not down in there. And again, you can find Brad and all these guys out on the YouTube channels. I highly recommend supporting these guys. Give them a donation, that kind of thing. They're kind of our eyes and ears out here. Looks like a cluster of the guys are still staying back in Tallahassee, which is not bad. You got Interstate 10, so you can move pretty quickly to get in position, because I'm sure a lot of folks are coming off the roads right now as we're hours here from landfall. No problem, Leisha. I'm trying to keep my best to keep Columbus and everybody on the Facebook side updated. No, there's no Cat 5 going over Albany. That track was, earlier today, it was showing a track pretty close to Albany, and it has shifted back to the right. The track now officially brings it closer to the Tifton area. So this right here is the position at 2 o'clock in the morning between Albany and Tifton. So at that point, you're looking at 105 mile per hour winds. But if the wind speeds come up, that wind could be also higher. You understand the dilemma here with this? It's going to be a long night, folks. Very long night. I'm hoping YouTube does. I'm going to be coming up on 12 hours at 8 o'clock. So here's the thing. Let me put this out here now, and I'll probably repeat myself. If by any chance YouTube says, okay, 12 hours, you're done, I'm going to take you down, I will come back up. Okay, so switch. I will restart it. I'll be back up in a flash. I don't know if it'll do that or not. We'll see. Hopefully it'll leave me alone. So we shall see. Only got to get 3 more subscribers, and we are to 4,700. So if you're one of the 77 folks out there watching our live coverage here as we're watching the storm, we're still waiting for an update here. I'm still looking at the official. I'm still trying to see if I get a good vortex message to come in. It hasn't come in yet. A vortex data message is a complex write-up from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. It doesn't just include the pressure. It also includes like how big is the eye wall, what are the flight level winds doing. So it's got some other data in there as well. So it takes them a little time to put it all together as they make multiple passes through the storm. In fact, let me see here. Let me update this and see if I've got a reload here. Oh boy, it keeps going down. Ugh. There's just so many people going to this site, and I keep refreshing the damn thing, and it says bad recon or bad error message. That's because so many people are on that site, unfortunately. All right, there it is. All right. And they're turning back around. So let me show you the latest on this. So this is what I'm looking at, just so you know what I'm doing. I'm not completely out of my mind. That's the other image. Let me give you an updated image here. That was the other mission. You see how it does that crisscross pattern across the storm? The NOAA plane is going to do the same thing. If I can get to load, there it goes. I'm sorry. Oops, didn't mean to do it twice. So you see they've already gone past the eye. They've already done a drop sound over there. They're making a left turn right now, and they're going to come back around. So they went right over the eye. They're making a turn, and they're going to come back around, and they're going to come back, and they're going to do another drop sound. They're going to see how the pressure's behaving. That drop sound they did in the middle of that storm brought down to 946 millibars. So that confirms what we're seeing on satellite and what we're seeing on radar. And let me go back to the. I want to look at something here. Let's go back to radar Omega here. I want to go back over to the infrared. I know we've lost our sunlight, so let's go and switch over to our long wave IR. Ooh, that looks nice. Yeah, just a little to the right of that track. The IR will always be just a little bit slightly off as compared to the radar. But very nice concentric eye there. Good symmetrical, very symmetrical. Very, all four quadrants look good. Good outflow all the way around. Continues to bring in the heat very well. Nice looking storm. Dangerous storm, unfortunately. You know we're going to lose some lives with this, unfortunately. Let's go put this into motion here. Still seeing that lightning in there. Coming on through. Alicia, what are you saying there? I was saying yesterday, ever since you reported on this earlier this week, I knew this was going to be a beast. Yep, absolutely. Everything was there saying it was going to be that. What has been interesting is just the fact that we're dealing with so much of Georgia has been flooded already before the storm ever arrived because of the cold front that was moving in there, the upper low influence, which is pulling this to the north, that's going to pull it back to the northeast. It's a very unique situation. I had mentioned this earlier, and if you didn't hear me before, I was talking with the chief meteorologist, a former chief meteorologist at WSB, Glenn Burns, and he said he had never seen anything like this in 40-something years of doing the weather. I've been doing it 25 myself, and I have never seen anything like this myself as far as dealing with a hurricane, frontal system, upper low, and all the dynamics that go with this and what's going to happen with this thing when it makes landfall. Rain starting in Albany. Yep, you're definitely seeing that. Danny Lena saying he's seen roofed off the. I haven't looked at the Twitter feed in a while. Maybe that's something we should do real quick. Let's look at the Twitter feed. Let me get it ready. I've not got it ready because I'm on the wrong page. Let's do that. And let me make sure it's updated before I pull it up for you. Latest. Come on. Go. There we go. All right. So I'm going to go over to my Twitter feed here a little bit, and we'll do a little bit of Twitter feed love here as we're seeing the stuff. We'll scroll through here a little bit, and you and I will kind of check a little bit of this. Oh, that looks that bad. I like looking through the Twitter feed here a little bit just to see the, whoa, wow, look at that, look at that. Woo! These are the swallowing the bridges in the Tampa area. We were seeing some of the live video on that. I cannot believe there's cars on that bridge. That is just amazing to me. Why would they even do that? All right, no, that just came down 5 minutes ago. This just came down. I was waiting for this. Hurricane Hunter aircraft currently investigating Helene recently found that the maximum sustained winds have increased to 130 miles per hour. This just breaking news. It is official. 130 mile per hour winds, pressure 940. Remember, I told the pressure was down 946. What I saw, 130 miles. So we got officially a Cat 4 hurricane. Oh, we were ahead of that. I already called it, but now it's official. So, oh boy, I hate seeing that. I really do. And we're not done, folks. We are not done with this thing yet. We got a little more time. It is very possible. This came out at 6:20, so this was like 5 minutes ago. Just came down, breaking news. I saw the pass when they made it. I saw the pressure, 940. It must have been like 946.6, and they rounded it to 947. So we got a Category 4 hurricane now making landfall. That is very bad news. That means we're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to go much further inland than what was anticipated. That means Metro Atlanta, anywhere on the right side of that track, we're going to see hurricane force winds sweep over the big part of Georgia. We're going to have power outages for millions of folks across Georgia, especially getting into Metro Atlanta. You might as well go ahead and call this Opal 2. That's what we're going to get here with this storm, okay? This graphic will update at the 8 o'clock hour. They only do that during the intermittent advisories. But this graphic will update at 8 o'clock. And look how big the wind field is. The hurricane force winds extend some 345 miles from the center. Hurricane force winds 60 miles from the center of circulation. So, Big Mama, I was just checking the Twitter feed, and now it's just approved officially to what we were seeing there and what I was reporting earlier here on the system. I'm just scanning through Twitter real quick to see if there's anything here that kind of catches my eye, and I don't see anything. Nothing of any significance. There's just too much stuff being out there for the updates. Again, I want to thank everybody for subscribing to the channel. We're now coming up on 6:30. We've been broadcasting since 8 o'clock this morning. Weather nerds have been on top of this thing all day today. Been watching the evolution, watching this storm, really trying to get its act together. We've been all over this thing as we were watching this thing go through its life cycle. Usually, when we get an eye organized, it takes 24 hours before it goes through maybe an eye life cycle replacement. We're not going to get this because it's going to be landfall by the time we get there. So I don't see this thing going through any kind of replacement cycle or any kind of weakening before it makes landfall. We're going to have a Cat 4 hurricane at landfall. I still think the winds could come up potentially a little bit more, maybe up to about 135. Outside chance to 140, but I think 135 looks realistic here. And we got a Category 4 hurricane making landfall here across the Florida coast. But that also means most likely you will never see Hurricane Helene ever again. Will be retired. You'll never see it again. And it's just getting started. We're going to see, again, tornado threat that's going to continue across portions of the South. We had a lot of tornadoes already today, a little more than what I expected before landfall. As you can see, the tornado risk there continues to run high. Everything on the right side of that storm is where that tornado risk is going to stay high. So we're looking at a Category 4 hurricane. So all thing I can say is that, look at that eye clear out on the IR. Woo! Look at that. Beautiful, but dangerous. And you can see it there coming up. And again, that moisture coming up against that front. The frontal boundary acts as an additional lift. So that moisture is being flown into that front, and it's going to squeeze it like a sponge and continue that rainfall from Columbus up through Atlanta here for tonight. Got a new tornado warning, so we got to go back to the Tampa radar here. Let's go back to Radar Omega. Got a new warning here from one of these bands on shore. Let's look at this specifically here. This is for central Charlotte, southwestern DeSoto, and northwestern Lee County. Goes until 7 o'clock. Thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located 8 miles southeast of Punta Gorda, moving northeast, moving north at 75. Boy, that's hauling butt. That is definitely hauling it. See if I can see that. Yeah, a little bit. It's not overly impressive. None of these signatures have been overly impressive all day. They've been averaging, for the most part, 60, 65 mile per hour, weak tornado signatures. But again, the problem is you're going through a populated area, South Punta Gorda Heights, tropical Gulf area, housing areas. I don't think it'll do much damage. Could take some tiles off roofs, throw away some trash cans, cause some problems. But it's going through some populated areas. So hopefully folks here are taking that heed there. There's the other warning up here to the north. You can see that signature there, although it doesn't look like that's a populated area. Let me go in a little closer. I don't see a lot of streets in here, so this is pretty quiet. That's good. Let's go back to reflectivity mode. So the good news is that it looks like this is now, the eye is coming north of Tampa. So this wind that's been driving the flooding conditions into Tampa should start to subside. Which should, as that eye pulls further and further north, we should see the waters be able to kind of get out of the Tampa Bay, which has caused a lot of flooding in that area. We just officially crossed 4,800 views. We're knocking on the door to 5,000. I think we're going to probably get there. It'll be our most successful broadcast to date, although a long day. We've been going for 10 and a half hours, so it's been a very long day for me. And we're going to continue to track this thing up till landfall if I don't drop dead first. Don't think so, Terry. Cat 4, been with you all day on that. I thought Cat 4 was definitely a possibility. Cat 5, I just don't know if we're going to have real estate. It has to get up to basically 160 miles per hour. It's at 130 right now. So it's got to go up 30 miles per hour in, 4 hours, 5 hours? I don't know if it's going to make it. I just don't know. It's going to run. If it had a little more real estate, maybe. But a very strong Cat 4, I really think that's definitely in the cards. So we got these two warnings down toward Florida. That's about it. That's those two down south of Tampa. Get the new scan there coming through. Let's see what it does with the eye wall here. Yeah, just moving a little bit more to the north. It's pretty much staying on that line. Not too bad. See if he's broadcasting yet, Brad. There you go. There's the waters there on the coast. He is down there right now. 5:32 Central Time. So we got another alert there. Let's take a look and see where our next warning is. We got a new warning here. Where? Oh, over here, South Carolina. All right, let's go to Carolina. This is even well away from the hurricane. Radar indicated this is for northwestern Georgetown and northeastern Williamsburg. Goes till 7:15. Storm capable of producing tornado was located over Rhymes, 16 miles northwest of Georgetown, moving north at 25. What's interesting to me is when you see these tornadoes that are well away from the center of circulation are moving at 25, but those tornadoes getting spun up by the hurricane itself, they're moving at 75 miles per hour. They're hauling. These are just kind of on the periphery here. But in that prime location we were looking at for today. See the rains here from the hurricane spreading inland across Florida now. Yeah, these rains across Bainbridge, through the Florida Panhandle, back through Panama City, getting into southwest Georgia, southeast Alabama. That is the periphery of the storm. There is obviously that enhanced area because we got a frontal boundary in that same zone, again, providing that additional lift. I think I would have preferred the landfall happening at 8 o'clock because that's what it was saying this morning. It took a little while for the forward speed to get going. That's why we had that. Let's see. I haven't looked at my metrics here in a little while. We've got to do an update here. We're up to 279 likes on the channel. We got 30 new members on the channel. That's awesome. And if you haven't subscribed, please consider it. Please give the thumbs up. We're maintaining our audience, which is great, but in order to maintain it in the YouTube universe, is for you guys to do those things. Leave the chats in the chat function. Make sure you get the thumbs up there. That helps the algorithm. You haven't done so. Share with your friends. We'd like to invite anybody here to kind of watch the coverage. We're going to take you all the way up to landfall. Although I've been doing this for a long time, it's been well worth it, and I've really enjoyed doing this today. Really enjoyed keeping you guys up to date. So let me go back to this Air Force Recon here. I'm looking at their message data here. And it keeps timing out. God bless. I hate that. All right. Let's see here. All right. It's rotating back around. And it's in the process of coming back around. So we'll see. It's doing a loop-to-loop. It'll come back around on that site here pretty soon. So this is the... Let me update this image for you so you can see what I'm looking at when I look at this. So let me refresh this for you. You'll see what I'm talking about. It is, oops. So you see it's turning up the coast and curving back around. Probably will do another pass in the middle of the storm. There we see the 947. They got it 948 there, but 947 is what the pressure was reading there. What I saw on the graph looked a lot lower than that, but that's why I thought it was 946. But that pressure continues to fall as the eye continues to constrain. So there's the latest on that. Look at the tropical storm force wind. The whole state of Florida is covered with some sort of gusty winds through there, getting closer and closer to landfall. We're starting to get those tropical storm force winds coming into Georgia. And I really suspect by that next advisory update, where those little advisories, we're going to have hurricane force winds, I think, getting into metro Atlanta, unfortunately. For us. We got a lot of trees in Atlanta, so I'm really not looking forward to the power outages. And we got 2 more storms we're watching out there, although I haven't updated this in a while. I've been so busy doing the stuff today. Did we get the other name storm out there? Let's see here. Oh, nope. Wow, why did that go? Not sure where that went from. Anyway, oh, there it goes. Nope, still not that third. Although, look at that other disturbed area south of Helene. We'll watch that after this. We'll see what happens with that. I saw the outlook earlier on the European was hinting at something in the Gulf, but let's get through Helene first, and then we'll worry about the other stuff. Let me go back and show you this again. I haven't done this in a while, so I want to show why it's a big deal that we got a Category 4 instead of a Category 3 hurricane or even a 2. Okay, this was a map here. Let me go to my interactive mode here so I can show this. Hold on that alarm. I'm going to come back to that in a second. What you're seeing there is the Florida Big Bend, that curvature of the coast. And I want to show you the difference between a Category 1 and a Category 5 when it comes to storm surge, okay? So there's Cat 2. See how much further that surge goes inland? There's a Cat 3. Not much more. Here's Cat 4. See how much further inland that goes? The big difference in the winds makes all the difference with that. Go up to Cat 5, it really goes in. I mean, very far in along that coast. That's a very heavy storm surge if we get up to anything to that high. But right now we're talking about a Category 4. That's what we're looking at for those areas. And officially a 15 to 20 foot storm surge on the landfall. All right, let's go back to the radar. I heard the alert go off. Let's take a look. This one's up in Georgia. Got one over here in the Georgia area here. Let's go to the Valdosta radar. Got a tornado warning here south of the Albany area. I know we got somebody from Albany working. Western Doherty, northeastern Mitchell, northeastern Baker, and southeastern Calhoun goes till 7:15. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Baconton, are moving 7 miles north of Camellia, moving northwest at 30. So let's take a look at the velocity on this, see if I can see that. Oh yeah, right there. Yep, right there. Showing up very nicely right there. That is a bit of no man's land out there. I'm familiar with that part of the county. Looks like that should stay south of Albany and south of Baconton, but got some pretty good winds in there. Let's look at the winds. 67 mile per hour. So Some pretty good winds in there with that little rotation there. So you're kind of rotating in there, boom. Yep. It's interesting we're getting those warnings over that way. I'll look from the Tallahassee radar here. Stand by for a second. Yep, see it there too. All right, there. Just checked out both radars just to see what it's looking like. Woo-wee! Getting closer and closer to radar. They did update this to Cat 4. 130 mile per hour winds, 947 millibars. They haven't adjusted the track yet. It still says Cat 2 up here. Could be Cat 3 still. Could be 115 mile per hour. I don't know. We'll see if they make that change at 2 a.m. or not. Oh, that is in the eye wall now. Let's check and see this. This buoy's now in the eye wall. This was as of 6 o'clock. That was 41 minutes ago. 70 mile per hour winds, roughly. I think that's underestimating. I'll have to keep coming back to that. But I'm surprised it's still put some data out there. But that buoy is right smack in the middle of that eye wall. Oop, we get that back going again. Let me take a look here at the 18Z NAM. There it goes. Popular. And let's go to regions. All right, let's see here what the NAM was doing here with the strength. Nah, it's not even close. When I see it that far off, I don't want to show it. So it's not right on the strength because it's already stronger than that. Yep, I'm going to ignore that. I was just looking at the latest 18Z NAM to see if it had any major changes. Didn't see anything there that I liked. Current watches and warnings. Let's double check this map. Let me refresh this. Correct. Let's go to the national. They did put the tornado watch up there for everybody. There's still big tornado watch there for everybody there across here. Thank you for that new subscriber. We're only 2 away from 4,700. That's another milestone for us to beat down today and moves us to win 300 of 5,000. We've had some good growth today. Thank you for everybody subscribing to the channel. Let's go here to, tell you what, let me do this real quick. Southeast, and let me pull this back out here. All right, so there's the tornado watches up. So I went to this one specifically to show the tornado watches up, showing all of Florida, South Georgia, and to South. That goes into the wee early morning hours. And thank you for the subscriber there. All the state of Florida, Alabama, Georgia, whole state of Georgia, South Carolina under some for flash flood watches. You see the light greens. A lot of these areas that flood, the creeks and tributaries are going to start overflowing their banks. Lake Lanier is almost completely back to full pool because of the rain that's come today. So I'm really concerned about the post-storm flooding along the rivers and stuff. So like you folks in Columbus, Georgia, you might see some flooding take place in those areas here as we go into the next few days. Brandon, is that Blackster? Thank you, Braden. Braden, good to welcome you on board there, Braden. Thank you very much. Let me switch this back to the national view here. I just wanted to show those warnings real quick. But look at all the watches going. Now we got additional flood watches going up into Virginia. And we even got high wind advisories going into Indianapolis, Ohio, Kentucky. Again, as this thing's going to merge with an upper level low. And again, impacting millions of folks. Historic storm with this storm. Absolutely historic. Absolutely. Let's go back here to the radar here. Let me check out the latest infrared satellite imagery. I know we've lost our daylight. Ooh, look at that little eye. Look at that sucker. It's just to the right of the path there. But the infrared, for some reason, is always a little bit off from the actual. Because if I pull up the radar one, you'll see it's kind of more over there. But that's a nice little eye. Dead center of those thunderstorms. That's why we got this. That's why it's Category 4 hurricane. Absolutely. Switch back over to this one. See how the radar is a little bit displaced from the satellite? They're always off just a little bit. The radar is actually true signature. The satellite one's always off a little bit. Don't ask me why, I forget. But it's always off just a little bit. But I keep checking there. 67 mile per hour. Woo! I'll be getting some serious seasick. Boy, you see it going, when you see it go dark like that and you see it come up, that's because the buoy is dipping down below the ocean waves and coming back up. I'm surprised it's still broadcasting. Here it goes below the waves again. That was as of 6 o'clock, about 47 minutes ago. So probably when it wasn't in the eye wall. So we'll see what the data, if we get data come in at 6:30 or not. Yeah, we just crossed 4,900. We're officially only 98 viewers away from 5,000, which will be by far our most successful broadcast for the day. So we're knocking on that door. And I want to thank all the new folks that have come on and subscribed to the channel. We're up to 283 likes now. We're coming up on 300. That is by far our most successful likes. And we got 30 new members on the channel page. $45 in chat revenue. It's been a very successful day for this little channel. Absolutely. And looking forward to doing it again in the future. But let's just hope we don't get anything this bad, unfortunately, for a lot of folks. Let me look through the chat here. I just noticed it's kind of caught up on me. Well, hold on a second. Hold on to that thought. We got a radar here. Got a new warning that just came out. Let's go and take a look at this one near Lakeland. Radar indicated 12 minutes because these are normally, the reason why they're so short is because these spin-ups tend to be short-lived. West Central Polk County and East Central Hillsborough goes until 7 o'clock. Storm-producing tornado was located 10 miles south in Medulla and moving north at 60. And yep, you can see that a little bit. Got the red on green right there. There we go. And again, what's concerning about this is look at all these little cities and towns. You got a lot of homes in here that could potentially get down. Again, this is nothing that's going to destroy a home, but again, when you look at the winds here, this is 24 miles away. That's not too bad. This is 50, maybe 50 mile per hour winds coming through there that are spinning around. So all these tornado signatures we've seen for the most part have been weak signatures. I think the highest one I've seen was close to 70, but for the most part they've been pretty weak, roughly about 60 mile per hour winds. I hope this thing accelerates, man. I wanted to make landfall. I wanted to get this thing over with. Get to landfall, man. I've been doing this since 8 o'clock this morning. But it's been a successful day, and I'm very grateful. Very grateful to every viewer. Great everybody taking the time to watch the channel and getting their updates. Have been coming in and out all day. Let me go through my chat here. I'm a little behind. I apologize on that. I was at, again, Columbus, no, it does not change. I'm still keeping Columbus in that 50, 60 mile range just because it's going to be too far away. The hurricane force winds only go about 60 miles from the center, and you guys are on the left side of the storm. I think you're too far away. Columbus, Phoenix City, I'm going to stay with my forecast that I've been saying all day. 50 mile per hour winds, tropical storm force winds, gusts, and some heavy rains. That's about it. But this thing was to wobble back to the west for any reason or make the turn a little earlier, then that may be a little bit different. Okay, let's see here. No change for Columbus. Kind of catching y'all's chats. I apologize. I kind of let this go a little bit, so apologize while I get caught up a little bit. Yeah, it's been raining like crazy all day in Columbus. A lot of Columbus, that whole area has seen a lot of rain. Thank you for your hour. Thank you there, Sandy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you checking us out there. Anyone know how it's doing in Palak? Where is that at? Let me check that out there. I got a question here, so let me check that. I'm not sure where that's located, but I will look it up. P-A-L-A, Palak City, Florida. Where are you located there? That is, okay, you're on the east side. You're over there between Jacksonville and Daytona Beach. So not looking bad there right now. Look at the radar. You can actually see that area looking pretty quiet. You're okay there. The storms are off to your south. Someone's asking about the rainfall there in Columbus. Let's talk about the state of Georgia just in general. I got that one warning down here. I'll start first by looking at the East Central Alabama radar. Go to storm total here. And look at these rainfalls. I mean, just unbelievable. These have been very, very high. In and around Columbus. I haven't looked at the official Columbus stick, but it's over 2 inches. Harris County over 3 inches. Lee County upwards of 5 inches. Meriwether County over 4 inches. Areas here south of Eufaula up to 6 inches. It's been very high rainfall here all day today. Not directly related to a hurricane. That's what's been amazing with this whole system. Let's check up here toward Metro Atlanta. Same thing. 5 inches, 4.5, 5 inches, 6 inches. Most of Gwinnett County about 4 inches plus. My house about 4 inches. Harris County or Hall County 4 inches. And if you think these are something, check these out. Thank you for that subscriber who just got us to 4,700. Just hit another milestone. Congratulations to the channel. Next, now we get ready to go to the 4,800 mark. Let's go check these up here. These are even been more impressive. 7, 8 inches up here in the mountains. 8 inches, 8 inches, 10, 11 inches. Again, we still haven't got the hurricane up here, folks. And they've got rainfall amounts upwards 8, 10 inches showing up, radar indicated, up here into the mountains here across North Carolina. And we still got all this rain coming this way. That's why I'm really concerned about the post-storm flooding for any of the tributaries, creeks, rivers, lakes. All those areas are going to be a concern once the storm makes landfall. Just amazing rainfall totals. This is off the chart. Let's check to see how many miles. Haven't done this in a hot minute, so I'm going to check this. We are now down to 115 miles from landfall. Last time I checked, it was 140. Excuse me for a minute. I want to mute this microphone so I'm not gross. I hate ragweed. Just for the record, I hate ragweed. Ooh. So we're at 115 miles an hour. We're moving at 23. Last update I had. Yep, puts us right about midnight. Still holding about a midnight landfall for the storm. Still holding about midnight. See these cameras here again. How much longer we got this camera, but boy, those seas look angry. That's St. George Island there. And then oh wow, look at the flooding there. That is, not sure where that's at. Midnight Pass at Sticky Point. See the cars flooded out. Remember, folks, it only takes 1 foot of moving water to move a car. So if you get in any kind of flooding situation anywhere, you don't need to be on there. I think they finally closed down some of these bridges. Look at the water that's overloading the roads there across Tampa. Just been really, really bad. Really, really bad to see that. See the water, and I can't believe there's still cars driving on there. But clearly got some flooding up there to the north. Do I have a telestrator here? I don't think I do. See the flooding right now? Nope, I do not. I was just checking. I didn't think I had a telestrator on that. And we lost our other camera. Unfortunately, can't show the storm surge at Cedar Key. That is now gone bye-bye. Ooh, any other questions here? Kind of walking on through here. What county is it? Are you asking about where those counties are? That's over near Hillsborough County in Tampa. That's where that was at. Mitchell County. Somebody asking about Winder. Okay, that's not too far from my neck of the woods. This is what I'm thinking for the Winder area tonight. Unfortunately, this is going to be toward dawn. You're probably going to hear some very howling winds, some very heavy rains in Winder. You're going to probably get winds gusting to hurricane force. Expect power outages. Okay. Fortunately, the sun's going to come up afterwards. It's going to move on out, and we'll have a chance. And then the power crews are going to get to work, and God knows how long that's going to take, because the power outages, I think, in Georgia are going to be extensive, and it's going to take a little while. I haven't done this yet officially. Let's go ahead and do this. I haven't done this yet. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the power outages and kind of get an idea of what's going on per state. So let's look at the state of Florida first. And right now, 2% of the power is out in Florida. 291,553 people without power in Florida. That's really not that bad. That'll go up significantly at landfall. In Georgia, not bad right now. 11,495 people without power. That's less than 0.2%. But customers is almost 5 million. So we're going to see Georgia power. The Georgia power outages, I suspect, will be in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% before this is all done. That's just my guess, my prediction. But I think 40% is a pretty good likelihood of power outages in the state of Georgia. And then the thing is, it's not going to stop there, folks. I think we're going to have power outages going into the Carolinas, Tennessee, Kentucky. It's going to go up to the north there as well. Let me go ahead and turn this back off. Not a big deal right now, but it will be later. A good question there. Thank you for answering that. Let's see here. Don't know when going off in the Albany area. Let's see here. You got the new warning there. Yep, there it is. Just saw that. Didn't hear the alarm this time. This was updated. Tornado remains in effect until 7:15 for western Doherty, northeastern Baker, and southeastern Calhoun. Still radar indicated, so not proven there. Let's look at the winds on that. Yeah, I still see a little bit of spin there. Moving off just to the east of the Baconton area. There's nothing out there. I'm familiar with that part of the county. So at least there's nothing of any real consequence. South of Albany, so should stay outside of town. I know that area up towards 62. There's also, I used to come into 62. I come through Blakely, Arlington when I go to Pensacola to visit my bride at that time, who was my girlfriend, and see her. Hey, just want to go ahead and give everybody a big shout out and big congratulations. We just cracked 5,000 views on our live broadcast today. Again, we don't have 2 million subscribers. 5,000 may seem like peanuts to those other guys, but for yours truly in this page, that is a success story. That is a successful day. I want to thank every viewer, everybody out there who came on board, passing through, subscribing to the channel. Thank you very much for setting that new milestone for us here on this channel. Obviously, the next time we do something like this, we want to beat that 5,000. but we are over 5,000. I want to thank everybody for that. And of course, I got my regulars here who want to say, how wonderfil. Yes, and Janelle, yes, congrats. Yes, we did crack the 5,000 level there. And we're actually up to, here we are. We're not quite to 300 on the likes, but we're getting close. So, hey, before you guys leave, if you're on the channel, again, make sure that you do the like thing. It helps the YouTube algorithm. It kind of maintains our audience, which has been very steady since 12 o'clock today. We've been very steady on our audience today, all day today. So that's good. All right, let's go ahead and back out of here. Let's go back to our hurricane. We got to get into the specifics on this. Again, watching this, and one thing I will say, you see that lightning threat, and then it kind of went away. We'll see if we get any more lightning threads. The reason why the lightnings are important is because it lets me know if the storm is in fact intensifying or not. Yep. All right. All right. So let's go back over here to quite a bit. 830 unique viewers today. That's awesome. That is so nice to see. Okay, let me go over to, I'm trying to look up the latest from the Hurricane Center to see what the latest is on the vortex message to see if they've got anything new yet. So bear with me here for a second. There's the old one, 948. They've got the 30 flight level winds. Woo! That's what I was looking for. Hello. Damn. Let me look at this. I was waiting for that new flight one to come in here. Yep. So the flight level winds are at 156 miles per hour, which is just below Cat 5. Again, I don't think we'll get there. It'll take a while for those winds to work down, but I do suspect the wind speed will come up to 135 or 140 before landfall. Okay, so we're looking at a storm here based off the flight level winds. It usually takes it a couple of hours, and we're not that far from landfall. We're about 4 hours away. I think we're gonna be a very strong, solid Category 4 hurricane as this makes landfall. Let me see here on the latest coordinates here. I think they probably have got the 7 o'clock advisory up now. They do. So let me update this. I don't know why this shifts every time I do it, but I have to do it. So they have the pressure down to 945 millibars, so it's even lower. They've got some additional data. It's come down to 945, winds to 130. I do suspect we're going to see this thing increase to 135 or 140 before landfall. Not going to quite make Cat 5 because of its forward speed moving too fast, but we're going to see a very strong, solid Category 4 catastrophic hurricane making landfall right along that Florida Big Bend area where they're going to get 20 feet of storm surge, and the damage in that area, although not overly populated, is going to be devastating. Something on the line of what we saw with Hurricane Michael in Mexico Beach back then. Hurricane Michael was 160, 165 mile per hour winds. These will probably be close to 140, but I think because of the storm surge element of this, because of the concave portion of the Florida Gulf Coast, it's going to be significant. So we're going to see a major hurricane making landfall. This graphic will update at 8 o'clock. We got another hour, and that will update. We got a new warning there that's come out here, and this is up towards South Carolina. So let's go up to South Carolina. Let me switch back over to Radar Omega. And let's check this warning out here over on the Carolina coast. Probably another water spout here. Berkeley County, Charleston County, and Dorchester County until 7:30. Storm producing a possible tornado was near Charlestown Landings, moving north at 35. So I guarantee this is probably a water spout of some kind. And actually it looks like the middle of Charleston. That's kind of weird. I mean, I could actually track two. I think there might be something in here in the middle of the watch, and then there looks like something down here near Foley Beach. Either one of those potential spin-ups. Again, fairly weak. EF0 tornado, looking at those signatures. But hopefully those folks in Charleston are hunkering down and just taking it with a grain of salt as that gusty winds come through there. I see all the storm chasers have kind of all gathered together here. Got 4 of them out here. Where are they moving to? They're on the road. They're on the move. Wonder where they're heading toward. There's Corey. Kind of following each other. And I guess they're going to go on 98 and head on over. They're going to try to put themselves in a position where the eye is. I'm guessing this is where they're going. At least they're away from the coastline. You go back to reflectivity mode here. Okay, this is funny. I got to send this. This is a message from my Xfinity assistant. Let me know that Storm Helene may impact your area this week, causing power outage that may affect your Xfinity service. Really? If you're impacted, get the latest info here. Give me the link. Well, I already figured that. I already know that's going to happen. I think it's funny. I got to Xfinity, which is, I got to give Xfinity credit. I tell you, they were doing some upgrades in my area, and I was getting very upset when I was doing some severe weather back in the spring, and I almost dropped them, but it's been pretty stable today. It's been pretty good. I've not had any problems with them. I do need to do one thing. Let me do this because I never did update it from earlier. So let me do that right now. So bear with me for a second because I didn't update this from earlier. I do need to do this because I'm trying to be a good person here with this. So bear with me. Public advisory. And there it goes. I'm going to update my crawl because I needed to update it. It doesn't do it automatically. I got to put it in automatically. And people coming through, they may want to see that. So give me 1 second to change this real quick. And this is the latest and greatest crawl information. Takes me a split second, so give me 1 second here. So I need to update this. This was on me because I've been putting this off a little bit. And I gotta delete all these little gaps and stuff, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. It's okay. Hope you guys are having a good day wherever you guys are watching from. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage for today. I know my regulars have enjoyed it, and that's great. And I really appreciate all the new subscribers to the channel. That has also been great to have today. And it's great to just kind of grow our audience for future broadcasts. And we've got some new funds to help finance the channel with the new subscribers and the new members, which has been great. Okay, there you go. I just updated the crawl down below that you see drawing with all the warnings and stuff. I want to make sure I have the latest and greatest. There were some slight modifications on the last update, so I just made that change there. No changes for Columbus, darling. Nothing there. Everything stays the same. No changes. Somerville, Georgia in the house. Good to see you. Welcome. Let me go back to my Hurricane Hunter aircraft here. We're about 45 minutes from getting a new updated slide. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Let's see here. Let's see. Reading the update from the 7 o'clock advisory. This is just a few minutes ago. Weather flow station at Egmont Channel near the entrance of Tampa Bay recently reported sustained wind at 54 with a wind gust to 71. That's that water flowing into Tampa Bay. Tropical storm conditions approaching the coastline of Florida's Big Bend. A weather flow station at St. George Island recently reported a wind gust to 46 miles per hour. Pressure now down to 945 millibars. That's 27.9 wind inches. That is off the chart on your home thermometer. You'll never see that. Very, very low. Continue with those watches and warnings. I'm just going to update this real quick. I want to make sure we got no changes to this. We obviously got numerous tornado warnings which go until the early morning hours. There you see that going in there. And obviously all the flash flood watches for Florida, most of Alabama, most of Georgia, South Carolina. And let me go to my interactive mode here. I got to go back out to my national look. But again, you got those tornado watches that stay up until the early morning hours. And then you got the watches and even the flooding conditions going up into Virginia. The high winds that are going to the Appalachians, that's going to be significant as well. And you've got the high winds going up there even into, that's interesting to see that, even up in here into the areas of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio with some wind advisories in effect there. This is definitely one for the history books. Absolutely. St. George Island, continue with the rough seas there. We're going to lose the light here in about an hour. We won't have anything there. And there's the somatic cameras there. Oh boy, it looks rough. That camera's just bouncing around the wind, cars in the flooded zones. Looks like that camera up north is stuck. Let's go back to Radar Omega. We got a new alert that's just come out. Let's take a look at that. Let's pull back out. That is up near Albany, that same cell. Moving up that same general area. Let me switch over to this radar here. And let's look at the velocity mode here. Yep, right in the middle. Right there. Whoop. Looks like we got winds. Here we got there. Brandy W. Thank you, Brandy, for joining the channel. Welcome on board. Thank you for joining the Weather Nerds channel. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That seems to be... That's been the gusto for just about every one of these storms. But 60, maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds. For the most part, they've been basically 60-mile-per-hour winds on all of these. Weak tornado spinouts. Very traditional. Very traditional. I haven't done the 3D. Can I do 3D? Let's do a 3D scan from the Tallahassee radar. I've been doing it mostly from the Tampa radar, but let's do a 3D scan from the other radar here. Waiting on that. This one doesn't look nearly as good. The Tampa one, no, not showing it well there. Let's go back to the Tampa one. That for some reason that one's not working. I'll go back over to this one. I'm just checking the eye conditions here. When I do the 3D, it kind of tilts everything here on the side so I can see everything. It's been very popular. Folks have liked seeing this for today. Ooh, that's not loading too. Okay. Not sure what's going on there, but we got a little bit of a little hiccup here on the volume scan. It's still showing the top scans here about 49,000 feet on that. As I'm looking away from the eye wall there, must be something going on with a reset. So I'll have to come back to that a little later. We'll check on that a little bit later. It looks like they're doing a close-in. It looks like they've switched to a close-in scan on the 3D. That might be a reason they're doing that. Not sure. But that's out of my control. That's with the National Weather Service. So you can see the sunlight here. We can see sunsets coming. You see that little line right here? This is sunset. So we're getting close to the sun getting ready to set here across the region. As we've been going for about 11 hours now. Been a long day. See, all the storm chasers are getting themselves into position to intercept the eye wall. And hopefully got a new scan here coming down. That new scan coming in. Come on. There it goes. Let's see. We're going I got a question here. about Fortson, Georgia. That's over in, again, overnight hours for the Columbus area, okay? I'm staying with that 50-mile-per-hour winds. That is my thing. Expected landfall looks like right between about 11:30 and midnight, the way it's looking. Let's do another measurement. Haven't done this in a little while, so we'll do another measurement. So I'm going to measure from the northern eye wall of the eye all the way to the projected landfall position there. And we're 100 miles away. So if it holds the current speed track, do the math on this. Yep, it looks like sometime between 11:30 and midnight on the current trajectory. It's going to be a long night in Georgia tonight, folks, and for Florida. Let's hope the pressure doesn't drop anymore. Hopefully it's bottoming and flattening out. I really hope it's not getting any stronger. But the flight level winds were showing at 156 miles per hour, so that's got to work its way down. Let me look at the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Have not looked at that in a hot minute. Let's take a look here. If it'll update. Everybody's checking that page. They're like me. They're all wondering what's going on. So I'm looking, the Air Force flight's heading out. So Air Force Flight 306 is heading out. So we got another Hurricane Hunter C-130 heading out right now. Currently in the storm. So waiting on its imagery. Is the NOAA one done? NOAA 2 still out there. Oh, wow. New one. 943 millibars. That's 2 lower than the last one. 943 showing up. Pressure still lowering, although it appears to be leveling off. Looks like 941, 943. Yeah. With that pressure reading down to 940, or getting pretty close to it, and the flight level winds at 156 miles per hour, on the 8 o'clock advisory, I would suspect they'll bring it up another 5 miles per hour to 135 miles per hour. Based off the radar imagery, based off the soundings from the NOAA flight that's still out in the area. Hurricane Hunter guys are just sitting out there right now. So the 8 o'clock advisory is in about another 45 minutes. And we're probably going to see that update here real soon. Again, I want to thank everybody here for checking out the channel. My name is Greg, by the way, Greg Majeski, right there, the Weather Nerds channel. It's been a very successful day for us. We've had over 5,000 viewers on our page. We've added over 200 plus new subscribers. We've had some good conversations and good things going on. And the voice holding up so good. We're doing pretty well. And we're going to track you all the way to landfall on this storm. And I want to thank all the new subscribers to the channel. I want to thank the folks who donated today. I want to thank all the likes we've had. We're up to 290 likes. So continue to do those likes. Do the likes, do the subscribes, do the stuff. It keeps our level. We've been holding steady here all afternoon on our broadcast. So again, my hat's off to you guys. Let's go back to Radar Omega. We got another alert here, another tornado warning. Where's this one? This one's down here south. So let's move down to this one. Let me get my radars back on. I got to switch radars real quick. So we're looking down here in South Florida. Radar indicated this is for southwestern Hardee, Manatee County, Charlotte County, DeSoto County, and east central Sarasota County till 7:45. Storm producing possible tornado was near Punta Gorda, moving north at 60 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and zoom into this a little bit closer. Let's take a look at the velocity mode. Look at how the winds are behaving there. Can't see it very well on that one. Let's try the storm relative velocity. Not showing up very well. Another one of those weak little spin ups there. Not a big deal. Maybe 60 mile per hour winds spinning through there, but another weak spin up. That's moving very fast because it's rotating around our hurricane. Thus that box is very big. Although if you noticed, There's not a lot of stuff out here in this part of Florida. All right, I need to switch over here to something. I'm going to switch to the, let me switch this over real quick. I need to change this image real quick. Stand by for a split second. And interact, and I'm going to change this to Gulf of Mexico, to long wave. I'm going to go down one. Boy, that's a nice, powerful hurricane. Look at that thing. There will never be another Helene, that's for sure. Come on, come on, update. I know a lot of folks are using this site. So anyway, I just wanted to get that updated here real quick. Yours truly will be right back. Please stand by. I got to go to the restroom. I'll be right back, guys. Had to give me a caffeine pick me up. I did. I'm back. Welcome back, guys. Back to Radio Bacon. Hello. Right on cue, I get a warning, so let's go ahead and dive into it, shall we? South Georgia here. Let's go switch radars. Let's check this one out. Can't see it very well. There's a little one. Radar indicated. This is for northwestern Ware, northern Clinch, northwestern Charlton County goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Manor, 11 miles north of Argyle, moving northeast at 35. So you can see that one right in there. Right through there. And south of Waycross. So again, another weak spin up, about 60 mile per hour on almost all of these have been pretty much uniform. Joni, every time you start singing, Greg's mic goes quiet. Well, I just muted it while I went to the bathroom. I wasn't going to pour, ever see The Naked Gun when Drebin goes to the bathroom? I didn't want to pull that. Anyway, let's get back over here to the main side. I'm going to look at some of these winds using the radar real quick. Let's see what the winds are seeing out here with getting close to our eye. 82, 85, 93, 100, there's 101, 106. It's not really close enough to do a good scan because the radar beam's overshooting a little bit. But as it gets closer, I'll be able to look the scan and go in there. Thank you for that new subscriber, by the way, whoever came on board. I appreciate you coming on board here. Bill Coffin. Yeah, I mute the microphone when I go to the bathroom, so I apologize for that. I just got to mute it there for a little bit. You have a YouTube music channel? That's good. Columbus, Georgia by 6 a.m. I think things will be improving there in Columbus by the morning hours. By 6 o'clock, it should be getting pretty close to Metro Atlanta at that time. So the 8 o'clock advisory, the reason why I'm waiting on the 8 o'clock advisory is the position map is going to change a little bit. Okay, so you see here, when I go here close, this is showing the Cat 4, 130 mile per hour winds, 945 millibars. So the next position they have positioned is up here at 2 o'clock in the morning, showing 105 mile per hour winds and a Cat 2 near Tifton. The intermediate advisory will update this map and we'll see where the next position goes. They do bring it right over downtown Atlanta. And the next position after that is way up here when it becomes extratropical, post-tropical Helene, 45 mile per hour and 70 mile per hour winds. At that point, it's getting absorbed into the upper level low at that point. And that's why it makes that adjustment. It begins to change a bit by the time we get to 2 o'clock the next day. All right. So right now we're watching it. We got 2 warnings here across Georgia. And again, areas up toward Americus and areas up here just to the east of Columbus, Buena Vista, Ellaville, Americus needs to watch out. We may see some warnings get into this area, even though you're technically to the left of the line. It's been like that all day today because I think of the proximity of the frontal boundary that's been in the area. I've been seeing these warnings all day that's been a little bit further to the west than I would have anticipated. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, so we're probably about another 15 minutes. Still scanning my vortex messages here. That's still the old one. Showing open on the west, 30 mile per hour, 136. That's the last full vortex message I had. It's been a little while. Let me check the Hurricane Hunter aircraft again. I keep going back to these guys. Let me go back here. Recon. Keep checking on the Hurricane Hunters. I can't believe I've only got to get 297 more now to 5,000. That's amazing to me. I would never have thought that when I woke up this morning. Absolutely. I mean, we really cut that in half today. It's been awesome to see. Oops. Get back on the right one. I'm having to refresh there's so many people going to the aircraft recon site. I have to constantly refresh it, unfortunately. It just gets overloaded a little bit. All right, looks like the Air Force recon plane is inbound. It isn't into the eye just yet. Yeah, it's still away from the center, nowhere near the close to the center yet. Just looking at their telemetry coming in. Looks like it should be within the eye, probably within about less than an hour. Looks like they're pretty close. The NOAA 2 mission, they're still showing it in the. Is that still right? Are they still out there? Yeah, I see a bottom out at 940. That was at 22:43. That was a little less than an hour ago. 23:22. That's a few minutes ago. So about an hour ago, they showed a pressure down to 940 millibars. Amazing here. I'm looking at the aircraft data here. All right, let's see here. Drop sound, just checking the data here. That was the early one, 9:52. That was the mission 16. Mission 18's out there right now. So we're on the 18th mission and just double checking that. All right, so here's what we're going to expect here for the rest of the night, guys, okay? We're going to expect to see the flooding conditions to continue to be a problem for the interior. A lot of areas have seen very saturated. Most of Georgia and the Carolinas have already been seeing very saturated flooded conditions. Why is that important? Because the storm has gotten stronger and we're expecting a strong Category 4 at landfall and hurricane force custing inland, the soil is saturated. The soil is saturated, so pine trees especially are going to be very easy to blow over. Because of that, the power outages are going to be numerous across Florida, Georgia, going up into the Carolinas, and even into the mountains, I think. All right? Storm surge is going to be prolific. That whole area is going to see upwards of 20 feet of storm surge. So this is going to be very, very high. There, east of there, Julie. That's my wife. Apologize. So it'll be off to the east there. Not a very big populated area, but there are some cities and stuff in that area that are going to get a little bit of some bad weather there. So that's what we're expecting. Again, this stuff is moving over some very warm water temperatures, still holding about 84 degrees in that area where it's currently sitting at. I think the storm is showing indications, at least looking at the radar and looking at the satellite, that the pressure may have been bottoming at about 940 millibars. So a Category 4 hurricane likely here on the landfall. Last position there at 7 o'clock, and we'll get another one here at 8 o'clock here very shortly. Still moving north-northeast at 23. Pressure at 945. I think that may drop to 940 based off what I saw on the last recon when I was looking at the raw data. And I think the winds will probably come up to 135 because of the pressure continuing to fall. But I think it's showing signs it may be flatlining a little bit at 940 millibars and 135 miles per hour. The flight level winds are sitting at 155 miles per hour. So I suspect that winds are going to change. This map you're seeing right here will change a little bit. It's going to update here at the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. So that should update. Look at the wind field. The hurricane force winds extends of 365 miles from the center of circulation here. Just a tremendous system. And let me reload this up real quick. Just double checking some of these preliminaries. Yep. 310 miles. I'm sorry. It did contract a little bit. 310 miles and 60 miles on the hurricane force winds. So we'll see what the update at 8 o'clock has to say if that changes all that much. But again, I don't suspect it will. Again, getting dark there along the beach. We're going to say goodbye to that camera here shortly. This is it saying goodbye to St. George Island. It's getting kind of dark there. And you see some of these cameras here getting dark. I guess that camera is live because it's getting dark there in Michigan as well. Notice the stalled vehicle out in the middle of that flooded road there. And still some breakers coming over the ocean. So we're going to lose some of these cameras just for the fact it's getting kind of dark and not going to be able to see much out there. So we're going to continue to watch the tornado threat. Tornado warnings continue well into the morning hours there across Georgia, South Carolina, into the Florida peninsula as the storm continues to move northward. And we still get that slight risk. We've had some tornado warnings actually getting into near Albany, Georgia here for this evening. Yeah, Danny, that's a good point there. Let me go back to my radar here. And the cat yelling upstairs. Oops. Yeah, the pine trees coming down is going to be a problem. I'm telling you, this has got Hurricane Opal. Oh, here's the difference between this storm and Opal. Opal, when it was moving in, it accelerated and it was weakening. This one is strengthening at landfall. So I really think if we thought Opal was bad with the power outages, I think this one's going to be worse. I really think this one's, as far as his history is concerned for the state of Georgia, this one's going to produce more power outages probably than any storm in the history of the state. Can't say that for Florida because Florida's had so many hurricanes over the years. But for the state of Georgia, this is going to knock out more power than in the history of the state. I'm going to make that prediction right now. Thank you for the new subscriber to the channel. Thank you. This is an historic storm. No beans about it. Going to be the highest storm surge in this area, the Florida Big Bend area that's been seen. We're going to have the flooding. It's going to be a major problem, not only for there, but miles and miles inland, especially when you look at how far inland the watches go across Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. High winds going through, high wind warnings through Tennessee and into Kentucky into the Appalachians, and the flooding conditions going well in, and hurricane force winds going also well inland. What'll be interesting tonight is to see if we see additional hurricane warnings going deeper into the state of Georgia. Right now, they're kind of going up to central Georgia. I would not be surprised if the wind speed continues to come up because of the forward speed, that the hurricane warnings go deeper into the state to include the city of Atlanta. Okay, Atlanta getting on this. And we just crossed 5,200 views here for today. So again, thank you guys. Every time I look, we set a new top going there. And as far as our metrics go for the day, as I get an update on that, we're closing in on 300 likes for today. We're averaging about 9 minutes per watch today, which is also very good. And I appreciate everybody supporting the channel. We're going to have some pretty good earnings here on the channel for today, which every dime I make, I put it back in the channel to make the best product for you guys. Okay, so let's go back here to Radar Omega here as we continue to watch the system and see how things going. If you guys got any questions, I see y'all coming up. I'll pop y'all up. Jeff's asking about the Columbus, Phoenix City area. We're going to stay with tropical storm force winds and some rains for the Columbus, Phoenix City area. 50-mile-per-hour winds. There could be some sporadic power outages, so just be careful of that. Yeah, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock's our next update. It's 7:36 right now. We got a little bit of time to watch it. And LaGrange, same for you. Tropical storm force winds anywhere from, let's say, 40 miles per hour up to 55 miles per hour, kind of in that neighborhood there for LaGrange, okay? Again, I really think the bad part of this is going to be anything to the east of this side. If you're going to draw a line through the state of Georgia, and I'm just kind of going to go like this and go all the way around, if you're on that part of that line, that's where the worst winds are going to be. You're going to get winds on the other side, just not as bad on that right side of that storm. And we got a couple tornado warnings we're watching. Got this one out here. Got this one out over here near Albany. Out ahead of the storm as we're getting some of the extreme outer bands moving in here inland. And we're not too far from landfall. We're only a few or more hours away. And we're going to be having landfall. We can say goodbye to Hurricane Helene. Then we're going to watch and see what the effects of the storm is going to be as it presses inland. Look at all these storm chasers, man. They're all grasped in here, all between Perry and there. They're all in here waiting for the eye, waiting for the center of Helene to make its way northward now. We're only a few hours away. As it's moving into that area there right now. What if I can do another 3D? I've been trying to do a 3D scan, but the last time I've been looking, it's not been allowing me to do it. Let's take a look here. There we go, a little bit better. Let's do, you can see the eye here down to the south. Let me turn this around. So I'm zooming in here. Trying to see if I can get a good shot of the eye. Thank you for that new subscriber, by the way. Still a little too far away. It was easier from the get in there. Oh, there we go. Oops, there we go. That's a little bit better. Oops, too far, too far. Oh, God, this is so sensitive. Okay, there is the eye there, just on the corner. You can see it right there. Here's our eye. Here's our eye. This is where the most intense winds are. Again, and what's interesting is I'm starting to see some lightning even on the south side of this starting to increase there. Again, anytime I see lightning, again, it's indications of pressure falls and the storm continuing to strengthen. But that is an interesting 3D view there. Again, as I tilt this thing back up a little bit, you can see right into that eye. Again, tops showing 33,000 from that radar. Let me switch over to the Tampa radar and see how that looks for comparison's sake. Let's go back to the 3D scan. And let's see if that loads up. There we go. All right, a little bit easier from this perspective here. So let's tilt around here, looking away from the radar, looking at the east. It looks like we're still showing 52,000 feet there. That's what it was showing earlier. I was looking at that. So there you can see the eye. Right in there. Very clearly. Here's our eye. This is the most intense winds right through here. See the cloud tops here, very high. And there's our center of circulation. That's where your lowest pressure is. That's where the winds are calm for the moment as look into the center. So anywhere in this, if I was standing in the middle of that right there, winds would be calm, seas would be a little upset. You might see a few stars if it's cleared above or not. But that's the center of our hurricane where the pressure is, I think, down to 940 millibars. So let me see if, I don't think they've updated this. I'm just going to double check this. Stand by. Nope, not yet. Still waiting on the new advisory. I'm waiting for the new advisory because our map's going to update too. So not only are we going to get our new position, we're going to get our new map as well. And we switch back to the Tallahassee radar here. Go back to radar Omega. And we'll check this out here. About 90 miles now. Oh, man. All right, stand by here for a second, guys. Sorry about that. I had to grab me a piece of tissue. I'm dealing with sinuses thanks to ragweed. Starting to see some lightning come around again. Here's some more lightning. Here's another more lightning. Going right through there. So let me go up to the wall here. Let me clear this out. And I'm going to check the measurement. Let me stop that, move that up. Oops, sorry about that. I want to get this a little more centered here. And about 30 miles, 27, 28. So 27, 28 miles. As we're getting closer, oops, sorry, go away, go away, go away. Scan it up a little bit there. All right, so here's what we're looking at here again on the wall. Everything in this eye wall right here, this is where our strongest winds are. This is where we're looking at the winds upwards to 130 miles per hour. I do suspect on the 8 o'clock advisory, which should be out here any minute, I'm looking up at the clock here at 7:42, that we're going to see the winds here update a little bit. I'll see that probably increasing up to about 135 miles per hour as the pressure on the last raw data I saw from the Hurricane Center was down to 940. So the storm chasers are up here. They're ready to intercept this. They're hoping this will come over and they'll get in the middle of that eye wall. They're away from the coast a little bit there, so they should be okay for storm surge. So this is a landfall right now. What I'm thinking, again, I'm thinking around sometime around 11:30, we should be seeing our landfall of our hurricane right here as this comes on. All the water, we lost our Cedar Key camera, unfortunately. St. George Island, it's kind of dark, can't see anymore in there, so we're kind of blind now when it comes to our cameras. It's been watchful, been good to watch that all day for today, but as this moves inland. As we make landfall, we're going to see the number of tornado warnings probably begin to spike, especially across southeast Georgia. You get some of the land friction that takes place there when you get a landfalling hurricane in here. And as this thing is moving at a pretty good clip at 23 miles per hour, those hurricane force winds are going to go inland first. Here's the new scan coming in here from the Tallahassee radar. Let's see if this changes all that much. Not really, just a little bit. They put this on quick scan or in this kind of mode. So again, we're looking at that in there. We're going to watch to see if this lightning picks up in activity as we're looking at. It's been holding its own roughly between 25 and 30 miles per hour. So I think that's pretty much been holding steady here for a little while. And I think the pressure is probably going to bottom out probably around 940. So wind speed, 135 at landfall. Outside chance to 140, but I think 135 when this thing officially makes landfall sometime around 11:30. And there's my cue to get back over to the monitor. Let's go do that. Let's go take a look at this new new tornado warning, obviously, that's just come out. So there's my cue. Let's get on back over here, shall we? Hello. Let's go check this out. What we got going on here? I don't see that new warning. I see the other two that's been there. Is it that one? No, that's the old one. I remember that one. And it's this one. That's down here to the south. There it is. Okay, let's go back to the Tampa radar. Take these off. I'm a touch nearsighted. When I'm sitting at the monitor, I got to take my glasses off. So let's look at this one. Radar indicated we got a tornado warning here for north central Charlotte County and southwestern DeSoto County. Goes until 8:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Charlotte County Airport or near Punta Gorda again, moving north at 40. That's a little bit shorter there than the last one. So let's look at the velocity on that, see if I can see that. Well, not really. There it is in the middle. Again, every one of these have been weak spin-ups. Every single one of these tornado warnings have been coming up. They've been averaging about 60 miles per hour EF0 tornadoes or spin-ups here on all of these. Got another little warning that's picked up. Let's take a look at this. Where's this one at? Looking. Where are you? Ain't that one. That's the old one. Sometimes there's a delay. Gotta wait for a second. Gotta wait for it to plot. Oh, there it is. It's two down here in the same area. Okay. All right, here we go. Yep, we got two of them. Side by side. Both same thing. Almost identical to the other one. Weak spin-ups. There's one. There's two. There's three. All of them weak. 60 mile per hour winds in here. All moving up to the north at a pretty decent amount of speed. Let's go ahead and highlight these real quick. These are short. This is for north central Charlotte and central DeSoto, goes until 8 o'clock. And this other one is this one's for 27 minutes. This one is for western Hardy and north central DeSoto County, goes till 8:15. And this one's moving north. All three of these are moving north at 45 miles per hour. So these are rotating around. These are the outer feeder bands of our storm. I'll put this back in motion for you again. You're getting that drag, you get that friction drag as this is kind of moving inland. You see these outer bands really pounding the Tampa area right now. Really getting it with some very torrential rains. I'm interested to see what the rainfall totals are doing in here. Probably through the roof. Yeah, there's coming in here. Some very heavy rains coming in across Tampa, Clearwater, St. Petersburg. Getting raked pretty good right now with some pretty heavy rains. And these interior warnings will continue. And this will continue to move northward. So area in here, everything in here heading up toward Orlando, Lakeland, as these rotate or these move north, we need to watch out for that. The villages, which I've actually been by the way. I'm not that old, but I do like it. All right, let's go back to the Tallahassee radar here as I continue to watch this storm. Looks like the rain makes it just about as far west as Fort Walton Beach. That's about it. Weather Channel. Hey, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. I appreciate that. I got a little message from Sarah Watson. I try to keep it as conversational as I can and not to go over the top. I've been doing this for a little while, so try to put it in layman's terms and not get too wrapped up in the techno-babble as best I can. I do fall into the trap every now and then, though. Can't beat that out of me totally. All right, let's check this out. We're close enough to 8 o'clock. Let's see here. There's nope, still 7. Getting close, getting close. So I keep going here and checking. Let's look here at the Helene. Oh, keep coming back. I know we're close. We're only about 10 minutes from the 8 o'clock advisory, so I'm waiting to see what the map positions are and everything else that's going to update here. They're probably really close to 8 o'clock. Let me go back here to the Hurricane Hunter aircraft here. And we only got 8 more likes to get to 300. So if you're on the channel and you haven't done a like yet for today, go ahead and help me get to 300. That's a nice round number. And we're already over 5,300 views for today's broadcast. Very successful. Thank you very much. Let me look at the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Where you at? There you are. I'm checking to see if the Air Force 306 has got a drop sound yet. That's the C-130 aircraft. Let's see here. Nope, they're still inbound on that last update. Nope, not there. Let's check on the raw data. The Air Force ones always seem to come in a little slow. I don't know why. You'd think they would be the most pressing one. They're not still out there, are they? 2342. Yeah, they might be. No, they're moving away. Because last, I was looking at the NOAA 2 research plane. Their lowest pressure bottomed out at 940, 941. And that was back about an hour and a half ago. So I'm waiting to see what the C-130 crew is going to show here. So let's go back to here. We're so close to 8 o'clock. Just trying to see. Nope, dang gummit. Ugh. I keep hitting the refresh button. All right, we'll come back to this. I'm sorry. I was just kind of getting a little ahead of myself. We got another 8 more minutes, so we'll have the 8 o'clock advisory, and we'll see what the winds are. I suspect the winds will come up to 135 based off the flight level winds that are at 155. And we're only about, 3.5 hours from landfall, roughly. So we'll see what happens with that. Let me go back here. I want to look at let's switch over to the IR on the image here. Put this in play there. Yep, still rotating around there. Should be holding its own. No big major changes here. What's going to be interesting is going to see when does it start making that turn back to the left. That's going to be also key here for the inland areas there, cities. Again, Columbus, I think it's going to stay far enough away from you. You're just going to get some tropical storm force gusts and stuff. Not a big deal for your area, but the central portion of the state, metro Atlanta, northeast Atlanta, different ball of wax there. That's going to be a very troublesome for those areas. Go back to radar here. We got 3 tornado warnings, all clustered with this outer band right down in here. Can you watch that? Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you for coming on board. Yeah, we've had a very successful today. Some 250 new subscribers to the channel. That's very, very nice. Very nice indeed. All right, we're going to give it another minute or two. If you got any questions, I've been trying to answer as many questions as I can as I'm going through here. I know Hinesville, you're over near Fort Stewart. Again, watch out for the gusty winds there, and obviously some tornadoes in that area. Alicia was saying my yard's also mowed. My backyard is completely flooded. I've already got some bad conditions out there. I haven't stopped, Donovan. I've been streaming nonstop since 8 o'clock this morning. I have not stopped. I don't know if this, real quick, I started at 8 o'clock this morning. YouTube potentially could shut me down. I don't know